Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Hokage Shatter Kyoka Suigetsu 1 kilosecond 1 Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Fire Country Konoha Village. At this time, it was time for the sun to set. But the entire Uchiha clan of Konoha exudes a strange atmosphere. Just 2 days ago, Uchiha Shisui, known as the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan, with the nickname, Shattering Shisui, died bizarrely. At this moment, on the top stage of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen has his hands on his back. Behind him is a seat of Uchiha Itachi dressed as an Anbu ninja and kneeling on one knee. Have you made a decision? Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his back to Uchiha Itachi and asked imaginatively. Itachi lowered his head, his tone exuded unprecedented determination. Yes, my last request, I guess you know it too. Starting tonight, he will shoulder the sin of slaughtering the family, and the price is to save his brother Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed out again, and said solemnly, don't worry, as long as is alive for one day, you won't have trouble with your brother. Grateful. After leaving this sentence, Itachi put on Anbu's mask and disappeared on the top floor of the Hokage building. After Itachi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently raised his hand. In an instant, 2 Anbu appeared around him. The identities of these 2 people are extraordinary. The real identities are Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son and daughter-in-law, which is Konohamaru's parents. Go get ready. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply said these words. The Uchiha incident is the village's top secret. Even Anbu, an agency directly under Hokage, is only known to Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant. Master Hokage, shall we do it? As Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, who wears a patterned mask at this time, asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen only hesitated for a second and then said, if it is too late. He did not speak thoroughly, but the meaning was already clear. Although he doesn't think Itachi will be merciful, but Uchiha is a huge family after all. If detected, someone will escape, that is also possible. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen or someone from Shimura Danzo will be needed. Yes, after responding, the 2 disappeared. Night fell. Tonight, Uchiha Sasuke was stayed by Iruka, his teacher at the ninja school, for special training. Iruka only received an order from the upper level to instruct Sasuke in particular. He and Sasuke had no idea how deep water was hidden behind it. Under the beautiful full moon, Uchiha Itachi squatted on an electric pole in the Uchiha clan, and the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes exuded a dangerous color of enchantment. In the next instant, disappeared in place. Advertisement. On the border of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant-level Anbu members have long been filled. Waiting outside to catch the fish that slipped through the net. These people are basically members of the Sarutobi family. They belong to the most assured type of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they will never leak the slightest noise. Even elites like Kakashi cannot participate. It's finally this moment. Inside the Uchiha tribe, in a shabby hut. A young man of about 16 years of age, wearing a black robe with the Uchiha clan emblem, and shoulder-length black hair, trimmed a sword on his waist. At this time, a reminder sounded in his mind. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke. Unlock rate. 10.64%. Uchiha Kenya. The apparent identity is the captain of the Uchiha Guard unit under Uchiha Fugaku. At only 16 years old, he has entered the level of Jonin, enough to serve as the word, elite. But compared with the genius level Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son Uchiha Itachi, it is still far behind. The reason why Uchiha Fugaku cares about him is that Konoha and Uchiha have more serious differences. And Uchiha Kenya is a fan of Uchiha, which suits Uchiha Fugaku's appetite. Although not considered a masterpiece, but also considered young and promising. He wants to train Uchiha Kenya to be a right-hand man who can assist his son Itachi in the future. Although Uchiha Shisui is extremely dazzling, he is vacillating between Konoha and Uchiha, which makes Uchiha Fugaku very dissatisfied. But even Uchiha Fugaku didn't know that this young man had been occupied by a soul from the earth 3 months ago. After Kenya crossed over, she found that she had actually crossed into the world of Hokage ninja. And it is the critical moment when the most dangerous Uchiha Itachi and Konoha executives are about to launch an obliteration plan for the Uchiha clan. The despair in my heart at that time was completely beyond words. At that time, the cheats obtained by traversal came to the account. Template character Aizen Sosuke. At this time, Kenya spent hundreds of Krypton gold in the mobile game of the game, 300 Heroes, that she played before. After a while of excitement, I turned off and went to sleep, but I didn't expect to wake up and go through. And still got Aizen Sosuke's template ability. After 3 months of painstaking practice in the system space, Kenya finally reached Zanpakuto on his waist Shikai of Kyoka Suigetsu, after Shisui died a few days ago. And this is only 10% of Aizen Sosuke, but even so, Kenya is not stupid enough to think that the current self can challenge the huge Konoha. He must leave Konoha. Through Ryatsu's perception, Kenya clearly perceives that the breath of the Uchiha people is rapidly diminishing. Advertisement. He knew that it was Uchiha Itachi who did it. For the sake of the village, personally bury your own people. Is this your path to peace? Uchiha Itachi. Kenya's tone is a bit complicated to talk to herself. He traveled into this world and had no nostalgia for his previous life, because his only relative, grandfather, passed away a few years ago. And in this world, in order to survive, I also practiced like a devil for 3 months. I haven't even negotiated with protagonists like Kakashi or Naruto. However, in Kenya's view, Uchiha Itachi's approach is really incomprehensible. Along the way, even if you don't need Ryotsu to perceive, you can still smell a lot of blood. It is too late to step out of the Uchiha clan. Headed by Sarutobi Shinosuke, 5 masked Anbu ninjas are already standing in front of him. Uchiha Kenya, where are you going? Sarutobi Shinosuke said coldly. Kenya said flatly, I'm a bit insomnia, want to go out and take a walk. No, go back. Sarutobi Shinosuke said with a strong tone. Kenya sneered. What a great official authority, when does Konoha Shinobi even need Anbu to walk? Sarutobi Shinosuke doesn't bother to talk to Kenya, he has already received his father's kill order. People of the Uchiha clan, except Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, will not stay. In an instant, the 4 Anbu ninjas on both sides of him resolutely pulled out their sabers. However, just before they drew their swords, Kenya had already pulled out Kyoka Suigetsu, who was wearing a sword. Smash it, Kyoka Suigetsu. In the next moment, Kenya's slightly smiling words sounded like ghosts in their ears. You guys, did you see my knife? Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of the 4 Anbus, Uchiha Kenya had already stood by their side for some unknown time. Surprised, the 4 of them chopped off at the opposite side of them at the same time. Wow, in an instant, blood surged. Kyoka Suigetsu was relieved. Except for Sarutobi Shinosuke, the other 4 were severely injured by their companions. 2 Sarutobi Shinosuke, die, quiet. Seeing his wife wearing a mask who was severely injured by a knife next to him, Sarutobi Shinosuke roared and hugged his wife who had almost fallen to the ground in his arms. And the other 3, all slashed at the vital points, all fell down. Even if there is still a trace of breath, he has already stepped into the ghost door and closed. It turns out that all of them are critical. It seems that you really want to put me to death, but that's okay. In this way, I won't have a psychological burden. Kenya sneered again and again, watching squatting on the ground, holding his wife who was only breathing and mocking. But now I am still too weak. In order to guard against your peak, Jonin, I didn't hypnosis everyone. After all, the stronger the person, the more energy it takes. Uchiha Kenya, Sarutobi Shinosuke shouted through gritted teeth. What are you senior Konoha planning? Do you think I don't know? Kenya looked cold and rushed over in an instant. Burning with anger, Sarutobi Shinosuke had no choice but to put down his wife for the time being, and pulled out short sword, which was 1/3 shorter than Kyoka Suigetsu, to meet him. When the blades handed over, bursting out sparks. Sarutobi Shinosuke furiously said, You have no chance, you Uchiha clan, tonight will be completely removed from ninja history. Facing this kind of person, Kenya had no other expression on her face except sneer and indifference. It's ridiculous, because there are too many people like you. Konoha is managed like this. In the next moment, Kenya twisted his wrist and directly picked Sarutobi Shinosuke's short sword away. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was shocked behind the mask. He should know that Uchiha Kenya's strength is only Jonin, and there should be a huge gap between himself and the peak of Jonin. How could he be able to suppress himself in just a few months? Neither you nor Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo have the power to decide his life and death. If you want me to die, you want to use first Hokage or Uchiha Madara back then, instead of hiding behind the scenes and using conspiracy. In Kenya's words, the contempt for Sarutobi Hiruzen, a group of politicians, is vividly displayed. If he traveled through the Senju Hashirama reign, in all likelihood, there is no need to leave Konoha, but will stand on the same front as Konoha, right? Unfortunately, it is not a sage, like Senju Hashirama who is now in power, but a politician, through and through. And he is still a politician who wants to kill himself. Kenya knows that the more he fights, the easier it is for the Anbu and Gen ninjas lurking around to perceive the situation here. I must make a quick decision. Advertisement whoosh. Use Shunpo to disappear in an instant. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face changed, and then he quickly used chakra perception to capture Kenya's location. Over there, after noticing the opponent's position, Sarutobi Shinosuke's left hand, which didn't hold a knife, quickly made the seal with one hand, and a wave of chakra condensed in the throat. Fire style fire. The 4th of Hado by Lei. However, he didn't wait for him to use the technique. Kenya's left index finger is already on his shoulder. In an instant, a thunder pillar, not much thicker than a finger, penetrated Sarutobi Shinosuke's shoulder sharply. Boom. A longer attack range than the future Uchiha Sasuke Chidori sharp gun, directly penetrates the wall of a residential house behind it. Kenya frowned. Did it cause any noise? But it is inevitable, after all, it is fighting against Jonin's pinnacle-level masters. However, after the shoulder was penetrated, Sarutobi Shinosuke did not give up the attack. Chakra concentrated on the throat and exhaled, fire-style Howard Fire Dragon technique. Although not as good as Uchiha, the Sarutobi clan is also extremely good at fire style. The power of Sarutobi Shinosuke has surpassed most ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Able to serve as the leader of this mission, there really are two things. Kenya twisted Kyoka Suigetsu's wrist and swung his sword. A silver light sword gas nearly 10 meters high, instantly split the incoming fire dragon into two. Wind style wind slash. Sarutobi Shinosuke turned sideways to avoid this devastating slash. He quickly spit out a wind pressure covering his saber from his mouth, approaching Kenya at a swift speed, and pierced his body with a wind blade. However, when he succeeded, Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't feel much joy. Because it went too smoothly. Advertisement at this time, Kenya's ghostly voice sounded again. Smash it, Kyoka Suigetsu. Bang. The surrounding space shattered like a mirror, and Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes almost came out of his eye sockets. The wind blade in his hand is actually his dying wife just now. Shinosuke. Why? Sarutobi Shinosuke's wife burst into tears and said the last words of her life. She tilted her head and died completely. No. Sarutobi Shinosuke's wailing roar suddenly alarmed all the Anbu ninjas lurking around. Don't worry, you will go with her right away, Kenya's voice rose from behind. When Sarutobi Shinosuke turned his head angrily, he only saw Kyoka Suigetsu's blade getting closer and closer to his line of sight. Wow. With blood splashing, Sarutobi Shinosuke's head completely separated from his neck. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 11.07%. I have noticed that there are quite a few Anbu approaching here. Kenya hesitated for a second, picked up the head of Sarutobi Shinosuke, and said to herself, after all, you still have to live. This thing can cover the food expenses for a while. After speaking, Kenya quickly closed the knife, carrying Sarutobi Shinosuke's head, ran out of Konoha village, and quickly disappeared into the night. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting in the Hokage building quietly waiting for a report from his son Sarutobi Shinosuke. It is good to go to the Uchiha clan and issue a blockade order and a wanted order for Uchiha Itachi. Before long, Anbu ninja arrived, but it was not his son or daughter-in-law, but another Anbu team leader. Kneeling in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouted in trepidation. Huo, Mr. Hokage, the team led by Mr. Shinosuke. All of them were killed, and Mr. Shinosuke's head was missing. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen thundered and almost passed out from his office chair. 3 Sarutobi Hiruzen in less than 10 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already rushed to the door of the Uchiha clan. The remains of many Anbu ninjas, including his son and daughter-in-law, and his son's head, are gone. Yes. Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said these 2 words. The hideous face and the blue veins at the temple made the confidants around him shiver. Even if his strength has already regressed, he used to have the nickname, Ninja Hero. The old lion still has lingering power. No, I don't know, when we arrived, it was already. The Anbu member next to him said nothing but promise. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could reply, another small team of Anbu rushed over in the Uchiha clan and reported. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sasuke is left alone in the Uchiha clan, but he is in a phantom and fell into a severe coma and... After hesitating, the Anbu team member continued. Led by Lord Danzo, there are a few, root, ninjas in action. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed cold, and he said decisively, immediately start counting Uchiha's death toll and check them one by one. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another team and quickly entered the Uchiha clan. Danzo coveted Sharingan, he knew it was not a day or two. Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to stop it to prevent Danzo's future power from swelling to the extent of threatening him. As for Uchiha's extermination, Konoha also needs a back-to-back object. Although it is possible to buckle most of the black pots on Uchiha Itachi, one person still needs to be responsible for the inducement. This person is Danzo. At this time, the village gate of Kimura. 10,000 years Carmen Kamen Izumo Kamizuki and Konkatetsu are not even qualified to let Kenya draw the sword. Sharingan alone directly caused the 2 to fall asleep. Injustices have their heads, but the debts are in the hands. Advertisement Kenya is not a murderer, he doesn't kill at sight. Just as Kenya's figure was about to sink into the endless night, a calm voice came from behind. After the 9 Tails incident, the Uchiha clan has been moved to the corner of Konoha. Unless there is such a huge shock, it is difficult to excite other people in the village. And this unknown breath. Kenya turned her head slowly, the other side's face came into view. No skin was exposed on his body, he was dressed in a black robe, and was wearing an orange-yellow-black mask. Uchiha Obito. Humph. Knowing that the other party would never hold any kindness, Kenya had already placed his right hand on the handle of Kyoka Suigetsu's knife at the moment she saw the other party. Don't release such a strong murderous aura, I don't mean to fight you. Obito waved his hand to express that he was not hostile, and said with an interested voice. I didn't expect such a master to hide in Uchiha. Have you been hiding your strength all the time? Are you just trying to talk nonsense? The ninja who perceives Konoha rushed over here, Kenya said indifferently. Nothing, I am very interested in you. Obito didn't talk nonsense either, the left eye hole on the mask began to twist, sucking his body in, leaving only one sentence. I didn't expect that there would be such a variable, and I will definitely become more interesting in the future. Sooner or later we will get together again. After that, Obito has disappeared without a trace. Kenya's hand on the handle of the knife also loosened. He didn't want to fight Obito yet. I feel that many Konoha shinobi are coming here. Obito may have chosen to retreat because of this reason, instead of entangled with himself. As a lean camel bigger than a horse. Although it has fallen, does it still retain the power of the top 5 countries? Advertisement. After leaving this sentence, Kenya's figure was completely submerged in the moonlight. And as Kenya expected, Anbu's efficiency is really nothing to say. The list of Uchiha's deaths will be sorted out immediately. The only dead body that has not been found is one person, Uchiha Kenya. In this way, the facts are obvious. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was still extremely surprised. He had heard of this person. He was a supporter of Uchiha's rebellion. He became Jonin at the age of 16, and he was considered an elite. But he could kill his son of Jonin's pinnacle level without disturbing anyone. Could it be that he has been hiding? If this is the case, even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help being frightened. Being able to hide like this, how many cities does he have in his heart? Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a wanted warrant to 2 of the 3 surviving Uchiha people overnight. Uchiha Itachi, S-class rebel, crime. Slaughter the whole Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kenya, S-class rebel, crime. Stealing Konoha's high-level secrets and killing several Anbu team members. As soon as the 2 S-level wanted warrants came out, they immediately alarmed ordinary Anbu members such as Yamato who had not participated in the Uchiha genocide, and all attacked. In one breath, dozens of Konoha shinobi were chased out overnight. For Itachi, it was just a smoke bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already arranged an escape route for Itachi, so that Konoha shinobi will not catch him. For Kenya, that is the real pursuit. Under the night, Kakashi, Might Guy, Yurihong and other Konoha elite ninjas were also summoned to the entrance of the Hokage building overnight. Yurihong, who met Kakashi halfway, asked, "What the hell happened? How could we summon us at this time?" Now Asuma is not in Konoha, he is one of the 12 guardians of ninja of the Land of Fire, working at the daimyo mansion. Kakashi shook his head, the tightly exposed right eye showed a stern look. "I don't know, but it's definitely not a trivial matter." Asterisk. 4 Konohas pursued Konoha's elite ninjas have gathered in front of the Hokage building. When Sarutobi Hiruzen finished handling Uchiha's affairs and arranged Uchiha Sasuke to Konoha Hospital, he hurried over. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was exuding an aura of no anger and prestige, which shocked Kakashi and others. Because in their memory, 3rd Hokage has always been a kind old man. It is the first time many people have seen Sarutobi Hiruzen's look. Master Hokage, in the end, Kakashi was the first to speak. He can be said to be the strongest among all the ninjas here. That's right, now Konoha Sannin is no longer in Konoha, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is dead, and Danzo's parallel imports have long since fallen from cage level. At present, Kakashi, the peak of Jonin, is even close to reaching a quasi-shadow fan. Almost the strongest ninja except Sarutobi Hiruzen. The huge Konoha is Sarutobi Hiruzen a cage level. I have to say, this is really sad. Finally, there was a cage level Uchiha Shisui who died again. Having lost his son and daughter-in-law, Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't continue to maintain the amiable old man's form in the past. The tone was cold and desolate, and he informed everyone of Uchiha Itachi's extermination and Uchiha Kenya's defection. It even included the death of his son and daughter-in-law. Of course, what he said was more than a star and a half away from the truth of the incident. What? You, the Uchiha clan actually knows. Uchiha Itachi. Is this guy crazy? I heard that Uchiha Kenya has just reached the level of Jonin. Can he do this kind of thing? Everyone Konoha shinobi couldn't believe his ears. Uchiha is annihilated and Hokage's eldest son dies. Each one is a major event that shocked the whole village, and even the entire ninja world. In one sigh, 2 S-rank rebels came out. Kakashi frowned, and with his mind, he noticed something unusual. First, he had been on missions with Uchiha Itachi, and felt that the other party was not like that. Advertisement. Second, he also met Uchiha Kenya and felt that the other party was not capable of that. But he didn't think too much, and frowned. Master Hokage, now we should immediately issue the wanted warrants for the 2 people and set up a hunting team. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I have sent Anbu to investigate their whereabouts, but I also need your help. Also, everyone try to keep things about the Uchiha clan in your heart. Too much discussion will be detrimental to the growth of the child Sasuke, who is the only survivor. Yes, Master Hokage. Hokage-sama is really kind, thinking about the kid Uchiha Sasuke at this time. The 2 sinners must be brought back immediately. Many people have a kind of admiration for Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called kindness. This is also the cooperative means he and Danzo have been using for many years, one singing with a white face and the other with a black face. I have to say that Shimura Danzo can be called 3rd Hokage underground. He helped 3rd Hokage carry a lot of pots, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not inferior to Senju Hashirama's brilliant image. Of course, he himself is a rubbish, not worthy of sympathy. After all, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Before the sun came out, Konoha set up a hunting team. Pursue Uchiha Kenya and Uchiha Itachi, but in fact, Uchiha Itachi is definitely not found. Not to mention that he has officially joined Akatsuki now in all likelihood. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not looking for him seriously either. Therefore, the pressure facing Kenya will be greater than imagined. The first ray of sunlight of a new day passes through the clouds and mirrors it. In the mansion of the Fire Country's daimyo, Sarutobi, Asuma and Dalu, who were guarding the 12 ninjas, walked out of the dormitory one after another, and began a new day of guard patrol. At this moment, a Konoha shinobi rushed towards this side quickly, and said anxiously, Mr. Asuma, there's an urgent order for you. Asuma, whose beard is not so thick, frowned and took the secret letter from the other party. After opening it, I saw the first sentence above, and the scroll in his hand slammed to the ground. His elder brother and sister-in-law are dead. Advertisement. Huo, Master Hokage wants you to return to Konoha immediately, join in, and attend Lingshanlinseo's funeral. Konoha shinobi trembled. Asuma was so angry that he couldn't say anything. The blue veins on his face and arms jumped fiercely, and finally turned into an afterimage, rushing towards Konoha village. Chakra's remaining amount, reporting these things to the daimyo, had long been forgotten by him. 2 days later, the funeral of Sarutobi Shinosuke and his wife ended. Konohamaru, who is only 4 years old now, does not have a deep concept of death. He only knows that his parents will never come back, so he kept crying. When Asuma rushed back to see that his elder brother's head was gone, the anger in his heart made him want to take out his weapon, Feiyin, and slash Uchiha Kenya 300 knives. The remains of the Uchiha clan were buried on the spot without any special funerals. Anyway, Uchiha Sasuke is the only one left. Master Hokage, we have investigated the whereabouts of Uchiha Kenya. At the end of the funeral, Yamato wearing a mask appeared in front of the father and son Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Asuma, kneeling on one knee. Where? The father and son had a bad relationship almost at the same time. Yamato said solemnly, according to our investigation, the last time he appeared was at a black market exchange on the western border of the Country of Fire. He exchanged the first level of Lord Shinosuke for a bounty of 50 million. Hearing that his son's head was actually exchanged for the bounty, Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered with both feet and almost fainted. On the other hand, Asuma clenched his fists, his eyes eager to spit flames. Perceiving the thoughts of his youngest son, Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded in a deep voice. You are not allowed to act rashly, Asuma. With your strength, you are not yet Uchiha Kenya's opponent. The ability to take care of his younger son is just barely reaching the level of Jonin's elite. And being able to kill his eldest son Uchiha Kenya, who is the pinnacle of Jonin, is definitely not something Asuma can deal with. Humph. Asuma hummed heavily and left without looking back. 5 big fish hooked early morning the next day. 3 Konoha shinobi people came to the public training ground outside the village. There Hitaki Kakashi. The sunset is red. I do not know the fire mysterious room. In the training ground, there was someone who had been waiting for them for a long time. It was Sarutobi Asuma. These 4 people are not only the most famous Jonin in Konoha village, but they are also classmates in the same class. Didn't you call Guy? Kakashi looked sideways at the 2 other people who had arrived, and asked Asuma. He will definitely not agree, Asuma said indifferently. Yurihong said worriedly. Asuma, are you too impulsive? Master Hokage should have told you not to be impulsive, right? The reason Asuma called them secretly, even if you didn't say it, Kakashi could all guess it. Asuma filled with indignation. My brother and sister-in-law were killed. How can this make me sit back and watch? Asuma shouted again. If you want to help me, just go with me. I make it clear that even if I am alone, I have to take revenge. I don't know the Huo Xuanjin held 1,000 books, hands on hips, sighed, it seems that nothing is useless to say. As he said, Shiranui Genma looked at Kakashi again. Well, Kakashi's words should be enough to fight a battle, plus the 3 of us, I don't think I will lose. Kakashi thought for a moment, and the repeater seemed to say his mantra again. Those who break the rules are waste, but those who disregard their companions are even more waste and waste. As soon as everyone knew this, Kakashi agreed. Yurihong has been tangled for the longest time. There are still 4 full years away from the original work, and Asuma returned to Konoha early because of Sarutobi Shinosuke's affairs. The relationship between the 2 is far from that level. Okay, but if there is a problem, we must retreat immediately. In the end, based on the friendship of the classmates, Shirihong still agreed. It can be said that the 4 people who shouldered Konoha's youth made this decision and set off. Since Kakashi once served as the team leader of Anbu, he has a good understanding of the barrier structure of the village. Therefore, their departure did not disturb anyone. It was not until noon that someone reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen that Sarutobi Asuma was missing. Also missing at the same time, there is Hitaki Kakashi, who was in the same class as him, Yurihong, Shiranui Genma. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dealing with a series of events related to the destruction of the Uchiha clan, was shocked, and the brush in his hand fell heavily to the ground. Advertisement after quickly calming down, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately guessed what his son thought. Although he was angry, he was not too worried, not to mention that all these 4 are Jonin, after all. Kakashi is also fighting on the battlefield, earning the title of Sharingan Kakashi. There was only 1 step away from the level of quasi-shadow. Even if Uchiha Kenya has always been able to hide his strength, he is still only 16 years old, and it is impossible to reach a level higher than Kakashi. But just in case, Sarutobi Hiruzen still called Might Guy in the same class as the 4, and asked him to lead the 2 Chunin, Gangsi Tetsu and Shenyue Izumo, to pursue them together. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to send too many Jonin. Recently, news of Uchiha's tragic genocide has gradually spread throughout the world of shinobi. Although it is unlikely, it is still necessary to prevent other shinobu villages from stabbing Konoha. For a core combat force like Jonin, it is better to guard the village as much as possible. After 2 days and 1 night, Asuma and the other four have arrived in a small town on the southwestern border of the Country of Fire. According to Anbu's investigation, Uchiha Kenya is here to exchange Sarutobi Shinosuke's first tier into a bounty. Here is very close to the Country of the River. Do you think it is possible that he has left the Country of Fire and went to the Country of the River or other countries? Shi Rihong frowned and asked. It is not so easy for Renin to go abroad. To avoid the eyes of the border guard ninja, you need a Hokage or daimyo approved pass, or special ninjutsu such as flying. Asuma explained. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. He has Sharingan and deceived the eyes of the border guard ninja. It shouldn't be difficult for him. Shi Rihong retorted. It's unlikely, Red. At this time, Kakashi said, Master Hokage has dispatched Anbu to investigate this area, even before us. Even if Uchiha Kenya can deceive the guard's eyes, it is impossible to go without a trace. At least if he leaves the fire. Daxia, we know it. Kakashi added earnestly, don't underestimate Konoha's intelligence network. Kakashi is right, don't underestimate Konoha. Even if only Sarutobi Hiruzen was left with a cage level, Uchiha did not dare to fight Konoha rashly. There is really no way to be forced. And Uchiha Itachi also saw through that Uchiha could not win, so he resolutely chose the crazy move of the butcher. Soon, the four came to the bounty exchange on the black market. Unlike the toilet that Kakuzu went to in the original work, it looks like an antique shop. How many guests, what do you want to buy? At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a kabuto hat, some of his face, and a hoarse voice walked out. Advertisement, let's think about you asking someone. Kakashi said, ready to take out Kenya's reward order. Konoha Shinobi? Would you like to ask Uchiha Itachi, or Uchiha Kenya? The boss glanced at the forehead protector above the four of them, and said in a calm tone. Kakashi's movements stopped. You know, Owner Kaido. After all, with such a high bounty, nearby bounty hunters are looking for them. That's easy to say. We want to know his whereabouts. You are the person who collected the goods from him. At least you know which direction he is heading in. Kakashi solemnly said. I also know that people in your business are unprofitable and can't afford to pay early. How much are you going to be paid? Let's just say it. Don't be so polite, copy ninja. Kakashi, you have already sent the reward. The middle-aged boss suddenly sneered. Feeling the killing intent from the opponent, Kakashi's face changed drastically. No, get away. However, the opponent had already raised his right hand. Hado number 33 Kango fall. The huge purple fireball that rushed out whizzed out. A violent heat wave swept across everyone, directly overturning the antique shop, and amidst the loud noise, several buildings on the opposite side were destroyed in one breath. Okay, so fast. No wonder Mr. Shinosuke will lose. Ignoring Huo Xuanjin, covering his burned right arm, he said embarrassedly. He is. Uchiha Kenya. Shi Rihong also trembled. Amidst the smoke and dust, Kenya walked out slowly with a real face, smiling. I knew that you Konoha chasers would find here, so I stayed here, but I didn't expect to hang on to such a big fish for the second time. With that, Kenya turned her gaze to Asuma. Did my brother come to the door as well? You guy. Asuma was furious, and suddenly drew out his weapon Feiyin. On the other hand, Kakashi keenly caught Kenya's words, frowned and said, the second time? That is to say. Kenya smiled lightly and said, that's right, the previous batch of Anbu who came to investigate has been slaughtered. Now, it's your turn. P.S. This book is given to everyone on the first day of the Friday. This book hopes to bring you a different feeling. If you like it, be sure to ask for flowers, very good evaluation votes, book reviews, monthly tickets and so on. No money for this. If possible, I also hope to give a small reward. After accumulation, it will definitely increase and increase, which is guaranteed. In fact, I've been thinking about this subject for a long time. Now Feilu's voting function is broken. You can also mark out any female protagonists you like. 6 empty puppet originally, Kenya could indeed leave the Country of Fire. But just as Kakashi thought, Konoha, the Country of Fire is very powerful. Even if they could leave Konoha silently, they could also follow the tiny traces to chase them over. In the original book, if Uchiha Itachi really slaughtered Uchiha for the so-called testing of his equipment, he would face Konoha's endless pursuit. The reason why Uchiha Itachi has been able to stay with Akatsuki for so many years, apart from Akatsuki's asylum, is also very important. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not sincerely pursue him. You know Konoha's intelligence network can catch even Akatsuki's trace. Even Orochimaru, known as one of Sannin, has to constantly change bases in order to avoid Konoha's pursuit. That being the case, it is better to sit back and wait for the time being. According to these days of fighting, Kenya discovered that the system's judgment on unlocking is not only determined by the strength of the opponent. The opponent's strength, reputation, importance in the original work, etc. These are the keys to determining the unlocking degree. Forced into Sarutobi Shinosuke as the peak Jonin, the unlock rate after killing him is only about 0.5%. And Kakashi, who is not far from his strength now, definitely exceeds him by a lot, and can even reach the level of several times. Even if his strength is currently only Jonin's pinnacle, it is because he is very well known, and he is second only to the 2 people in the original work who are the strongest in the mouth and pretend to be the strongest. I just wanted to lure Sarutobi Asuma over, but I didn't expect. The 4 people on both sides of Kenya's eyes turned around one by one, sneered. Sharingan. Kakashi, I thought you were a calm person, but you made trouble with this idiot. Originally, after Kenya killed the first batch of Anbu who came to investigate, it was already possible to sneak off. But he thinks about it carefully. Sarutobi Asuma will not let him leave the country of fire. With his character, he will come after him out of 10. Simply turn him into food for his own progress and go well. And Asuma came just as Kenya expected. It's just that Kenya did not expect that Hitaki Kakashi, Yuri Hong, and Shiranui Genma were added. Advertisement Kakashi said coldly. Those who violate the rules are called trash, but those who abandon their companions in spite of them are worse than trash. Kenya smiled even more. Oh, what a good point, but sometimes, the facts are often beyond your expectations. Yuri Hong scolded, Uchiha Kenya, why should you betray Konoha? Now the Uchiha clan is left with you and Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi, the sinner who slaughtered your clan. At this time, you should unite with Konoha. It's right to revive Uchiha. Yuri Hong's words made Kenya almost stop spitting water, and cast it towards Shiri Hong with a contemptuous look at the unreasonable bear child, and sneered. It's really silly and sweet without knowing the depth of Konoha. Shiri Hong Chao flushed with anger, what else to say? But at this time, Kenya had pulled out Kyoka Suigetsu from her waist, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly, saying indifferently. Although I am an unaware person, if I want to get in my way, I will not be merciful. This sentence, let's talk about it after you go to hell. Asuma yelled. Wind-style chakra condensed on the flying swallow blades of his hands, instantly increasing the arc of the blade by several times, forming a pair of sharp double knives. Does the wind-style chakra change the shape of the chakra knife? You remind me of the big brother you died, but it's a pity that you didn't see it. Every sentence of Kenya beats Asuma's nerves like a hammer. At this time, his anger has long been suppressed. Take it, Asuma yelled, brandishing a double knife and a wind blade rushing forward. Ah! The blades collided, and the sparks from the collision were swallowed by the fierce wind pressure in an instant. In an instant, Kenya's body seemed to be transformed into ethereal nothingness, and within a blink of an eye, she had come to the back of Asuma. Asuma, Yuri Hong, the three of Shiranui Genma were completely stunned. Only Kakashi, who opened Sharingan with his left eye, could see everything clearly, and said in a deep voice, what a clever body flicker technique. He used to cooperate with Shimmering Shisui, and his speed is no longer inferior to that of the dead Uchiha's strongest phantom ninja. Why should such a strong person betray Konoha? However, it is too late to think so much now. Advertisement Kakashi's fast knot seal, his hands are on the ground. Earth-style wall. Boom! In an instant, a huge mud wall suddenly rose up between the land in the tiny distance between Kenya and Asuma. Wow! The sword light flashed, and the earth flow wall was cut in half with one cut. Wow! Kenya stared again and saw that across the broken earth wall, Asuma's left arm had made a horrible knife mark with deep bones. Kenya raised her eyebrows slightly, and whispered to herself, did you change the trajectory of the attack with earth-style? It should have been able to cut off his head. Be careful, your strength is stronger than before. Kakashi frowned to remind him and shouted, then said in disbelief. Actually, the progress is so fast. In the desperate situation of death, people often explode with incredible potential. Kenya slapped Kyoka Suigetsu, shook off the blood from the blade, and said condescendingly, it's all thanks to the two foxes Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo that pushed me into a desperate situation. What nonsense. It was Konoha who had clearly betrayed by yourself, and also killed Mr. Shinosuke, the eldest son of Mr. Hokage. I do not know how. Shwenjin frowned. It was brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, a group of empty puppets. For these people, Kenya has no plans to say anything. Rumble. Ryotsu broke out in an instant, and the Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan in his eyes, together with the explosive Ryotsu, showed the fusion of the two world's top powers. Are you serious? Kakashi immediately got the seal and shouted, be careful, he's coming. 7 He wants to kill me, can't I kill him? In the forest on the southwest border of the country of fire. 3 Konoha shinobi wearers wearing Konoha shinobi forehead protector are moving fast in the woods. It was Might Guy who was dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to pursue the Asuma 4, Gangsitetsu, and Kamizuki Izumo. Guy, hurry up, according to time speculation, the fight should have started. Kamizuki Izumo looked sideways at Might Guy. Are you worried too much, Izumo? Gangsi chuckles and said, not to mention that Uchiha Kenya has become an S-rank rebel. I am afraid that he will have escaped from the land of fire a long time ago. Even if the two sides are facing each other, he will never be able to beat Copy Ninja, Kakashi, let alone 3 Jonin there. Shenue Izumo's expression stagnated for a few seconds, and then said, I just think it's always right to be more cautious. At this time, as the team leader, Might Guy said, Shenue is right, we better hurry up. Immediately, Might Guy revealed the big white fang, and said, but I believe that Kakashi, who is my longtime enemy, will not lose. Rumble. At this moment, a strong sense of oppression surged from the front. Might Guy and the 3 people who are not perceptual have changed their faces. This sense of oppression that has never been seen before is. The smile on Might Guy's face disappeared suddenly, replaced by endless seriousness. It came from the small village that the intelligence said, it seems that it has already started, we must prepare for the worst. Shenue Izumo said solemnly. Go. Might Guy suddenly speeded up to the limit, making Gangsi and Shenue Izumo who are just Chunin elites really can't keep up. ZZZ Kakashi's right hand erupted with astonishing lightning and thunder, and with Sharingan, he increased his speed to ultimate. It looked like a thunderbolt, rushing towards Kenya in one breath. Rakery. Just when the S-class advanced lightning style was less than half a meter away from Kenya's body. Suddenly, a light gold translucent, diamond-shaped light shield less than 1 meter long appeared on the main side of Kenya, which temporarily blocked Rakery. This is Aizen's own Kido, which is mainly used to defend against high-speed raids like Kakashi's Rakery. The defense is not strong, but it can create timing. Advertisement click. Sure enough, within a second, the translucent light shield was shattered by Rakery. But in half a second, for a strong person above the peak level of Jonin, there are already too many things that can be done. Whoosh! Kenya turned in an instant and appeared behind Kakashi. Holding Kyoka Suigetsu with his backhand, he intends to pierce his collarbone from the back with a barb. Kakashi. Be careful. Yurihong and Asuma were on the left and the other, holding Kumu and Feiyin, blocking Kyoka Suigetsu's blade one after another. When, Yurihong's kunai was cut open like tofu in an instant. Feiyin, protected by wind-style chakra, barely blocked Kyoka Suigetsu's thrust. Earth-style rock Alice. Unexpectedly, the imprints of the Shiranui Genma were extremely fast, and the soil at his feet turned into 1,000 roots of soil, and he sprinted towards Kenya on the opposite side. Kenya's eyes rolled, and her wrist quickly twisted the handle of the knife. Kyoka Suigetsu's blade spins at extreme speed, like a helicopter propeller, blocking all the rushing soil thorns. Chance. With this opportunity, his left hand was already condensed for the second shot. Rakery's Kakashi leapt into the air and fell like a thunder from the sky. Rakery. Kenya's pupils turned, and the palm of her left hand without a knife was facing upwards, 31 of Hado red cannon. Boom. The burst of red light shot out and collided with Kakashi's Rakery. Boom boom boom. A fierce shockwave, accompanied by thick gunpowder smoke. New scars have been added to the already devastated streets. The worst physique among the four, Shirihong, was directly knocked out by this powerful impact. Wind-style storm. However, Asuma rushed backwards, his steps were erratic, and he opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. The painful eyes hit by the shockwave barely caught Kenya's position and attacked. However, at the moment when Wind-style was about to hit, suddenly, Asuma saw Kenya's speedy seal and pressed his hands on the ground. The rising earth wall blocked his Wind-style. Advertisement. That's Earth-style Tulubi. Asuma looked shocked. He did not come unprepared, he had also seen the files left by Uchiha Kenya in Konoha. Among his chakra attributes, there is no Earth-style. What exactly is going on? Did you see it? My, Kyoka Suigetsu. Kenya's voice came from behind. Asuma looked shocked, turned his head and saw that Kenya was standing behind him with a knife. What's going on? Asuma looked ahead, Uchiha Kenya was clearly opposite him. In the real world, Kakashi, Shiranuakenma, and Yurihong were also shocked. Especially Kakashi, who displays the earthen wall. He didn't understand the situation at all. Why did Asuma attack himself suddenly? Obviously he saw Uchiha Kenya rushing behind him, but instead of defensive measures, he launched an attack on himself. Puff! Kyoka Suigetsu pierced Asuma's heart from behind. At the same moment, the world in Asuma's sight was like a mirror, shattering. At this time, he discovered that it was not Kenya who used Earth-style to block his attack, but Kakashi. This is illusion. With blood pouring from the corners of Asuma's mouth, he endured the sharp pain from his internal organs, and squinted towards Kenya behind him. Asuma. Kakashi and Yurihong shouted in unison. Yugai. Give Asuma to it. I do not know, the Huo Shuenjin roared. He wants to kill me, can't I kill him? Kenya responded coldly. Wow. In the next moment, Kenya twisted Kyoka Suigetsu and completely shattered Asuma's heart before pulling out the knife. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 13.99%. 8. Why are you singled out in a group battle? Really? Kenya's pupils condensed slightly when she heard the notification tone retransmitted from the system. Calculate the degree of unlocking obtained by eliminating Anbu before. Compared with Sarutobi Shinosuke, who is the pinnacle of Jonin, the current Asuma is more than a bit weaker. But the degree of unlock he gained by killing him surpassed his dead brother. Except for the reason that he is more influential in the original work, Kenya really can't think of other reasons. Puff. At this time, Asuma's body fell heavily to the ground. Even if the other three are not sensing ninjas, it can be seen from such a close range that he is out of help. Asuma. Kakashi looked shocked. The situation has far exceeded their expectations. It was originally speculated that Uchiha Kenya was only at the level around Jonin's peak, and it was at the same height as Kakashi. In addition, there are 3 Jonin on his side, it is impossible to lose no matter how you think. But who can think of it, after Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, the second son actually. Although there is no hatred with you, sooner or later you will stand on the opposite side of me. Kenya's indifferent gaze swept over the remaining 3 people one by one, and began to walk slowly towards Kakashi. Not only because he is the strongest among the 3, but also because of the characteristics of Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu's ability is to make a certain object or object's posture, shape, texture, touch, taste and other sensations all hypnosis into another existence. For example, the trick that killed Asuma just now was to make Asuma mistake Kakashi for himself. In other words, Kyoka Suigetsu is almost invincible in a team battle. It is precisely because of this that, in the original book, when he was fighting with the captains of Siorewa, his Kyoka Suigetsu threw many masters around. He can easily cause confusion in group battles. In other words, Kyoka Suigetsu is stronger in group combat than heads-up. Advertisement: avoid heads-ups and play group battles. For Kenya, whose growth is not yet complete, this is the most perfect and most cautious method of fighting. He didn't want to follow Aizen's way, to kill himself alive. Seeing Kenya walking towards him, Kakashi curled his eyebrows. To be honest, as a chakra without blood, he has no comparison with the chakra of Kenya, who was born in Uchiha. Reikiri's S-level ninjutsu is quite expensive for him. The two served just now, coupled with the continuous battle with Kenya, made him almost cleared of chakra. At this moment, Yuihong, who was on the back right of Kakashi, wanted to make a seal, but was stopped by Kakashi's back. Stop, Red. Your illusion won't work on him. Kakashi was full of fear, and said in a deep voice. If I was right, Asuma didn't notice his actions just now, but suddenly attacked me because of his illusion. After a pause, Kakashi's expression of dread on his face became even more faint. Perhaps, his illusion skills are no longer inferior to Uchiha Shisui. The expressions of Yuihong and Shiranui Genma change. Uchiha Kenya and Uchiha Shisui are the same age, so many people compared the two when they were young. It is a pity that although Uchiha Kenya is not a waste, and it is considered as an outstanding talent, it is far from Uchiha Shisui. But now, Kakashi suddenly said that this rebel has reached the height of Uchiha Shisui. How can we not surprise them? Hitaki Kakashi, I have to admire your observation, but... In an instant, Kenya pulled out the knife again, and the sword light was shining with the danger of suffocation. It's a pity. Kakashi's face tightened, and at the cost of completely emptying chakra, thunder and lightning broke out again in his right hand, and his heart secretly said that he can only release one more shot. Reikiri. The third time Reikiri rushed forward again. Just before the attack from both sides was about to hit. A green and red shadow rushed between the two, crushing the land between them like tofu. Rumble. The explosive impact is no less than that of Kenya just now. Under the powerful impact, Kenya paved the way with spiritual power, as if it was a trivial effort in actual combat, taking a few steps back elegantly. Advertisement, you are. Kenya's eyes fell slightly and looked across. Guy. Kakashi exclaimed. Kakashi knew who it was just by looking at the familiar green tights and the somewhat ridiculous watermelon head from the back. At this time, Might Guy's skin was in a state of congestion, and chakra surging out of his body fluttered his hair. Kenya's eyes were torch and analyzed. The skin is in a state of congestion, which means that at least the third gate has been opened. In the third shot, Reikiri finally exhausted Kakashi's last chakra and physical strength. Kakashi. When the third gate was turned on, Might Guy saw his base friend injured and immediately lowered to help him up. Shiranui Shuenjin exclaimed at this time. Be careful, Guy, he is here. Ignoring Huo Shuenjan's reminder, Might Guy's expression suddenly changed and he raised his eyes to look at Kenya. I saw Kenya lifted his foot and kicked the body of Asuma lying on the ground towards Might Guy. Might Guy was taken aback. Of course he punched Asuma's body with a punch. You can only put your strength away and hug it carefully. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Kenya appeared behind Yu Rihong as Shunpo. Relying on the absolute physical crush, before she could react, she punched Shi Rihong's abdomen, causing her to lower her eyes into a coma. Immediately, Kenya bowed slightly and put her on her shoulders. At this time, Gangsiti and Shenyue Izumo also arrived. Seeing the picture before them, they were completely stunned. 9 Pseudo-Kunzi's way of ruling the village, the condition of flowers is reached and updated. When seeing the wounded Shiranui Genma, Chakra was exhausted and almost fainted. Kakashi, and Asuma, who was held by Might Guy in his hands, was obviously dead. Shenyue Izumo and Gangsiti felt that their worldviews had collapsed. What happened? Isn't it said that Uchiha Kenya is at best the pinnacle of Jonin? How could it be possible for one person to label Konoha's representative figures in Jonin like this? Uchiha Kenya. Let go of the red. After handing Kakashi and Asuma to Kamizuki Izumo and Konkitetsu, the Might Guy in the third gate state yelled at Kenya. Go back and inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't send chasers and Anbu to bother me. After I leave the country of fire, I will naturally let her go. Kenya carried Yurihong on his left shoulder and retracted Kyoka Suigetsu into the scabbard with his right hand. Even if you are a traitor, you can be regarded as a strong man. Don't you feel shameless to threaten with a hostage? Might Guy asked angrily. This stubborn guy is not using any aggressive method, he is simply angry at Kenya's behavior. Aha! After hearing Might Guy's words, Kenya couldn't help grinning strangely, and said with emotion. You have too many brainless single-cell ninjas to be cut off at any time like leeks. Don't want to use red as a threat. Shiranui Genma, who was not seriously injured, got up at this moment and walked to the side of Might Guy and said coldly. Not only he rebelled against Konoha, but also killed Asuma. Master Hokage won't let you off just because you took the hostage. As a Konoha shinobi, Hong has long been aware of the mission to die again. Kenya smiled even more and said in a sneer tone. No, you don't understand the Pseudo-Kunzi's way of ruling the village. With only this sentence left, Kenya did not continue to say anything and disappeared in this area. Do you want to chase? Shiranui Genma asked Might Guy sideways. Kakashi has fainted, and now the strongest among everyone is Might Guy. The command is of course his master. No, go back to Konoha first, and report this to Master Hokage. Advertisement. Might Guy shook his head and glanced sadly at Asuma who had died. But read her. Shenue Izumo hesitated. Gangsi Tai shook her head, just like Genma said, as a ninja, she has the consciousness of sacrificing for Konoha. Although Kakashi always keeps repeating the words, abandoning one's companions and disregarding people is waste, like a repeater. But it also depends on the timing. Right now Asuma is dead and Kakashi has passed out, obviously unable to pursue the pursuit. However, neither the single-celled Might Guy nor Shiranui Genma did not think deeply about the meaning of the phrase, Pseudo Kunzi's way of ruling the village, left by Kenya. The border country of the country of fire and the country of wind, the country of the river. This country is a country that relies on commodity trade between the country of fire and the country of wind. Of course, the main trading partner is the fertile fire country. Although the environment is not as bad as the kingdom of wind, it is not far off. One day later, in the evening, the fainted Yurihong slowly opened. In an instant, I saw Uchiha Kenya less than half a meter away from me. Uchiha Kenya. With a cry of exclamation, Shirihong immediately picked up from the bed, and took out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag hung on her leg. At this time, she realized that she and the other party were in a hotel room. It's really time to wake up, can't it take another 10 seconds? Kenya glanced at her indifferently, with a hint of joking in her tone. It has been determined that Konoha has not continued to send additional chasing troops, and Kenya will arrange Yurihong here and prepare to leave. Unexpectedly, she woke up at this time. Take it, Uchiha Kenya. Shirihong was about to rush up in the next instant. Advertisement, the 30 of Bakudo, the mouth flashes 3 times. Kenya lifted her fingers indifferently, and suddenly 3 fang-like flashes appeared on the surface of her body, which were connected to form a triangle with 3 golden rays. In the next instant, 3 flashes rushed forward, nailing Yurihong, who had yet to take a step forward, to the wall. This is, what technique? Shirihong turned her head in astonishment, looking at the 3 weird rays of light that pinned herself firmly. That's why I said that if you get up half an hour late, you won't have to be so troublesome. Kenya put her finger back. If you have such a strong strength, why betray Konoha? With your strength, it is entirely possible to become the first Hokage of the Uchiha family in Konoha's history. Shirihong shouted out of righteous indignation. Even if she had been amused by Shirihong's silly and sweet remarks before, Kenya couldn't help but laugh when she heard these words again. Feeling that she was being laughed at, Shirihong was even more angry and shouted, "What's so funny?" After narrowing his smile by 3 points, Kenya said, "People of the Uchiha clan are destined to be impossible to become Hokage. It was already destined for Konoha 56 years ago when Konoha was founded." Shirihong looked startled. Why? Gululu. At this moment, there was a sound of protest from Yurihong's lower abdomen, disregarding the atmosphere. Even in such a tense atmosphere, Yurihong couldn't help feeling her face feel hot. "I will let you down and stop attacking." Kenya raised her finger slightly, and Kido, who was tied to Shirihong's body, was released. P.S. The setting of making out of nothingness in the previous chapter has been modified. Because this setting has been circulating in Shinigami circles for a long time, I can't figure it out and I can't ask 98. But since everyone doesn't like the protagonist's weakness, they just ignore it. Just ask to continue the book. Thank you, thank you. Continue to ask for a wave of support. Asterisk 10. A good hand is played poorly. Small mouthfuls of chopsticks used chopsticks to deliver the food from the hotel to the entrance. After a short silence, Shirihong finally couldn't help but speak. Why betray Konoha? Although it takes only 10 minutes to get along with the other party for a short time, Yurihong can feel that Uchiha Kenya is not as written on the wanted order issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is a criminal who steals the village's high-level secrets for profit. The corners of Kenya's mouth raised slightly. He didn't even bother to answer this question. He asked, unauthorized action, and killed the only son of the current Hokage. You said that you returned to Konoha and wait for you and Kakashi. What will it be like? Result. Shirihong was startled when she took the chopsticks, bit her red lip, and said, "Maybe. I will be imprisoned in Konoha prison. At least, I will be demoted from Jonin to Chunin." "No, it's not right," Kenya laughed and said. "Neither Kakashi nor you will be punished in any real way. After you return to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely say, 'It's not your fault, it's Asuma's unauthorized actions that took you up. Go in, hope you forgive me.'" After a pause, Kenya laughed again. "After finishing this paragraph, you shed tears and thanked Dade for your words, and you did not give any punishment. Although you, the hostage I put back, will not be punished on the surface, but you have already been punished by Konoha, blacklisted. You were put back because you were not killed by me. This will arouse suspicion from Konoha's senior management and keep you under the surveillance of Konoha's intelligence department in Anbu. At the very least, you will never have the opportunity to contact high-level missions because you have been suspected." Up. Yurihong's face became harder to look, and Kenya continued. After all, Uchiha was also destroyed. Now Konoha's comprehensive strength has reached the lowest level since the establishment of the village. Even if you kill you, Sarutobi Asuma will be resurrected. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen's magnanimous policy will be passed on to consolidate his rule. What is lost is lost. The most important thing is to maximize the benefits in front of you. This is Master Third Hokage's way of ruling the village. At the end of the day, Kenya's tone of ridicule can no longer be concealed. You bullshit. Yuri Hong threw his chopsticks to the ground fiercely. Third generation Sama is not such a person. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to accuse him. After all, his strength is not as strong as first Hokage, and he can only use this method to rule the village, and he is an excellent politician, which even I admire. Kenya sneered again and again, put down his chopsticks and stood up and said, if you don't believe me, you will know when you go back. Now, goodbye. Where are you going? Shi Rihong stood up suddenly. Advertisement, however, Kenya, who was still talking about it just now, did not answer this time. Only after turning his head and leaving a mysterious smile at Shi Rihong, he strode away. Shi Rihong was stuck in place and did not catch up. Not only is she knowing that she is impossible to catch up with her strength, but also because Kenya's just now completely overturned her impression of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen over the past 20 years. Kind, considerate, close to the people. A series of beautiful words used to describe this old man who has worked hard for Konoha all his life is not an exaggeration. This is also the impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen of more than 90% of Konoha ninjas. However, they never thought about why there are fewer and fewer cage-level ninjas in the village. Farther away, Konoha Sanin, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Konoha's White Fangtooth, Hitaki Shumo. Talking closer. Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Illusion is the strongest, Uchiha Shisui, Genius, Uchiha Itachi. There are so many masters, let alone the Senju and Uzumaki clan who have disappeared in the history of ninjas since when they did not know. Even if the Sarutobi Hiruzen repeater seems to be talking about the two concepts of Wolf Fire and all for the village. It is also impossible to change the fact that the good cards in this hand were played by him and the other three old foxes. It is no longer known in which direction Kenya has evacuated. After Yurihong walked out of the hotel and determined her location, she began to rush back in Konoha's direction. Because of the burden of Asuma's body and the collapsed Kakashi, Might Guy and his party did not go fast. Advertisement. Less than half a day before arriving at Konoha village, the single Shi Rihong had already caught up with them. Red, are you okay? Might Guy and the others all looked astonished. They all thought that Shi Rihong was bound to die. After all, Uchiha Kenya is betraying Konoha, a heinous S-rank rebel. Escape? Did you escape? You really belong to you. Shiranui Shwenjin exclaimed. Thinking back to Kenya's words, Yuri's red face flashed with a touch of complexity and said, no, he let me come back. What? As soon as these words came out, the consternation on everyone's faces became even greater. To be honest, I don't think he is that kind of person. Shi Rihong hadn't finished speaking yet. Gang ZT had already interrupted her. Don't be naive. Red. That was just a trick of his. That's right, he definitely has no good intentions. Another person in the 10,000 Years Gatekeeper group, Shinyuki Izumo, also agreed. However, to Shi Rihong, what the two said was a bit ridiculous. Bad intentions? The trick? As far as Uchiha Kenya is concerned, is there any benefit to letting it go? But she wouldn't say it yet. No matter how naive her character is, she knows what it means to speak for Renin. 11 Controlling People's Hearts Konoha Village, Konoha Hospital. See him lying on the hospital bed, there is no breath, and even because he has been dead for 3 days, and now it is the summer rainy season, the sun has a faint smell of corpses. Even a first-rate politician like Sarutobi Hiruzen can hardly remain calm. His fists began to tremble, and the blue veins on the back of his hand and forehead throbbed fiercely. Less than half a month after the eldest son died, the second son died. Seeing Hitaki Kakashi, whose strength in the village is now second only to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost couldn't hold back a slap in the face. Isn't Uchiha Kenya's strength comparable to yours? +3 Jonin, you don't have to win, and you lose your son. If Kakashi knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking in his heart, he would definitely cry out injustice. I never said that Uchiha Kenya's strength is equal to my own. Isn't this your own high-level speculation? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still resisted the irritation in his heart and asked in a deep voice, what the hell is going on? Kakashi, who had almost recovered, quickly replied, Master Hokage, in my guess, Uchiha Kenya has always been hiding his strength. Now he is no less inferior to Uchiha's genius ninja, Uchiha Shisui. You sure? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it. Since the Nine Tails disaster event 8 years ago, Uchiha has been under Konoha's surveillance. Every action of Uchiha couldn't escape the eyes of the senior Konoha. If Uchiha Kenya is really hiding his strength, wouldn't he hide it for 8 years in one go? Is it possible? It's unbelievable, but it's probably true. Kakashi said again. According to our experience in combat with him, his illusion has reached the level of not inferior to Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled again. Cage-level betrayal. Advertisement. It really made Konoha an enemy, and Uchiha Kenya is only 16 years old now, he has room for improvement. Will he become Uchiha Madara again? Master Hokage, all accidents are caused by our own opinions. Yurihong finally spoke at this time, please punish us according to Konoha's law. Kenya's words have been entangled in her heart like a nightmare for these 2 days. Now Shi Rihong really prefers to go to jail by himself, because in this way, he can completely deny Kenya's words. However, after hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, and finally shook his head. No, you are not the fault. I know Asuma made his own claim and brought you together. It is me who wants to apologize. Kakashi, Shiranui Genma, even the might guy next to him, Shinuki Izumo, and Gangshitetsu all had their eyes full of worship and admiration, as if the Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of them was not a person, but an incarnation of a god. That's right, isn't this worthy of worship, not worthy of admiration? Even his son was killed, so he didn't punish him and even apologized in turn. That was first Hokage, known as the God of Ninja World, in the past. At this moment, Kakashi and the others are not as great as Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? In contrast to the fanaticism in other people's eyes, the pupils in Shi Rihong's eyes suddenly shrank. Because what Sarutobi Hiruzen said is exactly the same as Kenya's previous speculation. Just listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen again. You all leave. I want to say goodbye to the youngest son one last time. Yes. Master Hokage. Everyone responded in unison, except that there was no red sunset. When leaving Konoha Hospital, the admiration on Might Guy's face still remained, and he said with emotion, "It's really great, Lord Hokage." Even Kakashi couldn't help saying, "Yeah, we obviously harmed Asuma." The voice stopped abruptly, and he thought of Uchiha Obito again. Because of this, Uchiha Kenya who killed Mr. Asuma is even more unforgivable. This B****************, D. It's not a human being. Gangxi hated his voice. There must be a chance to kill him in the future. Let's go back and rest first. Advertisement Shenue Izumo interface said. At this time, Kakashi realized that Yurihong's expression was a little unnatural, and frowned. Red, what's the matter with you? Shi Rihong woke up suddenly, her expression stiff and said, No, nothing, I'm leaving now. With that, Shi Rihong turned around and walked away quickly. The others didn't think much and scattered away. In the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just walked out of the corpse room. At the door, Shimura Danzo, with a crutch and a bandage on his right eye, had been waiting for him for a long time. As expected, Hiruzen, if Kakashi and the others are put in prison at this time, it would be a wrong decision. Danzo's tone was a touch of admiration, although he is also an old political fritters, but he is more good at backing the pot and yin people. Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously better than him for things like controlling people's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give himself a friendly face, who had been with him for 60 years, and said indifferently, What are you here for? The kid Uchiha, it's better to let him move out of Uchiha's clan. If he finds any clues, it will be very troublesome. Danzo didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's face either, and responded indifferently. Then what? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for 2 seconds before asking again. By saying this, it means he has agreed. I thought for a moment, didn't Uchiha Kenya put it back in Uchiha Kenya? Maybe she has already contacted the guy. Although there is no evidence, let her not contact the village's confidential missions in the future. Danzo said again. This is his character. As long as a person has the possibility of shaking his position a little bit, he will push it into the abyss. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and nodded slightly to agree. If it wasn't Asuma, he might not have done it yet. But the person who died was his own son. Even if Danzo's speculation was really unlikely, he believed that he should be wiped out in the cradle. 12 Konoha capture plan. If the environment of the country of fire is fertile soil and forest, and Wano-kuni is a river and rocky land, then the country of wind is a country composed of yellow sand. Yes, on the surface, the Kingdom of Wind is the 5 largest countries, and even the largest country on the entire ninja continent. But most areas are deserts where animals and plants cannot survive. All the towns are built in the few oases in the desert. Its area is actually the smallest of the 5 major countries. At this moment, Kenya is wearing a ragged cloak again, with kabuto cap covering the upper half of her face, and she is walking in this sea of sand. After leaving the country of the river, Kenya came here all the way. Even if Sand Shinobi and Konoha are allies now, it is impossible for Konoha Shinobi to enter other countries at will. Of course, Kenya's purpose is much more than that. In fact, when Asuma summoned 3 Jonin to come to him for revenge, he already had a complete plan in his heart. Konoha capture plan. It is precisely because of this that he took Shi Rihong as a hostage. Because in that situation, it is no longer realistic to continue fighting. It is also necessary to prevent Konoha's reinforcements. In order to make them feel jealous, it is the most suitable choice to seize the hostage. Of course, why choose Yurihong instead of Shiranui Genma? This is just Kenya's own selfishness. After all, he doesn't want to hug a man on the road. Finally, after walking in the desert for several days, the eyes under Kabuto's hat rose slightly, and the huge stone wall in the distance was the first defensive wall of Sand Shinobi village. There is only a vertical opening about 10 meters wide in the middle, which is the only way to enter and exit Sand Shinobi village. Therefore, it is not easy to enter Sand Shinobi village. Kenya is standing on a rock in the desert in the distance, with 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly spinning in his pupils, quietly looking at the outer wall of Sand Shinobi village. With pupil power, you can see the barrier that covers the periphery of Sand Shinobi village, just like Konoha. Advertisement. Once someone comes in and out, someone in the enchantment class will perceive it. In the original book, Akatsuki's art duo passed smoothly because the undercover agent arranged by Sasori of Akasago was able to enter silently. It looks like it will take a while. While talking to herself, Kenya raised her right index finger slightly, Bakudo number 26 bent light. With the release of Kido, Kenya's body gradually merged with the surrounding environment. No one will notice that there is a person sitting on the rock not far from Sand Shinobi village. But even so, the feeling of fainting coming from the sun above the head and the hot rocks under the thighs cross-legged was not eliminated by Kido. But if you are afraid of this pain, Kenya will not be able to exercise this body that was originally only a Jonin level enough to kill Jonin's peak in just 3 months. Kenya's training during that period reminded Kenya, and she couldn't help feeling a shiver. One by one, half a month passed. Sitting on the rock, Kenya can see a lot of Sand Shinobi going out on missions every day. But there is no goal that fits his mind, and just today, near noon, a 4-person team attracted Kenya's attention. It instantly gave him a feeling of wandering in the desert for many days, and at the moment when he was about to die, he found an oasis. He didn't know the other 3 Sand Shinobi, but he recognized the one in the lead at a glance. Nearly 30 years old, the right half of his face is covered with a headscarf extended by the headgear. Sunagakure is painted on the face with sunscreen paint that most people use. Jonin of Sand Shinobi village is equivalent to Konoha's Kakashi, and the 3 sons of the future Kage Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari are instructors of Jonin, Baki. After half a month, Kenya, who was basically sitting still except for understanding his hands, finally got up and quietly followed behind the Baki team. At this time, his subordinates were not the Fengyin 3 sons, but 3 Sand Shinobi whom Ken didn't know. Baki led 3 of his subordinates through the yellow sand, until he was about to reach the country of the river. One of them couldn't help asking, "Master Baki, what is the mission this time? Can you tell us?" Baki's face was extremely gloomy, and he said solemnly, "Borrow food from Konoha." Advertisement, what? All 3 were surprised, and one said, "Master Baki, what do you mean?" Baki frowned and said, "This year's rainfall is less than half of last year's, do you know? The Uchiha clan is now dying and Konoha's combat power is also in short supply. It is the most suitable time." Even so, the other 3 players, including Baki, looked extremely embarrassed. In any case, borrowing grain is really shameful. What's more, it is still among the big countries. Damn it, if it weren't for him to ask us Sand Shinobi to disarm, how could we have fallen into such a panic? Another team member hated the voice. In fact, Sand Shinobi village has a long history of disagreement with the name of the Wind Country. Because the country of wind is full of yellow sand, it is extremely difficult to grow crops such as food, so it is extremely poor. The money in the hands of the daimyo was not enough to feed so many ninjas, so shortly after the Third Ninja World War, he proposed a decision to disarm. This made Sunagakure headed by 4th Kage extremely angry. In their view, even if there is no money, the military strength of a shinobu village can never be reduced. Otherwise, what should we do during the war? But the daimyo's attitude was extremely determined, and in the end Sunagakure had no choice but to agree. "Captain Baki, I have a plan to keep Sand Shinobi from being short of food. I wonder if you are interested?" The voice with ridicule came suddenly, making Baki's 4 faces shock. 13 Control Sand Shinobi's stepping stone, reward conditions reached plus more. Only Baki, who was an elite Jonin, reacted immediately and felt the strong killing intent from behind him. The index finger and middle finger of the right hand were joined together, and a slender and sharp wind blade burst out, and at the moment of turning around, it collided with the oncoming sword light. Wind-style wind blade. When, the blade and the wind blade collided in an instant. And that was the moment Baki turned his head and looked around. He found that the 3 Chunin who followed him to go to Konoha to borrow food had a blood stain on their necks. Blood splattered from the wound like a faucet that couldn't be shut off. The knife is so ruthless and accurate. 3 Chunin Shizun were cut with a sword. When he saw the true face of the man facing him, Baki's face was shocked, and he said coldly, "You are Uchiha Kenya." It has been some time since Konoha issued the wanted Kenya reward. Coupled with the well-known Uchiha clan, Kenya's name has naturally spread throughout the ninja world like Itachi. Bang! The collision of the blades of the 2 sides produced a fierce shockwave, causing the 2 to retreat at the same time. Kenya stepped back 2 steps and Baki stepped back 10 steps. From this alone, one can see the gap between the 2. "What do you want to do, Uchiha Kenya?" Baki quickly put on Jiin's posture, and at the same time asked sharply. If Kenya hid in the land of the wind in order to avoid Konoha's pursuit, he can understand. But he dared to take the initiative to attack himself as a senior member of Sunagakure. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the 2 great powers of the country of fire and the country of wind at the same time? "I need you, Mr. Baki," Kenya smiled and said. "You let me enter Sunagakure, and then, the stepping stone to completely control this village." Baki's face changed drastically. Although he didn't know exactly what Kenya wanted to do, he wanted to control Sunagakure. This alone is enough to be the reason for killing him here. Advertisement. A delusion. Baki shouted angrily, and Kiin was completed in a flash. Wind-style great breakthrough. Hoo-hoo. In the original work, it can be said that the high-level dragon set, Moonlight Storm, was instantly killed, and he became the guide Jonin of the 3 sons of Fengyin in the future. Baki naturally has a certain ability. The wind pressure erupting from the mouth cut all the surrounding rocks into fragments and rushed towards Kenya. Kenya's pupils dimmed slightly. Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand drew out a series of gorgeous sword flowers, and he actually resolved the strong blade wind pressure that came on one by one. Baki looked shocked. What a brilliant swordsmanship. In fact, It reminded him of the man who made Sand Shinobi frightened at the end of the Second Ninja World War, Konoha's White Fang. Sorry, I didn't plan to consume it with you. Kenya appeared behind Baki as Shunpo. Baki's pupils shrank slightly, and the wind pressure suddenly broke out on his fingers, using his best wind-style ninjutsu. It turned into a high-density chakra wind blade and swung it backwards. The fourth of Hado Bai Lei, Kenya's right index finger points from the side to the waist where Baki turned. Just when Baki's fingers turned into a wind blade violently, only less than half a centimeter remained on his neck. A ray of thunder burst out from Kenya's index fingertip, which immediately penetrated Baki's body. As blood surged from the wound on his waist, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. But even at this time, Baki has no intention of giving up offensively. Even if it is dead, he will pull down Wangshan with this terrorist who tried to control Sunagakure. Wind-style Long Wanshan. Baki shouted angrily, unleashing his strongest wind-style ninjutsu in one breath. However, this is not what happened in the reality, but the picture of the future that Kenya prejudged his not printing through his Sharingan. Advertisement, that's right. It's like Katakuri's brief encounter with the future in One Piece. Although Kenya is not sure, is it true that Sharingan has to evolve into Mangekyo to get to the next level? However, the energy provided by the Aizen template has indeed greatly enhanced my pupil power. Even if Mangekyo has not awakened, so is it. In reality, when Kenya had read the future, Baki finished the seal at this time and shouted angrily, Wind-style Arashi. Split it. Kyoka Suigetsu. Then, before he could release the technique, Kenya had turned Kyoka Suigetsu's sword down and released a fleeting silver-blue flash. However, this ray of light did not bring any changes, and Baki, who had originally planned to be on guard, was taken aback. Immediately, Baki sneered. Bluffing? Go to hell. Wind-style Long Wanshan. The erupting wind pressure formed a tornado of raging waves, and in the next second it looked like an invisible old man, arching his body and swallowing it towards Kenya below. Accompanied by the rolled-up yellow sand, it was swallowed immediately. Booming, the fierce storm lasted more than 10 seconds. After waiting for the storm to subside, Baki let out a long sigh of relief and said, no one has ever escaped from this trick. Puff. At this moment, a sharp pain came from behind. Make Baki stagger. Look down at the center of the pain. A blade that reflects the light of the sword under the sun has pierced his heart from behind. No, it's impossible. Baki looked behind in disbelief, just to meet Kenya's indifferent pair of Sharingan. The blood in his mouth could not stop overflowing, and his speech was slurred. I didn't see you escape. 14 Luo Sha's hesitation, reward conditions reached plus more. Just when Baki's body was about to fall to the ground and head to another world, Kenya from behind suddenly grabbed his shoulder and twisted his wrist, causing him to turn around and look at him. The terrifying pupil power contained in his pupils was instantly weakened and he controlled it. Don't die in a hurry. Before you die, help me do one last thing. Under Sharingan's control, Baki struggled to form a seal, bit his finger, and covered it on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. As the white smoke dissipated, a Sunagakure ninja, was called out. Very good. Kenya smiled with satisfaction. Puff. After performing his last ninjutsu in his lifetime, Baki fell heavily on the ground. Go to another world completely. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke. Unlock rate, 15.33%. A few hours later, the evening sun fell, symbolizing that night was coming. Unlike the hot weather during the day, the weather in the Kingdom of Wind seems to have entered the cold winter from midsummer when it enters the night. Putting on a thick jacket, a sand shinobi standing on the Sunagakure observatory watching the information suddenly heard the sound of an eagle. Looking sideways, this sand shinobi was startled, and subconsciously exclaimed, this is Baki-sama's shinobi. Raising his hand to make shinobi stand on his elbow, take down the letter in the eagle leg iron tube, and after opening it and reading the content inside, the investigator Sand Shinobi almost fell into the air without being frightened. Oops, I have to leave and report this to Master Fengying. Sand Shinobi hurried to the Wind Shadow building in the deepest part of the village. Advertisement inside the Fengying office. 4th Cascade Luo Sha, standing in front of the windowsill with a stern facade, looked at the roof of a residential house not far below. That is his home. On the top of the building, a red-haired child who was only 8 years old stood alone on the roof, bowed his head and said nothing. Can't see his face clearly and don't know what he is thinking. Sand Shinobi's ultimate weapon, Shuhei Jinchuriki Gara. He is also the youngest son of Luo Sha. Although he always believed in the phrase, the village is the most important, Luo Sha never regarded Gara as a son. He is just Sand Shinobi's ultimate weapon, an ultimate weapon that needs to be controlled in his own hands. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a hasty knock on the door of the rear office. Come in, Luo Sha said without turning her head. Immediately, the investigator Sand Shinobi who received the letter from Baki, just handed the secret letter to Luo Sha and said in a trembled voice. Master Funkage. The big event is not good. Master Baki wrote to say that he was intercepted by Konoha S-class rebel Uchiha Itachi on the way to Konoha. Now that the 3 team members are dead, Master Baki also stated in the letter that he was seriously injured. I am afraid that he will be killed soon. Please rush to Master Fengying as quickly as possible. He has important information to inform Master Yu Fengying. Luosha, who had a cold face, suddenly changed her expression. He turned around abruptly and took the secret letter from the other party. It was indeed Baki's handwriting. Baki can be described as the most important confidant of Luosha's men, and its importance is just like Sarutobi Shinosuke versus Sarutobi Hiruzen. Click. Fierce anger surged to Luosha's heart. Uchiha Itachi. This Konoha betrayal, unexpectedly has such courage. And Konoha, who didn't catch Renin in time, is undoubtedly also responsible. Originally, Luosha had always been hostile to Konoha. What's more, Konoha's weakness is now being seen by many countries. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen is the only cage-level player left, and Uchiha is also eliminated. Isn't it a good opportunity to attack? Luosha also spotted this opportunity, just like Konoha borrowing grain. But he still didn't dare to directly start a war. After all, he still understood the truth that a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Therefore, at the moment he has been hesitating about one thing all the time. Konoha collapse plan, proposed by Orochimaru, one of Sannin, not long ago. That's right, Orochimaru had already let Yakushi Kabuto sneak into Sunagakure at this time, and told Roshi of this plan. Through Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru stated that he knew the defense structure of Konoha and the entire Fire Country. As long as you join hands with him, you will be able to destroy Konoha. Not only that, Orochimaru also gave a complete offensive plan. Aiming at the Chunin examination period when there are many people. Create chaos from the inside, then close the inside and outside, and take down Konoha in one go. Luosha in this set of plans is very exciting. It is precisely because of this that he did not let his daughter Damari, who had just graduated from the ninja school, take the Chunin exam, but put her on standby temporarily. But Luosha still hesitated, because cooperating with people like Orochimaru is tantamount to looking for a tiger's skin. And now there was news that his most important subordinate was killed by Konoha rebellion. Suddenly, the news seemed to crush the camel's last straw. Let Luosha make up his mind and be willing to give it a try, and cooperate with Orochimaru on the Konoha collapse project. Luosha quickly walked to the top floor of the Fengyin building, and the golden sand was concentrated under her feet, supporting herself like a somersault cloud. Master Fengyin, don't you assemble a guard? Just a few of us? Sand Shinobi Anbu, who was wearing a mask, asked next. Luosha did not call a guard, but took a few Jonin Sand Shinobi Anbu and prepared to set off. No, Baki said in the letter that he was seriously injured, and he was afraid that his life would be too short for him to be delayed for a moment. When Luosha's voice fell, he manipulated the flowing gold sand and hurried to the place where, Baki, said in the letter. 15 Uchiha Itachi, back the pot, because, Baki, said that he was dead soon. Please come to Luosha as soon as possible so that he can return important information to Luosha. So Luosha didn't have time to assemble the guards, just took a few Anbu members and set off in a hurry. If the wind shadow leaves the village in the past, there will basically be guards above the world to follow. After all, the bizarre disappearance of Third Kazekage, known as the strongest wind shadow, is a lingering scar in Sunagakure's history. A few hours later, the border area between the country of wind and the country of rivers. The strength of the yellow sand has been significantly reduced. Although the environment is not as good as the country of fire, the geographical conditions of the country of the river are much better than the country of the wind. Sand Shinobi's eyes on this small trading country are not a day or two. But the daimyo of the country of the river is quite clever. During the reign of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he declared the country of the river as a subject of the country of fire. Declaring war on the country of rivers is equivalent to arguing against the country of fire. This made Sand Shinobi dare not sip the fat meat that was close to his mouth. Several Sand Shinobi Anbu and Luosha jumped off the flying quicksand one after another. Luosha said with a deep eye. According to Baki's letter, the location where they encountered Uchiha Itachi's ambush is here. Search immediately. Yes, Master Fengyin. Several Sand Shinobi Anbu nodded immediately and started searching. In less than 10 minutes, an Anbu player in the front left shouted, Master Fengyin, I found it. Luosha and others heard the words and dared to go quickly. I saw 3 corpses wearing Sand Shinobi forehead protector lying here. Luosha recognized at a glance. These are the 3 elite Chunin from the Baki team. Uchiha of damn it. Konoha of damn it. This account must be recovered. Luosha resented the sky. Advertisement since the name of the country of the wind ordered the disarmament, for Sunagakure, not to mention Jonin, even Chunin's elite ninjas are treasures. 3 died in one breath, and one even was his own confidant. How could Luosha not be angry? Have you found Baki? Luosha asked angrily. Master Fengyin, it's not good. Another Anbu team member yelled out of the shade on the side of the tree in front. Luosha and others came again. When they saw the body of Baki lying on the side of the mountain behind the shade of the trees, they all looked shocked. Are you late? Luosha gritted his teeth. No, it's not late, he has been dead for 1 day. An unfamiliar voice came from behind, causing Luosha and the others to change their expressions and suddenly turn to look. Uchiha Kenya. Luosha's eyes shrank, and he recalled what the other party had said before, and said in a deep voice, what's the matter? Kenya spread his hands and said, it's nothing, it's just that Itachi and I received a huge reward for everyone of Sunagakure. Master Fengyin should also know that the life of rebellion is difficult, so I have to find a way to get some money. Kenya's words are completely nonsense. It was just to pave the way for his Konoha capture plan. Luo Sha and the 4 Sand Shinobi Anbu players were surprised. 2 Konoha's Uchiha S-class rebels actually joined forces? Immediately, 4 Anbu team members protected Luo Sha in the middle. If Uchiha Itachi is here, it will be troublesome. Luo Sha embraced Yu Hung before, and said in a deep voice, "You and Uchiha Itachi have joined forces. Then why are you alone here?" Advertisement Kenya smiled and said, "Master Fungying wants us to fight you together? It's a pity, because that guy hasn't fully mastered the power of Master Mangekyo Sharingan. He has to rest for a while every time he uses it, so I can only deal with you, up." Mangekyo Sharingan, the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan. Rosha once heard her elders talk about this kind of eyes when she was a child. "I thought it was just a legend, could it be true?" If this is the case, Luo Sha is really relieved if Uchiha Itachi is not there. With just such a few people, dealing with 2 S-rank rebels is also a lot of pressure for him. "Forget it, then you will die here. After you die, your first level will be my bargaining chip with Konoha." Luo Sha squatted down, palms covering the ground. The golden sand technique was activated, instantly turning the yellow sand under everyone's feet into golden sand. However, Kenya showed a mysterious smile and pulled out Kyoka Suigetsu with the tip of the knife facing down. "Split it." Kyoka Suigetsu. The hypnosis ritual in Shikai state is launched, and there is nothing special about it, just a fleeting faint blue light shining. Because Luosha and others all understand the truth that fighting against the owner of Sharingan must never look at him. Therefore, the eyes are focused on Kenya's neck. Naturally, Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis ritual was completely in sight. The blue light blooming from the blade made Luo Sha subconsciously use gold sand as a shield to block her in front of her as a defense. However, after 5 seconds, nothing happened. "Huh, are you playing mystery? When did the Uchiha clan like to play this set?" A Sand Shinobi Anbu team member sneered and drew knives together with the other 3, and rushed forward. 16 The strongest hallucinations complete hypnosis. Luo Sha, who was holding his arms in front of Yu Shang, stood still, motionless, just controlling Jin Sha to attack. The 4 Sand Shinobi Anbu team members who have been brought in have been fighting fiercely with Kenya. Luo Sha only uses gold sand for long-distance combat. His method of fighting far, near, offensive and retractable is almost the same as his future son Gaara. At this moment, Kenya took a backhand and severely injured an Anbu player. 31 of Hato Red Cannon. The palm of his left hand was facing right, and the flying flame ball knocked the opponent out again. "Ah!" With a cry of pain, the Captain Anbu fell on the sand 100 meters away from the battlefield. Golden Sand Shuriken. In an instant, the surrounding golden sand slowly rose under Luo Sha's control, and turned into a golden shuriken in midair. Okay. As Luo Sha's eyes condensed, countless golden shurikens shot out, avoiding the other 3 Anbu players, and only attacked Uchiha Kenya. Rumbling, 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 a continuous explosion sounded, and the golden sand hitting the object shattered and turned into dense dust. "Did you kill it?" The eyes of the 3 surrounding Anbu Jonin ghosts and gods behind their masks stared at the dense dust behind. When the smoke dissipated, the 4 only saw an extra round bronze gate in front of Kenya, forming a shield to withstand all the attacks just now. Bakudo no 39 round gate fan. As Kenya's voice sounded, the bronze round gate gradually became transparent and disappeared. "This kid is really a bunch of weird tricks," Luo Sha secretly said in her heart, and then changed her strategy, patted the sand with the palms of both hands, and shouted, "You 3 stand back." Advertisement magnet-style Jinsha waves. As Luosha's chakra poured into the sand, the golden sand in the nearby area seemed like a wave ordered by Poseidon, the sea god Poseidon. As expected of Master Fungying, in this way, no matter what defensive ninjutsu he uses, he can't resist it. And when they applauded, they didn't notice at all. The Anbu team member who was fired by Kenya with red artillery just now disappeared from nowhere. Kenya, who was in the center of the battlefield, did not know what was going on, suddenly lost his calmness and hurriedly avoided facing the sand sea surging like a tsunami. "Uchiha Kenya, what did you do?" Sand Shinobi Anbu, who was pursued by the Jinsha waves, shouted angrily to Kenya, who was standing on the rock not far away and watching the play. He didn't even know that in the eyes of Rosha and the other 3 Sand Shinobi Anbu players, he was Uchiha Kenya. Yes, this is Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis. Aizen once deceived Gode 13's deputy captain in the original book, saying that his Zanpakuto ability is reflected by fog and water, causing enemies to kill each other. This is true in some respects. This is the most terrifying thing about Kyoka Suigetsu in a team battle. Not only that, but it also allows enemies to regard wind style as fire style and fists as sword energy. All these 5 senses were completely dominated, so that not long after the battle started, Luo Sha and the others thought they had been fighting Uchiha Kenya. As everyone knows, they have been beating their own people. At this moment, the strip of golden sand looked like a rope, and this name was not yet in his body. To be precise, Kenya had not caught his hypnosis, Sand Shinobi Anbu, who was in a sober state, with his left foot. The next moment, he threw him into the sky severely, and then fell heavily. However, in Luosha's eyes, it was Uchiha Kenya who was thrown into the sky and fell half dead. Damn it! What the hell happened? Sand Shinobi Anbu, who was already seriously injured, said in disbelief. Realizing that Luosha's sand was still getting closer to him, he shouted, "Stop! Master Feng, it's me. Uchiha Kenya is over there. Why don't you attack him? You want to attack me? Advertisement. Speaking of the back, he pointed at Kenya, who was watching the play not far away, while hissed and shouted. However, Luosha and the others couldn't hear him. A large amount of golden sand pounced like a hungry beast. Damn it. In a desperate mood, he finally gave up resisting. Even the saber in his hand had no time to take care of, so he turned and ran back. In the eyes of Luosha and the other three, only Uchiha Kenya dropped his saber and turned his head to escape. The three Anbu ninjas laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. This is Konoha's S-rank rebel? Isn't it ridiculous? As long as Master Feng is there, this kind of enemy is nothing at all. It seems that Konoha is nothing more than that, letting such waste escape unexpectedly. Master Feng, kill him soon. Luo Sha also had a face of disdain. I didn't expect Uchiha Kenya to be so weak. Immediately increased chakra's output, and amidst the horrified cry of Uchiha Kenya, he was trapped inside with endless golden sand. Magnet-style golden sand funeral. The golden sand trapped on Uchiha Kenya suddenly twisted like a rag. With a puff, the splash of plasma penetrated the golden sand, dyeing a hint of scarlet on the gold. S-rank rebel, Uchiha Kenya, but that's it. Luo Sha embraced Yu Shang with both hands and smiled arrogantly. Kenya next to him put the mask of the dead Sand Shinobi Anbu, and when she heard Luo Sha's words, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. After putting on the mask, Kenya walked to Luosha and said, Master Feng, Uchiha Kenya is dead, let's go back to the village first. And in the eyes of Luo Sha, who was under Kyoka Suigetsu's control, Kenya, who was wearing the mask at this time, was the Sand Shinobi Anbu player who was shot and then got up. Luo Sha nodded when she heard the words and snorted coldly, Konoha must give me an account of this matter, asterisk. 17 The most suffocated shadow of death. It's a pity that his body can't be handed over to Konoha as evidence. But Sarutobi Hiruzen presumably doesn't dare to argue. After the four of them arranged the bodies of Baki and others, Luo Sha gave a cold snort. In the next moment, one of his right hands was lifted, causing the quicksand under everyone's feet to float and start to return to Sunagakure. They didn't notice that Anbu, who was standing next to them wearing a mask, had already been reassigned. During the few hours on the road, Luo Sha thought about how to make the most of Uchiha Kenya's death in addition to the Konoha collapse plan that Orochimaru proposed to him not long ago. After all, Konoha's rebels killed his subordinates, and he in turn assisted Konoha in killing their rebels. No matter from which point of view, Konoha's side was at a loss. After thinking about it for a long time, Luo Sha had a whole set of plans in her heart. But he didn't know that the people he thought he had killed were standing right beside him now. After returning to the Sunagakure Wind Shadow building, Luo Sha first summoned the four Anbus from Uchiha Kenya, including Kenya, to the office and said, about the news that Baki was killed by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kenya, you spread it out in the village. I will write a letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a moment, asking him to give us Sand Shinobi an account on this matter. Luo Sha's behavior was to arouse Sunagakure's anger towards Konoha. This will pave the way for the Konoha collapse plan he plans to implement in the future. After all, no matter which world you are in, you must pay attention to a famous division when starting a war. What's more, it is against the allies. In this way, the villagers and ninjas of Sand Shinobi will give their full support when they carry out their war against Konoha, because Konoha is unkind in the first place. Secondly, he had to take advantage of this incident and hit Konoha hard. This reminds Sand Shinobi that 5 years ago, Cloud Shinobi village tried to abduct Hyuga Hinata, the parent and daughter of the Hyuga clan, but was killed by Hyuga Hiyashi. Just when everyone thought Cloud Shinobi was in trouble, they didn't expect 4th Raikage to perform a suffocating operation. In turn, he framed Hyuga Hiyashi and demanded one life for one. What was even more unexpected was that Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Dr. Ninja, actually agreed. Since then, all the shadows have realized that the man who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world is already old. Only because the old lion Yu Wei was here again, and Konoha himself had the foundation laid by many excellent ninjas, so he didn't act rashly. Advertisement. Now Luosha is holding Konoha's handle. Of course he will not let go of this opportunity, intending to imitate 4th Raikage, so as to strike Konoha. It's just that what he lacks right now is not the blood continuity boundary that resembles a white eye, but the most common food. Suffering from natural disasters for 2 consecutive years, Sunagakure's food is about to run out. If this matter reaches the damn big name, he must once again use disarmament, which seems extremely stupid in Luosha's eyes, as a means of mitigation. Luo Sha is absolutely unacceptable. The 4 Sand Shinobi Anbu responded and disappeared in place. Luo Sha sat on the office chair alone. After processing the Uchiha Kenya time, the whole night is about to pass. Outside the window behind him, the scorching sun of the new day slowly climbed to the horizon. Whoosh! At this moment, one of the 4 Anbu sent out by Luo Sha just now returned with the body flicker technique. Luo Sha raised her brows. What? The arriving Anbu member bowed his head and said, sorry, Master Feng, when I actually fought Uchiha Kenya before, I got something from him and forgot to give it to you. With that said, the Anbu player took out a scroll and handed it to Luosha. Okay. Luo Sha was taken aback. Why didn't he not see that this person got this kind of thing from Uchiha Kenya? What's more, he remembers that at that time this Anbu was knocked into the air by Uchiha Kenya using ninjutsu and nearly died. How can I do this? But Luo Sha didn't have any doubts in his heart. These 4 people are all senior qualifications of Sand Shinobi. They have worked in Anbu for at least 10 years without any suspicion. Luo Sha took the scroll and opened it. However, the contents inside changed his face slightly. Whiteboard. Wow. Advertisement. Suddenly, a silver light passed through Luo Sha's pupils concentrated on the scroll. As soon as he pierced the white flower scroll, he pierced Luo Sha's throat together. Crack. Luo Sha's mouth widened in amazement, and she looked at the sword that pierced her neck in disbelief. Boom. The pierced scroll landed, and the Anbu players in front of him slowly revealed his true colors. Uji, Bo, Jien. Also, Luo Sha, whose throat was pierced, couldn't even speak. Kenya, who disarmed Kyoka Suigetsu, smiled lightly and said, "The time to control the cage level ninja is really very short, Master Fukage, but thank you so that I can go to the next level." Wow, with a twist of his right hand, Kyoka Suigetsu cut Luo Sha's neck abruptly. You. Puff. The last sentence was not fully spoken. Luo Sha had fallen heavily on the ground, blood staining the ground red. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 19.21%. As expected of cage level. Unlocking far beyond Jonan's peak, Kenya couldn't help but CK his mouth. He lowered his body and picked up the shadow hat with the word, "Wind," on Luosha's head, and the palm of his left hand was facing the corpse. 59 of Hado abolished the flame. Disc-shaped purple flames flew out, blasting Luo Sha's body into powder. In this way, even the corpse is gone. Kenya took the wind shadow hat on top of her head, sat down in Luosha's position, crossed her legs, laid her on the desk, stretched her waist. Well, in this way, at least tonight, you can sleep normally. *18 New Minister Shinobu, Aizen, reward plus more. Sunagakure, the highest meeting room. It's different from Konoha's face-to-face traditional meeting room. Sand Shinobi's meeting room uses a huge round table meeting room. At this time, Sand Shinobi's many senior figures have already arrived. Only the positions of Baki and Fungying are vacant. After the announcement of the 3 Sand Shinobi Anbu players, Baki was killed by Konoha's S-class rebel Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kenya. The death of Uchiha Kenya at the hands of 4th Kazekage Rosha has spread throughout Sunagakure. After knowing this, as Luo Sha had expected before his death, while everyone in Sunagakure was furious, they also admired the S-class rebel who killed Konoha by his own master Feng Ying. Baki's status in Sand Shinobi is like Konoha's Kakashi. If Kakashi dies, how far the Konoha Shinobi's anger will reach? Just imagine. 4th Kazekage, Rosa, arrived, and after sitting down in the front seat, his tone was as indifferent as before. Everyone has arrived? It's a pity that Baki has left forever. An old woman from the elders said, "How did Master Funkage deal with this matter? Konoha failed to deal with a rebellious ninja in time, causing him to kill the ninja in my village. They can't shirk this responsibility." "Of course," Rosa said without hesitation. "I have handed my handwritten letter to Anbu to Konoha. I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen will negotiate with us immediately. At that time, I will do my best to maximize Sand Shinobi's interests. Change, just like 4th Raikage did 5 years ago." As soon as Rosa said this, everyone in the conference room remembered the murder of Hyuga Hizashi 5 years ago. This matter can be nailed to Konoha's historical shame column. Since Master Fungying said so, we don't need to worry, but there is one more thing to deal with right now. Another elder in the elders said, about the heir to Baki's position. As the confidant of 4th Kazekage, Minister of Shinbu, Baki's position in Sand Shinobi is described as, under one person, above 10,000 inches, which is not an exaggeration. He is dead, and who will inherit the vacated position has also become a question. Before the round table, many Sand Shinobi above the Jonin level were eager to try and focused on this position. Advertisement and as Sand Shinobi's blood successor limiter, but also one of the high-level ninja female ninja Yakura. Although he is not very interested in power, he is still very concerned about whom Luosha will give this position to. To be honest, now that Baki is dead, apart from Rosa, in the village, there should be no ninja who can beat him. Regarding this matter, Rosa spoke slowly, paused in the middle of the speech, and said to the door of the conference room, "Come in." Click. The door was opened, and the one who walked in was dressed as Sand Shinobi Anbu, wearing a white masked saber ninja, which is different from Konoha Anbu's animal mask and Sand Shinobi Anbu ghost and god mask. Rosa introduced. "This person is a confidant who has followed me in secret for many years, codenamed Aizen. Now that Baki has passed away, I think it is more appropriate to have him as the successor." As soon as this was said, almost everyone at the conference table couldn't help frowning. Aizen. They had never heard of such a person. A Jonin elite Sand Shinobi frowned and said, "Sama Kazekage, I have waited as a Sunagakure ninja for many years, and I have never heard of such a person." Rosa explained. "That's why I just said that he has followed me in secret for many years, and he has made a lot of credit for the construction and development of Sand Shinobi, just like Konoha's Shimura Danzo." Another elder said, "Even so, letting an unnamed person assume such an important position at once will be difficult to convince other ninjas in the village." "Yes, Master Fungying, it's not appropriate. Master Baki's position is so important that it can't be handed over to an unknown ninja." Master Fengying, please think twice. Many high-level ninjas also objected. Just kidding, let such a confidant, who didn't know where it came from, took the position of Minister San Shinobi. They worked hard at Sunagakure for several decades, wouldn't it be feeding the dog? Even if you say that he secretly contributed to San Shinobi, what evidence is there? Advertisement, in that case, just prove it, in front of the ninjas in the village. Luo Sha smiled lightly, looked around at the people in front of the round table, and finally stopped on Yi Kang. Everyone present, I am afraid that no one can compare with Yi Kang, right? In that case, Hakura, you can fight Aizen. If you win, you will take over the position of Minister Baki Shinobu. As soon as Luo Sha said this, many people also agreed. After all, compared to people who didn't know where they came from, Yi Kang's military exploits and qualifications were clearly on the table. If she is allowed to take over, most people will be convinced. Yi Kang looked confused and glanced at the masked man named Aizen, coldly Kaido. Since it was Master Fengying's order, of course I will follow it. Soon, Sunagakure became lively. Not only the ninjas, but even many villagers began to gather at the public training ground on the back mountain of Sunagakure. Tamari, who just turned 12 this year and graduated from the ninja school, saw it and said to his younger brother Konkuro, who has not graduated, what's the matter? Konkuro said, don't you know, Master Yekura is going to compete with a guy for the position of Minister of Ninbu, saying that the decision is made by battle, so many people are very interested. I want to check it out. With that, Konkuro, who was carrying a puppet, was also ready to rush to the training ground. However, Tamari grabbed him again and said, wait, take Gaara with you. Konkuro was stunned when he heard the words, and then he showed disgust. Are you kidding? You want to bring that monster? Tamari frowned and retorted, that's our brother after all. 19 The 3 Wind Shadows open black lens bracket reward plus more close black lens bracket Sunagakure back mountain training ground. It is said to be a training ground, but in fact it is an open rocky field, and there are scarecrows around it that are useless to practice suffering, as well as wooden stakes and other ninja training props. Before you know it, people are already standing here. Standing in the center of the training ground, on the left is a slim and slender woman wearing a tight ninja suit. Scorch-style blood succession boundary owner Yi Kang. In Sunagakure, there is no doubt that she is a very famous female ninja. On the right, there is a man wearing a white mask that is different from the ghost mask of San Shinobi Anbu. You can only see from the back of his head that he has black hair. Many villagers who came to watch the battle shouted Yi Kang's name. After all, she had made a lot of battle achievements for San Shinobi. And the masked man named Aizen didn't even know who it was. Together, Tamari and Konkuro squeeze into the forefront of the crowd with Gaara, who is only 8 years old and gloomy. Many villagers hide aside in fright just seeing Gaara. From time to time, there were a few whispering complaints, making Gaara's gloomy eyes flashed fiercely from time to time. It can be said that Tamari is the only person in the village who can talk to Gaara with a few words and barely finds the topic. Gaara, you, the winner of those two people, will be the right-hand man of the father in the future. Which side do you think will win? Woolencloth? The 8-year-old Gaara looked up. To be honest, at the current level of Sunagakure, there are not many people that can make 8-year-old Gaara eye-catching. Although he can't perfectly control Shuhei, he is able to control the sand freely, and he can hardly pay attention to enemies below the Jonin level. Gaara didn't answer, but it didn't make Tamari feel embarrassed either. Because this situation has happened countless times since childhood. Konkuro showed disgust and walked to the other side, trying to stay away from Gaara. Aizen looked at the crowded crowd surrounding the training ground. The corner of his mouth behind the mask couldn't help but upturned, and secretly said, very well, most people in Sunagakure must have arrived, not to mention the ninjas, and then just use Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis ritual. At this moment, Yi Kang interrupted Aizen's thoughts and said, I use the scorch style of blood succession boundary. With that said, 4 blazing flame balls burned in the midair beside Yi Kang, which raised the temperature of the entire training ground a lot. Yi Kang continued, since you are the confidant of Master Fengying, then I will remind you that if you can't bear it, you will immediately give up. I don't want to turn the same village ninja into a corpse. Really? That's really grateful. Advertisement after using the pseudonym of Aizen, I don't know if it's too deep into the play, and Kenya's tone of speech is also somewhat Aizenized. Pull out the Kyoka Suigetsu worn on the waist, the blade is facing the ground, and with a gentle voice. I am a ninja of the illusion type, and I am good at using fog and water to disrupt the enemy, and even kill each other in battle. Effect. Split it. Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen whispered. Suddenly, a blue light flashed from the blade. But nothing happened, so it did not arouse anyone's attention. As for the 3 San Shinobi Anbu ninjas, they were sent out by Rosa to send a letter to Konoha. Illusory. Yi Kang Lu raised his eyebrows. Sunagakure does not have many ninjas who are good at illusion, and it can even be said that they are rare animals. To say that the most famous ninja illusion is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan that was destroyed not long ago. Now that you understand the opponent's abilities, let's do it. Yi Kang uttered a low voice and waved his right hand. The hot fireball that appeared beside him rushed towards Aizen like a living animal. The ninjas of San Shinobi seemed to like this type of manipulation ninjutsu. Forced into Chio, Sasori of the red sand, Konkuro controls the puppets. Rosa, Gaara controls the sand. Yi Kang now controls the fireball. It turns out that it is not only the high temperature far exceeding the average fire style, but also this kind of control ninjutsu also greatly saves chakra. The fireball was still nearly 10 meters away from him, but he could already feel the intense burning sensation, and his skin dried up. No way, I haven't used it much after crossing over, but after all, I am not Uchiha Kenya now. Aizen secretly said in his heart, and immediately made a seal with one hand, releasing ninjutsu. Water-style water rushing wave. The water pressure erupting from under the feet temporarily blocked the hot fireball. But it is only a temporary resistance. It immediately turned into water vapor and dissipated, and the fireball still rushed towards Aizen at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement, not bad, I should have the strength of Jonin, but I can't beat Senior Yi Kang this way. Tamari whispered to herself. Yes, this is exactly what the original Uchiha Kenya would do. His chakra attributes are fire, water, and thunder. But since being taken over by Kenya a few months ago, the number of releases of ninjutsu is probably not as many as the fingers of two hands. So fast, at this time, even Gaara subconsciously sighed. Tamari, Kankuro and other Sand Shinobi ninjas also looked tight. In the training ground, taking advantage of the short time between Yi Kang's Scorch Style and Yi Kang's Scorch Style for less than a second, the Anbu staff named Aizen had already rushed to Yi Kang's side. You know, there was a full 20 meters distance between the two originally. Yekura is not good at hand-to-hand combat or hand-to-hand combat. Her type of combat is the same as Luosha and Gaara, using the fireball made by Scorch Style to achieve an offensive and defensive effect. Scorch Style burst. Yi Kang quickly changed Jian, causing the fireball closest to him to explode. It turned into a spark that was difficult to see with the naked eye, forming a terrifying wave of air, and rushed towards Aizen. This kind of thing, in the usual way, Aizen can easily crack it by just using Bakudo's defense. But at this moment, there is really no way, never mind. Suddenly, the next moment, the blade of Kyoka Suigetsu in Aizen's hand turned, and Ryatsu exploded. Feeling the aura erupting from the opponent, Yi Kang, as well as the ninjas and even civilians watching the battle around, realized the seriousness of the problem. 20 acting addicted Kyoka Suigetsu suddenly lifted under Aizen's control, and rushed upwards from the bottom. Shoo boom. The roaring wind pressure that even the naked eye can see, roared out, and in just a moment, the rushing heat wave was dissipated. Then, is that Sword Chi? A middle-aged Sand Shinobi Chunin who was watching the game exclaimed. The last time I saw something like Sword Chi was during the Second Ninja World War. Konoha's White Fangya resorted to it. And the integration of it with lightning style made Sand Shinobi frightened, and left a very deep impression on him when he was young at the time. No, that's sword pressure, shouted Sand Shinobi Chunin, who also had the same saber next to him. Sword pressure is different from the clever attack of Jian Chi, but a shockwave similar to the momentum. But even so, the wind pressure still didn't stop, and it continued to rush towards the mountain wall behind. The civilians who stood watching the battle panicked, and seemed to have seen the wind hitting it, and they were waiting for people to fall into Mipai. Suddenly, Yi Kang found that Aizen on his side had disappeared. Looking sideways, I saw that the opponent had flashed between the sword pressure and the mountain wall. Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand was in front of Yu Hung, and he lifted up suddenly when the sword touched the blade. Boom, the violent sword pressure rushed into the sky at 90 degrees. But even so, the violent wind pressure generated by the sword pressure still blows everyone into the front. After the storm gradually dissipated, the civilians watching the battle on the mountain wall saw Aizen standing in front of them, turning their heads to look at them, and saying in a soft tone. Sorry, it's all right. Even though he was wearing a weird white mask, everyone seemed to see through that mask that he had an amiable face behind him. Oh. For a time, many ninjas and civilians who watched the battle cheered. Not only because of Aizen's strength, but also because of his powerful strength, which has helped countless villagers avoid difficulties. In less than a minute, the confidant of 4th Kazekage, who did not know where it came from, immediately gained a lot of prestige among all the villagers of Sand Shinobi. Advertisement Aizen jumped down from the mountain wall and looked at Yi Kang, still using the kind Aizen tone, and said, Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time, then let's continue. Yi Kang stared at him for a while, then suddenly retracted the flame ball floating around his body, and said flatly, No, that's enough. The surrounding villagers and ninjas looked stunned. Yi Kang said in a calm tone, I have seen the strength between us just now, and you should be a person who is qualified to take over as Lord Baki. Yi Kang's words have already determined the candidate for the new Minister of Ninbu. If Aizen hadn't saved his life just now, even if Aizen won with strength, there would be a cold field, embarrassment, and even voices of opposition. But because the picture of his perfect rescue was staged in front of all the villagers just now, he quickly gathered huge popularity. When many people saw the result, instead of booing, they cheered. Where? Ms. Yi Kang is the heroine, and I hope to assist Master Feng Ying in the future. Aizen smiled. Although his smile was blocked by the mask, the magnetic voice seemed to have a strange magical power that could make people see the kind smile of Namikaze Minato behind the mask. Current template character. Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 19.55%. It feels like a very nice guy. Tamari blinked and smiled. I have to say that she has a very good impression of Aizen. Well, it's good for the village to have such a guy here. Kankuro said flatly. Gaara didn't say anything, but quietly stared at her with dark eyes. The candidate for the new Minister of Ninbu has been decided. While the villagers were discussing this new man named Aizen, the Sand Shinobi ninjas also returned to their posts and discussed the same topics as the villagers. Just as the third siblings of Temari were also preparing to leave, the gentle voice came from there. Are you the three children of Master Feng? The three of them turned their heads and saw that Aizen, who was wearing a mask, had smiled and walked in front of the three of them. Hello, just call me Aizen. Aizen smiled. Konkuro. Advertisement. Konkuro said lightly, except for puppetry, he is not interested in anything else. Gaara. Sand waterfall. Gaara. Gaara paused for a moment. Gaara's answer surprised Temari and Konkuro slightly. It's rare for Gaara to answer. Really? Gaara, hello. Aizen chuckled slightly, and the attacker was about to slap Gaara on the shoulder. Will be attacked by sand. Seeing the movements of Aizen's hands, Temari and Konkuro looked surprised. Snapped. However, unbelievably, Aizen's hand slapped Gaara's shoulder accurately, and he took a few more shots, and said kindly, please give me some advice in the future. Even Gaara's eyes couldn't help shrinking. Actually, he was not resisted by the sand with automatic defense capabilities. Why, and what's the name of this beautiful lady? Aizen acted as if nothing happened, and looked at Temari again. Hands. Temari, hello. After recovering, Temari's tone was still a little shocked. Hearing the other's magnetic voice, the immature face couldn't help but a little reddish. This is exactly the same voice and intonation as Aizen Sosuke. Kenya feels addicted to acting. 21 Uchiha Kenya is dead. Fire Country, Konoha Village Hokage Office. The three Sand Shinobi Anbu ninjas sent by Rosa have arrived and handed over the letter of Rosa to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After reading the above news, even with Fenging's seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't believe it. Looking at the three Sand Shinobi Anbu in front of him, he couldn't believe it and said, really? One of Sand Shinobi Anbu complained. My village lord Baki has been killed in action. As for Uchiha Kenya, we have died under the golden sand burial of our Fukage-sama, and the body has become a piece of meat. Is it possible Hokage-sama thinks Sunagakure will deceive you with such a big thing? Although Sand Shinobi Anbu uses the honorific name, the tone is full of chills. In their opinion, it was Konoha's failure to deal with the problem of rebellion in his village in time that caused this result. Everyone at Sunagakure has misunderstood. Of course, the old man is not skeptical, but he did not expect that these two rebels were so bold that they would dare to attack the senior figures of Sand Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, standing up and saying, well, please three stay in Konoha for 2 days. We Konoha will try our best to give Sunagakure a satisfactory explanation in the shortest time. If that's the case, of course it's best, then I'll trouble Master Hokage. Sand Shinobi Anbu nodded. Luju, send 3 of you to rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to face Nara Shikahisa who was standing by. Although not strong, as the patriarch of the shrewd Nara clan, Nara Kageyu's political status is even higher than that of Kakashi. Can take part in the Konoha Supreme Conference, yes. Nara Luji took 3 Sand Shinobi Anbu players away. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called his 3 old friends Utatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and Shimura Danzo, for a secret meeting of elders. Originally from the Uchiha incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen banned Danzo's foot. Because in the Uchiha genocide incident, he violated his own will and let the people of Root plunder Sharingan who was the remains of the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. In addition, the Uchiha genocide incident also needs a person in charge on the surface, and Danzo is needed. As for those Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen Kwan should be a little reward for letting him back the pot. 20 minutes later, in the conference room on the lower floor of Hokage's office. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's narrative, the 3 people who have been in control of Konoha's supreme government for 50 years were also shocked. Sand Shinobi's high-level ninja Baki was killed by Uchiha Kenya and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Kenya died at the hands of 4th Kasuke? Sand Shinobi asked Konoha for compensation. How is it possible? How can Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kenya join forces? Mitokado Homura couldn't believe it. Only the 4 of them knew Konoha, and Uchiha Itachi was Konoha's undercover agent in Akatsuki's organization. That is, a false rebellious forbearance. How could he join forces with Uchiha Kenya, the true rebel shinobu? After all, the Uchiha clan is a group of restless guys. Hiruzen, it seems that the Uchiha Itachi you admire is not so good. Danzo sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even look at Danzo and said, according to my analysis, Uchiha Kenya should have framed Itachi. As for the reason, I don't know why, but I can guarantee that Itachi has been acting in Akatsuki during this period. Even after leaving the village, I didn't meet Uchiha Kenya once. So, do you think Uchiha Kenya is really dead? Utatane Kaharu frowned. Uchiha Kenya, who let Konoha eat continuously, died in the hands of people from outside the village. Advertisement. This is a pleasant thing, but it always gives people an unnatural feeling. In many cases, one thing that succeeds too easily can also be disturbing. After all, it was said by the shadow of Yikin himself, I believe there is nothing wrong with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen Kaido. Mitokado Homura asked again. I heard that the country of the wind suffered continuous droughts and food shortages in the past 2 years. Is it possible that they did not kill Uchiha Kenya, but repelled it, and then wanted to use this incident to knock us out? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head without hesitation, and denied. Impossible, even if they didn't kill Uchiha Kenya. Relying on this, they can still question us so that they have a political advantage. But if we lie and we discover afterwards that Uchiha Kenya is still alive, their political advantages will become disadvantages. It is impossible for 4th Kazekage to make such low-level mistakes. Mitokado Homura heard this and knew that he had asked a stupid question, and nodded in agreement. Danzo's left eye, which is not covered by the bandage, squinted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "Then what to do? Do you feel soft to San Shinobi? As expected, you will compromise whenever something happens." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about the other party's ridicule, and said flatly, "This matter is very important, but I have to say that the advantage of negotiation is on San Shinobi's side. I can only control the loss as much as possible within an acceptable range. Huh, it's okay to die, but it's a pity that his pair of Sharingan is." Danzo secretly said inwardly and glanced at his right hand, which was wrapped in steps. 10 Sharingan, for myself, they're still too few. At night, in an izakaya where Konoha shinobi people often gather. Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuri Hong, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu and other classmates all gathered together. Uchiha Kenya. Dead. Hearing the news from Kakashi, Yuri Hong exclaimed and stood up abruptly from her seat. 22 Shaken Evening read. Although the others did not react with the same excitement as Yuri Hong did, they all showed unbelievable astonishment. Okay. Kakashi nodded and explained. Today I found out when I received the S-level mission from Master Hokage. Tomorrow I will lead the team to the Kingdom of Wind and invite 4th Kazekage to Konoha for 2 village negotiations. According to Lord Hokage, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kenya joined forces to kill San Shinobi's high-level Jonin-Baki. Later, Uchiha Kenya was killed by 4th Kazekage, and Uchiha Itachi disappeared. After a pause, Kakashi continued. However, we need to give Sunagakure an explanation, otherwise it will definitely affect the alliance between the two countries. Guy, Genma, you two will go to the Kingdom of Wind with me tomorrow to receive Sunagakure. Represent. Okay. Might Guy and Shiranui Genma nodded. Hey, is there Nomi? At this moment, Shi Rihong had barely recovered from the shock, frowned and asked. Kakashi squinted to look at the Red Knight and said, "You are not on the list of envoys sent by Master Hokage. Red, just like Ebisu and others, stay in Konoha." Red Willow eyebrows raised in the evening. In terms of strength, he admits that he will not lose to Shiranui Mysterium. What is worthy of him to go, but he can't go. From now on, you will be on the blacklist of Konoha's high-level officials. If it involves high-level tasks in the village, don't think about it. At this moment, Shi Rihong couldn't help but remember the words Uchiha Kenya said to herself more than a month ago. It has been more than a month since Asuma passed away. Looking back on it carefully, during this period, I really didn't receive any high-level tasks. Not to mention S-level, even A-level tasks are very few. Even if it's a peaceful period, it's a critical period when the Uchiha clan is destroyed and missions are rapidly increasing. Could it be that he was really blacklisted by Konoha's executives? Thinking of this, Yu Rihong picked up the glass and took a sip of soju. When I drink my favorite wine now, I feel dull. Sorry, I'm leaving now. Shi Rihong got up and left alone. Advertisement, what's up with her? Might Guy asked nervously. With Kakashi's mind, he can guess something. But since Uchiha Obito, Rin Nohara, and Namikaze Minato passed away one after another, he has been very indifferent to everything, and he doesn't want to think too much, he just said flatly. It's probably because of physical discomfort. Let's talk about tomorrow's task. Remember, even if they have a bad attitude, we must not get angry. This time, the other party has a political advantage. Yurihong, who walked out of the izakaya, walked alone on the streets of Konoha village at night. Since her father died in the Nine Tails disaster, she has lost her last relative. That year, she was only 15 years old. When her father passed away, Third Hokage also gave her a lot of encouragement, which also created the glorious image of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Yurihong's heart like Konoha's other ninjas. And precisely because of this, when Sarutobi Hiruzen undergoes a substantial change in his inner image, the gap and impact will be so huge. Are you really dead? Back home, in the empty room opposite, Yu Rihong sat at the end of the bed, curled up with her hands on her knees, and muttered to herself. That seemingly cynical but always concealing a trace of the city mansion and Lang Hu's smiling face once again appeared in front of her eyes. A few seconds later, Shi Rihong shook her head violently, entered the bathroom and rinsed Wu Mei's pretty face with cold water. Bang! She slapped her face twice in the mirror, and Shi Rihong said in panic, "What am I thinking? A betrayer, he died when he died. What does it have to do with me?" With constant hints like this to herself, Yu Rihong went back to the room, went back to bed and covered the quilt. But tonight, she lost sleep. In the morning of the second day, with Nara Shikuhisa as the leader, Kakashi, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma and several Konoha elite ninjas, formed the Konoha envoy and headed to the Kingdom of Wind. The average strength of this group as all Jonin's team moves extremely fast. Advertisement originally, an ordinary ninja would take more than a week to travel, but after 3 days and 2 nights, he had already arrived at Sunagakure's door. Compared with Konoha's majestic gate, Sunagakure, which uses the sandy slope as the city wall, has to say that it is a bit shabby. When the Konoha envoy arrived, in front of San Shinobi's main gate, San Shinobi Anbu wearing a ghost mask, and Aizen, wearing a white mask, had been waiting here for a long time. During this time, Kenya did not relax, just enjoying the leisurely life as the shadow of a village. But immediately consolidate his power in secret. The first thing to do is to kill the 3 Sand Shinobi Anbu Jonin who previously followed Luo Sha to kill him. To be honest, although the Sand Shinobi Anbu players do not know each other's names, they can only call each other by code names. But killing the 3 Jonin without suspicion is really not easy. It also took a lot of effort for Kenya. Although the possibility of being seen is extremely low, Kenya still likes not to leave a trace of flaws. Although he now uses the name Aizen, it is not as sloppy as the real Aizen. Nara Shikahisa led the envoy to come up, nodded slightly, and introduced himself. Everyone of Sunagakure, we are the Konoha envoys sent by Master Hokage to receive Master Fukage. I am the leader, Nara Shikahisa. The man who is known as Noah Army Master has heard of it in the next morning. Aizen said in a soft voice, I'm playing Aizen, I won't take over from Baki Senior Sand Shinobi, please come with me. Fukage-sama has been waiting for a long time. Aizen. Hearing this name, Konoha's Kakashi and others all looked confused. Can take over the position of Baki, should be a very good ninja. Such as Scorch-style Yeking, but this, Aizen, they have never heard of it. When did Sunagakure appear such a number 1 person? 23 C Aizen, such as the Umbra, reward plus more. Although there are some doubts in my heart, it is a matter of another village after all, and Kakashi and others will not talk too much. Nara Luju said, then please Mr. Aizen to lead the way. Please. Aizen's performance is extremely refined. It's not so much that he's receiving bad ninjas from other villages, it's like he's receiving old friends. Even Kakashi, who are from outside the village, really hardly feel disgusted with this man. The refined feeling in this man reminds Kakashi of someone. His mentor, Namikaze Minato. Mr. Aizen. Master Aizen, the task is hard. Mr. Aizen, please come to my shop more when you have time. Aizen led the Sand Shinobi team and the Konoha envoy to the Fukage building, and the Sunagakure villagers from the past greeted them enthusiastically. I will definitely patronize. Aizen also turned his head and responded kindly. This guy, he seems to be nice. My guy walked behind Kakashi and whispered. Don't be careless, anyway, it's a ninja from another village. Kakashi calmly said. Yes, Shiranui Genma agreed and said in a low voice. To be honest, I have always been worried about the alliance between the country of fire and the country of wind. After all, they are the strongest country and the weakest country. The problem that strong and weak alliances are prone to is the conflict of interests caused by the huge gap. Advertisement when the country of wind sees the richness of the country of fire, wouldn't it be tempted? The answer is unknown. It's just because of the difference in military strength between the 2 villages that they dare not do this. So after Uchiha's extermination, Konoha entered a state of high alert, just for fear of being stabbed by other villages. Everyone, please come in. All the way to the Fungying building, Aizen led everyone to the room of Losa. After opening the room, Nara Luju and others found out. In the middle of the office, separated by a layer of translucent tulle, you can see the 4th Kage, dressed in a white and blue robe, sitting cross-legged behind the scenes. Master Fungying, the Konoha envoy has arrived. After Aizen finished the report, she stood on the side of the office with the other Sand Shinobi ninjas. Narakaji took a long step forward, and after bowing with the others, he said, Master Kage, let's go. Narakaji, following Master Hokage's order, specially invites you to Konoha for a 2-shadow meeting. Konoha's strategist, is the patriarch of the Nara clan? Behind the gauze curtain, Rosa spoke slowly, with a somewhat unkind tone, the rebelliousness of your village really brought us a lot of surprises, Sand Shinobi. Nara Luju and the others had anticipated this attitude of the other party, and responded. For this, we Konoha sincerely apologize, and it is precisely because of this that Hokage will send me to wait, hoping to make up for the allies within the reach of Konoha. Rosa said indifferently. Uchiha Kenya, although he doesn't want to admit it, his illusion is very powerful. It must be comparable to the former Uchiha's strongest illusion ninja, Uchiha Shisui, right? Kakashi, Shiranui Genma, Might Guy and others, who had had battle experience with Kenya, all changed their complexions slightly when they heard the words, Rosa. Just listen to, Luo Sha. Continue. It took me a lot of effort to kill him, and it is very likely that it will leave hidden dangers for life. Nara Luju quickly said, I'm very sorry, Master Funkage, Konoha will definitely make up for it. I don't know whether the phrase, Rosa, is true or not, and none of the Konoha shinobi present has the terrifying perception ability like Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobarama, and can judge a person's physical condition by perception alone. Advertisement: if you ask Kakashi to open his forehead protector and use Sharingan to see it, you might be able to tell. But since the shadow of a village speaks, the credibility should still be relatively high. No need to apologize again and again, it's useless to say apologize again. Rosa said coldly, it is precisely because of this that I want to avoid the long journey. For this negotiation, let Aizen go instead for me. Rosa said again. Everyone of Konoha doesn't have to worry about him. See Aizen, if you see Umbra, if you have anything to do, even if you can tell him, he can also use secret techniques to contact me anytime and anywhere. Is the contact anytime and anywhere similar to the psychic secrets of the Yamanaka clan? Everyone in Konoha was startled. At the same time, they didn't expect the status of this, Aizen, in Sunagakure to be higher than they thought. I was able to make 4th Kage say, "See Aizen, as I see Umbra." Since Funying-sama said so, we Konoha don't have any comments. Nara Shikajiu immediately agreed. Okay, Rosa, nodded and said, Aizen. Yes, Master Funying. Aizen walked out from the side and stood next to Nara Kajiu, facing Rosa. You will be the captain, led Yi Kang, and the 3 Jonin from the Nara Dragons, and go with the Konoha envoy to Konoha to negotiate with Hokage, you know. Yes. Aizen nodded. 24 What a beautiful village, evaluation ticket plus more. Gather the other 3 Jonin elite ninjas from Sunagakure appointed by Rosa. Aizen led the team to Konoha village with the Konoha envoy. 4 days later, the 2 parties arrived at the main gate of Konoha village together. After seeing the shabby environment of Sunagakure, whether it is Shiranui Genma or a single cell like Might Guy, they suddenly felt that the village that I should have been tired of after living for more than 20 years is so beautiful. And the 3 Sand Shinobi Jonin, including Yi Kang behind Aizen, showed more or less envy in the depths of their eyes. Enter the country of the river through the country of the river, and come to Konoha all the way. The closer you get, the more you can feel the richness of the country of fire. Among other things, the vegetation, soil, and streams can be seen everywhere in the land of fire. In the eyes of Sand Shinobi's people, they are all endless wealth. These things that are everywhere in the country of fire are rare treasures in the country of wind. Welcome to Konoha, Mr. Aizen. Nara Shikajiu walked in the front and introduced. What a beautiful village, isn't it, Yi Kang? Aizen still wears the pure white mask, smiling and asking Yi Kang who is standing behind him. Yes, Yekin Kaido. Her expression is still relatively calm, and the other 2 Sand Shinobi Jonin, named Jinaruo and Lomzong, almost printed the word want on their faces. It's like a hillbilly who has lived in a slum for decades, suddenly coming to a wealthy neighborhood. Please follow me. Advertisement. Nara Shikajiu walked ahead. It was very similar to the scene where Aizen received them 5 days ago, except this time, the positions of the 2 parties have changed. Some Konoha shinobi people on the street noticed that they were walking behind Nara Shikahisa and the others. When the 4-person team with completely different dresses and Sand Shinobi forehead protector was worn, they basically guessed what happened. Uchiha Kenya died at the hands of 4th Kage. This incident has spread in Konoha's ninja circle. Unlike a few days ago when Aizen brought the delegation to Fengying's office, Nara Luju did not bring Sand Shinobi to the Hokage office, but directly to the highest meeting room of the Hokage building. Before arriving at Konoha, Nara Luju had already notified Konoha's senior management and Sand Shinobi representative of the specific time of arrival. Early this morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen called Utatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and several Konoha high-level ninjas to wait in the meeting room for a long time. And Shimura Danzo did not come. After the Uchiha genocide, Danzo rarely appeared in public. Everyone, Sand Shinobi, welcome. When the Aizen 4 entered the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up with the other Konoha executives and smiled. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, because the wastage of the battle with Uchiha Kenya, the rebel in your village, was too great, so Fukage-sama cannot come in person. Aizen said in an apologetic tone, and then sat down opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, his words were extremely harsh to Konoha's senior staff. At Mitokado Homura, Utatane Kaharu, they heard that this person just wanted to give himself a chance to wait for someone before the negotiation. We Konoha apologize for this matter. Of course, we are also very grateful to Master Funying for helping us deal with this betrayal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's political cultivation is obviously more than 1 level higher than the 2 old foxes next to him. He never put his inner dissatisfaction on his face, he is always the harmonious attitude with a smile and no anger. Advertisement, thank you Hokage-sama for your understanding, then let's start the negotiation. Aizen sat down and said, the rebels of your village, Uchiha Kenya and Uchiha Itachi killed 3 Chunin elites in our village, a high-level ninja, and the loss was not small. Later, Master Funying helped clear the door of your village, killing Uchiha Kenya at the cost of serious injuries. After a short pause, Aizen said again, our Sand Shinobi consumes such a huge amount. As an allied country, your village must be just watching, right? Then according to your village, how to deal with this matter? Utatane Kaharu asked, staring at Aizen with her squinted eyes that seemed to never open. This is a negotiation request made by Master Funying. Aizen took out a small scroll and asked Yeking next to him to deliver it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sarutobi Hiruzen opened it, his eyes began to go from top to bottom one by one. His faint gaze seemed unwilling to ignore even a word. The more I saw below, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became heavier. After reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say a word, and passed the scroll to Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu next to him, so that the senior Konoha staff present could check them one by one. This is too much, right? Utatane Kaharu immediately couldn't help but said angrily, if Konoha pays 30% of the food to Sand Shinobi every year, and I need 3A level ninjutsu and 1S level ninjutsu, your appetite is too big. Not only him, but even Nara Shikajiu and other calm ninja representatives, their expressions are also gloomy at this time. This is undoubtedly the lion's opening. It's exactly the same thing 4th Raikage did 5 years ago. Your village did not take care of the rebelliousness of my village, which caused the death of an important ninja in my village. Even Master Funying is now seriously injured. Whether he can fully heal is still unknown. The land of fire is rich in resources. Compared with 5 years ago, 4th Raikage demanded a life for life, and I think that our conditions at Sand Shinobi are already very generous, don't they? Aizen asked calmly. 25 Familiar shadows including Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Konoha high-level representatives present all turned black when they heard this. Hyuga Hinata was nearly captured, and Cloud Shinobi beat him upside down, causing Konoha to surrender the body of Hyuga Hizashi. It can be called one of the most humiliating incidents since Konoha's establishment. Had it not been for the fact that there was no suitable heir in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have to fire Hokage a second time earlier. We don't want war, Master Hokage, Aizen said earnestly. However, this sentence changed the atmosphere of the scene drastically. I don't want to war. In other words, it means, if we don't agree, we will war. It is exactly the same as Cloud Shinobi's approach back then. But the situation is different. Cloud Shinobi is stronger than Sand Shinobi after calculating the combat power. Back then, cage-level powerhouses, Cloud Shinobi had 4th Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who had roughly mastered the power of tail beasts. On Konoha's side, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is dead, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is a cage level, and he is still entering the age of cage level, whose strength is beginning to regress. This is also one of the important reasons why Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Cloud Shinobi's almost barbaric request. Sand Shinobi is different. According to Konoha's information, Sand Shinobi currently has only 1 cage level in Rasa. Coupled with the gap in the overall strength of the two sides, Konoha undoubtedly has the upper hand. For a time, everyone in Konoha had different ideas. Some people looked angry, as if, you want to fight, then we will fight you, eyes. Some people went into contemplation, thinking about whether to agree to Sand Shinobi's request. The 4 of Sand Shinobi who came to Konoha from thousands of miles must be exhausted. Why don't you go to rest? Please give Konoha a little time too, we have to think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, then Lord Hokage, please think twice. Aizen nodded, got up and walked back with Yi Kang's 3 smiles. Advertisement. After Sand Shinobi's people left, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his desire to smoke a cigarette to eliminate his irritability, and asked everyone at the table. What do you think, Hokage? Why not go to war with Sand Shinobi? Hyuga Hiyashi's tone was full of anger, otherwise, the ninja world will forget that Konoha is the strongest of the 5 nations. Originally, Aizen's proposal of his brother Hizashi had already made him angry. Now that the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, Hyuga has naturally become Konoha's strongest family, which inevitably makes Hyuga Hiyashi feel a bit swollen. I think this might be a good opportunity for his Hyuga family to show off their prowess. Let the ninja world know Hyuga Noguba is the strongest. Our forces are absolutely stronger than Sand Shinobi, Master Hokage, don't be afraid of them. Another hawkish-style Anbu Jonin also said. All of a sudden, many people who said that the war should go to war have spoken out. At this moment, Naraluju said, interrupting these people, everyone, war is the most unpredictable thing. Once war starts, is our opponent just Sand Shinobi? Do you think the other 3 countries will be indifferent? It is worthy of Noah Army Master. A sentence is like a basin of cold water pouring on the heads of Hyuga Hiyashi and others who are full of war. As the most prosperous country of the 5 major countries, Konoha has been in conflict with any of the other 5 major countries in the history of ninja. Either covet the wealthy land of the Fire Country or the rare blood inheritance boundary. There have been too many examples of this. I agree with Lu Ju's words to avoid war as much as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. You know, the reason why Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan was to prevent the Uchiha coup from turning into the fuse of the 4th Ninja War. Now that the Uchiha clan has been destroyed less than 2 months ago, the Ninja World War is about to break out for another reason. Isn't Uchiha dead in vain? Well, war must be avoided, but I hope to use negotiation to minimize Konoha's losses. Let's go back and rest first. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and motioned everyone to leave. Advertisement. When only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Ikaharu and Mitokado Homura are left in the meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen got up slowly, walked to the window sill, and lit his pipe. The way to avoid war is right, Hiruzen, even if the war with Sand Shinobi can be won, but if one of the other 3 countries intervenes, the pressure on Konoha will be huge. Mitokado Homura expressed support for Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach. The 2 of them did not like Danzo as much as Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan. Even if they are exterminated, they still cause such a mess. Damn Uchiha Kenya, it's a pity that you can't kill him by yourself. Uchiha Ikaharu gritted his teeth. Uchiha was originally destroyed to avoid the 4th Ninja War, but after being destroyed, Uchiha Kenya became a new fuse. The high-level Konoha wanted to dig out his corpse and whip the corpse again. Tomorrow, we will start the second round of negotiations with Sand Shinobi to lower their terms to Konoha's acceptable range. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his back to the duo and said, this is the best solution. Konoha provided in the hotel room provided by Sand Shinobi. Jonin Kinaruo asked Aizen, who was sitting by the window, Master Aizen, will Konoha agree to our request? Although 3 secret techniques are added to 30% of the food every year, they themselves are very excited. But the lion opened his mouth so loudly, even Sand Shinobi's own people thought it was impossible to achieve it. Aizen smiled faintly. Of course it's impossible. Tomorrow 3rd Hokage will negotiate with us again, and then lower the terms. According to Master Fenging's order, we can get 15% of the food, which is enough. That's how it turns out, asking for a price first, then bargaining. Master Aizen is very good at negotiating things like this. Yi Kang nodded. Suddenly, the focus of Aizen's pupils turned. Because on the street below, a familiar shadow walked by. It was Shi Rihong. 26 Aizen. Master Aizen. What's wrong? Seeing Aizen stop speaking suddenly, Yi Kang asked suddenly. No, it's nothing. Aizen's eyes turned slightly behind the mask, and he looked at the other Sand Shinobi Jonin dragons who brought me this time. Dragons. Konoha Anbu who was watching us around. How many people are there? Yes, according to my perception, there are 7 people. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are also masters who are good at concealment, who have not been discovered by my perception. Long Zhang Kaido. He is a sensory ninja. In a team, he has at least one sensory or medical type, which is standard. No, there are indeed only 7 people, no mistake. Aizen smiled lightly. Looking at the Konoha scenery outside the window, Aizen raised his hand slightly, and a bird suddenly flew to his fingertips. He didn't seem to be afraid of the weird mask on the other side's face, chuckling happily. Very beautiful village, don't you think so? Aizen spoke again. Yes, Master Aizen. Jinruo immediately said, although it is a bit rude, to be honest, I really feel that it is such a blessing to be born in a village on such a rich land. After sighing, Jinruo said with resentment, however, why do we sand shinobi can only live in a place full of yellow sand? Even the most basic things like water and food are often in short supply. State. Kinaruo. Be careful when you speak, and be careful of Konoha Anbu who is watching us. Yi Kang frowned and scolded. Jinruo looked upset, but still shut up obediently. The main reason was that Yi Kang was superior to him. Aizen smiled and said, I can understand your feelings, but I also hope you can believe me. One day, I will let everyone at Sand Shinobi live the same life as Konoha. Master Aizen, what you mean is, to Konoha. Kinaruo was full of enthusiasm. Master Aizen, what you said. Advertisement. Yi Kang and Long Zhang looked anxious. Don't worry, they can't hear it. Aizen shook his hand gently, calming the two of them, and then asked, if there is such an opportunity, would you like to follow me? If this is the wish of Master Aizen, I can give the life of Naruto to Master Aizen. Kinaruo's face is full of enthusiasm, and the look in his eyes is like the look in Tusen Kanami's eyes on Aizen Sōsuke in Shinigami. Although that guy is blind, as a ninja, he automatically obeys the orders of his superiors. Yi Kang hesitated for a moment and replied, me too. Long Zhang said, don't make the atmosphere so serious, everyone is loyal to Master Fenging. Well, it's not early, let's rest first. Aizen smiled. Inwardly, I sighed that I felt that I was able to understand my own skills without a teacher. The increase in unlocking degree should not include the personality aspect. Yin, Konoha Anbu is still monitoring the Sand Shinobi group of 4 in the hotel. This is to prevent them from continuing to negotiate in the name of what they want to do in Konoha. But the strength of these Anbus is no better than Jonin, not even the elite Jonin. Kenya wanted to avoid their surveillance and leave, and even Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities did not need to be used. In the middle of the night, they did not notice that the leader of the Sand Shinobi group of 4 was no longer in the hotel. In fact, let alone them, even Yi Kang and other 3 Sand Shinobi himself didn't notice it. Although it was past 11 o'clock in the evening, most of Konoha had fallen asleep. Advertisement, however, there are also a few people who, due to personal reasons, have not been able to fall asleep. Such as Uchiha Sasuke. Since the collapse of the Uchiha clan has also become a forbidden area for Konoha, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Even Sasuke, who currently exists in Konoha, is the same as the only Uchiha tribe. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the reason that he didn't want him to cause sad memories. And Sasuke did not go back once in the nearly 2 months since the family collapsed. He didn't want to revisit the scene he had seen in Tsukuyomi again. There is one more person, Shi Rihong. In the past 2 months, she rarely even received the A level, let alone the S level. No matter how much Kenya ridiculed her for being silly and sweet, she would be able to detect a little problem. The inner thoughts have also been more and more conclusively confirmed. I was targeted by Konoha's senior management. Even though Yurihong didn't care about the bounty obtained from advanced missions, or wanted to use it to improve her own strength, this feeling of suspicion was really uncomfortable. Although Uchiha Kenya is dead, then this self-directed situation should also end. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Konoha's high level headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, has a less glorious image in her heart. At least, the impression of suspicion is added. Just because I was put back by Uchiha Kenya, this seems a trivial matter. I suspected that there was some ulterior secret between her and Uchiha Kenya. This can only prove that Konoha's executives are too suspicious. Wearing a pajamas with a spooky jumpsuit, showing a beautiful figure. Tossing over and over on the bed, Shi Rihong, who was finally about to fall asleep, suddenly heard a familiar sound in her ear. Yo, how have you been recently? Already about to squint, like ruby eyes widened suddenly, the whole person lifted up like a lightning strike, regardless of the fact that one side of the low moon Hungarian belt has fallen, and the fruit on the right side is full of yin dao, showed halfway. The young man sitting on the side chair with a familiar smile is Uchiha Kenya. 27 Will they believe you? You. The red eyes stared like a copper bell. It would be fine if Uchiha Kenya sneaked in as a traitor. But in her cognition, Uchiha Kenya is dead. How not shocking, a dead person appeared in front of him. It's really the same noisy woman as before, just be quiet. Kenya's right index finger was raised, and suddenly a golden font of unknown meaning flew out of her fingertips and was printed on Shi Rihong's throat, preventing her from screaming. Bakudo no 3. Forbidden. A move that temporarily loses language skills to the recruits. Of course, you can only restrain objects who are weaker than yourself. Shi Rihong was surprised to find that she couldn't speak, she couldn't even make a tone like, woo. 10 seconds later, Kenya waved his hand again, releasing Bakudo, allowing Yuri Hong to regain her language ability, and smiled lightly. You calm down a little bit? Are you still alive? Although it was no longer as exaggerated as before, the consternation in Yuri Hong's eyes did not fade much. Do you really think Luo Sha's level can kill me? Kenya chuckled and asked. Not to mention Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara has completely surpassed the average ninja, and has reached the world's top combat power of the 6 paths, Hokage ninja. Even if it is second Hokage, third Raikage, which stands at the pinnacle of cage level, it is not easy to kill yourself. Luo Sha, who can only be regarded as a shadow that has just reached the cage level pass, is impossible to kill Kenya. When Kyoka Suigetsu used Kyoka Suigetsu to dead in his hands, Kenya also worried that it would be too easy to die and arouse suspicion. But I didn't expect that the strength of this product is not strong, and there is no 13 number in his heart. Really triumphantly thought that he had killed himself. Shi Rihong fell into silence for a while. To be honest, as a Konoha shinobi, she should run away immediately and report this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is claimed that the S-class rebel Uchiha Kenya is not dead. This can also help Konoha gain an advantage in the negotiations with Sand Shinobi. Advertisement, but she hesitated and fell silent. She didn't know the specific reason. It was because of the suspicious expression of the senior Konoha, the resentment that caused her, or some other reason. It's uncomfortable to calm down too quickly. It seems that those things I told you before have become facts. Kenya immediately anticipated what would happen during her absence from Konoha. In fact, even if Yurihong planned to do anything, she could use Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to perform hypnosis, making her think that seeing herself was just a dream. That's why I met her with confidence, speaking. Kenya suddenly pointed to Yurihong's shoulder. Tai, pull it. When Shi Rihong heard this, she looked at her right shoulder. The shoulder strap has been pulled to the position of the wrist, most of the fruits of good law show up, and the yin dao on it shows half of it. Ah! With a loud scream, Shi Rihong hurriedly reached out and pulled up the shoulder strap. After a second, I felt that most of this picture was also very soft, and he became angry and said, What are you still sitting for? Get out for me. Go out as soon as you go out. Anyway, after sitting for so long, I've finished reading it early. Kenya waved her hand and left the room with a look of indifferent expression. And Shi Rihong felt that she was almost crying with anger. Hurry up in the closet to find out the female ninja clothes that you usually wear, and walk out of the room angrily. However, Uchiha Kenya opened his refrigerator and took out his snacks and shochu from it. Your home is pretty good, but it's a bit smaller. Kenya seemed to say nothing happened. Seeing Kenya's attitude of not treating herself as an outsider, Shi Rihong was even more angry. He stretched out his hand to grab the wine, but was underplayed and avoided by the other party. The hip flask was shuttled between Kenya's fingers as if it were live, so that Shi Rihong couldn't touch it. No way, the gap between the two is too big. What the hell are you doing here? Advertisement. After a few clicks, the frustrated Shi Rihong had to give up and asked angrily. Kenya put the wine in a casserole and boiled it in boiling water for a while, then took it out, poured 2 glasses, pushed one of them to Shi Rihong, smiled and said, Well, I've been away for a long time. I want to see my hometown a little bit, so I will come to see you by the way. A ghost believes in you. Yuri gave him a red and white look, and then picked up the wine glass and poured the warm soju into his mouth. Like drinking, she was in Kenya, after death, for a month, but I didn't know why, so she was in no mood to drink. After this mouthful, I suddenly felt that I had regained my previous feelings. Immediately after taking several sips, his cheeks immediately began to flush. Kenya, with a light taste, glanced at her and smiled slightly. It seems that I guessed right. You have been targeted by the senior management in this more than a month? But don't worry, since I'm dead now, this kind of suspicion you will be ostracized, and you can go back to your previous life. Shi Rihong sipped the shochu, her red eyes were blurred, and her tone was a little lazy and said, I'm not happy. As he said, he drank all the wine in the glass. When I wanted to pour the wine again, I found that the wine in the jug was gone. Hey, let's burn again. Shi Rihong tried his way. I'm not your servant. I'll go by myself. Shi Rihong snorted coldly, took the jug, and went to warm the wine again. In less than half an hour, the wine stockpiled in her home had already bottomed out. Belch. After drinking 3 rounds, Shi Rihong suddenly hiccups. But compared with those disgusting middle-aged men with beards, the beauty of burping looks very charming. No way, this world is so unfair. You, hiccup, dare, throw, come to see me. No, not afraid, me. Shall I tell Master Hokage? Shi Rihong, who was already flushed and in a state of drunkenness and dreaming, couldn't even speak clearly. Kenya's face was smiling but not smiling. Will they believe you? 28 negotiation experts, evaluation votes plus more. Shi Rihong, who was already drunk and fainted, looked startled after hearing these words. Now the whole village knows that Uchiha Kenya is dead, and the unwarranted charges on him will finally be eliminated because of this incident. But if I suddenly popped up at this time and said, Uchiha Kenya is actually not dead, not only may the suspicion on his body be unable to be washed away, it may even deepen the suspicion of Konoha's senior management. After all, their suspicious characters and their desire for an absolute master of power, Shi Rihong had already experienced it once. Thinking of this, Yurihong drank the soju again. I still wanted to pour wine, but found that the last bit of wine had already bottomed out. Just live your life like before. Don't be stubborn. Anyway, depending on your ability, you can't do anything. In another 2 years, find someone to marry. This is your destined path in life. Kenya showed a black-bellied smile. Like Uchiha Itachi, the Brokan often does to Uchiha Sasuke, he raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and tapped the red brows in the evening. Humph. Feeling that I was underestimated by Yu Rihong and unhappily patted Kenya's hand away. Although she was not convinced, she had to admit it. I am 22 years old. When the ninja reaches this age, the limitations of progress are getting bigger and bigger. Generally speaking, at this age, there is no sign of cage-level advancement, and even Jonin elites have not reached it. Basically, they will not have cage level for the rest of their lives. Shi Rihong couldn't help lying on the desktop. After thinking about it carefully, I am afraid that my life is like what Uchiha Kenya said. In the end, I can only find a man to marry and have children. It's just that by relying on his identity as Konoha Jonin, he should be able to marry a better man, right? It's like the dead Asuma, a famous kid. But Shi Rihong doesn't care about the background of her future partner, she only cares whether she likes it or not. At this time, Kenya suddenly said, "Do you know that you look drunk and beautiful?" Advertisement, okay. Because I drank too much alcohol, my head was still dizzy, and I didn't realize the meaning of Kenya's words for a while. Suddenly, he felt his arm being pulled by someone, and then he was pulled into a broad moon and Shang's arms. Shi Rihong, who was about to fall asleep because of drunkenness, suddenly woke up most of the time. There was a warm feeling in the strangeness. After a long while, Shi Rihong suddenly struggled, and said weakly, Don't, this way, it's obviously a betrayal. Kenya stared at her for a while, and in the stunned eyes of the sunset, the evil took something from her. Early the next morning, when Shi Rihong slowly woke up from her deep sleep, she looked at the clock on the door and found that it was already more than 12 noon. As soon as she got up, the dizziness and sharp pain in her mind made her put her head back on the pillow. Okay, it's so uncomfortable, the hangover is so uncomfortable. Suddenly, Shi Rihong remembered what happened last night, the boss who stared again, her jade finger brushed her red lips, and after a long period of sluggishness, she couldn't believe it and said to herself. Me, what did I do? What did I do yesterday, last night? Suffocating the dizziness in her head and getting up, Shi Rihong muttered to herself. No. It's a dream, is it a dream? After all, that guy has. However, when she walked out of the room and came to the living room. See 2 wine glasses on the table. The facts are right in front of her, no matter how she lied to herself, it's useless. Sitting paralyzed on the sofa as if struck by lightning, Shi Rihong did not brush her lips with her fingers, repeating a sentence dully to herself. Me, what am I? What the hell am I? Crazy, that guy is. Advertisement. At the same time, in the highest meeting room of the Hokage building. Negotiations between Sand Shinobi and Konoha are in full swing. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Mr. Aizen, we Konoha also advocate peace, and this time it is indeed Konoha's fault first, but the request made by your village is beyond Konoha's tolerance. How about this? We are willing to provide 20% of Konoha's food to your village every year within 3 years, and then hand in 2 A-level ninjutsu scrolls. How about? Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered the price. No, Aizen's tone is soft, but it seems that there is no room for negotiation. Ninjutsu is not necessary in our village, but there must be no less food. It is 30% in 5 years. At this time, Master Fenging's request. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, 30% in 5 years is too much, and it is impossible for Konoha to give way. Aizen smiled lightly. Master Hokage, now that the Uchiha clan no longer exists, they can save a lot of food. What's more, the country of fire is like the country of rain, the country of tea, and other countries where food production is difficult. 30% in 5 years. I don't think it's an unacceptable condition, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank, and after about half a minute, he said, 5 years, 20%, this is Konoha's final bottom line. 5 years, 2.5. Never possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen hardly said once. Well, I just hope Master Fenging will be satisfied with this result. Aizen smiled lightly. Jinnaruo and Longzong next to them looked admired, and there was even a trace of worship in Yi Kang's eyes. You can count Hokage to death, as expected, Lord Aizen. 29 different from Aizen, nothing meets the standard, but it's added more. After the negotiation, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Nara Shikaji to mobilize ninjas to raise the food that was about to be sent to Sunagakure. Konoha will provide Sand Shinobi with 20% of the harvested food every year within 5 years. This is enough to alleviate or even solve it completely. Because you should know that since the end of the Third Ninja War, Sand Shinobi's ninja military has been severely lacking under daimyo's disarmament policy. Originally, there were not many ninjas. In contrast, although Konoha's Kage level and Jonin level powerhouses are declining, each time the war ends, the number of ninjas has indeed been rising, and there has never been any disarmament behavior. It's because they can afford it. Although at this time, if the two sides fight, Konoha will almost certainly win. But don't forget, Sunagakure is not the only one staring at Konoha. Cloud Shinobi who covets Konoha's blood following the power of bounds. Rock Shinobi was ruled by Onoki who had been hostile to Konoha. And it is currently under the rule of the Blood Fog, but once a war is launched, due to the terrain, the first country to cross the sea is the Mist Shinobi of the Land of Fire. None of them are fuel-efficient lamps. The country of Konoha and Fire, while possessing rich environmental land and the best resources in the ninja world, also faces the coveting of countless enemy nations. Fortunately, Konoha has been a genius so far, and has blocked the enemy's attacks from time to time. And now, although it seems that Konoha has reached the most debilitating period, and the whole village is struggling to support a Kage-level Sarutobi Hiruzen, the base of ninjas is still not low. In addition, in a few years, Uzumaki Naruto will be born, and Tsunade, one of Sannin, will also return. Konoha will once again restore the peak of strength. I have to say that I really feel that the world revolves around Konoha. In the hotel, the Sand Shinobi 4 people still need to wait another day for Konoha to wait for Nara Shikajiu to assemble the food. As expected of Lord Aizen, in this way, the food problem in our village will be completely resolved. Kinaruo worships the Tao to the extreme. I almost knelt down to give Aizen the vamp. Where? I just grasped Konoha's weaknesses. I don't have any credit for it. As long as I can make Sand Shinobi's people safe in food and clothing, I will be satisfied. Aizen waved his hand and smiled lightly. As soon as these words came out, not to mention Jinaruo and Longzong, there were Yi Kang who was cold-tempered, and his eyes couldn't help showing a deep look of admiration. Advertisement. What is the perfect ninja? This is the perfect ninja. Not only does he have great strength, but after making great achievements, he is not proud of any credit at all. Isshin is Sunagakure. Obviously less than a month after he appeared in the eyes of the world, Aizen quickly made Sand Shinobi. All the ninjas and civilians recognized him with his own warmth like the sun. And now, this recognition will be transformed into admiration, as he brings this batch of food back to Sand Shinobi. Today, Shi Rihong did not go out all day. Staying at home alone, doing nothing, sitting on the sofa, quietly in a daze. Hi. The sudden sound from her ear and the warm breath made Yu Rihong tremble fiercely. Turning her head and looking around, she just saw Kenya's slightly malicious smiling face. You didn't go. Shi Rihong couldn't believe it. She thought that Kenya had left Konoha a long time ago, but she didn't expect him to be an S-rank rebel, and dare to stay in Konoha. What does Anbu do? Such a rebellious person who can't wait to drink his blood and eat his bones. Hokage has spent more than a day in the village without even noticing it? However, it is impossible for Ren Shirihong to think of Kenya's hiding method if he wants to break his head. I will leave tomorrow and see you for the last time today. Sitting next to Shirihong, Kenya squinted sideways and said, I should come back once a year in the future, right? In the next 5 years, Konoha will distribute 20% of the grain to Sand Shinobi every year. Of course, they will not deliver it to their door personally. Sand Shinobi can only send someone to get it. Shi Rihong wanted to say something but stopped, but when the words reached the throat, she didn't know what to say. Advertisement. Although there is a bit of alcohol in it, I do like you a lot. Kenya gave a smirk and hugged Shi Rihong directly into her arms. Although he now has the ability of Aizen Sosuke, he also uses his name to act. But after all, Kenya and Aizen are still two different people. Aizen is just a mere and unique pursuit of the highest power, and even reached the point of solitude for this, not hesitating to create a Kurosaki Ichigo to defeat him. From Kenya's point of view, this is simply a freak. While he is pursuing power, he does not reject enjoyment. If he is only pursuing power, he can be a wandering betrayal, wandering everywhere, and improve his strength at the same time as if he did not cut. There is no need to spend so much time and effort. This is the same as making money in your previous life. Isn't making money just for enjoyment? Otherwise, you don't just have a bunch of numbers. Yes, but you are a betrayal. Shi Rihong finally said what she cared about most in her heart. Although she still doesn't understand her feelings for each other, if possible, she is willing to try to give her the first love affair in her life to her. However, Uchiha Kenya's identity does not allow her to do so. Wait for me for a while. Kenya smiled slightly and raised her white jaw. Unlike last night, in the atmosphere where there is no alcohol and only effluent, the two of them should not be together again. Yurihong did not struggle with the previous beating. After a brief period of loss, a pair of jade hands began to hold Kenya's back tightly. 30 unexpected encounters with the development of space scrolls, things like moving supplies have become very simple. The second ninja war lasted for 6 years, and the third ninja war ended in half the time. It is also the reason why the transportation of materials and grain has become easier. Of course, the fourth ninja war that ended in only 3 days is not to be counted. There are too many wall hangings. After receiving the space scroll containing food from Naruluji the next day, Aizen led the 3 Ikang and left after bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi and other Konoha's core Jonin watched the 4 of them go away. As usual, Shiranui Genma held 1,000 books on the head, and put his hands in Kabuto. Is it a peaceful solution, right? Avoid war, this is the best ending. Kakashi said with emphasis. Have Sand Shinobi's people gone? At this time, a female ninja dressed as Yurihong walked slowly, wondering if it was an illusion. Her face seemed to be flushed. Red, I haven't seen you in the past few days. Did you go to practice secretly? Might Guy reveals the big white fang and asks. I'm not you, a passionate fool. Anyway, I will find a man to marry me in the next 8 years. Yurihong moved her hair into the waterfall, exuding intoxicating feminine charm. Did something happen? Red. Kakashi, who has an observation power different from ordinary people, vaguely felt that Yurihong's state was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what it felt like, so he couldn't help asking. What happened? What are you referring to? Yurihong asked back. No, it's nothing. Kakashi shook his head without thinking too much. Advertisement. By the way, what kind of person is Sand Shinobi's representative? Originally Sand Shinobi's Ninbu minister was killed by Uchiha Kenya and Uchiha Itachi, right? Yurihong asked. Recalling the man named Aizen, Kakashi's eyes were dimmed, and after a while he slowly uttered 4 words. Unfathomable. No matter what kind of person he is, he can always see through each other with his own talented observation. But this man, he couldn't see through. The many Konoha Jonin in front of the village gate chatted for a few more words, then dispersed and returned to their posts. I only thought that the dispute between Sand Shinobi and Konoha was finally resolved peacefully, but I didn't know that this was just the beginning. One day and one night, the team headed by Aizen, whose average strength is Jonin, already felt that the country of the river. In the early morning of the next day, the 4 of them entered a more prosperous small town in the country of the river. Of course, it is not comparable to Konoha village. Everyone, take a break, and we will leave in 2 hours. Aizen ordered. Master Aizen, can you rest more? I've been on the road for a day and a night. Yi Kang reminded. Aizen gave a look and apologized. Sorry, as long as I think of bringing so much food back so that everyone in Sand Shinobi can eat, I am too excited and ignored your mental condition. Let's take a day off in this small town. As soon as Aizen said this, a deep admiration appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them. As expected, Lord Aizen, Isshin is all about Sunagakure. No, Aizen-sama, I'm the one who made a mistake. As a ninja, this hard work is nothing. Let's continue on our way. Yi Kang bowed and apologized. It is absolutely incredible in the eyes of other Sand Shinobi ninjas to be able to make this indifferent woman who is famous in Sunagakure do such a thing. Advertisement, but if the subject is Aizen, no one will be surprised. That kind of profound personality charm makes people look forward to. No, there is no need to rush for a while, after all, the 2 rooms have already been obtained. Aizen said with a smile, and at the same time he waved his hands. In this case, let's rest until noon and set off. Everyone has worked hard. Yes, Aizen-sama, the 3 responded in unison. The other 3 people either went to eat, or went to the hotel room for temporary training. Aizen was alone, wandering around the town. In recent days, I have been busy consolidating a position in Sand Shinobi, neglecting the practice. After this mission is over, there should be a certain amount of free time. Suddenly, a shout interrupted Aizen's thinking. Hurry up! Tsunade ran away. Aizen was taken aback when he heard the words, then turned to look. I saw on the right side of the street, about 200 meters away from him, 2 women were rushing towards him. One of the women was wearing a green robe with a low moon hung tights inside, showing 1/3 of the fruit that is not known how many times the value of Shirihongfeng. It seems to be no more than 20, with blonde hair and a mature face with dancing eyebrows, exuding a strong charm of a mature woman. It's just that the look at this time is extremely embarrassing. And running next to her, a woman wearing a black kimono and holding a pink pig in her arms, although not as beautiful as the blonde woman next to her, she was considered delicate. Tsunade Haim and Kato Shizune. The corners of the mouth under Aizen's mask were slightly raised, and I didn't expect to meet them here. Asterisk. 31 Tsunade Senpai, Kobamoto is your thing. Master Tsunade, I told you not to gamble anymore. Then we won't be able to stay in the country of the river. While running, Shizune said without tears. Just now, Tsunade lost another huge gambling debt in the casino, and then, ran away as always. Long-winded. It's definitely those guys out there. Otherwise, how could I lose so many in a row? Tsunade's dead duck mouth insisted. Shizune was completely speechless. It's okay to pay a lot of money in front of other gamblers, and do it in front of one of your dignified Sanin, is that horrible? It's really because Tsunade's gambling luck is too bad, and the 4 words, every gamble must be lost, were born entirely because of her. Every time you enter the casino, you have to lose everything. If it were not for the casino's dread of her strength, she would have sold her to a wealthy businessman as a concubine. The person in front. Get out, get out, Tsunade yelled to other people on the street while running with Shizune. Just as the 2 women were about to run past Aizen's shoulders, Aizen suddenly raised his fingers slightly, and a colorful flash wrapped them up. Bakudo number 26 bent light. In an instant, both Tsunade and the elite body disappeared in place. More than a dozen wicked casino debt collectors chased up and looked around in a daze. Why? What's going on? What about Tsunade people? Did you use some ninjutsu to escape? A-hole. She owes us 30 million to the casino. Hurry up and find it. Otherwise, the boss will have to take our skin off. Advertisement. The debt collector who used Tsunade to escape with some secret ninjutsu quickly dispersed and began to search for Tsunade's figure. Aizen flicked his fingers lightly again, and Tsunade and Shizune reappeared. Shizune looked at Aizen in amazement, and didn't understand why this person had just helped both of them. What was the ninjutsu just now? Sunagakure. Tsunade noticed the Sand Shinobi logo on Aizen's clothes, and waved his hand. Anyway, thank you. As he said, he pulled Shizune and prepared to escape. Cannibal mouth is soft, Tsunade-sama should at least invite me to dinner, right? Aizen asked with a chuckle. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were faint, and after an uncomfortable tisk, he muttered 2 words, come here. 10 minutes later, in the private room of a rotisserie in town. Tsunade used chopsticks to put a piece of barbecue into the mouth, and while chewing, stared at Aizen with unkind eyes. You kid, he said that he would invite you to dinner without taking off the mask. It reminds me of Konoha, an equally annoying kid. Quote. Aizen smiled faintly. It's just that I didn't expect to meet the legendary Sannin. I want to chat with Tsunade-sama. I have abandoned my identity as a Konoha shinobi now. If you can get any benefits from me in Konoha, you should die of this heart. Speaking of Konoha, Tsunade's tone suddenly became uncomfortable. Tsunade has heard about the destruction of the Uchiha clan 2 months ago. As soon as Aizen said this, Tsunade's chopsticks gripped the meat, and the expression on Shizune's face instantly froze. Actually, not long ago, Uchiha Kenya joined forces with Uchiha Itachi, who killed the entire Uchiha clan, and killed the senior citizen of our village Joninbaki. Later, Uchiha Kenya was also killed by the 4th Kazekage of our village, but Master Fungying was also killed by it. Seriously injured, not healed yet. Advertisement. After a pause, Aizen continued. I waited this time to negotiate with Konoha, and the final result was considered peaceful and the alliance between the 2 countries was maintained. After Tsunade listened to it, he resumed the action of continuing to eat meat, and said coldly, tell me what you can do with some of these. No, mainly because the Uchiha incident really reminded the younger generation of the Senju family, which was infinitely beautiful at the time. It is really curious, as the family of 1st generation and 2nd Hokage, why the Senju family almost quit after the 2nd Ninja World War ended. The stage of history. Aizen's words changed Shizune's face drastically, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. This is the last thing Tsunade-sama doesn't want to mention. Shizune shouted inwardly, smelly boy, if you dare to go on, believe it or not, I will break your mask. Sure enough, hearing this topic, Tsunade stretched out his hand furiously, grabbed the collar of Aizen who was sitting opposite, and shouted threateningly. Fortunately, people who evade the casino in the future chose a private room for debt collection, otherwise they will definitely attract everyone. Aizen didn't care about his collar being caught, and smiled lightly. It seems that a lot of things have happened to Konoha, Tsunade-senpai, anger can't solve anything, so how about sitting down and talking calmly? Changing the name, adult, to senior, is also invisibly narrowing the distance between the 2 parties. Tsunade's beautiful eyes stared at the opponent for a while, and after a few seconds he finally let go of the opponent's collar and gave a heavy hum. Aizen patted his collar, and the expression behind the mask showed a smile. Sure enough, the Senju clan incident long before he was born was the key to Tsunade's departure from Konoha. Many people think that Tsunade left Konoha because of Kato Dan. In fact, it is not. Kato Dan is important to Tsunade, but it is not worth her leaving Konoha. After all, that was the village founded by my grandfather. Aizen suddenly said, I think, Tsunade-senpai, Konoha should belong to you. Asterisk. 32 I'm sorry. I think Konoha should belong to you, Tsunade-senpai. Aizen's voice is full of magnetic words. Having the purest 1st Hokage bloodline, and using Katsuyu technique to save Konoha's lives in the 2nd Ninja War, I don't know how many ninja lives were saved. If it weren't for the 3rd Ninja War because of fear of blood. If you fail to participate, the seat of 4th Hokage should be yours. Aizen said again, you shouldn't leave Konoha. This is the way of Konoha's current senior management. Instead, you should take the position of 5th Hokage and get back what belongs to you. If ordinary people, such as the group of ninjas in Sunagakure, were fooled by Aizen, they would have forgotten who they were. The reasonable expression of Shizune next to him is enough to explain everything. But who is Tsunade? Her ninja experience is older than Aizen's age, how could she be fooled by him so easily? A Sunagakure kid called me Hokage. What are you thinking about? Tsunade sneered again and again. In his opinion, this little devil named Aizen is so nosy, and definitely has his own secret. Senior Tsunade, no matter what purpose I have, from your own perspective, please ask yourself, don't you want to take back the village founded by your grandfather? Aizen kicked the problematic ball back to Tsunade. I have to say that this trick is really clever. At once, Tsunade's attention was turned away. Let alone what purpose I have, don't you really want to be Hokage? Don't want to take your grandpa's class at all? Finally, Tsunade looked startled, showing a confused look. Obviously, she was shaken. Yes, face yourself and ask yourself. Is it Konoha itself that I hate, or? Seeing Tsunade's expression, Aizen knew that the time had come, and the next sentence was like a big move, hitting Tsunade's confused heart. Advertisement. Tsunade-senpai does not hate Konoha village itself. You only hate the intriguing dark rule that killed your family. Because of this, you need to become Hokage even more, so that Konoha will be like your grandfather 1st Hokage. Prosperity. Tsunade's teeth bit her red lips tightly, and this time, she was silent for several minutes. Even Shizune next to him swallowed in fright by the solemn atmosphere. Finally, Tsunade spoke slowly and asked, "What do you want?" Tsunade had to admit that she was a little bit infected by Aizen's words. But she still didn't lose her mind, nor did she regard Aizen as a confidant. Instead, she became more vigilant and asked coldly. At the same time, he is constantly thinking about what kind of conspiracy this Sand Shinobi ninja is holding, and why does he want to be a Hokage by himself? I just want to get back what should belong to me. Please don't take what I think is so dirty. I think I am fundamentally different from someone like Shimura Danzo. Aizen slowly got up from his seat, and said to Tsunade, "No respect, if Tsunade-sama has the idea of becoming a Hokage now, I am willing to help you relieve the panacemia." With that said, Aizen walked slowly out of the rotisserie. Tsunade frowned for a moment, and then followed Aizen behind. "Master Tsunade, Shizune is a little nervous. After all, they still don't know anything about the identity and purpose of the other party. I would like to see what tricks he can play." Tsunade drew Chong's nose slightly. As a cage-level powerhouse who is still above Luasha, even if Aizen wants to use any conspiracy, she is confident to subdue the opponent. Before long, by a small stream outside the town, Aizen fought against Tsunade. Aizen pulled out Kyoka Suigetsu from the scabbard around his waist. Then, "Let me be rude, Tsunade-sama." In the eyes of bystander Shizune, the Sand Shinobi ninja named Aizen just drew his saber and pointed the blade towards the ground. Advertisement. Then he walked slowly to Tsunade and tapped his finger on the diamond-shaped 100 healings mark on Tsunade's forehead. In the next moment, Tsunade knelt on one knee suddenly, and large beads of sweat continued to slide down his cheeks, making a deep gasp. "Master Tsunade!" Shizune exclaimed, just about to rush forward, but was stopped by Aizen. "Please wait." Immediately, Aizen cut through the index finger of his left hand with the blade. Drops of blood fell on the ground. Seeing such a scene before, Tsunade was so scared that he embraced his hands, as if he was naked in the winter. However, at this moment Tsunade looked very calm except for a cold sweat, and stood up from the ground. "My body was not what it used to be, and I started to tremble when I saw the blood." "Tsunade, Master Tsunade, your phobia." Shizune's eyes widened and she shouted in disbelief. This kid, what a clever illusion. There was a trace of fear in Tsunade's eyes. Originally, she thought she was strong enough to subdue the opponent, but now she no longer has this confidence. Are the hours in the illusion world just a moment in the real world? Tsunade said to himself again. Just now Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis to create an illusion of Tsunade's perception, and at the same time let her see her dead brother Senju Nawaki walking to her in blood. It's like a replay of the scene of Senju Nawaki being killed in the Second Ninja War. That's right, Aizen's treatment of Tsunade Panacemia is extremely simple and rude. Since you are afraid of blood, then I will reproduce the picture you least want to remember in your life. Of course, Aizen was also very careful to control Tsunade's mental state and did not cause her mental breakdown. *33 Long live Aizen-sama. Flowers up to standard plus more. The meeting today is very happy, Tsunade Sr. I hope that we can achieve the same goal when we meet next time, and I will contact you at that time. Aizen did not continue to greet Tsunade, and after only one sentence, he strode back to the town. This guy, Tsunade frowned and looked at Aizen's away back, and he had deeply engraved the name in his heart. Contact me. How does he contact me? Thinking of the words Aizen said before leaving, Tsunade was confused again, but she didn't catch up to ask. Master Tsunade, you really intend to promise him? Shizune leaned forward and asked cautiously. To be honest, she is still very scared. This kind of person who makes people unable to see through is the most frightening. Tsunade frowned. She did not agree to Aizen, but her heart was already shaken. Yes, it was originally the village founded by my grandfather and his family, and the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes only joined midway. For what reason, now Senju is gone and left by himself. The village lets those people control. I don't want to anymore. Let's go and gamble for money. The more I thought about it, the more headache I felt, Tsunade shouted and strode forward. She needs time to think about it. Master Tsunade, you just lost so much. Shizune was almost crying, and there was such a teacher. In the afternoon, Aizen and Yi Kang set off again. It was also a surprise to be able to meet Tsunade this time. In any case, this Princess Tsunade who has made great achievements for Konoha, he must be drawn to his side. And Aizen formed a spada in order to kill the Spirit Palace, capturing the King Key is similar but different. Kenya herself wants Konoha, the country of fire, and even the entire ninja world to be under her own rule. Advertisement. One person can never control such a large land. Therefore, he needs someone to assist himself. It's just that the focus is not on Espada's combat use, but on management. 2 days later, in the square in Sunagakure. Countless villager ninjas gathered here. Jinruo took off the huge scroll with his back. After opening it, many people saw that in the middle of the dense black tadpoles, there was a big character grain. At the next moment, Jinruo pressed his right hand on the word. Bang! White smoke filled the air. In one breath, it was piled up to a height of tens of meters, like a hill, a sack mountain full of grain, reflected in the eyes of all Sunagakure villagers and ninjas. Oh, for a while, the cheers were deafening. Kinaruo, Aizen no. One licking dog immediately seized the opportunity and shouted, "This is all the food that Master Aizen has won for us." In an instant, the cheers of the villagers increased a level higher than before, and the shouts of applause shook the sky one after another. Master Aizen. Long live Aizen-sama. Master Aizen. On behalf of our whole family, thank you. Aizen, who was standing next to Lengshan, waved his hand gently, indicating that everyone should not care, which deepened the goodwill of everyone in Sunagakure towards him. ... Everyone in Sunagakure knows that since the battle with Uchiha Kenya, 4th Kazekage Luasha has suffered from a dark disease, and except for some major decisions, it will basically not appear in the public eye. Many things will be directly handed over to Aizen, who is the Minister of Ninbu, and then handed over to Rosa by Aizen. Finally, the copy approved by Fengying will be distributed to all departments. In the Fengying office, Kenya rarely changed into an Aizen form, correcting the documents with his true appearance. Advertisement. And after his correction is over, after a day of training in the system space. It's late into the night. Current template character. Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 20.37%. Stretching, looking through the window to the bright moon outside, Kenya twisted her neck, recalling that nearly a month has passed since such days, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. This is not the life I want. What I pursue is the ultimate enjoyment like celestial dragons in the One Piece world, not the bitter days of Uzumaki Naruto, who was in a state of kidney deficiency after marriage in the original book. Even if you become Hokage, how about being respected and worshipped by the ninja realm? Is such a day comfortable? However, there is one more trouble waiting for me to deal with now. Kenya walked to the bookcase next to the office, pulled out a scroll on the second floor about 5 centimeters, and then turned it clockwise 2.5 times. Hulong. There was a soft noise. Immediately, the bookcase opened a gap of about 20 centimeters like an automatic door. Inside, there is a hidden grid with a scroll in it. This thing was discovered when checking Luasha's office after becoming Fengying. This scroll was written by Orochimaru. Yes, in the content of the scroll, Orochimaru explained in detail his Konoha collapse plan to Rosa during his lifetime. Disguised as an examinee from himself, sneaked into Konoha with his men and shot from the inside. Luo Sha enters Konoha as a shadow, and from the outside, the two sides jointly destroy Konoha. When written down as a whole, it can be said that it is as similar as 80% to the Konoha collapse project in the original book. As for the remaining 20%, one is that Orochimaru did not include Gaara. It's because he doesn't know whether Gaara is one-tailed Jinchuriki or deliberately didn't write it, it's not clear. Another point is that in the original work, Orochimaru killed Rosa, and completely controlled Konoha's destruction plan by himself. The letter also stated that if Luasha agrees, they will meet at Liusha village in the Kingdom of Wind on the occasion of the new year. And now there is only less than half a month left before the new year. 34 Meeting with Orochimaru, evaluation vote plus more. There is only less than half a month left before the new year. With the food provided by Konoha, Sand Shinobi will undoubtedly have a good year this year. Originally, after 2 consecutive years of natural disasters, the Sunagakure people will celebrate the new year as long as they eat a little better. After all, you have to run out of food, do you still have the heart to celebrate the new year? However, as the New Year's Day approached this year, every family in Sunagakure began to prepare, and many villagers even went to Wano-kuni to purchase a lot of good wines from the Fire Country, and they were preparing for a good year. Master Aizen, you have worked hard. Master Aizen, can I come to my house for a drink during the new year? That girl in my family has always wanted you to go. Huh, does your girl have a tonnage of 200 caddies? Mr. Aizen, let's come to my house. Although I don't have a daughter, my niece is. You stinky grocery shopping, dare to be strong with lousy. The meat seller is amazing. Look at how your daughter is eating. Seeing Aizen walking down the street, many villagers with lanterns and festoons preparing for the new year greeted enthusiastically, and even 2 families were about to fight. Aizen smiled indifferently, and stopped both parties, and said in a gentle voice as always, "Thank you for your kind invitation, but due to Master Fengying's order, I may have to go out to perform tasks, so I'm sorry, everyone will have a good new year with your family." Up. No need, Aizen-sama is so polite. For those of you who are celebrating the new year, you have to go out to perform tasks for the village. Master Aizen is really hard. Master Aizen, there is nothing in our house. Please take this beef back. Master Aizen, my husband just got some good wine from the land of fire, please wait, I will bring you some. Oh no, have come here. At this time, when he was about to turn 13 years old, Tamari, who was already showing a touch of maturity, happened to be passing by. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help sighing, it's so amazing, it's really popular. During the Huxia New Year, every house in Sand Shinobi closed the door tightly, but from time to time we could still hear joy from inside. The main entrance of the village. The Sand Shinobi ninja in charge of the guard saw Aizen's arrival and immediately bowed and said, "Master Aizen. You are still sticking to your posts during the Huxia New Year. It's a hard work." Aizen smiled and raised his hand. Master Aizen praised, "Are you leaving the village?" Advertisement. An elite Chunin asked. Well, it is an S-level task that Master Feng Ying personally confessed, and I must solve it personally. Aizen nodded and walked quickly to leave the village, his back gradually disappearing into the snow-covered desert. The guard ninjas discussed. Aizen is the hardest person to go out of the village to perform S-level tasks during the Huxia New Year. Oh, yes, now Master 4th Kazekage has not healed from his old wounds, and Master Aizen's burden is getting heavier. Do you think that the next generation Feng Ying should be Aizen-sama, right? Hey, nonsense, is there a second candidate? Yes, are you an idiot? 2 days later, Liusha Village, a small village on the southeast border of the Kingdom of Wind. Aizen has already reached the meeting place, Orochimaru said in the scroll. Just when Aizen was standing alone on the mountain wall outside Liusha Village, suddenly, an extremely dangerous breath came from the ground. Countless white spikes rushed out of the stone ground under their feet. Aizen raised his brows slightly, crossed his feet and raised them, making a few soft strokes, standing in the middle of the air 5 meters above the ground with a clever paved road. Bone. The eyes behind Aizen's mask rose slightly, and he could see through the true colors of the white thorns below. Toru Yoruichi clan dead bone pulse. Isn't it? Feng Ying. At this time, one of the countless bones, a figure slowly floating appeared, was a silver-haired child about 12 years old. Kagaya Kimimaro, you deserve to be the second in command of the Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. It seems that you have a lot of secrets you don't know. On the other side, a hoarse voice that was neither male nor female followed. Aizen looked sideways, and it was Orochimaru. And there are several people behind him. Advertisement. Yakushi Kabuto, and Odonin Xiaoqiang who will be defeated by Konoha Xiaoqiang in the future. Near and right, Manuya, Gatong Maru, Jirobo. In addition, Kimimaro is Orochimaru's most relied confidant, Odonin 5 people. Orochimaru spread his hands and smiled strangely. I didn't expect Luosha to tell the second person about this. I thought he was the only one here. Master Orochimaru, what should be done right now? Yakushi Kabuto stood behind Orochimaru to the right and asked in a low voice. Orochimaru pondered for half a second, then smiled and said, if Sand Shinobi's second in command, there are more opportunities to get close to Luosha, it just allows us to take one more move. Originally, Orochimaru's plan was to seize Fukage Rose's body to steal the spotlight. But I didn't expect Luosha to come. But the problem is not big, since as Sand Shinobi's second in command, there are naturally many opportunities to get close to Luosha. Take his body away, and then sneak into Sunagakure, trying to get close to Luosha. What you said is like you can kill me at any time. Aizen spoke coldly. Orochimaru raised his brows, then smiled back, isn't it? This lineup, to be honest, it's not an exaggeration to use this lineup against my teacher, 3rd Hokage. Huh, Aizen's body suddenly disappeared in place. Orochimaru and others were surprised. Immediately, in Yakushi Kabuto and the horrified gazes of the others, Aizen has appeared between them and Orochimaru in a gap of less than half a meter. The backhand Kyoka Suigetsu unsheathed. Wow. From behind, pierced Orochimaru's throat. 35-second in command is better than Feng Ying. The moment Kyoka Suigetsu pierced along with Orochimaru's collarbone and throat. The Yakushi Kabuto and Odonin behind them all opened their eyes in astonishment. However, the pierced Orochimaru's body was like a puddle of mud in the next instant, that is, collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a new Orochimaru emerged from the original body, with a foul smell, turning his head to look towards Aizen, with a slightly exclaimed tone. What a brilliant body flicker technique, it reminds me of a guy the first played against a long time ago. Earth-style the return of the mainland. Jirobo shouted angrily, and his hands were suddenly pressed together. Suddenly, 2 huge stone slabs suddenly rose from the rocks on both sides of Aizen, like 2 hands squeezing toward the middle. Aizen glanced at him coldly, and with only one look, Jirobo stepped back in fright. In the next moment, Aizen points Kyoka Suigetsu's blade to the ground between his feet. Da puff. The sword light shining with silver erupted into a hurricane-like spiral airflow, like countless blades, cutting the huge rock slab that was closing in the middle into pieces. What's the matter? This force. Gatong Maru and the others held their hands in front of them, and the curse marks on their bodies had begun to work to protect their bodies. Today, they are only the age when Naruto and the others just graduated in the original book, and their strength is also worse. Although after the curse was imprinted, apart from Kimimaro, the average of the 4 was above the Chunin elite level. But this level of battle is obviously not something they can intervene. It's sword pressure. Yakushi Kabuto also crossed his hands in front of him. With a sound of, wow, the clothes were pressed by the sword to erase a breath, and blood suddenly poured out from it. It's the first time someone can burst out such a sword pressure since the death of White Fang. Orochimaru thought to himself. The next moment, he bit his thumbs in both hands and suddenly pressed it to the ground. Advertisement. Triple Rashomon. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the 3 ghost faces Rashomon formed a triangular angle, surrounding Aizen in the middle. No way, it seems difficult to keep your body intact, but at least it shouldn't matter if you have a skin. Orochimaru murmured to himself in a cold voice, and once again whispered, the latent shadow has more snake hands. Wow. Orochimaru's hands turned into countless boa constrictors at the moment the voice fell, burrowing into the ground in one breath, and re-burrowing out of the soil under Aizen's feet. The surroundings had been blocked by the triple Rashomon in all directions, and the ground under his feet had become a gathering place for countless wild pythons. If you change to a normal ninja, I am afraid that you can only be bitten to death by these maniacs in endless fear. This kind of little trick, the performance is acceptable, it is too big to use to fight me, right? Aizen's tone is indifferent, but she reveals a strong look of gaze. Rumble. The burst of Ryutsu let Kimamaro's other 4 Otonin 5 people feel almost suffocated. The materialized Ryutsu did not crush the snake under Aizen's feet into blood. This guy is cage level. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly tightened. As the country of wind with the worst environment among the 5 major countries, the 3 sons of Fengying were considered to be the most popular in the Chunin examination of the original book. But in fact, the combat power of their village is extremely scarce. In fact, Aizen is cage level, which does not surprise Orochimaru. To his surprise, Aizen, the second in command, had already surpassed Luo Sha. In the Third Ninja War, Orochimaru had a face-to-face encounter with Luo Sha. To be honest, he doesn't think much of that guy. Although magnet style, which manipulates sand for large-scale attacks, may seem magnificent and exaggerated, it actually can quickly wipe out enemies below the level in group battles. Advertisement. His own strength is just that he has just stepped into the threshold of cage level. Once he deals with cage level masters, his magnet style is not so effective, and his flexibility is far less than that of his future son Gaara. Now a deputy is more powerful than Fengying, which is what surprised Orochimaru. Disappear. Aizen turned his wrist. The sharp sword energy soared out in the shape of a horizontal line, splitting the triple Rashomon that blocked the surroundings. Unexpectedly cut open the triple Rashomon that is known as the strongest defense of Orochimaru-sama. The pupil near the left eye suddenly shrank. Orochimaru. In my plan, he is also an indispensable piece, and I cannot reveal my identity to him for the time being. Facing the face-to-face confrontation, Aizen thought to himself that before coming, he had expected such a result, and he had also figured out a coping strategy. In an instant, Aizen appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's golden eyes shrank sharply, his hands turned into 2 giant pythons, and he bit the attacking Kyoka Suigetsu head-on. Wow. However, the python that wanted to bite the blade, was pressed by the invisible sword on Kyoka Suigetsu's body moments before the fangs touched the blade, and the body was already split along the corners of the mouth in the next step. The evil snake's wrist burst. Orochimaru shouted coldly. The body of the giant python that was about to be cut in half suddenly swelled. Is it a ninjutsu that uses a python explosion to cause both losers? Orochimaru really has a research on snakes. Aizen's pupils turned. All of this is invisible in Sharingan, who can predict the future picture. Boom. The giant python with both hands swelled and exploded in an instant. The waves of anger that set off again made the many Yinran off the courts to retreat again. Asterisk 36-2 conspirators. The gunpowder smoke gradually dispersed. Aizen swept Kyoka Suigetsu away, sweeping away the gunpowder surrounding his body. Except for the round rocky ground about half a meter in diameter, where Orochimaru was standing, a big hole was blown out by Orochimaru's move just now. At a position about 10 meters away, Orochimaru's breathing seemed a bit rapid. Both arms have also changed from snakes back to hands, but because of the surgery just now, the sleeves covering the 2 arms have been blown to pieces, revealing pale and colorless skin. This guy. The fear on Orochimaru's face was even worse than before. Recalling the picture just now. In an instant, he suppressed himself with the sword pressure, as if he had seen through the future, with his left hand without the sword, hit the elbow of his right hand that turned into a python. Shocking flashes from fingertips after lightning style pierced his 2 arms, it delayed the time of the explosion and knocked himself into the air in the next instant. It was done in one go, with no extra moves. If there is a perfect way of fighting, it is probably like this. Completely foreseeing all my actions, you fellow, could it be, but this is impossible. Orochimaru muttered to himself in a low voice, then denied it. The pupil power that sees through all the actions of the enemy is just like the Sharingan he has always dreamed of. And it's the kind of cultivation Sharingan that can be achieved at the highest level like Uchiha Itachi. However, there are only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke left in the Uchiha clan. How could anyone else have Sharingan? Orochimaru did not suspect that it was going to Kenya. Advertisement. After all, although he looked down on Luasha, he still didn't think that Luasha was a fool who couldn't even tell whether the enemy was dead or not. Regarding the news that Rosha killed Uchiha Kenya at the cost of serious injuries, Orochimaru still feels more credible. Unfortunately, nothing in this world is absolute. Did you guess my Sharingan? But fortunately, he didn't see who I was. Kakashi's insight is not inferior. Aizen said inwardly. When he was about to take another step, Orochimaru raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Aizen. With that, Orochimaru dropped his hands, indicating that he didn't intend to fight anymore, and said. After all, we are all for cooperation, there is no need to fight to the death, right? Aizen's eyes were cold and said, a guy who wants to assassinate my village shadow, still has the word, cooperation, on the face. Orochimaru's hands were environmentally friendly before Yu hung, and he grinned and said, without my assistance, let alone attacking Konoha, it is attacking the land of fire. Sand Shinobi is afraid that it would be impossible. Although the behavior just now was a bit rude, but you still need me, don't you? Originally Orochimaru was not interested in Sunagakure. The reason why he wanted to kill Luasha and replaced it by himself was just to add a safety lock. After all, Sand Shinobi and Konoha are still fans of the allies. In case Luo Sha is halfway through the plan or there are other minor issues, it will be very troublesome to deal with. But he didn't expect that he had such a strong subordinate, and it seemed that the assassination plan would not work. I am very good at thinking about people's hearts. I am worthy of being a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aizen snorted and took Kyoka Suigetsu back into the scabbard. In the original book, Orochimaru is able to use many ninjas who are not weak, not relying on strong strength, but on the control of insight into the hearts of the people. He is able to use the displaced orphans for his own use and be loyal. This has to make people think of the Hokage who always talks about the words, will of fire, and, everything is for Konoha. Hearing these words, Orochimaru's pupils were faint, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Advertisement. Since Luasha sent you, it proves that he also wants to implement my plan. Orochimaru entered the topic, my Konoha collapse plan, do Sand Shinobi have any suggestions? I think this is a perfect plan. In addition to failing to kill Luo Sha, instead of this. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he thought so inwardly. With the number of people that Sand Shinobi can deploy, and the number of people under your hand, the sum is not enough to shake Konoha's foundation, and a decisive weapon is needed. Aizen said indifferently. Oh, what is that? Orochimaru said with interest. Jinchuriki. Aizen's words were amazing, and Yakushi Kabuto also surprised all the 5 people. As that kid named Gaara. But according to my intelligence network, although he has a good talent, he can't master the power of the crane at all. Orochimaru Kaido. Within 4 years, he will let him fully guard the power of the crane. During this period, you will gather the people and horses. Then, because of the matter just now, I don't believe you anymore, so the master of the plan is on my side. Aizen said coldly. Orochimaru spread his hands, and Snake Shin's lips added, it's such a tough guy, but I heard that you are very elegant in Sunagakure, what a weird guy. That's better than a disgusting snake. Aizen screamed, and then added a strange laughter to his tone, saying. One more thing, I need your help, don't worry, it's just a trivial matter. Orochimaru's eyes became a thin slit, and he secretly said, this guy, the depths of the city. Those guys in Sand Shinobi are afraid that no one knows his true face. Asterisk. 37 out of the silt but not stained. After listening to Aizen's request, Orochimaru sneered, you guy. If someone at Sunagakure knows your true face, they don't know what expression they will show, he. Aizen smiled and said, perhaps it is, but do you think anyone will believe you when you say this? Orochimaru's face darkened slightly. If you really speak ill of Aizen in Sunagakure, you will only be regarded as slander. After all, according to Orochimaru's information, this guy is simply a silt-free white lotus blooming in the ghost place of Sunagakure, which is whiter than Konoha's own old man. Even if you say that you are the #1 rebel in the ninja world, it is impossible for anyone to believe it. Horrible guy. Leaving a final comment on Aizen, Orochimaru led the 5 groups of Yakushi Kabuto and Odonin to leave. The reason why he said this was not because of Aizen's strength, or precisely because of his strength. What makes Orochimaru more fearful is the other party's character, the city, and the kind of control that controls countless people in his own hands like manipulating dolls. Even if he is used to the political darkness of Konoha, Orochimaru feels that whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, or Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, their methods are not as good as this Aizen. When Aizen returned to Sunagakure, the Sand Shinobi ninja guards hurriedly saluted and asked. You have worked hard, Aizen-sama. I don't know how anything is going on. Aizen said with a smile full of voice. Don't worry, it has been resolved, I am going to report to Master Feng. As expected, Master Aizen. Yes, it took only 2 days to complete the S-level mission alone. As long as Sand Shinobi has Aizen-sama, there is no need to fear anything. Everyone has passed the award, then I will leave first. Aizen waved his hand lightly and walked quickly towards the Feng building. After entering the office and restoring her true colors, Kenya checked her unlocking progress. Advertisement. Current template character. Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 23.76%. Although it is only a few rounds of short-term battles, even the winning and losing will be determined in the future, so it is normal that the unlocking degree is not high. But at any rate, Orochimaru, a veteran cage level master, did not satisfy himself with this value. Since entering cage level, the strength and unlocking degree have not grown as fast as they were at the beginning. This is not surprising, just like student scores. It is easy to grow from 0 to 30, but from 30 to 60, 60 to 90, the difficulty will increase. Let alone go from 90 to 100. However, when I think of Aizen in the original, Shinigami, he is hundreds of years old, and Kenya is relieved a lot. All in all, don't be lazy, there is always a solution. Okay. At this moment, Kenya saw through the window, Gaara, who was about to turn 9 years old, walking alone on the street of Sand Shinobi. Gaara, Kenya pinched her chin with her right hand, and after thinking for a while, an idea emerged in her heart. January 19th. For most people at Sand Shinobi, this is not a special day. But many people don't know that this day is Gaara's birthday. But even Gaara forgot about birthdays. Sometimes Tamari, the sister who wants to get closer to Gaara, will try to give gifts or something. But yesterday she received a C-level mission and went out of the village with a guide Jonin and 2 teammates. Gaara strolled along the streets of Sunagakure as always. That's right, Temari has graduated to become genin, but she took the Chunin exam. At that time, her 2 younger brothers were not the initial teammates she had assigned when she graduated from ninja school. Advertisement. The leader of the team, Jonin, was one of the 3 Sand Shinobi Jonin who had previously traveled to Konoha with Aizen, Longzhong. On the street, the passing villagers hid in the corner of the street in panic when they saw Gaara, and from time to time they showed disgust that they had seen street mice. However, when someone showed this look, Gaara shrank into the corner of the wall with fright as soon as Gaara's cold eyes swept across. Yo, Gaara. The sudden call made Gaara raised her brows, turned her head to look, and saw the pure white mask that she had seen once before. Master Aizen. Great, it's Master Aizen. In this way, I won't be afraid of the monster Gaara. Seeing Aizen's arrival, the surrounding villagers secretly breathed a sigh of relief and whispered. What are you doing? Gaara said coldly. Gaara was still impressed by the person who almost passed through her sand protection for the first time and touched her body. Oh, I looked through the ninja files this year and happened to find that today is a special day. Aizen chuckled softly, took out a scroll from behind, and handed it to Gaara. As you who inherit the magnet style of Master Feng, I can't think of other birthday gifts. This is the number of magnet style developed by Master Feng. Jinshida, the scroll of the funeral is here for you. In an instant, Gaara's eyes widened. And the surrounding villagers also grew their mouths one by one. Hey, you, have you seen it? Master Aizen, what kind of gift does that monster seem to be giving? I heard you right. Birthday present. Aizen Sama gave Gaara that monster. As expected of Aizen Sama, so good to everyone, so handsome. But it's unnecessary for Gaara, right? Asterisk. 38 Stray Dog Gaara, evaluation ticket plus more sent. Birthday present. This is familiar to ordinary children, but for Gaara, it must be a vocabulary that is unfamiliar. Born in this world for 9 years, Gaara has never touched this kind of thing. Facing the scroll that was handed over, Gaara had extremely complex emotions in her heart. After a while, Gaara turned her head and gritted her teeth indifferently. I don't need it. With that, turned around and wanted to leave. Oh, did you say you have learned it? Aizen is also not like Temari. After he couldn't catch up, he had to give up, walked to Gaara's side, and chuckled. In that case, let me ask you to eat grilled beef tongue. Listen to Temari. You like this kind of stuff. Don't follow. Be careful, I kill you. Gaara's voice was not so much threatening as it was irritability and fear. That's right, it's like that kind of stray dog that has been abused and strayed for a long time. In the face of other people's food, it is not like a normal dog to eat it with the head, but it is a truth that it will bark its teeth and show a fierce and vigilant expression. Oh, don't be so shy. Today is your birthday. You decide what you want. I still have this little money. Aizen smiled indifferently, and pressed his left hand on Gaara's shoulder again. Sand defended automatically, trying to resist Aizen's hand. But at the moment he was about to touch it, like a bird or beast that sensed the flames, he shrank back in fright, causing Aizen's hand to pat Gaara's shoulder for the second time. Gaara wanted to say something, but Aizen had already taken her into a rotisserie nearby. Unlike Konoha, where there are snack bars all over the street, there are not many restaurants like Sand Shinobi, which is often in a state of food shortage. Compared to eating outside, the villagers of Sand Shinobi prefer to make it at home. After all, it saves a little bit. Boss, please give us a private room. Aizen entered the door and smiled. Master Aizen, hello, please. Seeing Aizen coming in, the boss with a mustache and a big belly just smiled and prepared to warmly entertain him, but when he saw Gaara next to Aizen, his face suddenly changed and he almost fell to the ground with a certain horror. Advertisement. Gaara's eyes flashed fiercely for a moment, and the boss and the waiter in the shop were scared to death. What's the matter? Boss, please open a private room for us. Aizen said again, as if nothing happened. Yes, please come with me. The boss quickly leads the way. After Gaara walked in, the rotisserie, which was not originally lively but with a lot of people, was quiet and could hear clearly even a pin fell on the ground. After Aizen and Gaara entered the private room on the second floor, all the people whispered, just like the villagers on the street just now. In the private room, Gaara and Aizen are sitting opposite each other. Aizen handed the menu to Gaara and said with a smile, come on, order whatever. Since it's birthday, please be casual. Gaara remained cold, and after a while, he finally hooked the grilled beef tongue and grilled inner liver twice with a pen. Isn't this enough? Come on more, you are growing your body. Aizen took the menu and ticked nearly 10 dishes before handing it over to the boss again. After receiving the menu, the big belly boss hurried out of the private room, breathing heavily for several breaths. Why, can you penetrate my sand? Gaara finally took the initiative to speak. It would be fine if he broke his sand shield with an attack, but his method was completely different. He stretched out his hand at will and touched his body. This completely makes Gaara unable to understand. Maybe it's because I get along better with you. Aizen joked halfway, and then put the roasted meat on the baking tray. Soon, there was a sizzling fire on the baking tray. Aizen helped Gaara clip several pieces in a row. This is the first time Gaara has experienced this kind of food for someone to help herself. But in the end, he still took a mouthful silently and delivered the grilled beef tongue into his mouth. The atmosphere is particularly quiet, but unexpectedly not very embarrassing. After all, he is only 9 years old. Advertisement. Gaara didn't eat much. When he saw the man wearing the mask didn't move a bite, Gaara instinctively wanted to ask him why he didn't move his chopsticks. But when the words reached the throat, they couldn't speak again. Why? Gaara didn't know. Maybe it was too long, or he had never experienced it, which made him forget how to communicate with others. Okay, so where do you go next? Do you want to hold a party with your friends or something? Aizen asked. Gaara frowned. He wanted to say that he had no friends, but when it came to his lips, it was difficult to say it again. Wow. At this moment, the sliding door of the private room was suddenly opened. Anxiously appearing in front of Aizen and Gaara is Sand Shinobi's elite Jonin, who went to Konoha's Kanera with Aizen. Kanera, what's wrong? Aizen asked sideways. Sorry to disturb you, Master Aizen. Jinruo knelt on one knee and reported. Just now, the dragon crowd sent a letter for help. While their team was escorting the caravan to the Kingdom of Heaven, they were attacked by unknown ninjas. The situation is extremely serious now, please come for reinforcements from Lord Aizen. Long Zhong, Temari's guide Jonin. Hearing this name, even Gaara couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Aizen stood up suddenly. I will go personally. You call Yi Kang. Yes, I'm sorry, Gaara, it seems I have to save your sister first. This is my second birthday present. Aizen turned his back to Gaara. Gaara's expression was complicated, and after twisting the brows on her dark circles twice, she said nothing. Just watched Aizen go away quietly. 39 Hinamori Tamari Peach, Part 1 End of edition. The border zone of Tanokuni. As Tamari guide Jonin, the dragons are taking Tamari, hiding in the woods. 2 genins who were in the same class as Tamari, Daimaru and Noda, were killed in the mission. Originally, what they performed this time was only a C-level mission, escorting a group of caravans from the Kingdom of Wind to the Kingdom of Tien. The enemies you will encounter on the road are at best robbers and the like. But what Linglong didn't expect was that Tien Ziguo unexpectedly showed up many extraordinary ninjas somehow, and caught them by surprise. At this time, Jonin's dragons were also seriously injured. Blood continued to flow down from the wound on the top of his head, making his face a third red. The dragons gritted their teeth and tore off a corner of the ninja suit and used it as a bandage to tie it to the wound on the top of his head to stop the bleeding temporarily. Looking at Tamari, who was nervous and trembling, the dragons gritted their teeth and said in secret, "Anyway, you must let Tamari leave here." As the eldest daughter of Fengying, if Tamari dies here, it is not just herself that will suffer, but it is very likely that it will rise to problems between countries. Sunagakure just got a temporary relief last year with the food obtained from Konoha, and now it must not cause trouble. Rustle. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps passing through the forest. Long Zong's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said to Tamari, "Tamari, you hide here, I will lead them away." As he said, Long Zhong ignored the pain of his body, gritted his teeth and got up. Teacher. This. Temari's immature face was full of panic and worry, and he wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the dragons. Stop talking. You are the eldest daughter of Master Fengying, your life is not just for you alone, but for the entire Sunagakure and the Kingdom of Wind. Speaking of allowing Tamari to hide in the bushes, the dragons raised their feet and fled to the rear. Within 2 minutes, in the bushes, Tamari, whose vision was extremely narrow, could barely see a few figures flashing through the gaps in the bushes, and heard their conversation. Have you found those 2 escaping guys? They are indeed going in this direction. Men can leave it alone, but that little girl, I remember Luo Shaw's daughter, if you get her, you won't have to worry about it in the next life. I found a trace, here, let's go. Advertisement. The footsteps sounded again, and the atmosphere soon became quiet. After all, he just became Genin and he was only 13 years old. Facing these Jonin-level opponents, Tamari could not be as unbearable as Haruno Sakura, but he still couldn't help shaking with fear. Especially after 2 teammates died in front of him one after another. After an unknown amount of time passed, Tamari felt that those people had indeed left, and then slowly crawled out of the bushes. However, it was the moment when I saw the outside scenery completely. A figure behind him resounded like a death knell in hell, echoing in Temari's ears. Miss Tamari, hello. Temari's complexion instantly turned pale, and his whole body trembled, turning around mechanically to look behind him. I saw the 3 wandering ninjas looking at themselves with a grin and ferocious eyes. Why? Temari's tone trembled with fright, unable to say a word completely. It looks like you failed in the ninja school, Miss Tamari. The leader grinned and pointed to the fallen leaves on the bush next to him. Don't you think the location where these leaves fell is unnatural? Temari's face turned pale again. At this time, the other party's big hand had already grabbed her and let out a disgusting laugh. Hee, don't worry, it's Fengying's daughter anyway, we don't dare to do anything to you, of course, if the price is high enough, we don't know. In fear, Tamari could only close her eyes tightly, a ray of tears had been swirling around her eyes, and there was only one thought in her heart. Who will, help me? The palm of the wandering ninja is less than 5 centimeters away from Tamari, and Tamari with his eyes closed can feel the breath of the other party. In an instant, a silver light flashed. After a few seconds, Temari didn't feel the opponent's hand grabbing towards him. Only then slowly opened his eyes and looked at the other party. I saw this bloated and burly wandering ninja, his eyes staring like copper bells, staring at him behind him, a fingertip-sized hole in front of you hung, and the scenery behind him can be seen from the front. Advertisement. Puff. In the next second, he fell heavily to the ground, breathless. Temari turned around in amazement and looked behind him, only to see the slender figure wearing the Sunagakure's well-known pure white mask, slowly walking towards him. When he walked in front of him, he raised his hand to cover his head, and calmly said in a familiar and soft tone, "Sorry, I'm scared." "It's all right." Temari was completely stunned for a while. The other two wandering ninjas took a step back. A few seconds later, they gritted their teeth and forced themselves to hold back the panic in their hearts. They shouted angrily, Don't be afraid. Just one person, let's kill him together." The voice fell, and the two men attacked at the same time. "Sorry, wait for me again." Aizen smiled slightly and walked past Temari. Lightning style go, wind style the gale breaks. Two powerful attacks in Temari's view came at the same time. Seeing this, Aizen opened his left hand. For a moment, an invisible gas mask appeared in front of his palm, blocking the two ninjutsu, unable to move forward for half a minute. This is impossible. What kind of technique is this?" The two people on the opposite side exclaimed in disbelief. Temari at the back also had the same shock. Aizen turned around halfway. Although he was wearing a mask, Temari could still see the gentle smile in his faint eyes. Boom. In the next moment, the violent chakra that broke out from Aizen's palm turned into an invisible wave of air, and immediately overwhelmed the two of them to the ground, dying of anger. For an instant, Temari looked at the opponent's eyes, just like Hinamori Momo had to Aizen Sosuke. 40 Hinamori Temari Peach Part 2. The other end of the forest. As the Kyoka Suigetsu on Aizen's waist was unsheathed, the other four wandering ninjas who had been attracted by the dragons had their throats broken instantly. Standing behind Aizen were Temari, who had been rescued and brought over by him before, and the bloody dragons who were seriously injured. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 23.8%. This increase in unlocking made Aizen speechless. Orochimaru, he doesn't find a few high-profile actors for acting. But fortunately, nothing went wrong. Hug, sorry, Aizen-sama, cough. Long Zhong reluctantly wanted to support his body, but when his leg was just raised a little, he staggered to the ground and coughed out a bit of blood. The person who should apologize is me, Long Zhong, thanks to you, I have time to save Temari. Aizen turned around and leaned down, his tone was full of guilt. Unfortunately, if I can come earlier, the other two kids won't have to. Before Aizen had finished speaking, Temari next to him eagerly said, "No. Aizen-sama, you saved me and teacher Long Zhong. We are already very grateful to you, please don't blame yourself." Aizen glanced diagonally at Temari, and said softly, "Thank you, Temari." Temari's cheeks are slightly red, and Aizen has lifted the dragons on their backs. Okay, go back to the village. ... About 5 minutes after the three figures disappeared completely, two figures came out from behind a big tree. They were Orochimaru and Yukushi Kabuto. This time we lost 2 Jonin and 7 Chunin, Lord Orochimaru. For us now, the loss is not small. Yukushi Kabuto pushed down his glasses, looked in the direction where Aizen and the three had left, frowned and said, "But, why do we have to spend so much time preparing for this scene? Hehe, the weak are not qualified to put pressure on the strong." Advertisement. Orochimaru sneered again and again. In his opinion, Temari is 4th Kazekage Luasha's daughter, and Aizen's behavior is undoubtedly a good impression of that girl. He didn't have 8 trigrams thinking that Aizen had any special thoughts about that little girl, but the identity of Temari. If 4th Kazekage is gone one day, who will succeed 5th Kazekage? Although the possibility of Aizen should be the greatest so far, who can say clearly about the future? According to Orochimaru's guess, Aizen did this in order to prepare for the position of Fengying. As long as there is the support of the son of Fengying, it is like a tiger with wings. Orochimaru speculated that Aizen might not be willing to wait for Luo Sha to give up his place, and he would definitely take some measures. However, although Orochimaru's speculation is reasonable, the premise is wrong. That is, this Aizen is not Aizen. Okay, Kabuto, you should also leave for Konoha. For the plan 3 years later, you have to look for information in Konoha. Orochimaru turned his head to look at Yukushi Kabuto, smiled and said, "Use the power of your proud spy." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. ... A few days later. Usually Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara rarely gather together. Because Temari is already genin, he has to act with the team to perform tasks on weekdays. Kankuro is still a student at school, and spends most of his rest days in the puppet troops to learn puppetry. Advertisement. Gaara is also a student of the ninja school, but he has no contact with his brother in the student, to be precise, he has no contact with anyone. But today, under the call of Temari, the 3 elder brothers and sisters finally gathered together. The reason is that Kankuro also completed the ninja school graduation and became genin. Temari took this opportunity to bring the 3 sisters and brothers together again. In the somewhat stiff living room, the eldest sister Temari worked hard to mediate the atmosphere, saying, Teacher Long Zhang is unable to continue his job as coaching Jonin because of his injuries, and Daimaru and Noda have also. I may join the regular army, or form a new team with Konkuro students in this class. Oh, I don't know if we can form a class. There was a puppet, Crow, next to Konkuro, and he replied. Gaara sat on the other side, still silent. Temari scratched his face with his fingertips helplessly, suddenly remembered something, and said to Gaara, by the way, Gaara, I heard that on your birthday a week ago, Master Aizen took you to dinner, how about it? Master Aizen, is he a good person? When Konkuro heard the words, his eyes widened in astonishment, eat. And, with Gaara. Before he finished speaking, Konkuro hurried to stop Gaara from angering him. However, Konkuro was still shocked. Dare to invite Gaara to dinner and celebrate her birthday. That person is also a monster, right? Okay. After a few seconds of silence, Gaara reluctantly responded. He is not very good at dealing with topics about Aizen. However, Temari has entered the Hinamori Momo mode, holding both hands together, looking forward to it. If I want to form a new team, I really want Aizen-sama to be my guide Jonin, or let me work under him. Asterisk. 41 Aizen class established. Sunagakure, Ninja School. The current school graduates have completely gathered on the playground. Like Konoha, San Shinobi adopted a teaching plan with a Jonin serving as the instructor of the 3 graduated genin classrooms. Not only Konkuro and other current graduates, Temari, who has graduated for 1 year, is also here. Yesterday she met her father, Rosa, and asked her to come here today to put her into a new team. After all, her 2 teammates were already dead, and Jonin was also seriously injured and could not get out of the hospital bed within half a year. Standing at the front of the queue, Shunin's classroom looked at the list in his hand, and began to read the names of the 3 members of each team and the guide Jonin. That's right, the instructor Jonin told them on the spot, instead of coming over to lead them one by one like Konoha. San Shinobi Jonin walked over and led the 3 genins under their leadership. Quote. Hira, Songshi, and Maki, guide Jonin, Hakura. Teacher Chunin reported another team. Suddenly, many genins in the playground screamed. You know, Yekora is San Shinobi's strongest ninja. Not to mention that her appearance is also good, the only flaw, I am afraid that her personality is a bit cold. Being able to let her serve as her own guide Jonin is really something that many students envy. Then, Konkuro. When teacher Chunin said his name, Konkuro's eyes moved and his ears stood up. Temari. Teacher Chunin called out a second name. This time, it attracted the attention of many people. Do Fengying's daughter and son team up? It is appropriate to say that it is appropriate, and it is a bit inappropriate to say that it is inappropriate. Temari casts a glance at Konkuro. Is Konkuro the new teammate? Forget it, not bad. Advertisement. Then the last one, Gaara. When these 3 words came out, the audience was in an uproar, even Temari and Konkuro were no exception. However, before they were astonished, something even more unbelievable came. Just listen to teacher Chunin again. Guide Jonin, Aizen. Suddenly, the noise resounded throughout the playground. Turning around, I saw Aizen was walking towards this side with a cold-faced Gaara. Blue, Aizen, Master Aizen. Seeing Aizen walking in front of him, Temari stuttered. It should be called Ms. Aizen, now. Aizen smiled. Here, what is going on? Konkuro stepped up. He glanced at Gaara, but didn't dare to meet his brother's eyes. Aizen explained with a chuckle. It is the request of Master Fengying. I hope that I will be the guide of your 3 siblings. Jonin, Gaara is also quite capable. Ben Lao Gaara is also messing around in the ninja school. He did not leave the ninja school and graduate early because of his father's suicide and death like Kakashi. Gaara didn't carry anything like that, and didn't pay attention to him, he just moved forward step by step in a daze. Since the father who disgusted him said so, so be it. Not to mention his strength, he undoubtedly surpassed Genin, and even most Chunin were not opponents. No need for early graduation assessment like Kakashi did. Aizen chuckled. Since the Aizen class has been established, according to traditional customs, let's take a picture first. Gaara followed Aizen coldly. Temari has been stunned by the sudden happiness, eyes full of stars. Konkuro is the one with the worst mood among the 3. When he thinks about teaming up with Gaara in the future, he sweats nervously. Advertisement. Seeing Aizen actually became the instructor of Fengying's 3rd sister and brother Jonin, other students and even ninjas couldn't help but have heated discussions. Especially many girls, like Temari, hope Aizen will become their own teacher. Although he covered his face with a mask, he was definitely a handsome guy with such a nice voice. It must be because their father is Fengying, who walked through the back door. The girl student secretly jealous. In the photo studio, Aizen stood in the middle of the back and smiled. Konkuro and Gaara are in the middle of the 2 stations, Temari is the middle of the girl station. To Temari and Konkuro's surprise, Gaara didn't have a good face, but he still followed Aizen's words and stood on the right. After quickly recovering from consternation, Temari quickly stood right in front of Aizen, his immature face was already showing a hint of blush. Konkuro had no choice but to stand to the left. After getting the photo, Temari put his thumbs on each side of both hands and pressed them on the faces of his 2 younger brothers, leaving only the words, self and Aizen, making funny laughs from time to time. That guy Tamari, what's up? He heard Tamari's strange laugh from behind, and Konkuro felt like he was getting goosebumps. Suddenly, Konkuro found Gaara taking the photo into her arms without saying a word, and couldn't help being surprised again. He thought Gaara would throw it away even if he didn't tear it off. At this time, Konkuro vaguely felt that his brother, who had been like a monster since childhood, seemed to have changed a little bit. Bang! Aizen clapped his hands and chuckled softly. Well, you are brothers and sisters, but the fighting styles are completely different, so I have prepared different training programs. And the next first sentence made the third sister and brother's face change drastically. First of all, Gaara, you need to control the one-tail Shuhei in your body. Asterisk 42 Water Civil Disturbance Incident. In the original work, Gaara re-established a relationship with Shozuru until the Shozuru in his body was pulled away, and after he died once, and after the Fourth Ninja War was completely over, he was not Jinchuriki anymore at that time. In other words, Gaara in the original book, he did not perfectly control the power of Shuhei at all. In fact, there are only two ways to manipulate Shuhei. First, like Killer Bee in Naruto, to achieve being honest with each other. In other words, to build a good relationship, keep the tail beasts in the body from making trouble, thinking about how to break through the seal, and provide assistance during the battle. Second, it is like Uchiha Madara, who forcibly uses the pupil technique to control it, making it his own combat tool. Kenya's approach is not clever, but it is very safe. With the power of Shinigami, even if he does not use Sharingan, he can freely enter the seal space, where Jinchuriki communicates with the tail beast. Just as a deterrent to Morizuru, let Gaara communicate with him. As long as Kenya is suppressed, even if Shuhei wants to go violently, he will be suppressed immediately. This is equivalent to when Naruto practices the power of Nine Tails, there is a Uchiha Madara watching next to him. Once Nine Tails dared to do anything wrong, Uchiha Madara immediately used pupil technique to suppress it, letting you go back to the sealed space obediently. Of course, Kenya currently believes that it has not reached the height of Uchiha Madara. But the target was only one tail, the smallest of the 9 big-tailed beasts, and his own power was completely sufficient. Every time Gaara is practicing, Kenya will also close her eyes in the form of Aizen and enter the system training ground to practice. Once he noticed that the Shozuru in Gaara's body had a tendency to run wild, he would come out to calm the stray civet cat. In 20 days of work, Shuhei went violently 3 times in total. For the first time, the villagers in Sunagakure were scared to death by the violent Morizuru who was arranged at the training ground in the back mountain not far from the village. And, Rosa, first suppressed the sand of Shuhei with golden sand, and then Aizen took the initiative to suppress and subdue him. While all the villager ninjas once again mistakenly believed that Luo Sha was still alive, Aizen gained another wave of prestige. The latter two occurred outside the village. It was suppressed by Aizen alone, and the only witnesses were Tamari and Konkuro. Advertisement. When they saw Aizen single-handedly guarding the cranes, the two of them were shocked even more. Okay. Awesome, Mrs. Aizen. When Morizuru's huge body shrank like a discouraged ball, and finally returned to Gaara's body, Tamari shouted with excitement and admiration in his eyes. Whoosh. At this moment, an Anbu Jonin with a ghost mask appeared with body flicker technique, knelt in front of Aizen on one knee, and reported. Master Aizen, in an emergency, Master Fungying summoned all Jonin to gather. Aizen heard the words and handed the unconscious Gaara into the hands of Konkuro and Tamari, and waved his hand to Anbu gently, indicating that he knew. Yes. Anbu responded and disappeared again with the body flicker technique. I can basically control the first state of tail animalization, but it is still a bit early to complete the body. Let him take a good rest these days. It seems that my side will start to be busy soon. Aizen treats his siblings both humanely. The teacher has been teaching Gaara recently, obviously I am also your disciple. Tamari couldn't help complaining. But this tone, no matter how you listen, it feels more like acting like a baby. Sorry, Tamari, I will teach you after the mission comes back. Aizen stroked Tamari's durian head, with a soft tone. Hey, Tamari's face was reddened, like a cat being slapped. Well, you guys go back to the village quickly. Aizen disappeared instantly. Seeing Tamari still enjoying the look, Konkuro opened his mouth, but still reminded, hey, everyone is gone. Advertisement. The disturbed Tamari gave Konkuro a sideways glance, and said in a bad mood, you don't need to remind me. Go away. As they said, the two of them walked back to the village quickly with Gaara in their hands. Konkuro really felt that he was not human inside and out, so he had to shut up. Inside the Fungying office, Yikang, Jinruo and many other Sand Shinobi Jonin have gathered here. As before, 4th cage, Rosa, sits behind a layer of tulle. Boom. The door was pushed open and Aizen walked in. Master Fungying. Aizen walked to the front of Sand Shinobi Jonin and nodded to Luo Sha. Okay. You can clearly see the Rosa behind the tulle nodded, and then said, according to Anbu's investigation, there is a civil strife in the water country recently. Of course, seeing Rosa talking is only from the perspective of Yikang and the others. From Aizen's point of view, that is his own shadow clone talking. Rosa went on to explain. The preliminary investigation is because Mist Shinobi has already been unable to bear the rule of Yugura's blood mist and tried to resist. According to your opinion, does this matter for a Sand Shinobi? Profitable. Yikang thought for a while, and said, Master Fengying, this matter is underreported, acting at will, intervening in the internal affairs of others, not only will not be able to obtain benefits, but it is very likely to bring disaster to the village. I think we should send a small team to do it. Investigate. Aizen heard the words, and the focus of his pupils shifted towards Yi Kang. Remember that Yi Kang was killed when he went to Ouwitting to perform a mission in the original book, right? So, it is very likely that this is the task now. Asterisk 43 Chaos in the Water Country, flowers plus more. Aizen. Rosa. Spoke suddenly. Aizen Kaido. Yes. Luasha. Said with an illusion. It's up to you to go. I see, Master Fengying. Yi Kang thought for a while, then interjected. Master Fengying, sending only Master Aizen to see if the combat power is a bit short. Although you don't doubt Master Aizen's strength, Kurigakure is in a state of turmoil, and only one person. Rosa. Interrupted. I have confidence in Aizen's strength. More importantly, the fewer people on this task, the better. Once another country discovers that our village ninja enters without authorization, it is very likely to cause catastrophe in the future. Quote. You will die on this mission all the time, so don't interrupt. Aizen thought to himself. Yes, I was the one who made a mistake, Master Fengying. Yi Kang bowed his head and withdrew. Under such circumstances, this mission was designated as an S-level mission, and was undertaken by Aizen. Rosa, specially ordered that Jonin who was present must not reveal the least of this mission. Before leaving, Aizen especially found Fengying 3 sons to say goodbye. From the country of wind to the country of water, the journey back and forth takes about 10 days. Coupled with the time-consuming tasks, every half a month must be impossible to return. At this time, Gaara had already woke up, and Aizen also specifically asked him not to use tail animalization during his absence. I see. Gaara responded flatly and changed the expressions of Temari and Konkuro next to him again. It should not be their illusion, Gaara's character is changing. When Mr. Aizen is away, I will take good care of them. Don't worry. Temari stood up and said. Really? Temari is such a good boy. Advertisement. Aizen smiled and stroked Temari's hair. Although it looks like a durian, it actually feels very smooth and doesn't touch your hands. Hey, Temari once again showed an expression of enjoyment, but when he heard the word, child, Xiaoshang couldn't help but rise up secretly, quite unhappy. Don't slack in training during this time, then, I'll go first. The moment the voice fell, Aizen had disappeared in place. Whether it is the third sister and brother of Kazekage, or Uchiha Sasuke who has not yet emerged from the shadow of Uchiha's extinction in Konoha, or Uzumaki Naruto who is still using pranks to attract the attention of others. They are just young children who are quietly waiting for the coming of the future, and Aizen, who is really changing the future. Every action makes the original direction of the world move in another direction, severely shifting the past. And this time, it was the same. It can even be said that it exceeded his expectations. 1 week passed in a flash. Kenya at this time has reached the country of water. This extremely humid country shrouded in fog all the year round. Since Uchiha Obito's control of Yagura, it has to be said that it is very similar to the current control of Sand Shinobi by Kenya. It's just that Uchiha Obito had no talent at the management level, and the loss of Rin Nohara caused his personality to change drastically. To be more ugly, it's a bit psychologically pervert. So in contrast to Kenya's thriving state managed by Sunagakure, the entire water country is now in chaos. After several days of inquiries, coupled with the understanding of the darkness behind the Kurigakure blood fog period, Kenya has guessed the cause of the turmoil in the entire water country. Right now, water country is in a state of civil war. 2 of these forces are fighting day and night in the territory of water country. Supporters and opponents of 4th Mizukage Yagura. The supporters are mainly led by the current Mist Shinobi, but the Genin Sword and Hoshigaki Kisame have rebelled from the village. Advertisement. Only the Ghost Lamp Full Moon and the Black Hose Thunder Teeth are left. Originally, there were only a few of the 7 ninja swords in this session. Because at the end of the 3rd Ninja War, he was kicked to death by Might in one breath, and he hasn't completed it yet. The support faction is mainly headed by these 2 people and a part of the blood inheritance boundary. Kenya has not heard the name of the opposition, but he has vaguely guessed who it is. According to Kenya's speculation, Yi Kang, who went to the water country in the original book, was probably involved in the war and died. At this time, Aizen was sitting in a deserted post and tea house, because the water country is currently in a state of civil strife, but all capable villagers fled to other countries, are hid in deep mountains, rainforests and other places. Boom. With the sudden shaking of the ground, Kenya, who must be wearing the same hat as Uchiha Itachi when he returned to Konoha, turned his head and looked. About 300 meters away, there are ninjas fighting, and the levels of both sides are not low. The howling water dragon is intertwined with the thunder falling from the sky, producing a stronger vibration. Do water style and lightning style use ninjas? Kenya's eyes were dim, but the ninjutsu that appeared immediately changed his eyes again. The rising white steam covered the rainforest on the opposite side. Looks a lot like Mist Shinobi Ninja's standard ninjutsu Mist Shinobi technique. But not, because Sharingan in Kenya's pupils can see through it at a glance. Under the volatilization of steam, the rainforest seems to be immersed in sulfuric acid and gradually corroded. That is, boil-style Chaowu technique. Kurigakure will use this kind of ninjutsu. There is only one person. Kenya covered her face with the palm of her left hand, like those who were going to hollow in Shinigami, pulling her palm down. Wow, the pure white mask covers the face, and Aizen is here. 44. It's cheap for nothing, why not? Evaluation ticket plus more. In the center of the battlefield, a total of about 300 people are engaged in fierce confrontation. In the most striking center, a black-haired man holding a curved double knife, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, sneered constantly. The pair of knives in his hand is the Thunder Knife Tooth, one of the official Mist Shinobi 7 ninja knives. One of the 7 ninja swords, the Black Ho Thunder Tooth. On the opposite side of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth, is a beautiful girl with eyebrows wearing a dark blue jumpsuit and tight-fitting skirt, showing her beautiful body like Tsunade. A dark orange hair reached the back of the foot, and the bangs drooped down to cover his right eye. He was about 25 years old, and there was no doubt that he was a beauty. Future 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Yes, the leader of the opposition is her. After the Third Ninja World War, more and more Mist Shinobi ninjas could not bear the bloody rule of Yugura, and more people defected from the village. Terumi Mei, the successor of Mist Shinobi's blood succession limitation, discovered this in time and secretly assembled the Mist Shinobi ninjas who opposed Yugura's rule. Among them are people like Ching and Changjuro who will follow her to participate in the Five Shadows Conference in the future. However, for some reason, this incident was exposed some time ago, and Terumi Mei had to start a revolution before the strength of the troops could rival Yugura. In terms of personal strength, Terumi Mei is undoubtedly stronger than Black Ho Thunder Tooth, but currently she has only just reached the cage level. Although she is one level stronger than Black Ho Thunder Tooth, she still cannot reach it. The degree of crushing. What's more, this is war. To be able to determine the outcome of a war by one person, at least one needs to reach the point where Namikaze Minato has reached the pinnacle of cage level. Coupled with the disparity in the strength of the two sides, it is clear that Terumi Mei has fallen into a disadvantage. Seeing that it was hard, Terumi Mei had no choice but to dodge the attack of the Black Ho Thundertooth, while trying to persuade the opponent. Black Ho Thundertooth. As a group of 7 ninja swords, do you just sit and watch Kurigakure ruined in Yugura's hands? Why do you stand on his side? The Black Ho Thundertooth bloodthirsty used the head of the club to add a thunder knife, and said with a weird smile, I'm not standing by his side. I just think his blood mist rule is very suitable for me. Advertisement. In this chaotic country, it is not surprising that such a pervert is born. He does not like peace, but desires blood and war. Hi-Ho Leia is such a person. Seeing that persuasion could not be done, Terumi Mei could only continue to fight, lava-style solving monster technique. The white sticky substance spit out from the throat exudes amazing corrosive power, forming a white wall in the middle of the sky. Ha ha ha, Terumi Mei, your lava style has become weaker. Chakra should almost reach its limit. Hei Chu Leia sneered loudly. The next moment, under the control of the two hands, the thunder knife and teeth were intertwined, and a thunder and lightning flash broke out, which was somewhat like the blade version of Kakashi Reikiri. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth turned his wrist and waved his hands to cut open the strange monster technique. Go to hell, Terumi Mei. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth yelled and rushed towards Terumi Mei. Water style water array. Terumi Mei immediately changed Jian and blocked the attack of the Black Ho Thunder Fang with water style. Sure enough, I guessed it right. On a cliff above the battlefield, Aizen sat on the edge of the cliff, watching quietly the battlefield where hundreds of people were fighting. Seeing Terumi Mei fighting against the Black Ho Thunder Teeth below, he confirmed his previous guess that the leader of the opposition is Terumi Mei. If it weren't for her, she shouldn't have the qualifications to become 5th Mizukage after Yugura's death. However, according to the analysis of combat power, Yugura still has the upper hand. If Obito gets serious, he should still be able to calm the people like Terumi Mei. But Aizen analyzes the original work again, and now it is only more than 2 years before the timeline of the original work is opened. In other words, Obito must also start preparing his tail beast capture plan. Advertisement. At the moment, the members of Akatsuki should have all several issues, and Obito must have no intention of caring about Kurigakure. To put it in one sentence, it's not Terumi Mei who won, but Uchiha Obito doesn't want to play. In other words, in time for Terumi Mei's number of wars, she only needs to wait for a while, and when Obito leaves to catch the tail beast and voluntarily gives up Kurigakure, then Mist Shinobi will naturally belong to her. Master Terumi Mei, the situation is not good for us, retreat. At this moment, Terumi Mei, an opposition ninja, shouted. Even if they have the cage level of Terumi Mei alone cannot make up for the vacancy in total force. The gap between the number of doubles is too big to fight. Terumi Mei's expression tightened. No way, can I just retreat? Aizen closed his eyes and thought for a while, and said inwardly, it's cheap for nothing, there is no reason not to. Thinking of this, Aizen tilted forward and went straight down. Before touching the ground, the toes point in the air. The body took a light step, Kyoka Suigetsu unsheathed in his hand. Instinctively felt a sense of suffocation from behind, the Black Ho Thunder Fang who was going to chase Terumi Mei suddenly turned around, and the two swords turned into X, and turned into shields, protecting him in front of him. Boom. In an instant, the thunder tooth of the Black Ho was beaten and flew out, with a crisp sound, and a cracking sound could be heard from the blade of the shinobi. Bang, bang, bang. After being shot into the rain forest next to the battlefield, the Black Ho Thunder Tooth broke how many tree trunks it stopped before it stopped. 45 Cooperate with me, Terumi Mei. Below Terumi Mei, there are many ninjas who are still in confrontation, and their eyes widened in amazement. Terumi Mei opened his mouth in amazement, and looked at the rainforest where the Black Ho Lifang had been knocked off, the rainforest with countless tree trunks broken. Even though chakra was expensive to fight with himself for several rounds, but the Black Ho Thunderfang was also regarded as a Jonin elite who had experienced many battles. How could he be beaten up in such a simple way? You are. Turning his head and looking again, the slender figure and the pure white mask on his face came into view. The second in command of Sunagakure, Aizen. Behind Terumi Mei, a middle-aged man with a blindfold on his right eye said solemnly. Ching, now the second in command of the rebel army, is also one of the deputies who will follow Terumi Mei to participate in the Five Shadows talks in the future. Under the blindfold of his right eye, it was the white eye that he had captured from the Hyuga clan in the previous third ninja battle. Aizen. Terumi Mei's left eye, which is not covered by her bangs, raised her eyebrows slightly. It was obvious that she had never heard of this person. As the leader of the rebel army, she was devastated by the affairs of the water country, and she really didn't have extra time to care about the affairs of other villages. Ching quickly explained. Since 4th Kage Rosa was injured, the man who took over the minister of Ninbu-san Shinobi, it is rumored that he also has the power of a movie. After finishing speaking, the green veins around the right eye mask slowly floated up, obviously wanting to use white eyes. Don't try to see me through with your clumsy white eyes, or do you want to die here? Aizen looked at Ching indifferently, and had not released Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis ritual to the people here. It would be troublesome for this guy to see through the flow of chakra with Sharingan in his body. Immediately, Ryutsu was released with a strong killing intent, and Ching was so frightened that he would close his eyes. Why? What's going on? This bottomless force. Terumi Mei and other mist shinobi ninjas around, felt the shock of Ryutsu, and they all stepped back in fear. FK, B************ D. Advertisement. At this time, the Black Thunder Tooth Ho with blood on the head, wrists and other parts slowly walked out of the rainforest, looked at Aizen, opened his mouth with sharp fangs, and said angrily. B************ D. It was you who attacked me just now. Did you want me to chop you into a fire stick? Yugura's support and opposition are fighting, right? You are. Aizen simply ignored the clamoring Black Ho Thunder Teeth. Even in his heyday, he didn't pay attention to him, not to mention that chakra was almost exhausted and he was injured. Terumi Mei's expression was stagnant, but she still replied, Photo, Terumi Mei, the successor of Mist Shinobi's Lava Style and Boil Style, the leader of the rebel army. B********** D. Laozi is talking to you, don't pretend not to hear. Lei Ya, the Black Ho, who was ignored, immediately felt a deep sense of insult, crossed his hands with thunder knives, and thunder broke out with a white arc flashing. In the next moment, he rushed towards Aizen's back and yelled coldly, Kill you. Later, Terumi Mei's pupils shrank suddenly and reminded. The moment when Thunder Knife was less than 5 centimeters away from Aizen's back neck. Aizen turned around abruptly. Kyoka Suigetsu, who was still unsheathed, bounced the Thunder Knife away with the scabbard. Bang! When the scabbard collided with the Thunder Knife, electric arcs and sparks splashed, and the huge force lifted the Black Ho Thunder Tooth into flight. Leia, the Black Ho that was knocked off to a distance of 1.5 meters from the ground, only felt his wrists numb, and the Thunder Knife in both hands almost fell to the ground because he couldn't hold it. This mask B********** D, so much strength, I'm afraid it is above Kisame, right? The silver-blue sword light flashed suddenly, and Kyoka Suigetsu was unsheathed at this moment. Thundertooth Black Ho, and other mist shinobi ninjas around, only saw a flash of silver and blue sword light, making them subconsciously blinded. Advertisement. In less than half a second, when they stared again, one by one, they were dumbfounded in surprise. The Black Ho Thundertooth, which almost defeated cage-level Terumi Mei, was pierced into the heart by the sword in Aizen's hand and hung in the air. When the Thunder Sword, one of the Mist Shinobi swords with both hands, fell to the ground with a clear sound as the owner's life passed away. Wow! In the next second, Aizen suddenly pulled the knife out of the Black Ho Thundertooth, flicked out the dirty blood on the blade, and retracted Kyoka Suigetsu into the scabbard. Puff! As soon as Kyoka Suigetsu returned to her sheath, the body of the Black Ho Thundertooth fell to the ground at the same time. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 24.56%. Okay, so strong. Terumi Mei's sapphire eyes widened in amazement. At this moment, she had only this thought in her heart. Although Thundertooth Black Ho had been wounded and chakra was basically emptied, he would never be able to kill it so cleverly and so perfectly. Ching and the others also had cold sweats, and had the same thoughts as Orochimaru that day. Sand Shinobi's second in command, how does it feel stronger than Fengiying? Rebel leader, Terumi Mei. Aizen said suddenly. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei suddenly recovered from the shock and looked at each other. Just listen to Aizen continuing. Cooperate with me, first clean up these Yugura minions. The tone was flat but with absolute self-confidence, which made Terumi Mei feel at ease. A few seconds later, she smiled and smiled. That's really reassuring, please, Mr. Aizen. 46 This is lying to win. Originally, the Black Ho Thunder Fang was so easily killed, which has greatly shaken the enemy's fighting spirit. After Aizen joined the rebel camp led by Terumi Mei, it was even more turbulent. In a matter of minutes, hundreds of people traveled to that world under Kyoka Suigetsu's superiority. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. 1. I'm still alive, great. Are you okay? Medical ninja, come over and heal your injuries. Terumi Mei's surviving ninjas raised their arms and shouted, there is nothing more exciting than surviving. Terumi Mei's gestures are not heavy. After the medical ninja is roughly treated, except for the amount of chakra that has not yet recovered, his body is 80% better. Taking a figure-like step like a model, I don't know if it's intentional, she twisted her waist and walked in front of Aizen. Terumi Mei put her hand on her chin and said, I really appreciate your help, Mr. Aizen. At the same time, I also began to guess the reason why the second in command of Sand Shinobi came here. Where? I just heard about the civil strife in the water country, so I was dispatched to this place by Master Fengying, and I happened to encounter it. I also heard about 4th Mizukage Yagura's tyranny, so I chose to help. Quote. Aizen's calm words have a hint of instinctual kindness, which makes it difficult to disgust him. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up, suppressing her inner desire as much as possible, forcing herself to remain calm, and said, I wonder if Aizen-sama can ask Sunagakure to help. After this is done, my Mist Shinobi is willing to establish an alliance with Sand Shinobi. Even if he wins this battle, Terumi Mei knows that the strength of his genin is far from Yagura's opponent. Aizen couldn't help herself here all the time. In that case, it's better to use Aizen's hand to draw Sand Shinobi's ally. Terumi Mei's name for Aizen has also unknowingly changed from Mr. Aizen to Sir Aizen, and there is a reason for deliberately flattering to please the other party. Advertisement. Hey, Miss Terumi Mei is polite. We are about the same age, so we can use our names directly. Aizen chuckled kindly. Let Terumi Mei faintly have a better impression of him. Powerful but friendly to the people, this is why Senju Hashirama was more popular than Uchiha Madara in the past. In fact, Aizen's inner mood at this time is undoubtedly very happy. You know, even if you refuse, it won't take long for Obito to give up control of Yagura and begin to formally prepare to implement the Tail Beast capture plan. Of course, before leaving, he would definitely kill Yagura first to avoid revealing his whereabouts. At that time, Terumi Mei could say that he won Kurigakure without a fight. But Terumi Mei doesn't know the future. At this time, of course, she must try her best to win over the ally Sand Shinobi. As long as Aizen agrees to this, he can get Mist Shinobi's alliance assistance on the premise of absolute success. If it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, an old fox-level politician, Aizen will not bother to form an alliance with him, and will only try to take it as his own. But Terumi Mei's character is still credible. But even so, Aizen pretended to be thinking and asked, Ming, you mean, can you make alliance decisions on behalf of the future Kurigakure? Suddenly, Aizen was directly called by her name, and Terumi Mei, who was only 24 years old this year, had an unnatural expression on her face. Just about to answer, Ching from the rear stepped up and said, we revolutionaries have already decided that after successfully regaining Mist Shinobi, Master Terumi Mei will be named 5th Mizukage. There is no need to worry about Master Aizen. Like Terumi Mei's thoughts, he also believes that Sand Shinobi must now be as close as possible to this ally. That's it, I'm relieved. Aizen nodded, then looked at Terumi Mei and said, but it's about the alliance between nations. I personally can't make such an important decision. If possible, please ask Ming to go to Sand Shinobi with me and Fengying. Is your lord negotiating this matter? Sunagakure. Even at cage level, it takes at least a week to go back and forth at full speed. Green brows raised slightly. Advertisement. Terumi Mei almost didn't hesitate. Kaido. Ow, I'll leave it to you here. You ask everyone to return to the stronghold and stay still. Before I come back, try to avoid fighting with Yagura's strength. Ching Wei said more and clicked to express his approval. Terumi Mei turned to Aizen and said, Mr. Aizen, without further ado, let's leave now. Ming, as I just said, we can use our names directly. Aizen responded with a smile, and then said again, however, with the power of Yagura, it should not be difficult to find your stronghold. I have a way and should be able to provide a little assistance. Can you take me to the stronghold first? A few hours later, in a deserted village on the border of water country. Gathered Terumi Mei has called for it in the past few years, and hundreds of rebels have gathered here. Aizen, Terumi Mei and Ao stood at the entrance of the village. They could see that the ninjas gathered there were basically injured. More than half of them were lying on the ground, waiting for treatment. Bakudo number 26 bent light. Aizen raised his right hand. In an instant, a huge colorful triangular enchantment enveloped the entire village. In less than a moment, the entire village disappeared completely. This is. Ching couldn't believe it. Then he opened his eyes, and then used the chakra veins flowing in the ninjas to see the people in the village. At this time, Aizen is no longer afraid of him looking at himself with white eyes. In the previous battle with Black Hole Ya, Aizen had initiated Kyoka Suigetsu's ritual to everyone present at the time. Asterisk. 47 air-fried tamari. In this way, it should be able to avoid part of the enemy's detection. Aizen said to the two. As expected, Sand Shinobi is second only to Fengying, Aizen first. No, Aizen-kun, your strength is really nothing to say. Terumi Mei exclaimed. Overwhelmed, so let's go to Sunagakure first, time is running out. What Aizen said was true. Although Terumi Mei is the future 5th Mizukage has agreed to establish an alliance with Sand Shinobi. But if you run away without Obito for one more battle, the victory won without any difficulty will be the least cherished. Aizen needs to unite Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi once and successfully capture Kurigakure, so as to further consolidate the alliance between the two villages. Nothing special happened along the way. After a few days, the two have entered the land of the Kingdom of Wind. As soon as it arrived, the yellow sand that was a specialty of the Kingdom of Wind rushed towards her face, and the poisonous sun above her head also made Terumi Mei suspect that her tender skin was about to burn. Although the humid climate in the country of water is not very pleasant, but I did not expect the country of wind to be even worse. That's why many Sand Shinobi ninjas painted color patterns on their faces like Konkuro, or wore kabuto hats. Ming seems a little uncomfortable. Aizen ran on the road ahead. Terumi Mei smiled lightly. It's nothing, it's just the first time I came to the Kingdom of Wind, something I didn't expect. She is not a spoiled eldest lady, no matter how bad the environment of the country of the wind is, can she survive the battlefield. Led by Aizen, the two came all the way to the front gate of Sunagakure. Master Aizen. Seeing Aizen's return, the Sand Shinobi guards shouted in unison. Apply for the pass for this lady. I need to take her to meet Master Fengying immediately. Aizen raised his hand to the guard ninja and gestured to Terumi Mei beside him. Few men are not attracted by Terumi Mei's charming and natural beauty. Advertisement. But when Aizen brought this woman back, maybe they were in that kind of relationship, and all Sand Shinobi ninjas quickly withdrew their eyes. After completing the registration for entering the village, Aizen officially entered Sunagakure with Terumi Mei. Master Aizen, the task is hard. If you have time, please come to our shop and sit down. After more than 10 days of not returning, the enthusiasm of the villagers was even greater. Even many villagers far away saw Aizen's figure and ran up to say hello one by one. Aizen raised his hand to respond, and Terumi Mei smiled and said, Aizen is really respected by Sunagakure citizens, but in my opinion, it should be. Ming, don't ridicule me, it's just that you are lucky and have done a few things that everyone recognizes. Aizen smiled lightly. Ms. Aizen. When he was about to arrive at the Fengying building, a familiar voice came. Aizen and Terumi Mei turned their heads and looked, only to see Temari trotting so far. Not far behind her, Gaara and Konkuro are also walking towards this side slowly. Ms. Aizen, are you back? Stopped in front of Aizen, Temari's eyes were full of surprises. Well, have you been cultivating well during this period of time? Aizen asked with a smile. Of course, we just completed the C-level mission without Jonin's leadership. If the conditions are not allowed, we all want to try to challenge the B-level mission. Tamari said with a, come and praise me, expression on his face. However, the expected compliment did not come, and Terumi Mei next to him had already spoken. Allah, Aizen-kun, this lovely child is. Ah, I forgot to introduce. These are my disciples, Temari, Gaara and Konkuro, they are the children of Master Fengying. Aizen explained. The third sibling of Temari also found the young woman standing next to Aizen. With their outstanding looks and figure, Gaara and Konkuro knew at first sight that they weren't from their village. And Temari's gaze was more focused on Terumi Mei's clavicle slightly below, gritted his teeth and bitterly, yes, damn it, so big. Advertisement. Ms. Aizen, who is this guy? Temari looked unhappy. Temari, don't be so rude, this is Miss Shinobi's Terumi Mei, but the future 5th Mizukage. In the case of a third person, Aizen still used the honorific name for Terumi Mei. Mizukage. Hearing these two people, Fengying's 3 elder brothers and sisters didn't change their expressions. Ah, Aizen-kun is true. I have always told me that I don't need to use honorific names. You're breaking the contract without authorization. Terumi Mei raised her slender and white jade finger, poked Aizen twice on Aizen's shoulder, and said with a smile. Temari watched from the side with fire in his eyes, but due to the identity of the other parties, 5th Mizukage, he dared not say anything. As Fengying's daughter, she naturally knows more, knowing what to do and what not to do. However, this woman is really unpleasant. Terumi Mei's smile continued. As a woman, of course she could see what kind of thoughts this little girl, who was only 13 or 4 years old, was holding in her heart. In addition, Aizen suddenly used honorific words to her just now, which made herself a little unhappy, so she took the opportunity to tease her. Well, sorry, Ming, it's not too late, let's see Master Fengying first. Aizen's voice revealed a sense of helplessness, which made Terumi Mei smile even more. Well, you three, you must practice hard. After leaving these words to the 3 of Temari, Aizen and Terumi Mei entered the Fengying building together. Terumi Mei finally touched Temari's durian head, squinted and smiled. The little sister is so cute, but she has such hair, but no men like it. After speaking, he ran forward quickly to keep up with Aizen. That damn it woman. Temari gritted his teeth and shouted, almost unable to hold back his anger, and took out the iron fan behind him and patted Terumi Mei's forehead, then turned his head and questioned his 2 younger brothers. Is my hair ugly? The corners of Konkuro's mouth twitched. He knew what it would be like. After the mission, he should go back first. Gaara turned her face to the other side calmly, saying that it had nothing to do with her. Asterisk. 48 An alliance with Sand Shinobi is not equivalent to an alliance with Konoha. Evaluation vote plus update. Fengying office. Aizen took Terumi Mei across a layer of tulle, stood in front of Rosa, and reported a series of affairs investigated in Water Country. While listening to Aizen's narration, Terumi Mei's eyes stayed behind the tulle from time to time, Rosa's somewhat invisible face. Rumor has it that after fighting with Konoha's S-class rebel Uchiha Kenya and being injured a year ago, 4th Kage Rasa retreated to the second line. Except for extremely important occasions, basically no public appearances. Most of the affairs are represented by the Minister of Ninbu Aizen, and everything seems to be true. When Aizen finished the report, Rosa, behind the tulle nodded and said, "So, Aizen, your behavior is right. Yagura's tyranny really should not sit idly by." Terumi Mei's eyes lit up, and then just listened to Rosa, and said again, "But Sand Shinobi is not my village alone. This matter needs to be discussed with Sunagakure's high-level representatives." Rosa said again, "Aizen, you will entertain the future 5th Mizukage in the next few days." As he said, Rosa turned to face Terumi Mei again, and said, "Although I have not officially become Mizukage yet, I will just call Master Mizukage. Please wait for a few days. We will reply to Master Mizukage soon." Master Fengying is too polite. Terumi Mei nodded. Although Rosa calls herself Mizukage, Terumi Mei is very clear that the status of the two is not equal. First, did you become a Mizukage? Second, I am here for help, so my breath is short. After Aizen and Terumi Mei left the Fukage building, Terumi Mei looked at Aizen with a smile. "You Fukage-sama, let you be my guide, will you be perfunctory?" Aizen smiled lightly and said, "Well, it's just that Sand Shinobi is not as prosperous as Konoha or Mist Shinobi, and there is no beautiful scenery. I wonder what Mizukage-sama wants to see." "Really, Aizen-kun, they all said they want to be called directly." Terumi Mei pursed her lips, and after thinking about it, she said, "If that's the case, Aizen-kun will show me where you like to go. This is a treat for me. It's simple, but it may disappoint you. My own life is still quite boring." Aizen shrugged. "That's not necessarily true, let's go." For several years, because of resisting Yagura's blood mist rule, Terumi Mei has been in a nerve-tight suit. It can be said that she has relaxed for the first time in recent years. Advertisement. Said to go to the place where I usually go. In fact, Sand Shinobi itself is not interesting. Aizen is just taking Terumi Mei around the village. But even so, Terumi Mei is always happy, and her pretty face has always been filled with a satisfying and beautiful smile. It didn't take long for the sunset to gradually drop to the horizon. Aizen also took Terumi Mei to a high rock cliff not far from the village. From this position, you can overlook the entire view of Sunagakure, just like standing on the Hokage rock in Konoha village. Seeing the setting sun half submerged below the horizon, Terumi Mei, whose face was full of red shining by the sun, couldn't help but sigh. "It's so beautiful." Aizen smiled and said, "I come here from time to time. Under the shining sun, looking at the village, I can feel an incomparable sense of peace of mind." Terumi Mei's sapphire eyes are full of appreciation. "It would be great if Aizen-kun was born in our Mist Shinobi. Even if they are not born in Mist Shinobi, after the alliance is established, the two countries can help each other, right?" Aizen asked rhetorically. Aizen-kun really doesn't understand women. Women's possessiveness is terrifying. Speaking of the latter, Terumi Mei's tone was deliberately or unintentionally added a bit of flattery. The term, fairy, is used to describe this kind of woman. Just when the atmosphere became a little ambiguous, the familiar voice heard this morning came again. "Ms. Aizen." Aizen and Terumi Mei turned their heads and looked at them. They saw a girl with brown hair and shoulder-length hair running quickly toward this side in the sunset. "Are you Tamari?" Aizen's tone was hardly surprised. After putting the hair down, I almost couldn't help it. If his mother, Kailura, was still alive, she would definitely think that they looked exactly the same. "This girl," Terumi Mei secretly said inwardly. She laughed at Tamari's hairstyle this morning, but she didn't expect to change it so soon. Advertisement. "What? How?" Teacher Aizen. Tamari asked nervously, secretly regretting. "Really, I ran over as soon as my head heated up. Doesn't it seem that I was too deliberate?" Aizen thought for a while and smiled. "Tamari is beautiful no matter what it looks like, just follow the way you like." Tamari was quite dissatisfied with Aizen's seemingly perfunctory answer, and summoned the courage to say, "Well, which one is better than before?" A word of nothing flashed in Aizen's heart, and she glanced at Terumi Mei. It was all a good thing this woman did. Terumi Mei is standing next to her with an attitude of watching the show. "I think the previous Tamari's hairstyle is very good, there is no need to change it deliberately." Aizen didn't lie. Although he felt more prettier after changing to such a normal hairstyle, he lost the unique heroism and charm of Tamari. "Really?" Tamari said with great surprise, and then gave Terumi Mei a cross with a provocative expression. Although Terumi Mei was a little unhappy in her heart, she didn't want to care about this girl at all. ... 2 days later, after the Sand Shinobi high-level meeting, Rosa once again met with Terumi Mei in the Fengying office, and asked Aizen to hand over the 2 scrolls to Terumi Mei. Rosa explained. "Master Mizukage, I have already written the terms of Sand Shinobi on it. If you agree, please sign on it. We will also immediately send troops and reinforcements to help you recapture the village from Yagura." Terumi Mei opened 2 scrolls with the same content. The above conditions are not as big as the lion's bargaining that Konoha proposed before. Although a bit too much, but overall it is still within the acceptable range of Terumi Mei. The most attractive treaty for Terumi Mei is associating with Sand Shinobi is not the same as forming an alliance with Konoha. 49 Uzumaki Naruto, plus and more, send on. Associating with Sand Shinobi is not the same as forming an alliance with Konoha. To be honest, such a treaty surprised Terumi Mei. She also knows the alliance between Konoha and Sand Shinobi, and is ready for the Three Nations alliance. But I didn't expect that in the treaty given by Sand Shinobi, the last one that stood out to you was actually like this. In other words, does Sand Shinobi have any special thoughts about Konoha? Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes rose slightly, and there was a guess in her heart. If Sand Shinobi really intends to do this, then Mist Shinobi, as an ally, might be involved. For a while, Terumi Mei, who had been looking forward to signing the alliance agreement, began to hesitate. Ming, rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with Mist Shinobi. Aizen whispered in Terumi Mei's ear. The focus in Terumi Mei's eyes subconsciously casts towards Aizen next to her. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally signed his name at the end of the two agreement scrolls. Aizen left one copy in the hands of Terumi Mei, and the other handed over to Luasha. Rosa took over the agreement scroll and said with satisfaction, "In this way, my two countries are alliances. Please rest assured, Master Mizukage. I will personally write the application form. When Konoha agrees, I will send the army to support Mist Shinobi." From the country of wind to the country of water, it was decided to pass through the land of the country of fire. In the past, only Aizen and Terumi Mei were two people, so they did not take this into consideration. Without a pass issued by Hokage or Daimyo, they crossed the land of fire and came to Sand Shinobi. But if you want to dispatch an army, you absolutely need to notify Konoha first. After all, the number of troops sent is at least thousands, as the unit. Unless Konoha's investigations are all blind, how can it be impossible to see? Soon, in front of Terumi Mei, Rosa immediately wrote a letter by himself, handed it to Aizen, and then said, "It just so happens that the time has come for Konoha to turn over the grain to us this year. Aizen, when you send this letter to Konoha, bring back this year's grain by the way." "Yes, Master Fengiying." Advertisement. Aizen responded. Rosa turned his gaze to Terumi Mei again, and said, "After Master Mizukage retakes the village, Konoha will probably send someone to request the alliance. At that time, Master Mizukage should know what to do. Master Fengiying doesn't need to worry too much, after all, I am also a shadow of a village." Terumi Mei didn't like this fourth cage, and responded coldly. After walking out of the Fengiying building, Terumi Mei hesitated for a while, but couldn't help but ask, "Aizen-kun, are you planning to take action against Konoha?" Aizen paused. "Kaido, did you notice the last item of the treaty?" Terumi Mei nodded. Seeing this, Aizen sighed lightly, and responded, "You have also seen the harsh environment of the Kingdom of Wind. No one likes war, but there are some people who don't want to pursue a better life." Terumi Mei pursed her lips and didn't continue to say more. After all, she didn't want to take care of things in other villages. She lifted the hair before her eyebrows, and briefly exposed her right eye covered by bangs for a moment. Terumi Mei smiled and said, "Then I will return to Mist Shinobi first, and I will wait for your reinforcements." "It's not mine, it's Sand Shinobi's." Aizen shook his head. Aizen-kun is really rigid, it's not easy for girls to like it, but it. Halfway through, Terumi Mei dragged the long tone, slightly attached himself, and revealed 1/3 of the fruit on the collar of the dress. Mei smiled and said, "I like it. Master Mizukage, it's a public event now, please don't do that." Aizen responded silently, but she couldn't help but spit out in her heart. This woman waited until she regained Konoha, she was the first to clean up you. It's really ruthless, then, waiting for you. After waving her hand, Terumi Mei hurried away from Sunagakure and hurried to Mist Shinobi. She immediately told Ching and the others the good news. Aizen didn't procrastinate, and immediately went to Konoha. Advertisement. 3 days later, Konoha Village. After completing the registration at the entrance of the village, before Aizen officially entered the village, I heard a noise of jumping and jumping not far away. Looking up, a yellow-haired boy under 10 years old was carrying a pot of paint on his right hand, part of which was splashed on him, and his body was dirty but with a nasty smile, making a grimace at the Konoha shinobi who was chasing him behind. "Damn it, Naruto. You come back to me. How dare you do graffiti on the face sculptures of Master Hokage? I can't spare you." The two ninjas chasing behind roared. Slightly. "A bunch of idiots, you can't catch up with me." Naruto shook his A and ran away while making faces. Uzumaki Naruto. Aizen said inwardly. For this man, he grew up with a cold shoulder, but he resolutely became the protagonist who saved Konoha heroes. Aizen thought for a while, but finally left him alone. Not wanting, nor disdain. It's just that it's not the time yet. As Ashura's reincarnation, Aizen knew that sooner or later he would officially meet Naruto. But at that time, Aizen didn't know whether he was on the same line or on the opposite side. Soon, Konoha building, in Hokage's office. Aizen stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face became extremely heavy after reading the contents of the letter. Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi actually want an alliance, and Sand Shinobi intends to send troops to reinforce Mist Shinobi, and needs to issue a pass for the army to pass through the border area of the Country of Fire. At first glance, this is nothing strange. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, a scheming politician who has been in charge of Konoha for more than 40 years, immediately saw that there was something hidden behind this incident. 50 disagreement to opposition, of course. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks so in his heart, he still has a calm and kind old man's attitude on the surface, and smiles lightly. Mr. Aizen has worked hard. I will hand you the food and the clearance certificate tomorrow morning. Let Konoha take a rest tonight. Hokage-sama is polite, then I will leave first. Aizen walked away quickly. After the opponent left, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to convene the advisory team, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Shimura Danzo was not called by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since the Uchiha incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen has tried to avoid Shimura Danzo's involvement in high-level political decision-making. He can also realize that his old friend's attitude towards him has gradually changed from disagreement to antagonism. Konoha's highest meeting room. Sand Shinobi is going to form an alliance with Mist Shinobi. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were surprised when they saw the customs clearance request written by Rosa, handwritten by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha's intelligence capabilities are also top-notch in the ninja world, and they also know that Water Country is currently in a state of civil strife. But I didn't plan to wade through this muddy water, lest I didn't catch it, and instead made myself muddy. But I didn't expect that Sand Shinobi, who was still separated from Mist Shinobi by Konoha, could shoot so quickly. He immediately colluded with Mist Shinobi's future 5th Mizukage, and even prepared to send reinforcements to help the opponent overthrow the rule of the Blood Mist and reunite Mist. Shinobi. Rosa, is he so bold? Uchiha Kaharu couldn't help frowning. In her impression, 4th Kazekage Luasha is a very cautious and conservative film. To put it more ugly, he just wants to do big things and cherish his life, without courage. But this is not surprising. If all the shadows of the current 5 major ninja village are ranked in strength, Luasha is undoubtedly the lowest. However, the decision to assist Terumi Mei and regain Mist Shinobi was something a man who was confident of his own strength and a talented and roughly dared to make. Because Sand Shinobi was disarmed by the name of the Country of the Wind, the number of people was already small. To assist other countries in wars, once the loss is large, the shadow has an inescapable responsibility. In addition, you are rushing thousands of miles to fight in an enemy country, which is disadvantageous. No matter how you look at it, such a decision is very risky. Advertisement. Luo Sha, a timid shadow, dare to make such a decision. I also find it very strange. It is completely opposite to Luasha's previous style of acting. According to his previous personality, he should adopt the strategy of watching the fire from the other side, just like our Konoha. Mitokado Homura also agreed. It has already happened, and it is meaningless to discuss why 4th Kazekage is so. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a pipe and said, the question now is, what should we Konoha do? My thought is that after this war, we also go to 5th Mizukage, hoping to promote Konoha's alliance with Mist Shinobi. Quote. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked startled. Uchiha Kaharu said, Hiruzen, there is no guarantee that the opposition will win. What if Yagura wins? In that case, we just sit back and watch. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a breath of smoke and said, the blood mist rule of Yagura has dealt a huge blow to Kurigakure and the entire Water Country. Even if the opposition fails this time, he will be overthrown one day, and we don't need to get involved with him. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy is to stand still and wait for the battle to be over before picking up the bargain. After all, he thought that a badly injured Kurigakure would reject Konoha's alliance application. The opposition won, Konoha sent messengers to propose an alliance. If it fails, then nothing happens, everything has nothing to do with Konoha. In short, even if you don't earn money, you definitely don't lose money. I see. It's really you, Hiruzen. Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura nodded approvingly. Click. You are too weak, Hiruzen. The door opened, and a familiar voice followed. Advertisement. It was Danzo who came. The wrinkles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face were pulled hard, and his tone was indifferent. Danzo, I should have told you that without my order, you are not allowed to leave Route S base arbitrarily, right? Sorry, Hiruzen, Homura and I told Danzo about this. After all, it's not a trivial matter. Uchiha Kaharu turned his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but let Danzo continue. Danzo squinted his eyes and said, the measure we should take is to inform Yagura of this secretly so that he can be prepared to wipe out the opposition in one fell swoop. In this way, Yagura will inevitably form an alliance with Konoha and bring our maximize the benefits. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly tightened, and he scolded, do you want to get along with someone like Yagura? Under the rule of Yagura, Mist Shinobi has experienced the dark, blood mist village, era. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most despised shadow, he can definitely be ranked first. And now Danzo actually said to join with Yagura, only Sarutobi Hiruzen felt shame. As long as Konoha's interests can be maximized, any kind of people can unite, you are still too naive, Hiruzen. Danzo said coldly. In his opinion, this war has been detrimental to Luasha and Terumi Mei. As long as Konoha reveals the information to Yagura in advance, Terumi Mei and the others will undoubtedly be defeated. At that time, out of gratitude and intelligence needs, Yagura will definitely lead the Mist Shinobi and Konoha alliance, and provide many supplies from the country of water. And in this way, it can also suppress Sunagakure's strength growth. Although it is an alliance, Danzo does not want the allied power to increase. Konoha's family alone is enough. This is the real blood gain. Shut up, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a cold voice. There will be no order from me in the future, and you will not be allowed to leave the root base without permission. Even if Kaharu and Homura call you. 2 kiloseconds 51 uncomfortable Obito Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The two of them are like opposites of a coin. One is a leaf flying in the sun, and the other is a root buried in the ground. In fact, the two men themselves are extremely similar. For Konoha, both can do whatever it takes. To insist on the difference, I am afraid there is only one, and that is the bottom line. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a bottom line for doing things. He knows that no matter how unscrupulous, he must have a bottom line, otherwise he will fall into the abyss of irreversible disaster. He can slaughter the Uchiha clan for the so-called peace and security of the village. But he did not slay Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke afterwards. You know, although Uchiha Itachi already owns Mangekyo Sharingan, she is alone in the end. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is cruel to hunt down, the probability of killing Uchiha Itachi is still very high. Danzo didn't. He believed that as long as it was, for the village, what he could do was acceptable, even if he sacrificed himself to his family. If he is Hokage, after taking advantage of Uchiha Itachi, he will definitely find a chance to kill him and seize his Mangekyo, and even Uchiha Sasuke will not let it go. Humph. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen getting angry, Danzo didn't say any more. After a cold snort, he turned and left, and said inwardly, "Sure enough, you are old, Hiruzen, you are not qualified to be the teacher's successor anymore." Hiruzen. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen getting angry, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura beside him were also chilling for a while. "You go back, I want to take a break alone," Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Shi Rihong's home. Holding the beautiful face of Sha Rihong flushing, Kenya smirked and printed it again. Since just now, it has been unknown how many times she has taken her lips away. Unfortunately, the last step, Shi Rihong has been holding on. As long as Kenya is such a shameless person who rebels one day, she will not give herself to him completely. After all, she didn't want her partner in the future, so she could only be with herself in secret. Advertisement. What I want is a partner who can rely on for a lifetime, not a thief. How did you sneak in? Yu Rihong, whose red lips were a little swollen, couldn't help but ask the confusion in his heart. Even if it is like Uchiha Itachi, because he once worked in Anbu, he knows how to be quite Konoha's enchantment. But Konoha has patrolling ninjas everywhere, and more than that, there are Anbu ninjas and surveillance devices out of sight. How did Uchiha Kenya get in? You'll know in 3 years. Kenya made a mystery. Shi Rihong rolled her eyes, then gave him a glance. Who is rare, I don't want to know yet. Perceiving the thief's hand gradually approaching her, Yu Rihong patted the hoof and gave Kenya a sideways glance. What are you doing? Don't make trouble. Kenya did not force it, so she could only retract her hand, put it on her slender waist, and gently press it down, so that the two of them fell on the sofa and turned into a posture of a man and a woman. Then, in the red and flushing eyes of Shi Rihong, she once again grabbed her red lips. Well, Shu Hong couldn't resist, who was firmly held back by Shu's back, and then he felt that the B's other hand had been pressed on his own. The country of water, Kirigakure, in Mizukage's office. What are you going to do with this? Obito. The surface of the body was covered with a layer of weird plants that looked like a flytrap, and must slowly float from the floor, and Black Zetsu took the lead to ask. Even if we are the only two of us now, don't call me that name. Obito has a bad tone. He hates calling himself, Uchiha Obito, by the name. Advertisement. Although he keeps claiming that he doesn't care about anything, he just hates his real name very much. He thinks this name symbolizes his past, weakness, and this disgusting world. Therefore he rejected the name, Uchiha Obito. I have to say that this is really self-deception for a person who keeps claiming that he doesn't care about the world at all. Okay. Madara-sama, San Shinobi, and Terumi Mei teamed up to attack Miss Shinobi. What do you plan to do? Now Kirigakure has no use value, right? White Zetsu coaxed the child. There was no need for Danzo to leak the news, and with his astute detective ability, San Shinobi's actions had already been spotted. After all, White Zetsu clones are all over the ninja world, and San Shinobi is gathering a large army. In addition, Terumi Mei went back and forth between Miss Shinobi and San Shinobi. How could Obito and the others fail to guess? Obito hummed, Kaido. Miss Shinobi had no use value originally. I also planned to throw Yagura directly to Terumi Mei and others after he dies, but now Yagura still has another value. Huh? What is it? White Zetsu asked curiously. The Minister of Shinobi Aizen of San Shinobi, haven't you investigated his origin? Obito asked suddenly. No, it's just a guy who popped up out of thin air. Everything in the past is a mystery. White Zetsu sighed. No matter what kind of person, in the past they could investigate the other party's past experience and true identity. But Aizen, who didn't know where he came from, was the only one who didn't know what this person was like in the past. He doesn't know his true identity, which makes Obito extremely concerned. Since taking over the identity of Uchiha Madara, and completing the formation of Akatsuki, Obito has a feeling that the entire world is under his control. And now, an unexpected character suddenly appeared that could not be found no matter how to investigate it, which made him very uncomfortable. Just use Yagura to see the true strength of this guy. Obito said coldly. *52 The outbreak of war. Kenya handed over 20% of the grain that Konoha handed over to Sand Shinobi this year, and Sand Shinobi's army passing through the country of fire and getting the pass to the country of water. Returned to Sunagakure, under the order of Rosa, served as the frontline commander of Sand Shinobi Kun of this reinforcement Terumi Mei. When another 1,000 Sand Shinobi ninja army arrived at the border of the water country, it had been half a month since Terumi Mei commanded the rebel stronghold. Aizen knows that this is a must-win war. Because Obito had assembled all the members of Akatsuki's organization, he was about to officially launch the Tail Beast capture plan. He couldn't stand the second use of Isshin, regardless of Kirigakure, a mess he had already made. But superficial effort is still to be done. At night, in the abandoned village as a stronghold, the firewood lit with wood made a crackling sound. Aizen led the Sand Shinobi army and Terumi Mei to unite the Sand Shinobi ninja army and let the two ninjas get acquainted with each other. Immediately, they took Yeking, Jinruo and other Sand Shinobi high-level Jonin, and Terumi Mei and Ching and other representatives of the Mist Shinobi rebels into a dilapidated hut to discuss war. Master Mizukage, now that our two armies are added together, how much is the difference in combat power with Yagura? Standing next to Aizen, Hakura called Terumi Mei, Master Mizukage. Terumi Mei had long expected the other party to ask this question, and did not hesitate to say, with the help of Sand Shinobi, the difference in combat power is less than 20%. Because of the blood mist rule of Yagura for many years, many ninjas of Mist Shinobi have fled the country of water, tossing and wandering in other countries. Speaking of the back, Terumi Mei looked resentful. After taking back Mist Shinobi, I must change everything. Then please explain to us the military deployment of the Yagura army. Aizen said. Advertisement. Ching took out a map of the country of water, spread it out between the two sides, and clicked on a few places with a brush on it, explaining. The land of water is made up of countless small islands. Generally, the villagers use boats as a means of transportation between the islands, but the ninja who is familiar with the geography of the land of water directly crosses the sea. With that, Ching pointed to one of the islands. The back of the island is the largest island in the country of water, the island where Kirigakure is located. This is the only way to go to Kirigakure, but it is now guarded by the strongest clan of Mist Shinobi, the Ghost Lamp clan. The patriarch is the Ghost Lamp Full Moon of the 7 ninja swords, right? I heard that he is a genius ninja who can skillfully use the 7 ninja swords. Jinruo interjected. Ching glanced at him and continued. Yes, the advantage of the blood succession limits of the Ghost Lantern clan lies in their ability to merge with water. Powerful ones can even swell their bodies to the size of a tail beast, just like Konoha's second Hokage in the past. Once in a water environment, their strength will be doubled. Quote. What is the strength of Kirigakure in this island? Yi Kang asked. This is a bit strange. The total combat power of the ninja army under Yagura is about 2,000. However, he puts most of his troops on this small guard island. The huge Kirigakure where he is located is only a few. 100 ninjas are on guard. Ching also frowned and expressed puzzlement. After Sand Shinobi's Yi Kang and the others heard this answer, they were also puzzled. Generally speaking, the supreme leader should guard the heavy soldiers by his side and place the light soldiers outside as a line of defense. Why is it on Yagura's side, but the other way around? Aizen had already guessed that this was probably Obito's trick. After all, that guy's Mangekyo only has one eye. To control a cage-level ninja like Yagura, he needs to consume his pupil power, which can be seen in Madara. The reason why most of the troops are placed outside is to prevent people from seeing the problem. Advertisement. After all, what he did at Mist Shinobi was shameful things. In other words, is it the most important and the most difficult problem to break through the defensive line led by the Ghost Lantern Full Moon? Yi Kang whispered. Aizen suddenly said, or, you can capture the king first, dive directly into Kirigakure, and solve Yagura. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Terumi Mei said with an incredible face. Aizen-kun, Ching also said just now. If you want to enter Kirigakure, you must pass the Ghost Lantern Full Moon and their guards. What if we let a large force attack the island first, and then let Mizukage-sama and I enter Kirigakure from the sky? That's right, just like the future Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, taking Gaara from Sunagakure's layers of defense. First, Sasori of the Red Sand disintegrated Sunagakure's defense structure. Then Deidara raided from the sky to find Gaara, and then ran away all at once. The only difference between Aizen's proposed method and theirs is that after the local leader is resolved, there is no need to flee, but to solve it all at once when the opponent's army is in a mess. Master Aizen, is it okay to have only 2 people? Yagura is known as the perfect Jinchuriki, who can freely control the existence of 3 tails. Kinaruo asked for instructions. Don't worry, the tail beast being manipulated cannot exert its full power. Aizen smiled slightly. It's like 9 tails controlled by Uchiha Madara, and the power of 9 tails, who volunteered to assist Naruto, is not the same way. 3 tails, which is controlled by Obito with Sharingan, also cannot exert its full power. In fact, Aizen also hopes that the opponent can use his strength to the limit. That way, the degree of unlocking will definitely increase even more. *53 He's just this level. As Aizen expected, Obito's management of the village was terrible. Under the condition of controlling Yagura, he just kept using violent and bloody policies to make Kirigakure, and even the entire water country, a mess. Of course, this may also be because he thought that the death of his beloved Nohara Lin, and the fact that Mist Shinobi executives forcibly sealed 3 tails in her body was also an important reason. So after taking control of Yagura, he simply used this to toss Kirigakure desperately to vent his hatred. In fact, before crossing over, Kenya, who viewed the world from the perspective of God, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Uchiha Obito had any special feelings. But once you are a member of this world, you feel completely different after you integrate into this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not so kind, so perfect on the surface. He is also a standard politician who can do anything for the village. Uchiha Obito's so-called, "You destroy the only one in my world, I will destroy your only one," behavior is not so worthy of fans to praise. Many people in Kenya's previous lives appreciate Obito's approach and call it romantic. But as a member of this world, especially the half-dead Kirigakure people who were tossed by Obito, I am afraid that I just want to take a knife and cut it over. Because Yagura, Obito, ruled by the Blood Mist, the grievances caused in the water country were deeper than everyone thought. When I saw that Sand Shinobi and Terumi Mei's coalition forces were no less than that of Yagura, they were ready to attack Kirigakure in one fell swoop. Many ninjas and even villagers who were hiding in the dark and watching quietly joined Terumi Mei's men and expressed their willingness to fight Yagura to the death. Just kidding, you can tell at this time with a little bit of brain, that Yagura is really going to be over this time. Don't take this opportunity to join and give a good performance. When Terumi Mei takes the position as 5th Mizukage in the future, there will be no good fruits for them. In just a few days, when the coalition formed by Sand Shinobi and Terumi Mei's Mist Shinobi ninjas drove to Kirigakure, the island was guarded by the Ghost Lantern full moon. The total strength of the coalition forces has surpassed that of Yagura. At this time, the two armies were in a state of confrontation, separated by a distance of about 2 miles. Aizen is at the forefront of the army opposite Aizen. The silver-haired, age-appropriate man with 2 swords and flounders, one of the 7 ninja swords on his back, is undoubtedly the strongest person in the opposite army except Yagura, Mist Shinobi's genius swordsman, Ghost Lantern full moon. In the next instant, the Ghost Lantern was completely imprinted on the full moon, and the thin and tall body swelled rapidly, and in just a few seconds, it turned into a giant monster with transparent color and irregular shape but comparable to a tail beast. The hydration technique of the Ghost Lamp family. By absorbing seawater, it can even become a monster like a sea monster. In the original book, the Ghost Lamp Shueui even uses this technique to temporarily block the 8 tails. Not only is the Ghost Lantern full moon, several people from the Ghost Lantern clan also use the hydration technique at the same time, turning into a huge transparent sea monster. Advertisement. Is that the secret technique of hydration of the Mist Shinobi Ghost Lamp clan? It's really huge. How do you fight such a guy? Calm down, idiot. The war has just begun. Many Sand Shinobi ninjas who saw this trick for the first time were frightened. At this time, Aizen said, "It's nothing outside of the strong, lightning-style ninjas are going to deal with the Ghost Lamp family. The hydration technique is their family's greatest strength and weakness. In this form, once they encounter the lightning style, they will be unable to move." Sand Shinobi most of the chakra attributes of Ninja Awakening are wind style, and in addition, the most is lightning style. At the moment when Aizen's voice fell, in order to confirm his words, his right index finger was raised, facing the Ghost Lamp full moon in the center of the enemy. The 4th of Hado by Lei. Wow, in the past, on the night of Uchiha's genocide, the white thunder that was just as thick as the index finger was released. It can be seen how far Aizen's strength has grown. The thunder pillar rushed by the flying raid made the Ghost Lamp full moon startled, and immediately before the huge body was touched, it quickly touched the part of the hydrated body that was about to be concentrated. This is to avoid the end of being paralyzed by the whole body. A white thunder from Aizen penetrated Sand Shinobi's heart like a powerful centering agent, and their morale rose. So strong, I see, as expected, Master Aizen. Everyone, follow Master Aizen. As Aizen slowly raised his right hand, as if Uchiha Madara was summoning out of the 4th Ninja War, the atmosphere was instantly solemn to ultimate. 2 seconds later, when Aizen raised his right hand heavily, the coalition formed by Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi behind him roared towards the ninja army under Yagura. For a time, the sound of fighting resounded across the sky. Advertisement ZZZ, boom boom boom. Shattering. Less than 5 minutes after the start of the battle, lightning style, earth style, water style, all kinds of ninjutsu flew all over the sky. And every release of ninjutsu means that at least one ninja has lost his life. But these have nothing to do with Aizen, his goal is only one. 3 Tails Jinchuriki Yagura controlled by Obito with pupil technique. Rumble. However, what Aizen didn't expect was that at this moment, a tsunami erupted in the sea behind, and at the same time, the ground shook, causing many people on both sides of the fierce battle to almost fall to the ground. Looking towards the rear, a behemoth with a gray shell resembling a tortoise roared out of the surging tsunami. 3 Tails. How could? Be on the court in person from the beginning. Terumi Mei was surprised. She was also going to take advantage of the fierce battle on the front line with Aizen, rushing directly into Kirigakure to face Yagura. Unexpectedly, before he waited for his actions, the other party would take the initiative. But immediately, Terumi Mei and many ninjas discovered the problem again. That is Three Tails is attacking indiscriminately. That's right, he is using great power ninjutsu regardless of enemy and me. Every time the S-class water style is dropped, it means that at least dozens of ninjas, including their own men, have been killed. Is he crazy? He even attacked his subordinates together? Terumi Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, he's only at this level. Aizen sneered coldly. 54 there are behind the scenes? Oh, he's only at this level. Terumi Mei next to him heard Aizen's words and subconsciously thought he was talking about Yagura. But in reality, Aizen is talking about Uchiha Obito. Deep, Aizen said suddenly. Terumi Mei turned his head and looked at Aizen with his right eye not covered by bangs. That's just Three Tails, not Yagura. It seems that someone released Three Tails from Yagura with an unblocking technique. As soon as Aizen said this, Terumi Mei looked shocked.
How is this possible? Well, isn't that just to say that there is a black hand behind Yagura?
After all, it is impossible for Yagura to release the Three Tails from his body by himself. Everyone knows that once the tail beast leaves Jinchuriki's body, it is equivalent to death. Well, what is going on? Terumi Mei was completely stunned. I don't know, but I don't have time to think about it slowly now. Aizen looked sideways. I'll deal with Three Tails. Mingyu, take advantage of this time to enter Miss Shinobi. Yagura may not be dead yet, maybe you can ask something from him. Sharingan behind the mask can see that Three Tails is completely in a state of riot controlled by chakra at this time. Just like 9 tails that broke out of Uzumaki Kushina's body 9 years ago. It is not Yagura who is crazy now, but Three Tails itself. Originally, the use of pupil power to control the tail beast like the one created by Uchiha Madara cannot fully exert the full power of the tail beast, but can only be used as a super output. After all, the tail beast without self-consciousness is just a mad beast.
Obito's pupil technique is even worse than Madara.
He couldn't even control the tail beast and fight alongside him like Madara. You can only force the tail beast to be released, and then let it go crazy. After hearing Aizen's words, Terumi Mei nodded. I see, please, Aizen-kun. Aizen is not afraid that Terumi Mei will meet Obito. According to that guy's plan, it shouldn't show up publicly at this time and expose Akatsuki's organization to the world. The plan is changed and the division of labor is completed. Advertisement. Terumi Mei looked for an opportunity, passed through the fierce fighting army, and rushed towards Kirigakure. Because of Three Tails' indiscriminate attacks, the entire battlefield has become a mess at the moment. Especially the group of ninjas under Yagura who still don't know what happened, they couldn't understand why Yagura attacked them.
Boom. A huge water cannon is about to fall, and there is no need to use Sharingan to see the chakra contained in death.
Just because of the size, I knew that it was the power of S-rank ninjutsu. Stop. Stop it, Master Mizukage, we're here too. Why attack us? Oops, oh, the attack range is too big, I can't hide it at all. Damn it. I don't want to die so suffocated. Not only the ninjas under Yagura, but the ninjas of Aizen and Terumi Mei are also pale. Escape? No, the range is too big. Block it? Less likely. Few of them knew S-rank ninjutsu, let alone resisted it. Water-style super iron cannonball. The giant water ball was launched. Once this trick falls, 200 fewer ninjas will be killed. All the ninjas within the attack range thought they were dead. Aizen suddenly raised his left hand. Bakudo no 73. Falling mountain crystal. Bang. The violent water cannonball hit the inverted dark blue translucent triangular crystal that emerged out of thin air. The hundreds of ninjas inside were unscathed. What is this? Inside, a mist shinobi ninja under Yagura was shocked. A sand shinobi Chunin wearing sand shinobi forehead protector exclaimed excitedly. It's Lord Aizen. Lord Aizen's barrier protection comes to us. Oh, you deserve to be Aizen-sama. As long as Aizen-sama is here, we won't lose. Advertisement. Long live Aizen-sama. Not only sand shinobi, but also some of the mist shinobi ninjas under Terumi Mei who just survived, raised their arms and called out Aizen's name one by one. After a few days of getting along, many mist shinobi ninjas have also been affected by Aizen. In addition to being rescued by the other party just now, the admiration for the other party is instantly stimulated to the extreme. Now it is not simply a battle for Kirigakure. Behind mist shinobi is the darkness that everyone can't imagine. Aizen stood in the air with a spiritual child paving the way, like a god pulling out Kyoka Suigetsu, pointing to bloodshot eyes, staring at his three tails, and saying to the people below.
The one in front of you is Three Tails Isofu. It is no longer 4th Mizukage Yagura. Someone released the tail beast in his body. Therefore, mist shinobi ninjas who serve Yagura, there is no need for you to fight. As soon as Aizen said this, the thousands of ninjas below were just like Terumi Mei just now, completely stunned. What? Someone took Three Tails out of Yagura? Who has such great ability? Isn't the supreme ruler of mist shinobi Yagura now? If the Three Tails in front of you are out of Yagura's control, what about the Yagura people? For a time, countless doubts poured out of everyone's minds. Roar. Three Tails suddenly roared in anger. The tail beast's body is like an endless chakra, making everyone on the battlefield tremble. Aizen's voice resounded throughout the battlefield again. Everyone retreats. There is no need to continue fighting. I will handle Three Tails. When Yi Kang heard the words, he immediately waved and shouted, follow the orders of Master Aizen. Everyone withdraw from this island. Suddenly, Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi under Terumi quickly turned and fled. And the Mist Shinobi ninjas who originally took orders from Yagura, after a few seconds of questioning, all turned around and fled together. Hoo-hoo. The sound of breaking through the air followed, and three tails, a huge tail covered with scales, swept towards Aizen in midair with the power of being able to split the mountain. Whoosh. Aizen disappeared instantly when his tail was less than half a meter away from Aizen. In the next moment, he appeared in front of three tails, which was bigger than Aizen's entire body. The palms are already facing up. Hado number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. 55 Beyond Cage Level Attack. Puff boom boom. Along with the deafening noise, there was a hurricane impact from behind. Many ninjas who had fled the island couldn't help looking back. The shining thunder light completely wrapped the huge body of three tails, and the thunder light like a pillar of heaven seemed to connect the sky and the earth. What a powerful lightning style is this? Many of the Mist Shinobi ninjas who originally obeyed Yagura were frightened, especially the ninjas of the Ghost Lantern clan. If this trick continues, they are afraid of lightning style, and they are afraid that they will be smashed and evaporated in an instant, right? Fortunately, this monster didn't make a move just now. Many ninjas of the Ghost Lantern clan thought so in their hearts. In contrast to the fear of Yagura's Mist Shinobi ninja, the ninjas on Sand Shinobi's side were as excited as they were beaten up, clenched their fists, and exclaimed. As expected of Aizen-sama, even if the enemy is a tail beast, there is nothing to fear. Wow. However, the moment when Sand Shinobi's ninja's voice fell. Three giant tails covered with silver scales flicked past, cutting the thunder pillar into two crosswise. The scales covering the body were stained with a lot of black ash that had been struck by lightning. At this moment, Three Tails was more angry than before, and continuously fired advanced water-style techniques at Aizen in the air. Abandoning the chant no. 63 Keto did not cause much harm. Although my strength has not reached the peak, should I be called a tail beast? I can actually resist it. Aizen dodges Three Tails' water-style attack with Shunpo, while secretly analyzing herself. Roar. Several attacks failed to hit, and a low roar came out from the furious Three Tails' throat. Chakra burst out from the huge body. Suddenly, the sea around the island began to rise, and it started to engulf the entire island. Well, what does this beast want to do? He is changing the terrain. He wants to maximize his combat effectiveness. Seeing the rising water level that was about to submerge their knees, many ninjas hurriedly gathered chakra on the soles of their feet and jumped on the surface. Whoosh. Advertisement. In an instant, Three Tails suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. Suddenly, many ninjas became nervous, for fear that Three Tails would rush out from under their feet in the next moment. And in Sharingan behind the Aizen mask, although you can't see the specific appearance of Three Tails, a huge group of chakra is fast approaching directly under him in the water. Puff. Like a fish leaping over a dragon gate, half a second later, the Three Tails on the bottom of the sea rose to the sky. Countless coral rocks emerged in the sea next to him, like living animals, crawling towards Aizen in the air, rushing in a direction of 360 degrees without dead ends. Aizen stared at the coral rocks rushing around without any waves. Similar to the wood style of first Hokage, once you grab the enemy's body, it will madly absorb the chakra in its body, promote growth, and finally let it become a nourishing ninjutsu. In the eyes of the many ninjas who had fled below, facing the endless flood of coral reefs, Aizen just raised the right hand holding the knife flat. Suddenly, in the next instant, the right hand and the taito in his palm turned into an afterimage. Indistinct. The silver-blue sword light flashed. Everyone only felt vaguely as if they saw a few straight lines of sword light. Looking at it again, Aizen's right hand, which was originally raised flat, has been put down with the sword. Not waiting for them to react. Slap, slap, slap. In an instant, the coral rock, which was as large as a hill, was chopped into halves like tofu, and fell heavily into the sea, sending huge waves tens of meters high. Okay, so awesome. At this time, many ninjas who saw Aizen's hands for the first time couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Not only ninjutsu, but also swordsmanship is so terrifying. Suddenly, Yi Kang among the ninjas shouted, Master Aizen. Be careful, Three Tails him. After Yi Kang shouted so, everyone found out. They were completely attracted by Aizen's superb swordsmanship just now, and they didn't notice that the Three Tails below had already begun to move. Advertisement. Countless deep purple and black high-density chakra began to condense on the lips, and quickly condensed into a huge chakra sphere. That is, Tailed Beast Bomb. The coral reef attack just now is just a bait. The real goal of Three Tails is to concentrate the energy of the Tailed Beast Bomb. If this shot goes on, I'm afraid it will destroy all villages like Konoha. Namikaze Minato, who was the pinnacle of cage level back then, didn't dare to hardwire, but instead used Flying Thunder God to avoid its edge. While Three Tails is concentrating its strength, it is indeed a good opportunity to perform the Kyoka Suigetsu hypnosis ceremony. However, Aizen didn't want to do this time. Tailed Beast Bomb. Really a good try. Thinking so inwardly, Aizen once again tied Kyoka Suigetsu. Seeing his actions, many Sand Shinobi's faces paled in shock. Vaguely, they also roughly guessed Aizen's thoughts. He wants to make it hard. Master Aizen, don't mess around. The power of the Tailed Beast Bomb is not something human bodies can withstand. Jinruo raised his hand and exclaimed. So far, only third Raikage has successfully greeted Tailed Beast Bomb. And this stems from his relationship as a ninja-type ninja. Aizen is obviously not the same type. Not to mention that Aizen itself can't listen to him. At this time, it's impossible to avoid him. Tailed Beast Bomb has exploded from the mouth of Three Tails, and at the moment of blurting, the round-tailed Beast Bomb turned into a ray, with the destructive power that can blast a large mountain away. It went straight to Aizen. Master Aizen, Sand Shinobi and even many of Mist Shinobi's ninjas under Terumi Mei screamed in exclamation. However, in the face of this attack that has surpassed cage level, Aizen just raised his saber Kyoka Suigetsu high, the point of the sword pointed directly at the blue sky above his head. At the moment when the tailed beast bomb was about to hit, Kyoka Suigetsu, who was gripped by his right hand, fell along with Ryutsu, who burst out. Asterisk 56 Severed Tail Beast. The moment the ray-shaped tailed beast bomb landed on Kyoka Suigetsu was accompanied by a violent collision between Ryutsu and Chakra. It seemed that two planets collided with each other in midair, and then turned into endless meteorites at the same time, dispersing around them with violent shock waves. Hoo. The violent hurricane forced many ninjas who would stand a few miles away to raise their hands to protect their faces. What's going on? This power. Is this still a realm that humans can achieve? Countless ninjas subconsciously exclaimed inwardly. After more than 10 seconds, the aftermath of the outbreak finally gradually stopped. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the air again, together with the pure white mask on Aizen's face, and a large part of the collar below it was broken. Expose the wounded skin inside. This is really true. With your current strength, is it still a bit short of a perfect match against an attack like Tailed Beast Bomb? Sweeping the wound on the collarbone, Aizen exuded spiritual power in his palm and applied a touch on the mask to restore the broken mask with a little skin. Just below Sand Shinobi, the ninja is ready to call Aizen to retreat and stop fighting. Wow, I saw the Three Tails mask covered by silver armor suddenly appeared a cut mark more than 10 meters long, and blood rushed out from it like a dam. The boss of Three Tails stared at him, his huge body began to struggle. No one can understand what it is saying, but the painful voice has already expressed its feelings. Three Tails, wounded. The ninjas below opened their eyes wide in surprise, looking at the giant beast tumbling violently in the ocean in disbelief. Yes, shouldn't it? His face has been cut open. He is only 12 years old this year, but has joined Terumi Mei's troops and fights with an ordinary shinobi sword. The future 6th Mizukage Chojuro looked at Three Tails tumbling wildly in the ocean with horrified eyes.
Advertisement. The shocking look on his face felt that the wounds that were about to fall with the two halves of the face made their hearts tremble when they saw it. Chojuro cast his awe-inspiring gaze to Aizen in midair, swallowing his saliva. Did it while resisting the tailed beast bomb just now. How much sword energy must it explode to cut the tailed beast like that? As ninjas who use swords, Chojuro and others understand the horror of Aizen's sword better than others. Not only had to block the tail beast, the remaining sword pressure was enough to cut Three Tails' face apart. This is no longer comparable to Konoha's white fang, but completely surpassed, right? Sharingan behind the Aizen mask quietly looked at Three Tails, which was constantly tumbling in the sea due to pain, and suddenly raised his right index finger. The 6200-step railing of Bakudo. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the huge beam of light falling out of thin air jammed the body of Three Tails, who had just nodded, making him unable to move for a while. 63 of Bakudo. Lock the bar and bind. Boom. As Aizen's spiritual power was released again, huge chains stretched out of thin air around the beam of light, like a living python, tying Three Tails tightly. At this time, he couldn't move at all. It deserves to be called the immortal creature in this world, almost cut its head with a single cut. In such a short time, it began to heal. Aizen smiled and whispered to himself. Long beyond the ordinary Three-Tomo Sharingan's own eyes can clearly see that the wound on Three Tails' face is healing quickly. Roar. Three Tails still wanted to struggle, but it was so full that it seemed to have consumed its last bit of strength. After uttering the last unwilling roar, the body that had been struggling became quiet, and his head slowly dropped. It's just that no one except Aizen noticed that the moment Three Tails was about to close its eyes, the lines of Three-Tomo Sharingan appeared in its pupils, and then disappeared in the next moment. Current template character. Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 29.97%. Advertisement, Mist Shinobi Ceiling Class, hands-on. Aizen waved and shouted. With an order, whether it was Mist Shinobi under Terumi Mei who originally obeyed Aizen's order, or the group of Mist Shinobi ninjas under Yagura, they all tacitly stepped forward, and they would temporarily lose their actions with the Mist Shinobi seal. The Three Tails of abilities are firmly fixed in the enchantment. At this moment, a beautiful shadow came quickly from Kirigakure's direction. He also supported a short young man who looked no more than 15 years old. It is Terumi Mei and Yagura. The appearance of these two people immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. He is dead. Terumi Mei gently laid down Yagura's body and announced in a loud voice. Before dying, 4th Mizukage told me that an organization called Akatsuki has been manipulating him over the years, making Mist Shinobi a human being. The village of Blood Mist that has changed from the smell of people. From now on, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei will take over Mist Shinobi. I will lead everyone through the damage that Mist Shinobi led in the Bleeding Fog era. I will also avenge the 4th generation and the people who have passed away. When Terumi Mei said this, the audience was in an uproar. The mist shinobi ninjas couldn't believe their ears. How is this possible? Yagura has been controlled by others over the years. Can a shadow be controlled for so many years, and no one has discovered it? Is it really possible to do it? At this time, Ching waved his hand and said, "Control all the people under Yagura." After learning the truth, most of these ninjas who were on the side of Yagura passed away and were obediently caught by mist shinobi under Terumi Mei. "Did you say it before you died?" Aizen said inwardly. In the original Five Shadows talk, Terumi Mei stated that she knew that Akatsuki controlled 4th Mizukage, and that Kirigakure had been the birthplace of Akatsuki for many years. It seems that this information was learned from Yagura's own population. 57 A hint of Terumi Mei.
To be honest, Aizen is like solving Obito in one go.
He didn't really have the nasty taste of Aizen Sosuke. He repeatedly let Kurosaki Ichigo go and waited for the other party to open and chop himself. Although I don't hate fighting against powerful enemies, if the enemy is already standing in front of me, wouldn't he cut it down, but instead let him go and give them a chance to grow?
However, as expected by Aizen, Obito will not show up at all on this timeline.
With his strength, when Terumi Mei was acting alone just now, he should be able to appear, using Kamui's nearly bug skill to solve Terumi Mei. But he didn't take the risk, enough to see Obito's caution. After entering Kirigakure, with the assistance of Terumi Mei, Aizen asked Yekura and others to send the wounded from the previous battle to Mist Shinobi Hospital. During the conversation with Terumi Mei, Aizen learned that the Ghost Lantern Full Moon, the former Yagura's #1 admiral, did not die. Judging from the situation just now, it is very likely that he died on the tailed beast bomb of Three Tails in the original book. But because of his own intervention, he stopped Three Tails' rampage faster than the original, and he did not die at the hands of Three Tails. What will Master Mizukage do? Aizen asked. Ah, Aizen-kun is really true. Did you forget the agreement between us? Terumi Mei gave him a strange look. When there are others, you should still have a respectful attitude towards movies. Aizen smiled lightly. Then it's agreed. When only the two of us are there, we will call me by name.
Terumi Mei is very charming. Aizen laughed and nodded.
Terumi Mei converged a little now, turning her eyebrow dance into solemnity, saying, "He is a rare genius. I hope he can play for Mist Shinobi again as the true ninja of Mist Shinobi. Although the village is temporarily taken back, there is still a lot to do. You have really worked hard these years. Don't force yourself too much. You don't need to take care of any difficulties. Don't forget that we are an ally." Aizen's official voice encouraged. "Ah, are you willing to help only because of the alliances? Aizen-kun?" Advertisement. Terumi Mei's expression changed from solemn to dancing eyebrows. Seeing no one else around, she was bold in her heart and took a step closer.
The two are basically going to stick together. Terumi Mei is a generous and decisive woman. Otherwise, she would not call up the many Mist Shinobi ninjas who wandered out at her young age to oppose the rule of Yagura Obito, and she would be less than 25. Become 5th Mizukage.
But at the same time, she is also an arrogant woman. In the later period of the original work, she was sensitive to the word marriage, to the point of delusion. It was also because when she was young, she devoted all her energy to Kirigakure's governance and restoration work, and there was no object that could fascinate her. After confirming her thoughts, Terumi Mei didn't want to tell her face to face, but she still gave a hint. If it were changed to Kenya, under such explicit instructions, he would have smirked and went back ready coolingly. But Aizen can't. His identity does not allow too much contact with other people, because he has too many secrets. Even with Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, he can't let the second person get too close to him. Regarding Terumi Mei's suggestion, he could not express his opinion. At least, not now. Of course not. Aizen's answer made Terumi Mei's heart beat, and her natural pretty face suddenly showed ecstasy. But, as 5th Mizukage, aren't there many things waiting for you to do? However, the second half of the sentence made the smile on Terumi Mei's face freeze again. What does this mean? Do you agree or not? This kind of answer really made Terumi Mei tickled, but it was hard to tell. Master Mizukage, about. At this moment, Ching came over and called Terumi Mei. Before he could speak, Terumi Mei's eyes were fierce and she stared at him, shocking Ching. Hair, what happened? I'll talk to you later, now. Walk away from me. The muscles on Terumi Mei's face twitched slightly, and she gritted her teeth and said this sentence. Had Aizen not been by her side, she would have said the word, get out. Advertisement. With a cold sweat on his head, he had to run away quickly. That. After Ching left, Terumi Mei couldn't say a word for a long time. After holding back a complete sentence for a long time, Terumi Mei finally opened her red lips and uttered two words, thank you. After saying this, Terumi Mei almost wanted to slap herself twice. What the hell? Say this kind of unnutritious words. However, this is often the case for relationship problems. Without that atmosphere, there would be no guts. Aizen didn't say much, just raised his hand and gently stroked Terumi Mei's cheeks that were smoother than Bayou. Suddenly, Terumi Mei blushed as pretty as her hair. She seemed to plunge into the arms of the other party, but she didn't have the guts. It feels more difficult than fighting a cage-level ninja. Aizen did not have the initiative and dominance of Shi Rihong before. That's right, for Aizen, this is correct. When this mask is removed, it is not too late to embrace the beautiful woman in front of you. P.S. When writing this chapter, I want everyone to distinguish between the two roles of the protagonist and Aizen Sōsuke. Although the protagonist is undoubtedly based on Aizen Sōsuke, it is different. Aizen Sōsuke pursues power because of loneliness and only for power. While the protagonist is pursuing power, he is not alone. He also has emotions and desires, pursuing enjoyment and pleasure. This is their difference. In fact, I don't want to tell you, because Aizen's character is too difficult to control and easy to collapse, so I don't write about him directly. The 4D is still updated today and tomorrow, everyone understands. 58 The Legend of Ninja, seeking everything at the end of the volume. Although because of this battle, the thousands of ninjas on Sand Shinobi's side also had many wounded, but Aizen did not stay here for long. After all, this battle was solved unexpectedly quickly, and even Aizen didn't expect Obito to be so simple and straightforward to release 3 tails from Yagura's body and let it go violently. Most of the wounded who survived were minor injuries and did not affect their journey. Most of the serious injuries were killed in action, but fortunately, the number of losses was still within the acceptable range of Sand Shinobi. After Kirigakure, who had been under the control of Terumi Mei, trained for a week, Aizen led the army and asked Terumi Mei and others to resign, preparing to leave Mist Shinobi and return to the village. And Terumi Mei, Shang and other current Mist Shinobi executives also personally sent Aizen them all the way until they arrived at the border area of Water Country. On the way, Terumi Mei wanted to learn from Aizen his true feelings for herself more than once. For a week, the feeling of itchiness made her feel like she was going crazy. However, no matter how Terumi Mei hinted, Aizen just smiled. This kind of attitude towards everyone is what makes Terumi Mei hot. Because everyone thinks that the person he loves is only good to himself. And until he sent Aizen out of the land of water, Terumi Mei couldn't get the answer he wanted. Seeing the back of Sand Shinobi's army, Terumi Mei standing on the shore has not recovered for a long time. Ching, who reminded her, was stared again by Terumi Mei. In this time of more than a week, the news of the death of Yagura, the culprit responsible for Mist Shinobi's Blood Mist Village, and the news of the newly appointed Mizukage Terumi Mei, was like a bomb dropped on the seemingly peaceful ninja world. Let all the big ninja countries be vigilant. About Akatsuki's organization, Terumi Mei did not disclose it. After all, her own shadow was controlled, and it was really hard to tell. In addition, Terumi Mei, who is less than 25 years old, has just taken office. The most important thing to do is to establish her own power as a film first, rather than rehabilitate the previous generation. But after all, the land of water is opposite the ninja continent across the sea, and no matter what happens, it will have little impact on other countries. Except for one village, Konoha, because once Mist Shinobi crosses the sea, he will definitely be the first to land on the land of fire. And they also formed an alliance with their ally, the Kingdom of the Wind. Advertisement. In addition to this news, there is also a person's name, just like the man named Namikaze Minato in the Third Ninja Warfare. Namikaze Minato began to spread into the ears of the senior leaders of the major countries. Aizen. For this person, Onoki, Fourth Raikage and others have also heard a little. All I know is that he is the main person in charge of Sand Shinobi after 4th Kage Luosha retires to the second line. That is, the second in command of Sand Shinobi seems like a figure. Because at the beginning, these shadows didn't take him seriously. And when the news that he defeated 3 tails came out, many high-level ninja villages, and even the shadows, were a little unable to sit still. Cage levels are very rare, not to mention the cage levels that can defeat the tail beast. According to other ninja's knowledge of Luosha, Luosha is not capable of defeating the tail beast. He was able to suppress Shuhei many times, only relying on the Jinsha technique to restrain Shuhei. Aizen, who can defeat 3 tails, is undoubtedly above Luosha. Third Tsuchikage Onoki didn't say much, but silently remembered the name. This series of things has nothing to do with Rock Shinobi. Before being affected, they just watched as a bystander. And 4th Raikage Ai is very interested in Aizen, claiming that if there is a chance, he hopes to fight this guy. After learning that Terumi Mei had recaptured Kirigakure from Yagura, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched Nara Shikahisa and others to form the Konoha envoy to Kirigakure. I hope that the country of fire and the country of water will also form an alliance. But it was repeatedly declined by Terumi Mei. The reason is that the country of fire and the country of water are too far apart, and there is no need for alliances. After learning this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relatively able to remain calm. And Uchiha Itachi and Homura were so angry. Too far apart, there is no need for alliance, then Sand Shinobi is even further apart. Don't you form an alliance with them? Are Hiruzen, Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi planning something? Because 5th Mizukage has repeatedly refused to join Konoha? Advertisement. Inside Konoha's office, Uchiha Itachi frowned and asked. The Konoha high level, or should say all the ninja village high levels, have such a problem suspicious. It's just that Konoha's senior management has brought this problem to ultimate. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned for a while and then said, are you worrying too much? Sand Shinobi is the poorest shinobi village in the 5 major countries. They assisted 5th Mizukage only for money and food. After all, Luosha's character. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak thoroughly, but Uchiha Itachi and Homura also understood what he meant. They all looked down upon Luosha, a cautious and timid shadow. The reason for this timidity comes from the weakness of Luosha's own strength. No one thinks that a person like Luosha has the guts to do anything to Konoha in #1 ninja village in the 5 great nations. Perhaps you are right, I hope we really think about it. Mitokado Homura sighed. After all, Mist Shinobi is unwilling to form an alliance. Konoha can never press their fingers to force them to print on the alliance book, right? Just when the 2 consultants were about to leave, the 2 Konoha Chunin rushed into Hokage's office, panicking and furious at the same time. It's not good, Hokage-sama. Naruto has done graffiti on the face sculptures of Hokage-sama. And this time paint is still used. Hearing the news that would appear every few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a heavy puff of his pipe. Speechless. At the same time, Aizen has also led the army back to Sunagakure. Kirigakure also had a new shadow, and everything seemed to be calm again. But no one knows except Kenya, Aizen. The path of the shinobi world is about to deviate severely in an unpredictable direction. 59 Perfect Jinchuriki Gaara open black lens bracket open new volume and ask for everything close black lens bracket. Konoha 60 years, the country of wind Sunagakure.
Located in the middle of the desert about 10 miles from the village.
Aizen was standing next to a rock. Standing behind him are 2 of the Aizen class members and the son of 4th Kazekage Rosa. Tamari and Konkuro. At this time, they are a lot more mature than they were 3 years ago. After all, they are 15 and 14 years old, and Tamari, who likes to follow Aizen since 3 years ago, Aizen sees her changes from small to large. Not only maturity in appearance and temperament, but also in terms of figure and well-developed parts are gradually becoming prominent. Although it is not as high as Tsunade and Terumi Mei. But the future is about the same as Shirihong, there should be no problem. At a distance of about 100 meters from the 3 of them, Gaara, who was also dressed as the original Chunin test time, was standing there. If you want to talk about the difference, I'm afraid it is only the aura emanating from him, and there is no such sharp edge and murderous intent as the original. Although it has reached the level of Shifeng Chuan, it is already relatively normal. Sure enough, if you want to completely change Gaara, you have to rely on Naruto, the strongest successor of the mouth to escape. But no matter what, Aizen has established an irreplaceable position in Gaara's heart. Snapped. At this moment, Gaara slapped her palms together and let out a sharp low voice, ha ha ha. The materialized chakra visible to the naked eye is like a wave sweeping around Gaara's body. The desert by the feet and the sand in the gourd behind them together wrap Gaara's body. Soon, Gaara could no longer be seen. Advertisement. The body wrapped in sand swelled more and more, and in less than 10 seconds, it turned into a giant civet cat with a violet pattern on it, which was more than tens of meters high. One tail Shuhei. Exit. Appear. Complete body. Although not as panicking as the original, the amount of chakra exuded by the tail beast that ordinary ninjas simply can't imagine, still allows Tamari to hold Aizen's corner tightly from behind. How is it? Gaara. Aizen's tone did not change at all, and Kyosuke asked calmly. Can you master this power? Morizu, or Gaara should be said, after hearing this, he raised his arm and squeezed his fist, and replied. It should be, okay. Tamari and Konkuro were surprised when they heard Gaara's voice from Morizuru's mouth. Because the last time Gaara was completely transformed, he once fell into a runaway state. Aizen shot it to suppress it. Really? It seems that you have been able to master the power of Master Shuhei, and Cloud Shinobi's second tail Jinchuriki is the same as Wooden Golem and 8 Tails Killer Bee. It can be called, Perfect Jinchuriki. Aizen smiled and said, as your teacher, I am also very happy for you. Morizaru Gaara's eyes moved, and he didn't say anything. Aizen chuckled again. Well, to celebrate your success in controlling the power of the crane, I will invite you to dinner today. The sand on his body began to fall apart, and the huge body shrank. Gaara, who has reverted to a human form, hasn't become as twisted as it was 3 years ago, but still walks quietly behind Aizen. Half an hour later, in the private room of one of the few barbecue restaurants in Sunagakure. The meat on the roasting pan made a sizzling noise. It's not the first time that 4 people eat together like this in these 3 years. Advertisement every time Tamari sits next to Aizen for the first time. Of course, Gaara and Konkuro are not interested in competing with her. Tamari has wanted to see the face behind Aizen's mask more than once, like Kakashi in the 7th class in the original book. But after several actions to no avail, he had no choice but to give up. But the teacher has a nice voice, he must be a handsome guy. Tamari always comforts herself so inwardly. In addition to celebrating Gaara's success, Master Shohei's power, I have one more thing to tell you. Aizen's words made the movements of the third sister and brother holding the chopsticks to clamp the meat all at once. Chunin exam, do you know? Aizen asked. Twice a year, every other year, the exam is jointly conducted by us, San Shinobi or Konoha. Teacher, do you mean this? Tamari immediately Kaido. Konkuro is more straightforward, we should have been strong enough to advance to Chunin, right? But you told us that my father didn't let us take the Chunin exam. What is the reason for this, do you finally tell us? Although Gaara didn't speak, there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes.
Yes, you have graduated from ninja school for 3 years, and many of your classmates in the same period have become Chunin. The reason why Master Fengying has not allowed you to participate is naturally his reason. Aizen paused, and continued. This year, the Chunin exam that will be held in Konoha, for the 3 of you, will be performed as an S-level task, listen carefully. When they heard the 3 words, S-class mission,
the three sisters and brothers showed a more or less stunned expression, and quickly put down their chopsticks and raised their ears. 60 Days Management in Wine Pond Meat Forest Fungiying Office. Kenya stood in front of the window sill, staring down at the increasingly prosperous Sunagakure.
Suddenly he covered his face with the palm of his left hand and swiped it down, revealing his true face in 24 hours a day, probably not half of the time.
Part of the Konoha collapse plan was told to the third sister and brother Gaara. I believe Konoha can also cause greater damage than in the original work. It is precisely because of this that the goal of breaking first and then standing can be achieved. Sit on the office chair to raise your mind, Kenya thought, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already in a majestic palace. Seireni, however, this is of course not a real Siorewa, just a training ground for Kenya in the system's own functions. The system will generate a virtual training field similar to the template character based on the data of the blocked template character. For example, Aizen Sosuke in Shinigami. The reason why he grew up as a Shinigami is because of this Seirei garden. Although Saraikyo, a virtual training ground, exudes the same solemn breath as the real Saraikyo, it is empty. Until Kenya took a step, it was the moment when she walked through the gate and walked into the Seirei garden. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Kenya's surroundings seemed to be generated by a game simulation, and dozens of Shinigami wearing pure black-white Yamato suits and death tyrants appeared in one breath. Among them, there are many captains wearing the team emblem of the deputy captain and the captain wearing a Haori uniform. But these people, Kenya does not know, because this is Aizen's long-term decisive opponent in the first half of the generation. That is to say, long before the era of the original Shinigami began, Aizen, as an opponent of the ordinary Shinigami who has not yet reached the position, has been born after Kurosaki Ichigo, which, to say nothing, has been hundreds of years. The captain wearing Haori had the number 5 written on the back, and the team badge worn by the deputy captain's shoulder was also the 5th Division team Hana Mazuimu. But Kenya still doesn't know each other. In all likelihood, it is the captain of the Godei 13th 5th Division before Hiriko Shinji and Aizen were in the era. Advertisement. The NPCs let out a stern anger, pulled out Zanpakuto in a blast, and rushed towards Kenya in the center. Kenya's eyes were calm, and Kyoka Suigetsu was pulled out in an instant. Silver light gleamed in front of the pure black pupils. At the same time, in the next moment, the first three Shinigami who rushed towards the sky, drawing their swords in the air, looked stiff. Wow! The bodies of the three people were cut into two at the same time. At the moment before the body is ready to land, it has turned into virtual data and dissipated into nothing. However, for Kenya's deterrence to cut the three people out of the sheath, the surrounding Shinigami did not show any fear, and still roared and slashed. Among them, there are a number of Zanpakuto players who play Shikai. Kenya shuttled between Shinigami with Shunpo, evading Shikai or Kido who was the official in the least, and when everyone couldn't react it, Kyoka Suigetsu reaped the lives of Shinigami after Shinigami. This scene is like Uchiha Madara, who was just released by Impure World reincarnation in the 4th Ninja War. The 88 of Hado flying to strike thieves and shake the sky with thunder cannons. Suddenly, the captain of the 5th Division raised his hands, and the palm of his right hand suddenly faced Kenya. The shock of the astonishing blue thunder pillar erupting from his palm was no less than tailed beast bomb. Sharingan in Kenya's pupils glanced at the other party, silently raised his left hand, and said coldly, 81 of Bakudo splitting void. Kwang. A huge transparent wall appeared in front of Kenya. Rumble. The moment the two sides touched, the entire Seireni trembles. The roaring gunpowder was accompanied by the whistling of the hurricane, and a huge cloud of mushrooms on the opposite side slowly rose. Before the mushroom cloud completely rose to the sky, a sharp sword aura rose up into the sky, dispelling the smoke in one breath. Advertisement. Look at the bottom of GN Chi again. Kenya and the 5th Division captain have drawn their swords together. When? The naked eye can't capture its speed and the timing of swinging the knife at all. Swordsmanship, Shunpo, Kido, and tactics fought back and forth. There is no doubt that this is a game that has surpassed cage level.
Kenya didn't know how long it had passed before Kyoka Suigetsu was taken back into the scabbard.
Behind him, he had fallen down on the ground, the Zanpakuto held by his right hand had been broken into two pieces, and the captain of the 5th Division team, who was running full of blood, turned into nothingness at this moment. Current template character. Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 37.69%. Is it less than 40% now? But, does this unlock rate really refer to Shinigami Aizen Sōsuke or Hogyoku Aizen Sōsuke? Kenya thought about this problem, and then withdrew from the virtual Seirei 2. When he glanced at the pile of documents on the desk, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Although not as exaggerated as Naruto who became Hokage after the 4th Ninja War, it was not far behind. However, Kenya still prefers Wine Pond Meat Forest than everyday management. Is there still 3 months before the Chunin exam? Kenya picked up the writing brush and called the first document at the same time, muttering to herself. It's coming soon, Wadaomi, it's time to return. Asterisk. 61 The undercurrent in calm. While Kenya was reviewing documents as the shadow of a village, interesting things were happening on Konoha's side.
As Aruka announced the placement list, each 3-person group sat in the classroom, waiting for their guidance, teacher Jonin, to arrive.
Come with me in Class 8. I am your guide Jonin, Yurihong. At this time, a female ninja wearing a special tight-fitting ninja suit with a nice appearance and a tight and bumpy figure walked in. Female? Can't you? Inazukaga muttered to himself in a low voice. Wow. Akamaru, who shrank to the collar of his shirt, responded. Aburame Shino said nothing, got up and walked over.
Hyuga Hinata on the other side adjusted his nervousness and ran away quickly.
Inazukaga couldn't protest either, and after, tisk, he had to follow with an impatient mood. I feel that the female teacher is also good, she should be very gentle. Yamanaka Ino, who was in the back row, secretly said inwardly, then rubbed his temples with a headache, secretly regretting, why am I so unlucky? One teammate is a grumbling ghost, the other is a big fat pig.
It didn't take long for Yurihong to take the 8th class to leave, a tall male ninja with 1,000 books dangling from him, and a look similar to Nara Shikamaru, who looked a little impatient between his eyebrows, walked in and said. I am Shiranui Genma in charge of the 10th class, come with me.
Troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled, and Kabuto stood up with his hands in his hands.
Woo, Shikamaru, after school, let's go buy new clear soup-flavored potato chips.
Shoji Zumba never stopped and preached. Ino feels the future of his ninja is gloomy.
Suddenly, there was only the 7th class left in the entire classroom.
Ah. Advertisement Naruto lay on the table, weakly speaking. Time is gradually passed through in such a daily life, but this is only most of life. Tien Jiguo, Yinyan Village. This is a shinobu village that has just been established and is not too well known. Most of the ninjas are young people under the age of 20, or even younger.
They all have quite unique secret techniques, or it should be said that they are not developed and perfect, and are still in the experimental period.
In the night, next to a building in Itonen Village is the Odoin Village Ninja School.
The number of students is indeed not as good as that of Tai shinobi villages like San Shinobi and Konoha. But the level of hard work of the students here far exceeds those of Konoha who ran home after school to look for their parents to act like a baby, or go where to hang out with friends. It is past 10 o'clock, and many students are still practicing in the training ground. Are they the guinea pigs you found? On the top floor of the tall building next to them, 2 figures stood by the window, and Aizen looked sideways at the training ground. The 3 little ghosts whose names Aizen can't remember, who will be the representatives of Yinyan Village, are also in the training.
It's really ugly, Aizen-kun. They're all wandering, homeless orphans. I gave them goals and hope. Don't you think it is a kind of salvation for them?
Orochimaru, who was standing on the opposite side, still laughed with his husky and indistinguishable voice.
Aizen didn't bother to talk about this with Orochimaru, and said coldly, do you also read the letter from Master Fukage? The official decision is to take the Chunin exam in Konoha 2 months later. No problem. Orochimaru lowered his lips, suddenly his pupils rolled, and said with a weird smile. However, someone as good as Aizen-kun is really willing to succumb to rubbish like Luo Sha. If you want, you can use this action to become San Shinobi's 5th Kazekage. Are you not ready to seize this opportunity? Advertisement Aizen sneered, stood upright against the wall, and said lightly, you only need to do your own thing. Do you have time to care about the extra things? With your broken body? Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and said inwardly, this guy, can you see through my physical condition? Aizen's body quickly disappeared into the shadows.
Orochimaru subconsciously used her head to add her lips, smiling and saying to herself, I am really more and more interested in the face behind your mask. ... A few days later, the neighboring country in the southern part of the country of fire, the country of tea.
Shizune, who was holding the pink pig, walked behind Tsunade crying without tears, her face drooping. Master Tsunade. We have already lost all the accommodation fees. Tsunade, who was walking in the front, froze, and a penny overwhelmed the hero. Lack of money is also a big deal for her. The years didn't seem to leave a trace on her face, but Tsunade couldn't help but twitch his horns at this time. This is really troublesome. With the name of legendary Sanin, even if you are a bounty hunter who catches fugitives, you still feel a little embarrassed, right?
If you let Shizune know what Tsunade was thinking in her heart, she would definitely complain about her in her heart.
What face is there for you who use ninjutsu to change your age to avoid debt collection? If Tsunade-senpai doesn't mind, how about this money? Although it had not been heard for the first time in a few years, when it sounded again, Tsunade and Shizune's expressions changed.
Blue. Die. Tsunade bit her lower lip and looked at the figure on the right that had not been seen for the first time in 3 years. This man who makes him unable to see through. 62 entering Konoha's dark forces, new bookshelves seeking first order.
Time came to July without knowing it. This is the date when the Chunin exam is held twice a year. It is impossible to let San Shinobi and Itoyen drive into the land of fire in one breath. Therefore, the approach taken by Kenya and Orochimaru is to place the people and horses in the border zone of the country of fire in the form of small teams at each period of 3 months. In this way, you can hide in the location closest to Konoha in silence. The only thing to do after that is to wait for the signal and attack Konoha in one go. Although I don't know how many people San Shinobi and Otoyuki sent jointly in the original work. But the number is by no means large, and now, the people sent by Kenya and Orochimaru are not too many. Add up to only about 8-0 people, but this is also no way. Thousands of people enter the border area of the country of fire at one go. Can't see this, and this is still under the premise of Aizen's help. The total force of the original Sand Shinobi and Otoyuki to attack Konoha is probably less than 500. Sunagakure is at the gate. Aizen, who had been waiting for a long time, turned his head to look at the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. Come here. Sorry, Aizen, it took a long time to prepare. Tamari, who has always had a strong personality, suddenly became a good-looking woman in Aizen. I don't blame you. It is correct to spend more time preparing. After all, this is an S-level mission. When it came to the second half of the sentence, Aizen's tone increased. Even Gaara's eyes raised slightly solemnly. If we succeed, we can at least acquire the land of the river country, right? Kankuro guessed. Ah, things like war are the most unpredictable existence. You only need to complete your respective tasks. Aizen smiled. With that said, Aizen took the three of them and hurried towards Konoha village, the country of fire. But, teacher. On the way, Tamari looked puzzled and asked Aizen, why is it Sarutobi? Is there anything special? Aizen pretended to meditate for a while. Kaido. I don't know, this is an order from Master Fungying, perhaps because he is the family of the current Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, advertisement fire country, Konoha village. Facing the Chunin exam registration form that Kakashi had just handed him, Naruto was excited. Sasuke beside him also showed excitement. If you can become Chunin, it means you are one step closer to revenge against that man, right? And Tien-Go Shao Sakura has been secretly watching Sasuke. Chunin exams or something, she doesn't particularly care. Sasuke participated as soon as she participated. Participate or not, I respect your choice. Kakashi said. But after several months of getting along with the master and apprentice, he has already understood the personalities of the three of them, and it is clearer that they will make such an answer. I participate, Naruto shouted excitedly. Does that still need to be said? The corners of Sasuke's mouth curled slightly. Me too, little Sakura said. Hearing that, the gambling corner under Kakashi's mask also rose. Very good, I look forward to your active performance. 4 days later, Konoha was in front of the gate. Aizen and Fungying had already arrived. Looking at the village that is not extravagant, but I don't know how many times as prosperous as Sand Shinobi. After thinking about entering the country of fire, you can see oasis, creek, fertile soil, and wild animals that can be regarded as rare cultural relics everywhere in the country of wind. These are innumerable wealth that cannot be seen by the citizens of the country of fire. I began to understand why my father did not hesitate to do so, but also did so. Kankuro put his hands in Kabuto and muttered to himself in a low voice. Kankuro has arrived at Konoha, speak carefully. Tamari glanced at the younger brother. Kankuro knew he was wrong and shut up immediately. Go to the Konoha main gate registration office. Sure enough, it was the two 10,000 years gatekeeper duo Gengsi Tai and Shenyue Izumo. Advertisement, 2, haven't seen each other in a year. Aizen chuckled lightly. Mr. Aizen, it's been a long time since I saw you. In addition to food this year, do I have to bring my disciples to take the Chunin exam? For flowers. Gangzi T asked with a smile. The two sides are also considered acquaintances. As the representative of Sand Shinobi, Aizen has been to Konoha to collect food for 4 years, and next year is the last year. But I'm afraid it's unnecessary. When registering in the village every year, these two people are met. This ability can only be a gatekeeper. I really don't know why Tsunade sent them and Asuma to deal with Shao. Tamari, Kankuro, and Gaara also walked up and signed and registered. When they saw that the three of them were actually the sons of Fungying, Gangzi T and Shenyue Izumo both changed their faces. It seems that the visitors this time are not good. You know, since Konoha and Sand Shinobi formed an alliance, the Chunin exam has always been a stage to show the strength of the new generation of the two big countries. 0 By passing the exam, you can basically see the strength of the next generation of leaders in the opposing village. And Sand Shinobi is so generous this time, directly sending out Fengying's 3 children. I am afraid that he wants to use this to give Konoha a bit of prestige. But how did the two of them know about it? You go to the hotel accommodation arranged by Konoha first. I have to report to Mr. Hokage first. It's okay to stroll around Konoha, but don't cause trouble. Aizen turned around and told the 3 of them, yes, Mr. Aizen. Yes. Of the 3, there is no doubt that Tamari answered most enthusiastically. And 2 hours later, another group of ninja squad, wearing a hat and exuding a gloomy atmosphere, walked up to Konkitetsu and Kamizuki Izumo to rank. After checking the identity certificates of the next 3 people, Gangzi T found no problems and nodded. Well, candidates from Kawain village. The identity is okay. Take your passes. Remember to pay attention to Konoha. Grateful. The head of this gloomy long-haired ninja from Kuoyin village took the pass, and the moment he turned around, he added a corner of his mouth with an extremely long head. 63 It seems that you really like me. Hokage building, inside Hokage office. Aizen stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen behind his desk, and only listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. I didn't expect Mr. Aizen to personally lead his disciples to participate in this year's Chunin exam. Even Master Fungying plans to visit the finals in person. Just now Aizen has handed the letter of Rosa to Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating that Rosa will go to Konoha in the final to watch the final with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can also be used as an exchange between the two countries. Aizen chuckles. Next, I heard that there are many outstanding genins in the new generation of Konoha, and Master Fungying is also looking forward to our Sand Shinobi representative, 70. Gaara and Konoha's new generation. In comparison, how big a gap is. Haha, I've been rewarded. It's not the first time Mr. Aizen has come to Konoha. The accommodations arranged for you are the same as before. I'm not polite. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Hokage-sama is polite, I'm bothering you. After Aizen responded politely, he quickly exited the office. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen converged the smile on his face at the moment Aizen left, smoking a cigarette and muttering to himself. Do you want to show the strength of the new generation of ninjas in your country? With a ninja like Aizen that can match the tail beast, plus a strong new generation successor, the Kingdom of Wind may climb from the bottom of the 5 countries in the future. Like Kakashi, Yurihong also told her 3 disciples about Chunan's exam. Inazukaya, a passionate idiot with the same attributes as Naruto, naturally agreed immediately with excitement. It is a pity that although he has a personality similar to Naruto, the road ahead is indeed like the gap between heaven and earth. No way, who told you that you are not Ashura's reincarnation? Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata also nodded in agreement. There are still a few days before the first Chunin exam, and there is no need to lead the team on the task, so you can have a good rest. Advertisement. When Diao Shilu Rijihong opened the door and entered the main hall, Kenya sitting on the sofa raised her hand and smiled. Ling, are you back? Shi Rihong was taken aback for a moment, but such a scene had appeared 3 times before, and she quickly returned to her senses. Her ruby-like eyes widened at the other party, and she walked to the refrigerator casually, poured herself a glass of ice water, and ate it lightly. Take a bite. At this moment, both hands wrapped her slender waist from behind, and the chin immediately pressed against her right shoulder. Pretending to be cold is not for you at all, Kenya teased. Shi Rihong gave him a stern look, groaningly. I come back once a year. I'm so embarrassed to say, come and get San Shinobi's food this year? You know? Kenya has the same brows, and looks sideways at the beautiful red eyes next to her. Are you a fool? Yurihong gave Kenya a scrambled look. Every time I come back, I happen to come back on the same day as San Shinobi's ninjas to get food. 1 year is fine, 3 years are the same, I still can't tell. Of course, Yurihong did not at all think that Aizen, who is now well known in the ninja world, and Uchiha Kenya, who has died, are the same person. She just guessed that Kenya should be lurking in the San Shinobi ninja, or some deal reached with San Shinobi's top management, and got the treatment that can stay there. During this period, there were no lack of suitors around her. Among them, the level is not comparable to that of Sarutobi Asuma before his death. But for some reason, Shi Rihong couldn't feel that way to any of them. On the contrary, when they tried to get close to themselves, they thought of the face of the B********** the Uchiha Kenya. Obviously he is a rebel who can't see the light, and his character is so dark and bad, why can't I forget him? Advertisement. Shi Rihong scolded herself for not being able to live up to her heart more than once. Now when Kenya said this, she also had to admit that she really liked this B************. Seeing that Yu Rihong gave up resistance, Kenya chuckled and started planting grass on her neck. Yeah, don't. You, how can I meet people when I go out like you? Yurihong softened all at once and pushed Kenya's shoulder weakly. Why, can they still recognize me through this trace? Kenya deliberately joked. Yuri gritted his teeth and watched the grass growing on his neck and even below his neck, scolding himself secretly in his 1.7 heart again. Why is it so cheap? Do you like people like this? Can I just stay here for the night? In the afternoon, when he also said this sentence, Shi Rihong was ashamed and decisively pushed him out of the house. Reluctantly, Kenya can only restore Aizen's identity, go to the hotel Konoha arranged for them, and meet Gaara and the others. Unexpectedly, when he was about to arrive at the hotel. But it ran into a scene similar to the original. Aizen class and Kakashi class, plus 3 little ghosts from Konohamaru Core .64 opening exam. Kankuro, don't mess around. Did you forget what Aizen sensei said? Tamari scolded. Who is messing up? Obviously this kid suddenly ran over and hit me. Kankuro Konohamaru's head was unhappy. Ooh, save me, Naruto brother. You graffiti-faced freak. Let go of Konohamaru. Naruto yelled angrily. Weird? Freak? You dwarf? Kankuro's eyes twitched. Taste. At this moment, a stone struck Kankuro's wrist holding Konohamaru. Just before the hit, a strand of sand whip struck across the air, smashing the stones into dust in midair. In the next instant, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Yeah, Sasuke. Haruno Sakura and Nympho cheered. Gaara. Kankuro showed fear. Kankuro, you will embarrass our village. Gaara said coldly. Sasuke's eyes were deep and cold, and he stared at me, 24 years old, and said inwardly. This guy, I didn't see through his technique just now. Are you talking to Konoha candidates? Aizen stepped up and chuckled softly. Ah, Aizen teacher. Temari's body trembled slightly and bowed slightly. For fear that Aizen would see what he had done just now, Kankuro threw his head to the other side with a cold sweat on his face. Hey, who are you guys? Naruto hurriedly yelled. Are you in a group with this group of weirdos? Advertisement, idiot. Haruno Sakura rewarded Naruto with a thump from behind, and said barely, how do you think the other party is Jonin? What nonsense. Naruto touched where he was picked up with an aggrieved look. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. As soon as Aizen said this, Sasuke's face suddenly became distorted. Just listen to Aizen continuing. 4 years ago, your brother and Uchiha Kenya joined forces to do something, but our master Feng Ying has not recovered so far. Have you inherited that powerful pupil power? Do you know where it melts? Hearing this name, Sasuke could no longer remain calm, and shouted ferociously. Both Naruto and Haruno Sakura next to him were taken aback. Want to take revenge? But what can you do now? Aizen chuckled and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. The voice seemed to have a calming magic power. Think about what you can do now. Sasuke gritted his teeth, and his hideous face was slightly calm. My student was really rude just now. Here, my teacher apologizes to you and looks forward to your active performance in the Chunin exam. Aizen glanced over Naruto and Haruno Sakura before they took Gaara away. Are those Sunagakure people also here to take the Chunin exam? Looking at the back of the Aizen before leaving, Haruno Sakura whispered to himself. Turning his head and looking at Sasuke, he just wanted to make a sound to appease him in order to improve his favorability. However, Sasuke turned his head and left without looking back. Sasuke guy, he always becomes like that when he's okay. Naruto folded his arms behind his head, flat his mouth. It's all because of your fault, Naruto. Haruno Sakura threw the fire on Naruto's head in a sudden. Naruto looked wronged. What happened to me? A few days later, the first exam of Chunin, the written exam, finally arrived. It is not only the two big ninja villages of Konoha, the country of fire, and Sand Shinobi, the country of wind. Kuo Yin, Rain Shinobi, Yin and other Shounen villages also sent representative genin to Konoha for the Chunin exam. In the examination room, when Naruto made the second statement, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am a man who will become Hokage, and I will never lose to you. The three sisters and brothers Feng Ying who were already sitting in the examination room were speechless. Advertisement, idiot? Tamari secretly said inwardly. With the appearance of Yakushi Kabuto and Yin Yin Trio one after another, the tension settled to ultimate. It wasn't until the debut of Ibis, who was the examiner of the first exam, that the heavy atmosphere was finally stopped. On the other hand, because all the students took the Chunin exam, Kakashi, Shiranui Genma, Might Guy, Yurihong and other instructors Jonin had nothing to do, so they gathered together in a room on the second floor of the exam room to chat. Kakashi sighed lazily. It's really leisurely when the subordinates are away, and there is no need to perform tasks. Shiranui Genma held Shinbin in his mouth and leaned against the wall. Farewell, Kakashi. The representative sent by Sand Shinobi this year is said to be Aizen's disciple, and Feng Ying's 3 children. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, Aizen? Since the first meeting 4 years ago, it gave a completely invisible feeling. Okay. Suddenly, Shirihong, who was sitting by the window, noticed the situation on the street outside the window, and said to the other 3 people in the room, Hey, look. Kakashi, might wear, Shiranui Genma heard the words, turned his head and looked out the window. Standing in the middle of the street, Aizen wearing a pure white mask is very conspicuous. Opposite him, 4 Sand Shinobi ninjas wearing Sand Shinobi forehead protector walked up to him and bowed to him. Land 700 ran nodded, and led the 4 people to the southeast of the village. That person is Sand Shinobi's head of intelligence, Kinaruo, right? Shiranui Genma recognized one of the 4 Sand Shinobi ninjas at a glance, and frowned. It feels that the number of ninjas sent by Sand Shinobi to Konoha has increased. I heard from Mr. Hokage that Feng Ying will come to watch this year's finals in person. They should have come to prepare for the reception in advance. Kakashi explained. Yes, I do not know the Huo Xuanjin thoughtfully. Might Guy, who has muscles in his head, is not good at thinking at all. And Yurihong was lost in thought, wondering if Uchiha Kenya would be among those few people. For the past few days, I ran to myself every day, that is to say, he has been hiding among the group of Sand Shinobi ninjas, right? Who on earth is it? Thinking of what Kenya did last night, Yuri's face blushed slightly, and once again she raised her collar subconsciously, trying to cover the grass on her neck. As everyone knows, Kakashi and the others have discovered it a long time ago, but it's not enough 8 trigrams to take the initiative to ask. After all, although there are many people in the Konoha Shinobi circle who attacked Yurihong, they are not among them. 65 become in history in the southeastern border area of Konoha, in the hotel room that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for Sand Shinobi ninja. Aizen stood in front of the windowsill. Yao looked at the vast and prosperous Konoha village. Behind him, Shinobi Jonin and other Sand Shinobi Jonin knelt on one knee on the tatami. With Konoha's deployment, everything is fine. Aizen smiled, turned his back to Nalaw and the others and asked, Master Feng Ying and Yi Kang, how are you preparing? Yekura is in charge of commanding the Sand Shinobi army lurking at the border of the Fire Country. When the people on Aizen's side in Konoha gave a signal, she led an army and attacked Konoha. Yes, Master Feng Ying's date has been set for Konoha, and Yekura also said that there is no problem. Please rest assured, Master Aizen. Jinnaruo quickly Kaido. This is an action to change Sand Shinobi, no, the fate of the entire Kingdom of Wind, and its importance does not require me to say more, do you understand it? Aizen said calmly. Yes, Aizen-sama. Jinnaruo and the others nodded. Kaido quickly. Go down and rest. Before the official action, you must not attract Konoha's attention. After listening to Aizen's last instructions, Kinaruo and the others hurried out of the room. A few seconds later, Aizen wiped the palm of his left hand on his face, regaining his original appearance. Looking to the right from this position, you can see the land of the Konoha Sarutobi clan. Although Hyuga Hiyashi keeps claiming that Hyuga Nobuki is the strongest, Kenya is too lazy to complain. But starting from Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage, Konoha actually controls the power of the Sarutobi clan. As a famous family, Hyuga is just superficial. The master is in hand, but it is only an investigation department. And until Kenya killed Sarutobi Shinosuke 4 years ago, Anbu was basically a member of the Sarutobi clan. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen knows how to behave in the world, and he didn't let the Sarutobi clan be like Uchiha before, all day long as his boss. Even God can only be ranked second with an arrogant attitude. I don't want Hyuga, headed by Hyuga Hiyashi, to keep saying, Hyuga no Hinoa is the best, strong. Under his strict prohibition, the Sarutobi clan's behavior style is extremely low-key. Even many ninjas in the village don't even know that Sarutobi Asuma is the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen.
The political vision of Sarutobi Hiruzen is something Kenya has to agree with.
Advertisement. It's a pity that this guy can always play the worst cards in the choice of dealing with major issues. You are going to be history, Kenya said to herself. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Piece of Konoha can make the Uchiha clan disappear in the history of Ninja World. After Kenya's appetite is consolidated, the Sarutobi family can also be removed from Konoha's list. 5 days later, Yo-Yo, early in the morning, a knock on the door sounded from outside. Kenya's left palm touched her face and turned into Aizen form, saying, "What?" Nara's voice came from outside the door. "Master Aizen, Konoha's ninja are waiting below, saying that they hope that the person who is the instructor of Gaara and them will go to the exercise field number 44 of the second exam with them." Aizen put on his coat and walked down the stairs quickly. In the main lobby of the hotel reserved by San Shinobi, Kakashi, Yuri Hong, Shiranui Genma, and Might Day, the 4 Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang's guides, Jonin, have been waiting here for a long time. "Excuse me, Lord Aizen, because there are too many people who passed the second test, so I have to add an additional test before the final. Can you go with us to the 44 practice field where the candidates are now?" Kakashi touched the back of his head and said, "Aizen's position is the Minister of Shinobi who is under one person of San Shinobi and over 10,000 people. Kakashi is just a Jonin who Konoha has no special position, so he needs to adopt a respectful name for him. Can you defeat the ninja of the tail beast? I do not know," Huo Xuanzhen thought to himself. Aizen smiled and said, "It seems that there are many excellent candidates in this year, so I will trouble Konoha to lead the way." Yuri Hong's gaze was swept over the many San Shinobi in the hotel one by one. Guess which of them Kenya pretended to be, but no matter how she guessed it, she couldn't imagine that Kenya would become the top leader of this group of San Shinobi ninjas. After all, among San Shinobi ninjas, there are also many people who wear masks or face masks. To go to the central tower of the Dead Forest, you don't need to rush over like candidates. Kakashi and the others took Aizen directly to a room in Konoha's ninja building and entered a reunion formation with peculiar tadpoles in the original painting. Shiranui Genma stood at the forefront of the team, preparing for the seal. Advertisement. "This is?" Aizen asked with interest. "This is the Flying Thunder God Array invented by Lord 4th Hokage. Using this, you can transfer among the Flying Thunder God Arrays in Konoha Village. Lord 4th Generation taught a part of Flying Thunder God in the mystery, and he can activate this." Kakashi explained. "So, Konoha is really talented." Aizen smiled slightly, and then said with a deep meaning, "I just don't know why these people are no longer there." Kakashi and others' faces were dark, but they didn't say much. "Got to go. I do not know," Huo Xuanzhen said. The next moment, the picture in front of me flashed. Everyone has been transferred to the central tower of the Death Forest. At the foot, it was the same Flying Thunder God Array as in the ninja building just now. "Please come in." Kakashi walked ahead and led the way, and after turning a corner, he entered the battlefield of the central tower. At this time, the candidates who passed the second, Zhao's, survival assessment had already stood in a square array. Seeing Aizen's arrival, Tamari in the line was pleasantly surprised and whispered, "Ms. Aizen." "Calm down, Tamari." Kankuro rolled his eyes. "Shut up." Tamari blushed and retorted in a low voice. The Moonlight Blast, who had just finished explaining the additional test rules to the Genins, glanced at the incoming guy Jonin and said, "Instructors, please come to the viewing platform." Aizen discovered that Orochimaru's disguised sound guide Jonin had also arrived. When he noticed his eyes, he smiled and nodded to himself. This guy. Without taking Orochimaru to heart, Aizen has already stepped onto the viewing platform. And as the words, Uchiha Sasuke vs Red Bronze Armor, flashed on the electronic screen behind the battlefield, in addition to these two people, other candidates also stepped onto the viewing platform. Tai. 66 Feng Ying arrives, new bookshelves seeking first order. Everything is the same as the original, this is what Aizen expected. After all, since he changed the plot, this butterfly has been dancing in the dark, and has never fanned this storm to the bright surface. If you want to say the only change in this additional test. That is, Kankuro, Tamari, who is the disciple of Aizen, won the victory by a more overwhelming advantage than the original. Perhaps it was because it was too easy to win, and there was no sense of accomplishment after defeating Tianshin. After Tamari did not succeed in the previous mission, he ran up to Aizen and looked at Aizen with his eyes longing for praise. But even so, Tamari withdrew from the corner of his eyes to Aizen from time to time, still with a longing look. After discovering this scene, Aizen smiled and put his hand on Tamari's head and rubbed it twice. Tamari enjoyed the expression on her face. Kankuro said silently next to him, "It feels so embarrassing." Immediately stand a little further away. Gaara vs Rock Lee. The list of matches for the next match is out. Did you forget? Gaara, that technique is not allowed. Aizen said. Understood. After an indifferent response of 700, Gaara raised her right index finger and middle finger, her body turned into sand, drifted into the center of the examination room, and transformed into a human form again. Oh, as the opponent, Rock Lee screamed and jumped directly from the railing of the viewing platform. As the moonlight blast signaled the start of the game. It is enough to be called the most exciting battle of this year's Chunin exam. And Rock Lee, who opened 5th gate, also made Gaara feel the pressure that he hadn't had in a few years. As the sand armor on her body was peeling off, Gaara gritted her teeth and tried to use chakra in her body for several times. Sharingan condensed behind Aizen's mask. Almost he planned to suppress Morikaru's chakra forcibly by Hitomi Lee. Advertisement: even if Gaara loses, he is not allowed to expose him as Jinchuriki. Fortunately, in the end, Gaara did not reveal his Shuhei chakra. The sand in the gourd rushes into the bluestone floor, and the floor tiles are crushed into sand to increase the amount of sand. In the end, after Rock Lee was unable to move using 5th gate, he won with Sand Sugar's violent blow. Sharingan, who was behind Aizen's mask, returned to his usual black pupils, and said inwardly, "An easy kid." "Okay, that's so amazing that Lee lost," Haruno Sakura exclaimed. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood in the center of the viewing platform, also lowered his eyes and said in secret, "The Kingdom of Wind? It's really awesome." After watching the performance of Gaara's 3 sisters and brothers, he became more and more sure that Sand Shinobi wanted to take this Chunin exam this time to watch the major lords and wealthy businessmen who came forward to watch the finals to show off their country's strength. After all, the richness of a ninja village is largely determined by those rich men such as the lord who issued the entrustment. To which country they are willing to give high-paying tasks, the economic strength of which country can be significantly increased. The Chunin exam is an important shortcut for them to judge the strength of a village. After all, these candidates represent the mainstay of the next generation of the village. This is the soft power collision between the village and the village. Ahem. After all the battles are over, Moonlight Storm, which seems to be coughing to death in the next moment, gathers the winning candidates and announces the final list of the third finals, indicating that the finals will be held in a month's time. But this month is not used to let the candidates rest, but to let the lords and wealthy businessmen of various countries come to watch the battle. 1 month's time. Ranhei Ming Jiraiya, his father's teacher, met and officially started practicing summoning technique. And Sasuke has also begun to practice Chidori with Kakashi. At the same time, the number of ninjas dispatched by Sand Shinobi to Konoha has also increased. Today, there are dozens of them. It's just that, Feng Ying wants to go to Konoha to watch the Chunin exam finals, CEBH, which is not surprising to many people. On Konoha's side, because according to reports from Mitarashi Anko and Hitaki Kakashi, it has been confirmed that Orochimaru has come to Konoha. The target is not yet known, but it can be confirmed that Uchiha Sasuke should be one of its targets. Now that many big figures who came to watch the finals have arrived at Konoha, it is impossible to terminate the Chunin exam halfway. Sarutobi Hiruzen can only send additional manpower to conduct strict search and monitoring around Konoha. Advertisement: finally, unconsciously, the time came 3 days before the final. This morning, many Konoha high-level ninjas such as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikuhisa are already waiting at the main gate of Konoha village in the early morning. Not to mention Nara, even the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is waiting in person. There is no doubt that he is at least the same status as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before long, Aizen was waiting for several Sand Shinobi ninja escorts. A man wearing a white robe and a shadow hat with Sarutobi Hiruzen on his head arrived. It's just that what he wrote on his hat is not fire, but wind. "Welcome to Konoha, Master Feng Ying." Sarutobi Hiruzen Ding Ding stepped forward. 2. You were polite, Master Hokage. Rosa shook hands with each other kindly, but afterwards, she was not very kind. Hearing the thorny words, Rosa, Naraluju and others next to Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned subconsciously. But Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed completely unmoved. He said, "Ha ha ha, my old bones can still work for a few more years." Under the escort of high-level ninjas in the 2 villages, the 2 shadows went to the southeastern border of Konoha while chatting. Konoha provided a temporary shelter for Sand Shinobi. Master Feng Ying is not preparing for the finals to come? So this time so soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a faint smile. Sorry, I can't wait. After all, the candidates for this class are very exciting. Rosa Kaido. It didn't take long for both parties to arrive at the residence. It was only about 100 meters away from the hotel where Aizen, Kinaruo and others lived. But the degree of luxury cannot be compared at all. If Aizen's hotel is only a business hotel, then the hotel they provide to Feng Ying is a 5-star hotel. And it's the type of a one-person charter. In the hotel room, seeing his father passing by in the street below, Gaara grabbed the windowsill and stepped it up manually. Then, I won't bother Master Feng Ying to rest, let's say goodbye first. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his hat and turned to leave with Nara Shikahisa and others. Aizen quietly stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, the corners of his mouth under the mask slightly cocked. Wait for a good show tomorrow, Master 3rd Generation. 67 The death of Feng Ying 4 years ago, the task of patrol was carried out by the Uchiha clan as the Konoha Police Department. But with the collapse of the Uchiha clan, the Police and Nature Department was also cancelled. At present, the ninja patrol in the village is carried out by a special patrol department. In addition to the ninjas' own patrols and surveillance placed in the village, there are also places that ordinary people can't see, and they are secretly monitored. Early this morning, Moonlight Storm, a member of the patrol unit, was patrolling the southeast area of Konoha. Because the area in the southeast area was handed over by Sarutobi Hiruzen to San Shinobi to live, plus the arrival of Kazekage yesterday. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen especially urged not to patrol too close to that side, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Moonlight Hayate did not approach the residence of the San Shinobi ninjas, but took a long look and prepared to leave. Just when Moonlight Hayate turned around and was about to leave, a woman's scream resounded throughout Konoha Southeast Street. If it is Sunagakure's ninja, I am afraid that it is the voice of Fukage's eldest daughter Tamari. When the Moonlight Blast heard this heart-piercing scream, he also looked shocked, turned and screamed towards the place where the sound was made. It looks like a small palace, and was used by Sarutobi to cut the front of Konoha's highest-class inn to entertain 4th Kazekage. As Kazekage guards, dozens of San Shinobi ninjas who came to Konoha have gathered in front of the inn, one by one dumbfounded. And Tamari, who had just screamed, turned his head and threw into Aizen's arms behind him, crying bitterly. Gaara and Konkuro, who were next to them, were also unable to remain calm, and a drop of cold sweat flooded their cheeks all the way to the ground. When the Moonlight Blast arrived, the scene in front of him also stunned him. I even felt that my legs were soft. At the highest point of the eaves of the hotel, the 4th Kazekage Luosha hose was pierced by a knife and nailed to the highest center of the hotel. The blood dripped from the pierced throat, and the blood stained a large area of the hotel's front entrance. This scene is like a beast whose neck was cut off in a slaughterhouse and hung on the wall waiting to be sold. Oh. Advertisement. Even because of Luosha's character, the relationship between him and the 3 children is not very good, but he saw the miserable death of his father. Even with Temari's strong emotional character, he couldn't help but rush into Aizen's arms, crying loudly. Even Gaara had been assassinated by his father several times. When he actually saw his father's body, he couldn't keep calm. Master Feng Ying, what, how come? What's the matter? What happened? Why did Master Feng Ying have such a thing? The guards, what do the guards do for food? Many San Shinobi ninjas saw the Rosa, who had been nailed to the wall. All of them looked shocked and frantically questioned each other. Calm down. Aizen, who was holding Tamari, screamed, calming down the panicked San Shinobi ninjas. Master Aizen. Everyone looked at Aizen with confused and dependent eyes. Feng Ying is dead, so there is no doubt that Aizen is their greatest support. The first thing to do is to put down Master Feng Ying. Aizen said, looking to the side. Kanara, Langwan. Yes, Lord Aizen. The 2 people nearby responded immediately. Put down Master Feng Ying and check his injuries. Aizen ordered. Yes? Aizen turned his gaze to the Moonlight Blast again, this Konoha shinobi. Yes. Moonlight Gale barely returned to God at this time, but there was still a deep panic in his eyes. Advertisement, please tell Master Hokage immediately, but don't disturb others. After Aizen finished speaking, he looked at the other San Shinobi ninjas around and ordered. Everyone is the same, there must be no leaks, understand? Seeking flowers. Yes. Aizen-sama. All San Shinobi ninja Kaido. Lord Hokage, that's what it's all about. For 10 minutes, just rushing over with the body flicker technique along the way has exhausted the strength of Jonan's Shiranui Genma chakra. In addition, this fact was shocking in the past, so when he reported the incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, no passage was completely spoken. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who ruled Konoha for nearly 40 years and fumbled over in the dark politics in Ninja World, was completely stunned at this time. The pipe in his hand was already stiff at the fingertips. A few seconds later, it fell heavily on the ground and broke into 2 pieces. In just a few seconds, the sweat on the top of the head suddenly fell like a waterfall. The silent atmosphere lasted for about 10 seconds before Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. How many people know about this matter? Moonlight Storm also finally calmed down a bit at this time, but it was also sweating coldly. Kaido. Fukage's body was stabbed to death by the enemy and nailed to the high wall of the hotel. All the San Shinobi ninjas who reached Konoha saw it. However, Aizen of San Shinobi immediately ordered everyone not to publicize Commodore. Hearing what Moonlight Hayate said, Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Fortunately, he is a person who understands the overall situation. Now that many national representatives have come to Konoha, it would be unthinkable if this incident were to be spread. But even so, the solemnity in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes still did not fade, and he strode out the door, and said at the same time, assemble Narakajiu and Embu 1st Unit to follow me, and secretly send orders. From now on, no one is allowed to approach Southeast Street, no one. Yes. Moonlight Gust bowed his head. Several 68-born politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha Village, Southeast Street. When the body of Rosa was confirmed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled again. Behind him, Nara Shikahisa and several Anbu ninjas wearing masks also trembled. This is really troublesome. People from another village were assassinated just a day after they arrived in their own village. How to explain this to people? is it enough to break out of war? However, the fact is also true. The dozens of sand shinobi ninjas around had no awe of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they all looked angrily. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say a word clearly, they would surely gather in groups and attack, even if this is the other side's territory. The reason why they didn't do this, 700, was because Aizen, the leader who was originally second only to Rosa, just told them not to act rashly. Master Hokage, I hope you can explain this matter. Although Aizen maintains the old and elegant demeanor that is easy to make people feel good, but the tone reveals a strong coldness. Although Anbu, who was guarding around Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemed calm, in fact, he secretly held the hilt behind the knife. As long as Sand Shinobi does anything, they will take it mercilessly. The atmosphere at this time is already tense, and it's on the verge of triggering. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about his hat and replied. The old man already has the answer about the culprit who assassinated Master Fengying. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words changed the complexion of all Sand Shinobi ninjas, and even the eyes behind Aizen's mask also appeared. Master Hokage, please make it clear, Aizen asked. Advertisement. He would also like to hear what answer Sarutobi Hiruzen can give. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen speaks amazingly. As soon as these three words were spoken, everyone's face changed again. Especially Jinnaruo and several Sand Shinobi high-level Jonin. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Why does Master Hokage say that it is him? Aizen asked rhetorically. I don't know anything about it. In fact, when the assessment was conducted at Exercise Field 44 last month, Orochimaru was discovered by our village ninja. He had sneaked into Konoha village. Although the purpose is not yet known, there must be something untold. Human conspiracy. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. At present, representatives of the major countries and wealthy merchants from all over the world have come to Konoha. It is really difficult to stop the Chunin exam. Therefore, Konoha had to send more staff to look for Orochimaru's traces. As he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the body of Rosa, that had been covered with a white cloth, and said with a heartache. I just didn't expect that his target was Master Fengying. I think he must want to use this method to provoke a war between our two countries. Please don't be fooled by Mr. Aizen. As expected of Sarutobi Hiruzen, after listening to this analysis, even Aizen couldn't help but admire him severely. Obviously, Rosa was not killed by Orochimaru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was not sure. But he can make this speculation, even the speculation, justified, and can't find a trace of flaws at all. And this passage still conveys a meaning to Sand Shinobi metaphorically. Your Fukage's death has nothing to do with Konoha. This was done by Orochimaru alone. If you go to war with Konoha, this will be Orochimaru's wish. It just so happened, anyway, now Orochimaru has sneaked into Konoha, and it couldn't be more appropriate to use him to carry the pot. Many people say that Sarutobi Hiruzen's political ability is inherited from second Hokage Senju Tobirama, but in Aizen's view, it is true that the blue is better than the blue, he is even better. Aizen's silence made Sarutobi Hiruzen also very nervous, not only because of an improper handling of this matter. There will definitely be a war between Konoha and Sand Shinobi. Advertisement. And 3 years ago, Aizen defeated Mist Shinobi's tail beast Three Tails Sōsuke alone. Let the ninja world know that Sand Shinobi has such a cage-level pinnacle master. Really want to fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have the confidence to win. Master Hokage shouldn't have evidence, right? Aizen spoke again, letting Sarutobi Hiruzen breathe a sigh of relief. Although he did not fully accept his own reasoning, at least the reason given convinced the other party half. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly said, although there is no evidence, we are very sure that Orochimaru is already in Konoha village. We must also apprehend this criminal in the shortest possible time and deliver it to everyone in Sand Shinobi, and give an explanation to the dead Fengying-sama. Even so, Master Fengying was assassinated in Konoha village. Isn't Konoha at all responsible for this? Aizen asked again. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly said again, of course, Konoha is also very responsible for this matter. We are willing to deliver Sand Shinobi 2S level ninjutsu, 5A level ninjutsu, 40% of the 5-year grain harvest, so should it be possible? Naruto and others were shocked when they heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's offer. If this is done, it is simply a layer of skin on Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage, almost certainly should think that after the Third Ninja War, he should be responsible and abdicated before 1.7. But this is also no way. Who caused other people's shadows to happen in your own village? If you don't want war, you have to give some blood. Even Sand Shinobi's many ninjas have a look. I have to say that this condition is too tempting. Aizen also praised Sarutobi Hiruzen again in his heart. He is truly a born politician. A few seconds later, Aizen said, the Chunin exam will continue. Don't let anyone outside of the room know about it. The day after tomorrow's finals, I will watch the finals. Hearing this, everyone on Konoha's side was relieved. This answer means that he agrees. 69. Is this also in your plan? New book is available for first order. After returning to the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the first order to mobilize all the ninjas in the village who had no mission. Not only in the vicinity of Konoha, but even in the area of fire. Although he temporarily stabilized Aizen and Sand Shinobi with food and ninjutsu, if Orochimaru is not found, the possibility of a war breaking out is still huge. But Naruto, Army Master Konoha, has a doubt in his heart, and I can't explain it. The National Hotel where Feng lives is only 100 meters away from the hotel where Aizen lives. No matter how powerful Orochimaru's assassination technique is, it is impossible for him to kill Shaw without any sound. And it was nailed to the high wall of the hotel. Just make a little movement, how could Aizen, the cage-level pinnacle powerhouse who can defeat the tail beast, fail to respond? But now the situation is too urgent. Naruto has no time to think about it for a long time. The most urgent thing is to get Orochimaru out. Through the intelligence of Mitarashi Anko and Hitaki Kakashi, one of his targets was Uchiha Sasuke. So Sarutobi Hiruzen also ordered Kakashi, who is training Sasuke, to keep him close, and once he finds Orochimaru's whereabouts, follow up and report. One thing Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't realize was that in order to find Orochimaru quickly and give Sand Shinobi an explanation, he sent a part of the ninja force to Konoha. The defensive power that has caused the village's heart to decrease has already appeared vacant. In the hotel on the southeast street of Konoha, including Fukage Sanko, dozens of Sand Shinobi ninjas who had reached Konoha knelt in front of Aizen on one knee. Tamari frowned, raised her head and asked, "Teacher, did Orochimaru really kill him, father?" Aizen stood at the forefront, and said coldly, "Konoha's people can't find a reason. The credibility is more than 80%. Master Aizen, in that case, we should stop working with Sand Shinobi and smash Orochimaru this B********* D to pieces." Jinnaruo raised his head and shouted, Yeah. Advertisement, Master Aizen, we should cancel this plan now, kill Orochimaru. Master Aizen, we have gotten a lot of food from Konoha, so there is no need to fight. Many people raised their heads and attached them to each other. Calm down. Aizen drank in a low voice, and when everyone heard the words, they suddenly bowed their heads and shut their mouths. Just listen to Aizen. Whether Orochimaru did it or not is still uncertain, but this plan cannot be stopped. Teacher, why? Tamari was shocked. Now that we people have sneaked into the Land of Fire, and Konoha is also conducting a carpet search in the Land of Fire in order to find Orochimaru. How long do you think it takes them to find our people? 1 week? 3 days? Or even shorter time? As soon as this remark came out, many people's expressions changed, and they realized that this was no longer a battle that they said they would not fight. Aizen said again, once Konoha finds our people in the Land of Fire, how do we explain? What will they think? After they realize our original plan, will they give me food and ninjutsu so generously? No, Aizen suddenly increased his tone and said solemnly. Not only will they not give us food and ninjutsu, they will also use this matter to fight us, claiming that we started the war first, and took the political advantage of this negotiation. In the end, not only Feng adults were killed, Sunagakure won't get the slightest benefit. The more Aizen said, the more everyone felt their backs chill. Boom. 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 At this moment, Jinnaruo suddenly knocked his head severely, and said with tears in his eyes. The subordinate is too stupid. He almost made such an irreparable mistake. Please, Aizen-sama, punish me heavily. Don't blame yourself, you also made a momentary misjudgment because of your deep feelings for Master Feng. Aizen soothed. Master Aizen, there are many Sand Shinobi ninjas in Kinnaruo looking at Aizen, just as religious as a god. Advertisement, Master Aizen, what should I do now? At this time, a Sand Shinobi Jonin called Cold Maru asked. Aizen said, the plan will continue, and don't tell Yikang the news. In the finals the day after tomorrow, I will pretend to be Master Feng to comfort the military, and you will act according to the original plan. Aizen-sama, Atonin should also attack Konoha, the hatred of Fukage-sama. Kinnaruo asked for instructions. Of course we have to revenge, but not now. Aizen said. For so many years, Sand Shinobi has a rare opportunity to stand up. If Master Feng is alive, I believe he will support our choice. As for revenge from Orochimaru, we can wait until later. After a pause, Aizen said coldly, after using Atonin to weaken Konoha, we will seize the territory of the Land of Fire and let Sand Shinobi gain unprecedented growth. Orochimaru. Afterwards, 700 I will twist his head into the wind. Master Ying takes revenge. Yes. Aizen-sama. Everyone had no objection, and shouted back loudly. At night, under the shadow of the full moon, 2 figures appeared in the state-level hotel, which is the top of Losa, where death is the mainstay. Aizen stands coldly on the left, standing on the right is the Sand Shinobi Jonin, Cold Pill. Lang Wan said with a weird smile, too much, right? I actually poured dirty water on me completely. Aizen glanced at him indifferently. Anyway, you plan to assassinate him? Now it's just for you to bear the responsibility. In the next second, Lang Wan's face slowly melted like ice cream, revealing its true colors. It was Orochimaru. It's you, who turned everyone around, and even I was deceived by you. But what are your plans for the future? Orochimaru's gaze lifted slightly, with a hint of coldness. Don't hide anymore and mess up the plan at will, otherwise it will be difficult for me to adjust. 72. Beginning. New book is on the shelf, please first order. 2 days later. The place where the final of this year's Chunin exam was held, Konoha Enwu Field. In the huge auditorium, there was already a scene of tumultuous gongs and drums and a crowd of people. Countless wealthy businessmen, city owners, and big-name figures from surrounding countries gathered in the audience. They are not only here to appreciate the performance, but also to judge the strength of the ninja in the future of the country of fire and the country of wind. In this way, when they release high-level tasks, they will decide which village they prefer. Therefore, the annual Chunin exam finals can also be said to be a battle for resources between Shinobu Village. As the chief examiner of this assessment, Moonlight Hayate raised his hand. The candidates participating in the final entered the examination room side by side, listening to Moonlight Hayate explaining the rules of the exam. Unlike the original, Uchiha Sasuke is not late. Even the guy under Orochimaru who used sound waves to attack and provoke Gaara to death in the original book, so that Kenya can't remember his name, also did not die in Gaara's hands because of the death of Wind Shadow incident. At the highest point in the auditorium, 2 side-by-side seats were temporarily erected here. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is already sitting in the seat on the right. Before long, the sound of footsteps nearby followed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 Anbu ninjas guarding them turned their heads and looked at the 4th case, in a white robe. He covered his face with a face towel, and brought 2 guards, Langwan and Jinaruo. Come. Hey, isn't this Master Funying? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that the man in front of him is no longer Funying, he still smiles as before, without a trace of flaws. Ah, Master Hokage is polite. I don't know how things are going on. Luo Sha smiled lightly, sitting on the left side, and asked sideways. Master Funying, don't worry, let us now quietly appreciate the heroic appearance of the new generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and avoided the topic. Obviously, the meaning of this is that he has not found it yet. Jinaruo snorted disdainfully, and Rosa didn't say anything. He just sat in the position and waited quietly for the start of the game. The plan is to prepare and launch the Nirvana Abode technique, so that the civilians in the audience, mainly the wealthy city masters who came to watch the battle, will act after they fall asleep. Although it was a war, Sand Shinobi also wanted to avoid the deaths of these people. After all, many of them are wealthy, and if the village wants to develop for a long time in the future, they cannot do without their help. Advertisement, of course, it's best to kill a little less. With the start of the first game, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji, the atmosphere was rendered to ultimate from the very beginning. Fortunately, Hyuga Neji's narration of Uzumaki Naruto's dazzling incident of rakeage, which was enough to nail Konoha's historical shame column, was not enough for the audience to hear. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Hyuga Hiyashi in the audience frowned secretly. He also couldn't hear what Neji was saying to Naruto. But seeing Neji remove the forehead protector, revealing the caged bird mark on it, plus Neji's resentful look on his face, he basically guessed it. What do you think they are talking about, Master Hokage? Rosa asked with a strong ridicule. I don't know, it's probably some contradiction between children, haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was calm, still smiling kindly. Like Hyuga Hiyashi, when he saw Neji take off the forehead protector and showed caged bird, he also guessed what the kid was saying. This is the last thing Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to mention. If we talk about the time of the Uchiha clan, we can barely say that Uchiha has a rebellious heart, and there is a mistake first. Then there is nothing wrong with the Hyuga clan. However, Cloud Shinobi raked back, and in turn questioned and offered to hand over Hyuga Hiyashi's body. Even more suffocating, Sarutobi Hiruzen also agreed. Going to the bottom, it is still a word caused by one word weak. White Fang is dead. Jiraiya is gone. Orochimaru defected. Tsunade leaves the village. Namikaze Minato is dead. In the end, it led to this ending. Luo smiled and said, a child with that kind of eyes, and if we develop in Sand Shinobi, I think they will do more. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the opponent coldly, and quickly reduced the coldness, and smiled. Ah, I'm afraid this won't work. Neji is a genius of Konoha's generation. But isn't your favorite thing to do is to destroy geniuses? This sentence, Luo Sha, of course, was just thinking about it in my heart, but I didn't really say it. However, in the final analysis, with the addition of 9 Tails chakra, plus the halo of Ashura's reincarnation, it is by no means that Hyuga Neji can only be said to be a talented kid that can be compared. When Naruto broke out of 9 Tails chakra, Neji was defeated. The breath of chakra, and Gaara's. Both Temari and Kankuro's complexion changed slightly, and they looked at Gaara next to them subconsciously. Gaara also suddenly tightened her pupils, paying more attention to Naruto. Because Uchiha Sasuke was not absent, Temari vs Narashikamaru, which was the second Chunin exam in the original book, was not staged either. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. Suddenly, Aizen's deep, magnetic voice resounded in Fenging's mind. Gaara raised her brows, and her pupils subconsciously swept towards the position of the highest stage behind for a second, then, Zhao quickly retracted. Cough, got it. Gaara turned into quicksand again, and floated into the center of the martial arts field. Uchiha Sasuke also pretended to be unable to let others jump down. Sand Shinobi's strongest genin vs Uchiha Orphan. These two people immediately attracted the attention of all the audience, including Naruto Shikamaru and others. But they did not find that Temari and Kankuro had secretly held the railing on the side of the viewing platform. Their muscles were tight, and they were in a state of action at any time. The second game, Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara, start. Start. The two beeps began to sound at the same time. One line was sent out from the moonlight gusty mouth in the center of the martial arts field. The others from the highest seat in the auditorium, the wind and shadow Luo Sha mouth line. 71 My vision is not as small as you for an instant, in the eyes of ordinary audiences and many low-powered genin, endless feathers suddenly appeared in front of them. Immediately after a strong drowsiness flooded from his brain, the ordinary people in the auditorium passed out one after another. Elite ninjas such as Kakashi, Might Guy, etc., realized that this was an illusion at the first time, and immediately sealed the automatic seal to disturb the chakra in the body to relieve the illusion. But at this moment, the people who were prepared before have already begun to act. In the players' stands, Tamari and Konkuro rushed down. And Gaara was also controlling the violent quicksand, causing the entire venue to start shaking. The violent surges brought quicksand cascades to make the Moonlight Blast, the special Jonin, unable to react as well, and was shaken back in one breath. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three sisters and brothers of Feng Ying withdrew from the martial arts field together and rushed to the east of Konoha village. At the highest stage of the auditorium, Jinnaruo, who was originally standing next to Luosha, quickly shot and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was less than 5 meters away. Ka! The two masked Konoha Anbu were caught off guard and were shot into flight in an instant. As a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally not so easy to be attacked.
When the two Anbus were shot flying, he also reacted quickly, slapped Jinnaruo's right waist with a palm.
700 inches too. The severe pain from the waist caused Jinnaruo's complexion to be distorted, and he was instantly knocked out and hit the stairs of the viewing platform below. Master Aizen. Jinnaruo, who was knocked to the ground, quickly got up, shouting with a puff of blood on the corner of his mouth. Only however, a Taito has been placed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck from the side. Master Hokage. At this time, Kakashi, who had just released the illusion, also saw this scene and exclaimed. Although, we are very sorry about the Feng Ying-sama, but you cannot be beaten by the enemy. This will cause our two countries to lose out, Mr. Aizen. In such a situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen should guess what happened no matter how old he is. Aizen lifted the hat on his face, revealing the pure white mask inside. This scene surprised Kakashi and the Konoha shinobi who did not even know Kasuke's death. However, what is more surprising is yet to come. Before Aizen could answer, another Sand Shinobi Jonin. Cold Pill. Next to him suddenly took out kunai and pressed it against the blue, dyed neck. For a while, Jinnaruo and the Sand Shinobi ninja lurking in the audience were shocked. Advertisement, Lang Wan. What are you guys doing? Jinnaruo scolded. Ah, Lang Wan let out a cold laugh, and suddenly tore the human skin mask on his face. For a while, everyone except Aizen glared in astonishment. It's Orochimaru. In the next instant, Orochimaru made a seal with one hand. At the same time, a Tonin lurking in the dark corner rushed out of all four. Spread. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Aizen shouted at the same time. Rumble. An indescribable powerful force suddenly rose from the ground, and the three abruptly rushed to the top of the martial arts field. Immediately afterwards, a dark purple barrier suddenly rose. The roof of the entire martial arts venue was shrouded with it, trapping Aizen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Orochimaru inside. Master Aizen, Master Hokage, Sand Shinobi and Konoha rushed to the roof together. Just as Jinnaruo wanted to forcefully break through the barrier, Aizen shouted, "Stop, you guys, that is not a barrier that you can break through." Master Aizen. Jinnaruo and the others paused, then gritted their teeth and looked at Orochimaru, and said angrily. That B************ D not only killed Master Feng Ying, but also lurked around us pretending to be Lang Wan. Kinnaruo, send a signal. Aizen was as calm as ever and said, the plan cannot be stopped. Kinnaruo waited for Sand Shinobi's face to show deep concern, but Aizen-sama, you. Even if the situation becomes 1-2, I won't lose, go. Aizen shouted. Jinnaruo gritted his teeth and shouted back, yes, Lord Aizen. In the next moment, he led many Sand Shinobi to attack Konoha's army. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen also turned his head and ordered, Kakashi, stop Sand Shinobi and Otoyuki. You can't let them do whatever they want in the village. Master Hokage Kakashi struggled for a moment, and then removed the forehead protector that was blocking his left eye, revealing the Sharingan in it. Yes. Kakashi responded, and then told the Anbu nearby, you stay here. Immediately, they chased Sand Shinobi with Might Guy and other elite Jonin. Has the ceremony been completed? Orochimaru suddenly sneered. Ah, everything is proceeding according to plan. Aizen's mouth is slightly upturned. Although I can't see it through the mask, I can clearly hear it from the heavy tone. With that, Orochimaru suddenly let go of the kunai that was resting on Aizen's neck. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to understand something for a while, and shouted angrily. Aizen, in order to fight for the position of Feng Ying, did you actually kill your own shadow? Seeing these two actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen already has a speculation. Aizen and Orochimaru were originally in the same group. Sand Shinobi and Otoyuki had teamed up to take advantage of this Chunin exam to attack Konoha. This is probably also agreed by 4th Kasuke Rosa. However, Aizen's plan is much more than that. 3 days ago, 4th Kasuke Luosha's death was completely controlled by him. He asked Orochimaru to kill Luosha, and he might even kill Luosha himself. In this way, Konoha's hand can be used to plant the big snake on Maru. He, the highly respected second in command at Sand Shinobi, will naturally be on the throne of Feng Ying. As for the scene of Orochimaru holding kunai against his neck just now, it was just a scene for Sand Shinobi ninjas. Used to prove that he and Orochimaru are not in the same group. In this way, he can completely clear the suspicion, and push Osamu Damaru and Konoha for the crime of killing Funkage. He was innocent as the new Funging. What a ruthless trick. However, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's guess, Aizen couldn't help but laughed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen, my vision is not as small as yours. 72 Aizen's speech time, new book for subscription. Sarutobi Hiruzen, my vision is not as small as yours. Aizen laughed constantly. At this time, the outside world was full of war, but he was walking leisurely like a walk, and started chatting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. And seeing his teacher's face of anger and shock before, Orochimaru also felt unprecedented satisfaction. Not only didn't stop him, but he was watching the play with a smile beside him. Just listen to Aizen continue. You are only half right. Indeed, I asked Orochimaru to put Kuma on my neck just now. It was a play to show that I have nothing to do with Orochimaru. Aizen turned his gaze slightly and squinted at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but that's not just for Sand Shinobi, but for Konoha, so that I can control Konoha perfectly after you die. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was shocked. Aizen chuckled and continued. Also, Luosha's death is indeed as you guessed it. It was not killed by Orochimaru, but I personally did it. The reason why he exposed his body to the public is not just to push the blame on Orochimaru, there is another reason. That is, let you send more Konoha troops out of the village in order to find the trail of Orochimaru in a shorter time, causing the current combat power in Konoha village to be vacant. In this way, it will be easier for us to succeed. Up. Hearing Aizen's explanation, the cold sweat on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head is getting more and more. This series of deductions made him a veteran movie who witnessed a ninja war and experienced 2 ninja wars. Furthermore, Luosha didn't die 3 days ago. As early as 4 years ago, he turned into a mass of ashes and disappeared in Sunagakure. Hearing this, it was not only Sarutobi Hiruzen who was surprised, but Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. What happened? Why hasn't he heard of this? Luosha died 4 years ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly waved his hand and shouted, farewell, kidding? If Rosha has been dead for so many years, then Sand Shinobi hasn't found so many ninjas in these years? The corpse that was nailed to the high wall of the hotel 3 days ago, what's the matter again? Advertisement Orochimaru's original expression with a ridiculous smile was replaced by solemn solemnity. His eyes were fixed on Aizen, and he wanted to hear the truth from him. Is that corpse? Oh, are you talking about this? The moment Aizen's voice fell, the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru on the opposite side suddenly shrank. On Aizen's right hand, I don't know when, the body of 4th Kazekage Luosha was already carried. This is, when did you hold it in your hand? The eyes of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were unbelievable. When? It's been there all the time. I've been holding it with my hand since just now, but I didn't let it show its proper posture until that moment. Aizen smiled. What do you mean? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was gradually unable to maintain his calm as the head of a village. You will see it soon. Aizen smiled slightly, and said quietly, smash it, Kyoka Suigetsu. Bite. As Aizen's words fell, Luosha's body in his hand broke and shattered like a mirror, turning into his teisho that he usually wore on his left waist. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were surprised again. Buzz. Kyoka Suigetsu's blade is facing down, and the sharp tip is inserted into the tiles under his feet. It is more troublesome to explain to you, but this is my ability, complete hypnosis. Advertisement Aizen chuckled lightly, complete hypnosis. Orochimaru, who has a crazy obsession with ninjutsu, frowned slightly. Yes, Aizen smiled lightly. Complete hypnosis has the ability to completely control the 5 senses, and it can also make the posture, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a single object be mistaken for another thing. In other words, it is easy to treat the fly as a dragon, and then the swamp as a flower field, or even a knife or a person as 4th Kazekage. In other words, you use this ability to make everyone in Sunagakure mistake you for the dead 4th Kazekage, and then have been secretly controlling Sand Shinobi for these years? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. I can't believe that, besides Uchiha Shisui's Tenjin and Itachi's Tsukuyomi, there are such terrifying illusions. Oh, even people in such a big village are an illusion without being noticed by anyone. It's not quite right to say that. In fact, the more powerful the object, the greater the limitation of controlling with Kyoka Suigetsu, and the shorter the time. Therefore, I made up the illusion that after fighting with me, Luosha was seriously injured and had to retreat to the second line, not easily seeing people, in order to reduce Kyoka Suigetsu's consumption to a minimum. Aizen smiled and said, after all, even if it is me, if you want to control the 5 senses of so many people in Sunagakure, the energy consumed is not something that people can bear. The faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru suddenly changed. I vaguely guessed everything Orochimaru, but couldn't keep calm at this time. Cold sweat was dripping on his face. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also guessed this possibility, and the cold sweat on his face fell on the tiles near his feet. It is difficult to fight with you. Could it be that your true identity is? Finally, guess it? My true face. It's been a long time since I used this face to face the enemy. While speaking, Aizen used the palm of his left hand to gently cover the pure white mask on his face, and slowly slide down, removing the mask and revealing his true colors. 73 Impeccable plan, new book seeking first revision. Wow. The pure white mask was completely eliminated with the drop of the left hand. Aizen exits. Uchiha Kenya is officially on the stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is completely speechless now. Unlike the childish face in the last 4 years, Uchiha Kenya, who is now 20 years old, has matured too much. But even so, he recognized it at a glance. I see. Under the dual feelings of tremor and surprise, Orochimaru's tone also began to tremble, trembling strangely and laughing. In the battle 4 years ago, you did not die at all, but instead killed Rosha. Not only that, but instead used that perfect illusion to control everyone in Sand Shinobi, making them mistakenly think that you have died in 7-0. In the hands of Luo Sha, he has reigned in Sand Shinobi for 4 years. Even conspirators like Orochimaru have to sigh and know, Uchiha Kenya's method. What a city this is. If such a person becomes an enemy, it is simply unimaginable. Orochimaru took a deep breath. In this way, Sunagakure is completely yours. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's stunned expression, Kenya smiled and said, No, Orochimaru, you haven't guessed it all yet. I controlled Luo Sha first, making him mistakenly think that he killed me, and then entered Sunagakure to kill him. Kenya said again, and my goal is not Sand Shinobi, but the entire ninja world. Rumble. The moment the voice fell, a loud noise rang from the side. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru turned their heads to look subconsciously. I saw a giant beast with a body shape comparable to a hill, and it seemed to be made of sand, with a violet pattern on its body, suddenly appeared in the village. That's one-tail Shuhei. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. Right now, there is a giant python summoned by a Tonin outside the village to attack, and there are tail beasts raging in the village. Konoha's situation is already an overwhelming disadvantage. Master Hokage, instead of paying attention to Shuhei, it is better to pay attention. Where is he doing the sabotage? Kenya teased. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked stagnant, and when he looked closely, he was surprised to find. The place where Sho Crane is raging is actually the eastern part of Konoha, the clan land of the Sarutobi clan. Kenya seemed to fall into memory and said, It is really nostalgic. Soon after I took control of Sunagakure, I immediately gathered the 3 children of Feng and became my students, because in my heart, there is nothing more than Gaara. It's a suitable candidate for Feng. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head angrily, and listened to Kenya again. It took me a lot of time to open up this lonely child. In fact, after this action, Rosha also died. Sand Shinobi will also choose a new style. Kai, but this person is not me, but Gaara. Since I became the teacher of that child, I have planned to let him become Feng. In addition, his sister has a longing for me. Even if I am not in Sand Shinobi, they will manage Sunagakure for me. Very good. Kenya turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled, because, what I want to care about is Konoha, the most beautiful treasure in the ninja world. Vision. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger was already near its limit, and he lifted his foot to kick the tiles at his feet. The sound of wind breaking from the rotating tiles proves its power. As expected of Hokage, this kind of plaything like a house has the power of sea-level ninjutsu. However, boom. A majestic momentum gushes from Kenya's body. Advertisement Ryotsu forms a protective wall, squeezing the flying tiles into flea powder. Do you think Konoha can be controlled by you so easily? What you just said has already been heard by Anbu outside the 4 purple flame array. Just about to refute the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen of Kenya in a loud voice, the expression of anger instantly froze on his face. He remembered Kenya's complete hypnosis ability. Kenya saw this and smiled. It seems that you remember my Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. That's right, what Anbu, who is guarding outside, sees and hears now is a completely different scene from what you see and hear. What they saw was a scene where I was teaming up with you to fight Orochimaru, and the ending of this movie will end at the cost of your death, narrowly surpassing Orochimaru. Kenya's mouth turned upwards. In this way, I will be thanked by Konoha for helping you repel Orochimaru, and then I will be appointed by Hokage personally, and like Rong, Tu-Yi will be the dark hero of Konoha's allegiance. The return of this identity, the mission of Aizen, has been completely completed. Orochimaru had nothing to say, but Snake Eyes stared at Kenya, tremblingly. Have you calculated to this point? Also, Uchiha's genocide incident is. You know the truth about Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen is completely in love. Why do you think I took sick leave for 3 full months before Uchiha planned to take action? Kenya laughed and said, Itachi wants Uchiha to be remembered in history as the glorious clan. I don't have this idea. Regarding the death of the Uchiha clan, I don't have the slightest thought of revenge for the clan. Don't worry, you will eventually die as a hero protecting the village. Tsunade will come back to take over your Hokage position, just like Konoha was ruled by Senju and Uchiha when the village was just built. The new Konoha is also managed by Senju Tsunade and I, Uchiha Ken 1.7, Sarutobi and Shimura. Please leave the ninja stage forever. Originally, such a beautiful village, you don't deserve to sit on it. Kenya smiled and pulled out Kyoka Suigetsu again, and walked slowly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Slap, slap, slap. Orochimaru could not help applauding in admiration, and added the head of the society. Even the next Hokage will choose Tsunade. I am really afraid of being an enemy of you. Aizen no, Kenya-kun. Tsunade actually. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't believe it, and he had to admit that the Kenya plan was perfect. Perfect and impeccable, perfect without the slightest flaw. However, there is another way a person can stop him, and that is to be here and kill him. 74 The Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sōsuke, new book seeking first order. Hokage-sama, do you want to fight with me? To be honest, although you should be worth a lot of unlocking points, after all, you can be regarded as hardworking for Konoha for a lifetime, and I don't have the heart to kill you. Noting the fighting spirit surging from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kenya smiled and said, Suicide, I don't want you to have too much pain. Although you have made many wrong decisions, please rest assured that Konoha will reproduce the joint rule of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then under the leadership of Tsunade and I prosperous, even surpassing them. Dream words, just leave them in your dreams. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly took off the white robe from his body, revealing the armor shape inside, and suddenly closed the knot with his hands. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's moon hung up high, the concentrated chakra suddenly spit out. The bursting flame swallowed everything in front of him. Mocking and mocking, really a stubborn old man. Kenya chuckled inside. If you don't want to, why don't you let me take the shot, Kenya-kun? Orochimaru smiled. Kenya did not answer, and Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand slashed sideways. The sword light flashed, and the fire dragon was cut into 24 halves in an instant. Accompanied by the violent pressurization, 2 seconds after being cut, he was crushed by the sword to nothing. This guy Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised again. Has strength grown to this point? To be honest, if the opponent is Shisui who owns Distinguished Heavenly Gods, I am still a little stressed. His strongest illusion, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, is better than my Kyoka Suigetsu? Kenya sneered and said, but, how did he die back then? I don't remember clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead was full of blue veins, and he bit his finger suddenly. He knows that this battle requires the consciousness of sacrificing his life. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen has begun to bear the seal of summoning technique, Orochimaru's face flashed with dread, and he shouted. Hey, that's a monkey demon. Be careful, however, in the face of Orochimaru's reminder, Kenya smiled as usual, without any thought of interrupting. Waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon the summoning beast. Wow, with a sound of white mist diffused, advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast and Saruman, who has made Orochimaru scared, appear. Sarutobi, who is the opponent this time? Sape Demon asked in a thick and hoarse voice. My adversary, Orochimaru, and the rest of Uchiha who tried to take the village, Uchiha Kenya. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Sarumo's eyes swept across the faces of the opposite two, frowning. It's Orochimaru and Uchiha, Sarutobi. It seems that you are not as lucky this time as before. Snapped. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands clasped suddenly. After you hit it, Sarumo, turn into a golden hoop. I see. The monkey demon turned around and turned into a huge iron rod. Seeing this scene, Kenya smiled even more and said. Do you know, Master Hokage, as early as 2 years ago, I had the confidence that I could definitely beat you. It was just because I wanted to capture the village perfectly, so I waited until now. After all, through your senior Konoha, I have also learned a lot. If you don't have a positive and glorious political image, it is not ideal if you want to rule for a long time. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer wanted to hear any words from Kenya's mouth, because every word and word of his was picking up the memory he was least willing to mention, and couldn't help shouting in anger. The golden hoop in his hand rushed with the destructive power that could easily interrupt steel. Hobby, however, in the next scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Saruma on the opposite side, as well as Orochimaru on the back right, were shocked. Kenya erected Kyoka Suigetsu and steadily resisted in front of the golden hoop. Do not move the steps at all. If you don't move, just attack the monkey demon. Orochimaru was surprised. 90 of Hado Black Coffin. Aizen raised his left hand slightly and chanted softly. Boom. Straight black shadows gush out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet at extreme speed, winding into a huge cuboid of pure black coffin material over 10 meters high. Puff. In the next instant, endless cutting sounds came from Black Coffin. Advertisement immediately, Black Coffin burst and disappeared like an exploding balloon. The same was broken, and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell from midair, blood dripping into an old body. What a power this is! Orochimaru's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Ahem. However, lying on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was covered with knife marks, coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, and got up from the ground again. Kenya's eyes showed a different color for the first time, late. Although I have no chanting completely and my control is still lacking, so the power is less than 1/3 of the original, but after all, it is Hado number 90. It's really surprising that he hasn't fallen yet. Konoha. Impossible. I will leave it to you, absolutely impossible, for someone like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled angrily, resisting the intense pain coming from her body. I really don't know if you are for Konoha or the so-called power in your hands, but I am not in the mood to understand this. Kenya scorned and did not immediately make up the knife. The power of the village is boring. Orochimaru also dismissed a cold arrogant cry, then looked sideways at Kenya and asked. It's really an old man who doesn't know how to give up. How about letting 700 me end him? Kenya stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while. At this time, the Sarutobi Hiruzen who was holding Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned into a golden rod has recovered his human form, and fell heavily due to the Black Coffin's attack just now. Current template character. Aizen Huyuja, unlock rate, 40.00%. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Shinigami Aizen Kosuke is fully unlocked and has obtained evolution items Hogyoku. New unlock progress has been opened Hogyoku Lord Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 40.00%. The voice of the system in the brain then sounded. Immediately afterwards, a semi-transparent round ball with a faint silver light, but the size of a pinball, slowly emerged from Kenya before the month of Hungary. Hogyoku has detected the host lineage Indra lineage incomplete state, 6 paths lineage very slight state. Possessing ability Sharingan, 3 hook jade in full form. Due to incomplete blood lineage, it cannot directly evolve into Rinnegan like Indra. Requirements for evolution Soul of Indra. Required for Indra lineage completion. Soul of Indra, can be absorbed by Hogyoku. Souls needed for 6 paths bloodline completion. Indra soul full form or absorb the soul of Indra to evolve it into full form. Can be absorbed by Hogyoku. 75 Sarutobi, Shimura, withdraw from the ninja stage, explosion complete request first order. Feeling the Hogyoku hidden in her body, coupled with the reminder from the system just now, made Kenya fall into deep thought for a while. In fact, although he got the template ability of Aizen Sōsuke, his development of Sharingan has not been relaxed because of this, and even reached the limit of 3 Tomo Sharingan. It can be said that getting the world of Shinigami is also an inferior ability. Regarding the evolution of Sharingan to Mangekyo, to Eternal Mangekyo, and finally to Rinnegan, Kenya has not failed to speculate and research. Among them, Sharingan can evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan, and it should be only a small number of qualified existences. After all, during the war, there were so many Uchiha ninjas who lost their loved ones and loved ones. This is especially true in the Sengoku era where people cannibalize. Why only Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna awakened Mangekyo? Although it is Kenya's own subjective assumptions, it is very likely that it is the Uchiha people who have a closer bloodline with Indra that can awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. Exclude Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnations of Indra. Other awakened people, besides Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izuna, and Uchiha Fugaku who don't know if there is Mangekyo, these are suitable for Indra's reincarnated person with direct blood. Why Indra can raise Sharingan to the highest level without killing his close relatives, I'm afraid it is because he has the direct lineage of Sage of 6 Paths. Then in later generations, the bloodline becomes thinner and thinner, leading to eternal awakening. Mangekyo needs to rely on the eyes of his brothers for pupil power supply. Finally, add the power of 6 paths as the key to unlock the power of Sage of 6 Paths. I flicked my left hand a month ago, feeling the power from Hogyoku. The profound meaning of the lineage of Indra and Ashura lies in the word, evolution. And the ability that Hogyoku demonstrated in the world of Shinigami is undoubtedly closely related to the word, Jin, transformation. It's just that the bloodlines of Ashura and Indra evolved by fusion. Hogyoku evolution is absorption, Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. At this time, the dying Sarutobi Hiruzen shot again, releasing a giant Earth Dragon, roaring towards Kenya Orochi and Maru. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Seeing this, Orochimaru released the same ninjutsu in one breath. The two kings and dragons intertwined and collided in midair, and after a few seconds, they violently collided and turned into mud and fell on the roof of the martial arts field. What's wrong? Kenya-kun, did that trick just consume too much chakra? Advertisement Orochimaru asked Kenya sideways, how is that possible? Kenya closed her eyes and shrugged, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's just that there is an experiment that I want to test. Although the third Hokage-sama is a little extravagant as the first experimental product, it is also very suitable. Konoha village is ablaze with war. Konoha, San Shinobi, and Otoyuki fight in a 3-way melee, destroying Konoha. Obtaining Aizen's order, San Shinobi Ninja did not take action against Yin hidden for the time being, but secretly recorded this account in his heart. After this action is over, I must find him to settle the account. Although under Kenya's strategy, Sarutobi Hiruzen did send a considerable part of Konoha's force out of the village because he was eager to find Orochimaru's traces. As a result, the defense in the village is vacant, and death is far better than the original. But even so, Konoha is the #1 ninja village in the 5 great nations, and the foundation buried by countless geniuses cannot be destroyed by a single war. Under the resistance of Ino Shikacho, Hyuga, everyone and many other ninja tribes, the two sides did not distinguish between high and low for a while. But 2 families suffered heavy losses. Those are the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes. Originally, these 2 families were close by. The plan started and after the Chunin exam was interrupted, the third elder brother Gaara followed the order of Aizen, and rushed here as soon as possible. And here is the release of one-tail Shuhei. The devastating Shozuru caused heavy casualties to the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes for a time. At this time, it showed the importance of the cage level strong. As long as it has not reached cage level, even if it is a strong Jonin peak like Kakashi, don't think about causing much damage to Shozuru. I am afraid that this time, Konoha collapse plan, more than 1/3 of the Konoha shinobi who died in the battle, all died in the hands of Gaara. Damn it. You damn monster, give everyone back to me. Not far away, Konohamaru, who was being taken away from the battlefield by Iruka and seeking refuge outside the village, cried while crying. Shuhei, Gaara, who should be in the form of Shuhei, gave him a cold glance, and then closed his huge hands. The ground corroded by the sand turned into new sand, which suddenly rose and turned into a huge tsunami of sand more than 20 meters high. Below, Tamari, who incites iron, and Konkuro, who controls puppets, are also dealing with ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura races. Around, under the leadership of Yi Kang, the summoning serpent of Yinyan rose up to break through the Konoha barrier. Advertisement: Sarutobi, Shimura, 2 clans, let's withdraw from ninja history today. Gaara remembered what Aizen had confessed before the mission, and relentlessly aimed at Konohamaru, who was fleeing. Don't even think about walking, quicksand waterfall. The violent sand tsunami surged in the direction where Iruka and others fled. Such an attack range is not something that a chunin like Iruka can evade. Oh, just when the quicksand cascade was about to swallow up Iruka and Konohamaru and others. A huge sword light swept across, cutting the sea of sand in half abruptly and scattered it down. Shohei's eyes shrunk, and then he stared at it. It was a big toad. Stop it. You be asterisk 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 D. The man Ming. Zhao, S. Standing on top of Toad Wentai's head roared and shouted at Shuhei. It's you guy. Gaara secretly said in the heart of Morizu. The next moment, Toad Wentai Yijin looked. The guard crane, completely controlled by Gaara, is also far beyond the level of the original book, and fought with the opponent in one breath. What kind of battle is this? Tamari was completely shocked by the scene of 2 monsters fighting in front of him. However, at this moment, boom boom. On the roof of the Konoha martial arts field, a vast and unmatched black power easily broke through the shackles of the 4 purple flame formations, and rushed straight into the sky like a god. 76 I will stand in the sky. The time goes back 1 minute ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been hit by an incomplete black coffin once, was covered with blood and knife marks, and stood up and shouted. For the ninja world. For Konoha. You must never let the 2 of you live, except the old man's trick. Back then 4th forbidden technique, the seal of 9 tails by generation. In the next instant, the huge Shinigami shadow flew out of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he stretched out his hands, trying to catch the souls of Kenya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru was shocked when he saw this and shouted. Oops, this technique, hey, go back, it's a ghoul. If it's caught by Shinigami, it will be over. However, Kenya stood motionless. Unleashing the weak power in the Hogyoku that was just unblocked, the translucent light enveloped his body. From the very beginning, no one has stood in the sky, so are you, so am I, even gods, but... Halfway through the conversation, the spiritual power in Kenya's body, under the blessing of Hogyoku, instantly surpassed the peak. This unbearable blank period for the throne of the sky will also end. From now on, I will stand in the sky. When the voice fell, Kenya waved his right hand again. 90 of Hado black coffin. When the black coffin in front of him dissipated, Konoha trembled. Orochimaru couldn't believe what 700 was happening before him. Obviously it is the same move, but when Kenya used it just now, its power was more than 3 times stronger than last time. Staring at the shining translucent sphere in front of Kenya Moon and Hungary, Orochimaru's snake pupils slightly faint, and can't help guessing. Could it be that that is the key to doubling the power in an instant? Lying on the ground, it can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has no good skin, moved slightly. Not dead yet? Orochimaru was startled and looked at his teacher subconsciously. With that move just now, even if he was next, he didn't dare to say that he could escape his life. How could this old man have such a strong vitality? Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sosuke. Unlock rate, 44.07%. With his left hand held on the low end of Hogyoku before the month of Hungary, Kenya raised her brows slightly when she heard the reminder from the system. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as strong as his cage-level peak when he was young because of aging. However, he has been in control of Konoha for 40 years. But immediately, Kenya figured out this truth. Advertisement. It seems that the closer the mountain is to the peak, the harder it is to climb. With the awakening of Hogyoku, his power has reached a new level. The unlocking degree will increase more slowly. This is the same as a ninja who wants to grow from Genin to Chunin. It may only take a few years. From Chunin to Jonin, it takes 10 years, and from Jonin to Jonin Peak and then to Shadow, it may take decades or even a lifetime. The farther to the back, the harder it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kenya, who cast his eyes and wanted to get up, said flatly. It's just a sigh of relief by my own will, look. Following Kenya's words, a human-shaped semi-gaseous substance appeared from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. This is. For Orochimaru, who studies the immortal technique, he is of course very familiar with it. This is the human soul. But the reason that surprised Orochimaru is that it is impossible for the soul to emerge on its own when a person dies. It will only use the forbidden technique like the seal of the ghoul, the reincarnation of the soil and the rebirth, which involves the soul. His soul appeared. At this time, Hogyoku, which was originally floating in front of Kenya, rose up. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul also seemed to be called, slowly drifting away from his body and being absorbed by Hogyoku. This is, there are so many things that surprised Orochimaru today. Whether it is Kenya's strategy or the tricks he has shown. Hogyoku, who had absorbed the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly drifted back to the front of the moon in Kenya, and then sank into the body. Kenya smiled proudly, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan in her eyes rotated, erecting the same seal as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru had just used. CEBH, Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. A clear dragon chant sounded, and the soil on the ground suddenly rose into the air, forming a long dragon silhouette. A copy of Sharingan, Orochimaru subconsciously said inwardly, but instinctively he felt that things were not that simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ninja with all attributes, which is rare in a century, possesses 7 attributes: fire, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. It is precisely because of this that he can be called Dr. Ninja, and become 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu besides Konoha's forbidden technique. However, Kenya originally has chakra attributes, which are fire, thunder, water, and yin. Advertisement. And after Hogyoku, who succumbed to himself, absorbed the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kenya also gained 7 chakra attributes. Even so, Hogyoku has not yet been fully evolved, so it has not brought substantial power evolution to Kenya. But this alone is exaggerated enough. Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression changed, and he said with a false eye, "Many ninjas are coming here." Kenya glanced sideways. The 4 purple flame array was completely shattered under the attack of the black coffin blessed by the power of Hogyoku just now. There must be a considerable number of ninjas who noticed the situation here. Da Snake, Mr. Maru, you should almost run away now, after all, in the script I wrote, and the pictures these people saw. Halfway through, with a black smile on Kenya's face, she raised her head at the group of Kyoka Suigetsu's Anbu ninjas and smiled. It was me who joined forces with Lord 3rd Hokage to deal with you, and then you killed him and retreated under my attack. Orochimaru leaned out of the changsha, added the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile. The old man died, but he pushed all the pot to me, and you enjoy all the results of the battle? It's an excessive guy, it's just that we are so clean, no isn't it too suitable? Kenya, who has already surpassed cage-level strength, was so easy to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen this time, and he was spotless. Not to mention Orochimaru, he made a move in a normal fight. That's very simple. Kenya gave a smirk. Kyoka Suigetsu's sword light flicked across. Puff, in an instant, Orochimaru had a wound that was more than half a meter long in front of the moon, and blood splashed from it in an instant. You guy, Orochimaru endured the severe pain. Although this injury seemed terrifying, it was nothing to him. But I didn't expect Kenya to start so cleanly and cut through his internal organs with a single knife. Ding ding ding, after the first battle today, Sand Shinobi was originally under your control, and Konoha will also be in your pocket. A good method. Today really showed me a great scene, Kenya-kun, goodbye. Orochimaru wrapped around the wound in front of Yu Hung, took Atonin and the 4 people, and left quickly. And Kenya glanced at the back of the other person who had left, and after a slight smile, Kyoka Suigetsu's sword was facing down, and he whispered. Smash it. Kyoka Suigetsu, 77 Heroes Uchiha Kenya, Part 1, Second More Seeking Subscription. The war is not over yet, but it was affected by the black coffin blessed by the Hogyoku power just now. Looking towards Konoha's martial arts field, the 4 purple flame formations have been shattered. Everyone realized that there was something wrong with the battle there. Suddenly, except for receiving a signal from Orochimaru, Atoninyo began to evacuate secretly. Kakashi, Might Guy, Yurihong and other Konoha shinobi. Kanara, Yekura, Tamari, etc. Sand Shinobi Ninja. All rushed in the direction of Konoha enforcement field. The 2 sides arrived from 2 directions almost at the same time. When Kakashi and the others arrived, they even spotted Orochimaru and others who were retreating. But now Kakashi and the others are not chasing, Sarutobi Hiruzen's situation is the most important. After arriving, Konoha and Sand Shinobi both saw. Several Anbu ninjas were lying on the ground beside the bloody Sarutobi Hiruzen. Less than 3 meters away, Aizen held the hilt with both hands, and the broken mask revealed a quarter of his face. The black hair with a trace of blood blocked in front of him, making his face somewhat invisible. Obviously, after a fierce battle, as you can imagine, he also experienced a death fight. Master Hokage. Master Aizen. Both sides uttered an exclamation at the same time, and rushed up one after another. While protecting the highest leaders of both sides, they drew their swords to each other, raising the fighting atmosphere to a boiling point again. Calm down. Mr. Kakashi. That Aizen. Yes, it's Mr. Hokage's person. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes just now. He and Hokage-sama fought side by side and repelled Orochimaru. But it's a pity, in the end, Master Hokage is still not so good. Konoha Anbu, who surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, hurriedly shouted. You, what are you talking about? Not only Konoha's side, but also Sand Shinobi's side was completely stunned. Konoha Anbu, wearing a blue fox mask, said, look at him, his true face. Advertisement. Hearing what he said, for a while, everyone frightened the Aizen mask a few more times, and it shattered more than half at once. Look at the blood-filled face. At this time, Tamari is holding on to Aizen, when Aizen lifted his hands on the blood-stained hair gel. Both Konoha and Sand Shinobi were shocked. With sword eyebrows and star eyes, the bridge of the nose is high, and the blood on his face exudes a cold color. But this is almost the same as 4 years ago, except that it has added a thick mature color and the 3-tomo Sharingan that swirls in his eyes. Kakashi, Might Guy and others recognize them at a glance. You, Uchiha Kenya. How is it possible? Are you still alive? Kakashi and they exclaimed in unison. Yi Kang, Tamari and the others were also dumbfounded. What is Aizen's true face? Many people at San Shinobi have guessed countless times in their hearts. But when the truth finally emerged, it was so unbelievable. Old, teacher. Blue, Lord Aizen, what is this? The modest eyes supported by Damari said, this matter, I will call Konoha and San Shinobi's high-level officials later, I will explain, Kanara. Yes. Although shocked by the true face of Aizen, due to the feeling of admiration that Aizen has brought to them over the years, for a while, San Shinobi still regarded Uchiha Kenya as the highest leader of the village. It is announced that the war is over and, for the time being, I will not announce my true identity to everyone in San Shinobi. Kenya paused. Yes. Kinaruo disappeared with the body flicker technique. Kenya then turned to Kakashi, who was still shocked, and said, call the high-level ninjas in the village, and I will explain to you the truth of all this. 2 hours later, under the order of Aizen, the supreme leader of San Shinobi, the war was declared over. San Shinobi's entire army withdrew from Konoha and gathered high-level representatives of Konoha and San Shinobi to conduct post-war negotiations in Konoha's highest meeting room. In this battle, excluding Itonin, the loss of both sides' combat power is estimated to be. The Konoha, Sarutobi, and Shimura tribes are almost completely wiped out. The injuries of the other ninja tribes are not recorded, but they are still within acceptable limits. And the last single seedling of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konohamaru, also died in the hands of San Shinobi. Advertisement. Yes, Gaara did not kill him, but in order to eliminate the troubles of the Sarutobi clan. Kenya is ready with both hands, for flowers. Let your hardcore party pay attention and never let anyone in the Sarutobi or Shimura family go. San Shinobi, the ninja army who participated in this operation, died about 1/3, and the wounded were being treated. Konoha's highest meeting room. Konoha. Nara Shikahisa, Kakashi, Hyuga Hiyashi, Captain Anbu. San Shinobi. Uchiha Kenya, Aizen, Hikura, Kanara, Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro. High-level officials from both sides have gathered here. Since just now, the Anbu team leader who has been guarding the outside of the 4 purple flame formations has already seen the battle of the 3 cage levels. He has seen and narrates to everyone. When Orochimaru revealed his true face, Aizen also revealed his true face. He is Uchiha Kenya. After seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not express how surprised it was. On the contrary, the two people are like subordinates who have not seen each other for several years, and they join forces to deal with Mewtwo to reincarnate Orochimaru of first Hokage and second Hokage. After the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kenya, several Anbu players knew. It turns out that Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately arranged the defection of Uchiha Kenya on the night of Uchiha's genocide. Although they did not hear the specific reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen did state that Uchiha Kenya is not Konoha's enemy. This is what the Anbu players saw through Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis. The high-level personnel of the two villages were completely confused. What exactly is going on? This matter can only be explained by you, right? Uchiha Kenya, or San Shinobi's Aizen-sama. Nara Luju swept away at Kenya. He didn't doubt the words of these Anbu ninjas, because he knew that they were all veterans who had been in Anbu for more than 10 years. Very reliable. It is impossible to be instigated by Uchiha Kenya in such a short period of time. Under everyone's attention, for example, showing his true face in Shinigami brought Aizen Sōsuke, and similarly, Uchiha Kenya finally showed his true face in the public and spoke slowly. If you want to explain this matter clearly, you have to start with the Nine Tails incident 12 years ago. Chapter 78. Auto-generated chapter title. Heroes of 78 Uchiha Kenya, Part 2, Third More Seeking Subscription. Kenya took out the excerpt of Obito flicking Uchiha Sasuke in the original work. It also changes part of the truth. It is claimed that the Nine Tails incident caused Konoha's high-level distrust of Uchiha to the extreme, planting the seeds of hatred for the future Uchiha revolution. Under the incredible eyes of everyone, Kenya raised 3 fingers on her right hand and continued. Under such circumstances, 3 members of the Uchiha clan have noticed something strange. Me, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. Shisui wanted to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to stop the Uchiha clan's revolution, but it failed. As for how he died, I don't know exactly how third Hokage concealed it from me. Uchiha Itachi chose the village between the village and the tribe. He used to retain his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke as a trading condition, slaughtered a village, and 7-0. Left the village as a betrayer, actually secretly the village plays. And I discovered this, took the initiative to find third Hokage, and also made a similar deal with Itachi, at the cost of becoming a traitor, to help him slaughter the Uchiha clan and never return to Konoha. Kenya chuckled and looked at Kakashi, Might Guy and others. It is precisely because of this. 4 years ago, the time you chased me down, I didn't push them into a desperate situation, did I? This is impossible. Kakashi said solemnly, if you are telling the truth, why did you kill Asuma? The situation at the time, you can't forget that Asuma guy was intent on killing me. If I didn't do it, he would kill me too. Kenya replied lightly. Kakashi was speechless for a while. Others are still in deep shock. They couldn't believe that the Uchiha destruction 4 years ago hides such an unbelievable political darkness. Nara Kajiu said, calm down, Kakashi, let him finish first. Advertisement. With that, Nara Luji turned his head to Kenya again. Then why did you become Sand Shinobi's second-in-command? Since you were a member of Konoha, why do you want to attack Konoha? Pay attention to your words, Nara Shikahisa, Kenya said coldly. When the Uchiha clan was destroyed and I was removed from the Konoha shinobi status, I was no longer a Konoha shinobi. Nara Deer gritted her teeth for a long time and bowed her head and said, sorry, please continue. Kenya continued. Although I left Konoha, I still wandered between countries, collecting information for Konoha like a fusion, but when I entered the country of wind, I met the guy Itachi. Speaking of this, Kenya's pighorn raised a subtle arc that outsiders could not detect and said. At that time, he was like me, traveling between countries and collecting information for Konoha, but he did not expect to encounter Baki, who Sand Shinobi sent to Konoha to borrow food. Originally, Itachi wanted to avoid it. But at that time, because of natural disasters, Sand Shinobi was in an extremely serious situation of lack of money and food, and slaughtered the family of Uchiha, and was offered the world's premier bounty. Baki and the others did not want to let it go. As a result, everyone in Sand Shinobi knew that Baki was not the basic opponent and was killed. Seeing Sand Shinobi nodded, Kenya continued. Well, if this matter is not handled well, it is likely to become a major problem between the two countries, because after reporting to 3rd Hokage, the two of us decided to shoulder the burden and help Konoha clear the relationship. Because of the injury, Itachi left first, but I stayed and cut off, and prepared to tell 4th Kasuke Roshi that it was me and Itachi who had killed him. Kenya smiled faintly. But what I never expected was that after a battle with 4th Kasuke, he chose a truce and invited me to join Sunagakure. He lied to have killed Uchiha Kenya and invited I became a senior official of Sand Shinobi as Aizen, providing a stable life. And all I need to do is to change the target of my service from Konoha to Sand Shinobi. To be honest, I am tired of the wandering life, so I agreed to this proposal. Kenya looked around everyone on the scene, smiled and said, as for the rest of the matter, you all know. Everyone in Sand Shinobi fell into a sluggish state for a while, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Blue, the true identity of Lord Aizen, it is actually like this. Unbelievable, no wonder we haven't heard of Aizen. Old, the teacher is Konoha Shinobi. Tamari, who was sitting next to Kenya, looked at Kenya in disbelief. Kenya stretched out his hand and pressed it on top of Tamari's head with a smile, and said gently, although I used to be a Konoha Shinobi, I like Tamari very much, and I also like Gaara, Kankuro and Sand Shinobi. Advertisement. Tamari blushed, looking at Kenya's handsome face. The girl bowed her head and did not dare to look at each other's eyes. Kenya said again, of course, at the beginning, Feng didn't fully trust him. His original plan was to use my Sharingan to help his son Gaara perfectly control Shuhei. But following a series of things such as the grain trade with Konoha, the Kirigakure alliance, and the Shozuru taming mission, he gradually trusted me. In the end, this time the Konoha collapse plan in cooperation with Orochimaru occurred, but there was no I thought that Orochimaru would suddenly turn back and kill Master Feng. That's the problem. Might Guy was suddenly excited, and pointed at Kenya with righteous indignation and said, as a Konoha shinobi, you actually attacked Konoha. A whole thing, actually pointed at Aizen-sama like this. Jinnaruo roared. Kenya raised her hand to stop Kinnaruo, and responded indifferently. Since Konoha has given up on me, what's weird about me choosing another city? You know, if it weren't for the actions of Konoha and Itachi, I would also died 4 years ago. Since I am in Sand Shinobi, I will certainly play for Sand Shinobi. I have done my best without Orochimaru to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes. As the Aizen, loyalty 1.7 Jinnaruo shouted. Even if the birthplace is not Sand Shinobi, but Aizen, Lord Kenya has contributed so much to the construction of Sunagakure, and it is not inferior to a shadow. We are willing to honor Kenya as 5th Kasuke. That's right. It has nothing to do with where you were born. The contribution made by Mr. Kenya to the construction of Sand Shinobi is unprecedented, and there will be no one to come. Another, Aizen. Fan also said, old teacher, please don't care about your identity, you will always be a member of our Sand Shinobi. Tamari is also full of admiration. My lord, please take the position of 5th Kasuke. Master Qian, please take the position of 5th Kasuke. For a while, Yi Kang and all Sand Shinobi high-level ninjas on the scene expressed their opinions. Gaara and Kankuro, who remained silent, their silence is equivalent to consent. 79 Recovery of identity, 4th more seeking subscription. Kakashi and the others were completely stunned. Isn't it negotiating a truce between Konoha and Sand Shinobi? How did it become a discussion about choosing 5th Kasuke? They did not expect that when they knew the true identity of Aizen, Sand Shinobi unanimously asked him to become 5th Kasuke. In the heart of Sand Shinobi ninja, the word, Aizen, is probably like a god. Kenya raised his hand to stop, and smiled faintly. Stop talking, my identity is exposed. Whether I can stay in Sunagakure is a question, and from the beginning, I didn't intend to be a Feng. But, Lord Kenya, Kinnaruo wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kenya again, saying, now, let's discuss the aftermath of this war. Kenya turned his head to Nara Shikuhisa and others, saying, although this war was initiated by Sand Shinobi, it should be Sand Shinobi who is responsible for it. However, 24 in Konoha is in such a state of extreme weakness and should need allies, isn't it? Kenya smiled and said, as the Minister of Shinobi, I am still qualified to give orders. I will mobilize Sand Shinobi's army and ask Miss Shinobi from the Sand Shinobi allies to send troops to assist Konoha's restoration work and prevent Rock Shinobi. The two guys, Cloud Shinobi, used their brains. Naraluju said solemnly, "You killed so many people in Konoha, and the Sarutobi Shimura clan is almost completely wiped out. Just to assist in the restoration work, you want to write off?" When Konoha's senior management dealt with the Uchiha problem, did they give generous treatment to the remaining 3 Uchiha? Not to mention the whole world seems to owe Konoha. Kenya said coldly. Or, do you want me to join Miss Shinobi and strike Konoha? The Konoha Shinobi's face turned pale. If Kenya does this, then Konoha cannot bear it now. I want to ask the daimyo and the advisory team. Naralu thought about it for a long time, and felt that she could not answer directly, and could only ask the higher level for instructions. There is one more condition, Kenya said again. Too much, right? Captain Anbu said in a deep anger. It is too much just to not pay compensation and just to assist in the repair work, and there are still conditions. Advertisement. Kenya smiled and said, "Don't worry, this condition is easy for Konoha. Remove my status as Konoha's betrayal. After all, I am not Itachi, so I don't want to carry the black pot for a lifetime." When Kenya said this, the audience was shocked again. This sounds like a very simple thing, as long as you put a stamp on it. But it's not so easy to deal with. A wanted order was issued, and the traitor who had been dead for 4 years suddenly announced that he was alive, and the wanted order was revoked. This makes Konoha's face. Where does Hokage's face turn? "Teacher, are you leaving Sunagakure?" Temari tearfully said. Kenya hooked Temari's nose and comforted. "My identity has been exposed, and my position is not suitable for continuing to stay in San Shinobi, right? Master Kenya, you have worked hard for San Shinobi for so many years, you can't just leave like this." "Yes, Lord Kenya, now Lord 4th Kazekage is dead. If you leave, who will be in charge of San Shinobi's overall situation?" "Master Kenya, you can't go." Many San Shinobi Jonin eagerly spoke out to stay, but they were all stopped by Kenya. Naraluji thought for a while, and said, "Only the new Hokage can decide on this matter." "Who is your new Hokage? There are just 2 candidates, right? The other 2, Sanin, Jiraiya, or Senju Tsunade." Kenya smiled faintly. "As long as they agree, it's fine, right?" Naradir gritted his teeth for a long time, and finally nodded. "That's right. No problem." Kenya's face was full of smiles. Where do they know? On the Tsunade side, Kenya had already dealt with it. End of the meeting. Advertisement regarding the conditions put forward by San Shinobi. Nara Shikuhisa also needs to report to the 2 consultants Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and the daimyo of Fire Country. A dozen high-level San Shinobi, including Kenya, stayed in Konoha, waiting for a reply. The next day, it rained lightly early in the morning. Everyone in Konoha village dressed in black went to the Konoha public grave to lay flowers for 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In response to what Kenya said, the truth about the Uchiha clan, Konoha executives decided to conceal it for the time being. And Kenya did not wear the mask of Aizen. San Shinobi high-level ninjas headed by Yekura, Jinaruo, and Funkage 3 siblings were called together. "This is the dictionaries I wrote, and handed to the name of the Wind Country for me." In everyone's stunned eyes, Kenya pushed out a letter and said, "I stated in the letter that I would resign from San Shinobi's 700th position as Minister of Ninbu, and at the same time recommend Gaara as the 5th Kazekage, and Hikura as the new Minister of Ninbu. When the matter of Konoha is settled, let's separate." "Old, teacher, you, don't go." Temari couldn't help the tears in her eyes anymore, and threw herself into Kenya's arms, crying loudly. "Master Kenya, please don't say anything like this anymore. Apart from you, no one else is qualified to lead San Shinobi." Kinaruo is also full of pain. "Good." Yikang knelt on one knee and said gravely, "What is Wu Kun's status? The contribution that Mr. Kenya has brought to San Shinobi is indelible. Except for you, no one is qualified to serve as 5th Kazekage." Gaara couldn't help speaking even though he had always been reticent. The reputation of Aizen in Sunagakure can be seen. Staring at everyone in San Shinobi for a long time, Kenya sighed and said, "From the day I taught Gaara, I knew that no one is more suitable for Fenging's position than him. You don't need to persuade me. If you really thank me, just press me. Do it if you want." For a time, many people sobbed in a low voice, and this is the result that Kenya wants .80 the name that had to be promised, 5th more seeking subscription. After this time, the enhanced version of Konoha, the collapse plan jointly developed by Kenya and Orochimaru, Konoha is closer to the edge of the word collapse than the original work. After several days of waiting, the Fire Country daimyo agreed to Kenya's request and agreed that San Shinobi did not need to pay any compensation, but only needed to assist Konoha in the restoration work. After San Shinobi's request for help from Mist Shinobi, issued under the name Aizen, in order to resist Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, the 2 villages that are not small in Konoha's spearhead. After receiving the letter, Mist Shinobi 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei began to send reinforcements to assist Konoha Dasuki-kun in the northeastern part of the Fire Country to prevent a sudden attack by Cloud Shinobi. After all, Cloud Shinobi's disgusting means is not once or twice. And San Shinobi built an army defense on the northwest border of the Fire Country to prevent Rock Shinobi. Coincidentally, in the Third Ninja War, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi are in hostile relations with Konoha. The former Namikaze Minato faced off against the current 4th Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. The Battle of Shinobi Bridge that took place against Rock Shinobi completely changed the future trend of the ninja world. Therefore, the possibility of these two villages taking advantage of the weakness of the trees and wanting to take advantage of the fire is really not small. Therefore, the country of fire daimyo will agree to Kenya's demanding requirements. If you don't agree, then Sand Shinobi, an ally, will most likely become a hostile country. And what the relationship between Mist Shinobi, Sand Shinobi's alliance, and Konoha will become, can be imagined. Suddenly, the 4 ninja villages of the 5 major countries all dealt with a hostile state with Konoha. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, the only cage-level powerhouse in the current village, is dead again. At this time, the key 4 countries jointly attack the country of fire, and then they're dead. Therefore, the country of fire daimyo had to agree to Kenya's terms. The fact is, just as Kenya expected, after hearing about the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha suffered heavy damage. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and 4th Reikage were itching. But because Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi blocked their way to Konoha, they temporarily dispelled this idea. Kenya, who took off the mask named Blue Dye and restored her true identity, did not return to Sunagakure as planned. He asked the trio of Aizen class, Gaara, Tamari, and Konkuro, to bring his own letter of recommending Gaara as 5th Kazekage and return to the Kingdom of Wind to give to the daimyo. Advertisement Yeking, Jinaruo and other high-level officials returned to Sunagakure to deal with Sunagakure, which fell into chaos after Luosha died. The other part is guarded at the northwest border of the country of fire to prevent rock shinobi from attacking at any time. Right now, the situation in the Kingdom of Wind and Sunagakure is also chaotic. First, 4th Kazekage is dead, which is already a big deal. But if it's just that, it's fine, but Aizen, who was deemed by the whole village to be the heir to the next generation of Fengying, also left. At present, Aizen's true identity has not been announced to all the villagers. It was only conveyed by Yi Kang, who returned to the village to the elders of Sand Shinobi and other high-level officials. Everyone was so frightened that they almost fell off their chairs. Although the elders were very hesitant, the Sand Shinobi high-level ninja group agreed that Aizen would succeed the 5th Kazekage. As for the daimyo in the Kingdom of Wind, the Aizen class who went to the daimyo mansion did not respond. Presumably the daimyo is also anxious now. On the fire land side, the restoration work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Kenya, who walked side by side with upright and bright red sunset, came to the land of the Sarutobi clan. In the end, it was Konoha's #1 clan. Even though they had specially ordered it, Gaara and the others still failed to achieve the goal of annihilating Sarutobi. The tribe with less than 10 people, I believe that within 100 years, they will not be able to make any waves. Just like the Senju clan today, although it will not be completely destroyed, at least it will definitely withdraw from the historical stage of the ninja world. The Shimura clan not far away was completely destroyed. At least the Shimura clan who lived on the land were completely wiped out. However, part of the Shimura clan, which is still hidden under the ground, is still alive. Therefore, the Shimura clan cannot be said to be completely annihilated in the true sense. You did it on purpose. Quietly staring at the Sarutobi tribe, which was almost turned into ruins, Yurihong asked abruptly. Kenya pretended to smile and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Advertisement Yurihong's eyes were dim. According to the red lips, she didn't ask more. Kenya chuckled lightly and stroked her cheeks with her hands. "If I say yes, you will leave me?" Yurihong's teeth bit her lower lip, her expression filled with helplessness. "Apart from you, who else can I rely on now?" "A hole." At the end, Yurihong whispered 2 words, took the initiative to catch Kenya's waist, and buried his face deeply into his moon chamber. In this ninja world, who is Zaran alone and clean? Kenya laughed and was about to stretch out her hand to stroke Yurihong's beautiful hair, but unexpectedly, there was a beautiful voice behind her. "Uchiha Kenya, the 2 adults from the advisory group would like to invite you." The sunset was red like a big dream, with a fierce face, and fled from Kenya's arms in a panic. 2 of Anbu Kenya stroked the red-side face without looking back, her body exuding an extremely dangerous aura. "Although the 2 members of the advisory team gave you the order to take me there immediately, I don't like people disturbing me." Speaking, Zhao's, Kenya slowly turned his head, and even smiled with Aizen's timing standard, but exuded a sense of horror and oppression like a wild beast. "Next time, I will be alone. Does it show up?" He didn't even have a murderous intent, just a simple sense of oppression, which made the 2 Jonin secretly feel the heavy feeling of standing in front of the tiger. The face behind the mask is cold and sweaty, and the words are unsatisfactory. "Kaido. Yes, I'm very sorry, Qian, Lord Kenya, hey." The voice fell, the 2 of them did not dare to stay for a second, and quickly disappeared with body flicker technique. "Tonight, I can go to your place for the night, right?" Kenya turned her head to hold Yuri red cheeks again, and tied their foreheads together. Yuri blushed and flushed with shame, struggling to get rid of the opponent, and ran away without looking back. "Silence is tantamount to acquiescence. 81 That's because I can't kill you yet." 6th more seeking subscription. In the consultant's office in the Hokage building. When Kenya opened the door and entered, she found that there were more than 2 consultants, Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, sitting inside. Next to him, there stood a Jiraiya whose strength was at its peak and might even outperform Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the 3 people with solemn expressions, Kenya smiled and walked in. I should have guessed from the beginning. 2 consultants who have no combat power dared to come to me. How can they not arrange bodyguards?" With that said, Kenya ignored the decline of Kaharu and Mitokado Homura's increasingly gloomy faces, looked at Jiraiya, and chuckled. But, I didn't expect that Senior Jiraiya would choose to protect these two people. Could it be that you were also brainwashed? Jiraiya frowned and just wanted to say something, but before he could speak, she saw Kenya shook her head slightly, her expression was straight, her eyes revealed the strangeness of seeing through everything, and she said. In other words, they have already told you the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya looked surprised. He didn't expect Kenya's insight to be so strong, and he would get it right in one guess. That's right, the secret of the destruction of the U-700 Chiba clan, the decline of Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, including Shimura Danzo or the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen, all intend to bring this secret into the coffin. But Konoha is already facing the biggest crisis since the village was founded. The assistance of Jiraiya, a cage-level powerhouse, is indispensable. If the Kaharu and Mitokado Homura troops decline and he confesses the truth, then Jiraiya, who is indifferent to fame and fortune, will never stay in Konoha. No way, they can only tell the truth about Uchiha back then, Jiraiya. Turning down, Kaharu could no longer remain calm, and slapped the table repeatedly, and yelled. You can lie to other people, you can't lie to us, Uchiha Kenya. Back then, you didn't make any so-called deal with Hiruzen. You killed the then Anbu captain Sarutobi Shinosuke who defected to the village that night. What Nara Shikahisa said you and Hiruzen reached the so-called deal. Basically it's totally deceiving everyone. Declining Kaharu became more angry as he spoke, and his neck became flushed with anger. However, for Udotane Kaharu, CEBH's red-necked yelling, Kenya still maintained an Aizen-style elegant smile. Kaido. Don't rant like this, it will only expose your weakness. Advertisement. Turning to bed, Kaharu almost didn't mention it, gritted his teeth and couldn't say a word for a long time. That's right, I really didn't make any deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. On that night 4 years ago, I did kill Sarutobi Shinosuke and escaped. Tread. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously took a step. The 61 and 6 light prisons of Bakudo, Kenya's right index finger cocked. Ka. In an instant, a flash from the fingertips turned into a 6 pads light in the middle, and pierced Jiraiya fiercely, making him unable to move for a while. What kind of technique is this? Feeling unable to move at all, Jiraiya stared at the 6 pads light that bound her body in amazement. Calm down, Jiraiya-senpai, can you just let me finish talking? Kenya glanced at Jiraiya with an imaginary look, and flicked his fingertips, releasing the 6 light prisons. Think about it. At that time, Itachi and Konoha were going to join forces to destroy Uchiha. It's you, can you not run? Listening to what Kenya said, Jiraiya really calmed down a lot, and then frowned. Well, even if what you said makes sense, but what's going on with Orochimaru in attacking Konoha? That matter was decided by 4th Kasuke Roshi, and my second-in-command only obeyed the boss's will. Kenya chuckled and sat at the next table. Kaido. Originally, my plan was to take this opportunity to let Sand Shinobi capture Konoha, but unfortunately, in the previous 3-way melee with Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, my true identity was exposed, even though I used Aizen in Sand Shinobi. Ming has received considerable support, but he is still an outsider, and it is impossible to stay in Sand Shinobi. In the increasingly solemn eyes of the 3 people on the opposite side, Kenya continued to talk about the explanation he had thought of long ago. Therefore, after Sarutobi Hiruzen died, I changed my plan. Sand Shinobi couldn't stay, but when Sarutobi Hiruzen died, with the help of Hokage, I can still restore my identity as the captain of the Konoha Police Department. Why do you conclude that new Hokage is willing to help you restore your identity? It's just a rebel. A rebel who killed the eldest and second sons of the former Hokage and assisted the enemy village in attacking Konoha. Reverting to Kaharu's anger, sarcastically said, advertisement. Really? In the face of Kaharu's cursing on the street like a shrew, Kenya didn't even bother to be angry. The moment the voice fell, it suddenly disappeared in place. Even a master like Jiraiya shrank his pupils, saying that he hadn't seen how Kenya disappeared. The reason why I didn't kill you is because I still have an important reason why I can't kill you, the 2 seniors of the advisory team. Kenya's voice suddenly sounded from behind. All 3 of them looked shocked and turned their heads to find that Kenya appeared behind them at some unknown time. Why, what's the matter? I didn't even see it. Even Jiraiya was shocked. Not to mention that the 2 delegates Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are old bones in the wind. I saw Kenya turn his back to the 3 of them and looked towards Konoha village through the window, and said, the new Hokage is nothing more than Jiraiya-senpai and Tsunade-senpai, right? When you 2 invited him to be Hokage. With the character of Jiraiya-senpai, I am afraid that he would not agree to it. Instead, he asked him to find Tsunade as a condition and let Tsunade be the new 5th Hokage. Turning to bed, Kaharu and Mitokado Homura trembled. And Jiraiya swallowed too. That's awesome, I guessed it completely. Don't worry, you don't need Jiraiya-senpai to look for it. Tsunade-senpai is already on the way back. I believe that in a week, she will return to Konoha and take over the position of Hokage. Kenya turned her head and looked at the 3 with a chuckle. In an instant, the 3 of them were the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who heard the news on the roof of the martial arts venue. Their eyes widened, showing incredible expressions. Difficult, can it be said that you and Tsunade are united? 82-2 Uchiha Rebellion, Part 1, 7th more seeking subscription. Stop doing unnecessary things. Just as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces to build Konoha 60 years ago, Konoha will be in charge of Uchiha's Mi and Senju Tsunade. You and Danzo, if you return I want to do superfluous things. I will definitely find a chance to kill you. Finally, leaving this sentence, Kenya left the consultant's office without looking back. But in fact, Kenya still lied. Kenya's real thoughts are that no matter whether the remaining 3 old foxes will come out again as shit sticks, he will kill them. It's just because of Kenya's position, who is about to restore Konoha's high-level status, he cannot publicly kill the advisory team. He must kill these 3 old foxes without dirtying his hands. Unexpectedly, he actually calculated this step. Has even Tsunade been persuaded by him? Jiraiya whispered to himself. The back spine has started to chill involuntarily. In fact, compared with Kenya's strength, the other side's scheming and wisdom is what really makes Jiraiya fear. That kind of undisciplined mindset that is not messy, the world is seamless, and everything is controlled in one's own plan is the most terrible. Jiraiya can't let Tsunade, who has colluded with Uchiha Kenya, become Hokage. 5th Hokage, you should still inherit it. Turning to bed, Kaharu yelled to Jiraiya like crazy. You know, in the Second Ninja World War, the decline of the Senju clan, there's the shadow of their Konoha high-level F4. Originally, Jiraiya suggested that Tsunade come back as Hokage and they were reluctant. Now Tsunade has not only returned, but also confirmed that she and Uchiha Kenya have joined forces. This really wants Tsunade to be Hokage. Uchiha Kenya has changed from Sand Shinobi second in command to Konoha second in command. Does their advisory team still have good fruit? However, Jiraiya was not as worried as Kaharu and the others. He pushed his hand and said, You too, are you too worried? Tsunade, as the princess of the Senju clan who made great achievements in the Second Ninja World War, plus her pedigree, there is no doubt that it is more suitable than me to be a princess. Hokage material. Jiraiya said again. You are only worried about Tsunade and Uchiha Kenya. You wear small shoes, don't you worry too much? Tsunade is not such a small person. If Uchiha Kenya is really so bad, it is impossible to have such a high support in Sand Shinobi, right? Anyway, I won't be Hokage. Obviously, Jiraiya, a person who is far from the political circle, although strong, has no political acumen. He looked too high at Uchiha Kenya's magnanimity. Indeed, Kenya, known as Aizen in Sand Shinobi, has indeed won the approval rating of Senju Hashirama that is not inferior to that of the year. Although Kenya is also partly pretending, but more importantly, it is because he and Sand Shinobi have no hatred. Advertisement looking at the whole Sand Shinobi, he walked all the way and killed no more than 10 Sand Shinobi people. For Konoha, especially Konoha's senior staff, Kenya is disgusting. It is absolutely necessary to clean up everything. However, Jiraiya did not understand this truth. Since Tsunade took the initiative to come back, he didn't need to travel far to find someone, waved his hand, and slipped away. Seeing Jiraiya can't rely on it, turning to bed, the expressions of Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are ugly for a while. What to do? Turning to bed, Kaharu turned to ask this old partner who had been with him for many years. Never let Tsunade, who has already reached a cooperative relationship with Uchiha Kenya, be Hokage. After Mitokado Homura hesitated for a long time, the heavy person looked on and put forward an idea. Why don't you discuss it with Danzo? 3 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a strict order to prohibit Danzo from leaving the base of the Root organization without his order. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, this rule naturally does not need to be followed. And the two of them are obviously powerless to revolving heaven. Danzo, who can only rely on his strength for the time being, can be considered as a passable, and at the same time, Danzo is a master of political, governance, human. Okay. Just do it. Going to bed, Kaharu immediately agreed. Because they are desperate. That night, Kenya put Yuri Honglu on her body, and after swelling the other's red lips, one by one took off her tight ninja suit. The skin is as tight as jade, glowing with a moving glow under the light. Don't look. Shi Rihong's skin was flushed all over, her left hand was raised horizontally to block in front of Yu Hong, and her right palm was open to block her underneath. Kenya smiled badly, and directly pulled her 2 hands up, showing her whole body perfectly before her eyes. Slow down. It hurts. Advertisement. 3 minutes later, Yurihong bit her lower lip and spoke with difficulty. Actually, it shouldn't hurt the first time. The main reason is that you are too nervous. Relax. Kenya said helplessly. How do you know so clearly? Have you done it many times in Sand Shinobi? I killed you. Yuri Hong was so angry that she stood up and bit Kenya on the shoulder. But she wrinkled her eyebrows deeply, painful again. For the first time in a few years, Kenya had such a speechless mood. Wrong. This is the experience of the previous life, and I have never experienced it in this life. Early the next morning, Kenya walked refreshingly on Konoha's early morning street. Although Shi Rihong made a fuss about herself for a long time because of her mistake last night, she fell asleep because she was really tired, and she hasn't gotten up yet. Take a deep breath. Konoha's air is really better than Sand Shinobi. It is a pity that the stench of the 3 old foxes still permeates the sky over the village. Although I really want to solve them as soon as possible, I can't be impatient no matter what I do. That will only mess my own pace. This is Kenya's experience in the past 4 years. Ming, Kenya-kun, I got up really early. At the rear right, a lazy greeting came. Oh, it's not 50 to 50. Sorry, Mr. Kakashi? Kenya turned around and greeted with a chuckle. Hearing what the other party called him, Kakashi's face appeared a black line, winked at Kenya, and asked him to signal to the Maruko shop in the back, two mysterious people with hats and unknown identity. Although I think Uchiha Kenya is not a credible person, Kakashi needs some reinforcements right now. After all, Sarutobi, Asuma and Yurihong who were supposed to be here in the original work. One went to hell. The other one is impossible to create. Several 83-2 Uchiha Rebellion, Part 2, First More seeking subscription. By the creek in the eastern Konoha sector, when the two people put on their heads, the mysterious man who completely covered his face came here. Kenya and Kakashi used Shunpo and body flicker technique to block them one after the other. Etc. Kakashi said, "Sorry, I don't seem to have seen you two in Konoha. I don't know if I can show the pass." And Kenya in front did not speak, but smiled, quietly looking at the shorter one of the two. "I didn't expect it. I thought there were not many things in this world that would surprise me." The other party slowly took off the hat from the top of his head, revealing the scarlet three-hooked jade eyes that were the same as Kenya's. Kakashi was surprised, his pupils shrank, and he trembled and gritted his teeth. Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi was also the one who knew the truth about Uchiha's annihilation, and he could almost guess the reason why Itachi appeared here out of thin air. But this incident must not be publicized, let alone let the civilians know, and it will affect the image of third Hokage and the Konoha decision-making team in the eyes of the villagers. After all, there is no evidence, and a family will be driven to ruin only by suspicion. Even letting a Uchiha slaughter the entire Uchiha clan with a child as a bargain is too much of this kind of thing. Knowing who I am, but not killing me, wrong glanced at Kakashi behind him, and 3-Tomo Sharingan rose slightly. What happened? The truth about what you did back then, I have maximized its value. Wrong. Here, I want to say thank you. Kenya chuckled. Wrong frowned. He was only in the Akatsuki organization. I heard that the intelligence personnel had said the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen and San Shinobi's second-in-command Aizen's true identity was actually after Uchiha Kenya, who the ninja world thought had been dead for 4 years. He took the initiative to investigate the Nine Tails intelligence task. After all, he was from Konoha and knew how to crack the barrier outside Konoha village. So Pain didn't think much about it and agreed directly. But Konoha and San Shinobi's negotiation process is unknown to him. The truth, in other words, has the events of the year been known? Itachi secretly said in his heart, looked at Kenya with an illusion, and said slowly after a few seconds, "It seems that you have not been idle for these years, and you have deployed a lot of things. Advertisement, mutual each other, but don't get me wrong, the thank you just now is genuine. After all, if you didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to climb to where I am now." Kenya smiled as old. At that time, I was surprised when I heard that Aizen, the head of San Shinobi, was another Uchiha who had been dead for 4 years. The ghost dragon on the other side also took off the hat on top of his head, spreading the same fangs as the full moon of the ghost lamp, and smiled. "Ninja is really amazing. You are one of the 7 former Mist Shinobi, Hoshigaki Kisame." Kakashi recognized the person at a glance. "Huh? Copy Ninja Kakashi. I heard that if you don't cut that kid before, it should be fun to fight with you." Gui Zhao looked at Kakashi with a sneer. Now things are getting more and more interesting. Kenya chuckled and suggested, "Then, Kakashi and Gui Zhao, you two go a little bit farther. I need to discuss with Ba. After all, there are not many people in this world who have these eyes. What does this guy want to do?" An uneasy restlessness emerged in Shi's heart. In the past, his relationship with Kenya was not good, because Kenya was a supporter of the Uchiha Revolution, and he was in opposition. Usually, if the two meet by chance, they will pass by without saying a word with a cold face. But Uchiha Kenya now gives him a feeling that his whole person has completely changed. Interesting proposal. Then I won't bother you two to relive the past, Mr. Wrong. As soon as the ghost's words fell, Samahata suddenly drew out the big knife behind him and slashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, and suddenly pulled out a handful of ninja bag tied to his thigh to resist. Buzz. Under the collision of the blade, a jumping spark came in, and a huge impact caused Kakashi to fall into the river on the left. Upon seeing this, Gui Zhao jumped down and ran after him. Advertisement on the shore. 2 Uchiha people who own Sharingan are looking at each other. "What do you want to do?" Itachi said in a deep voice. Sasuke doesn't know the truth yet, and Konoha's senior executives don't plan to tell him. After all, if he knows it, his hatred will turn from you to Konoha. The corner of Kenya's mouth rose slightly by 3 points. When the name, Sasuke, was mentioned, although she tried her best, Kenya still caught a trace of confusion deep in his eyes. "What do you want?" Itachi's tone instantly became colder. In his plan, Sasuke will grow stronger, kill himself, and become Konoha's hero, protecting Konoha permanently like this. And the so-called truth, Sasuke does not need to know. In this way, he can spend his life happily. Uchiha is also a glorious clan, not a dark clan who wants to betray Konoha. Don't get me wrong, Itachi, I don't intend to take care of Sasuke. He will seek revenge from you as you originally planned, but I don't know what will happen after that. Kenya smiled calmly at Kaido. Unknowingly, Itachi's brows had already deepened, and the lines on his face became tighter, and he said solemnly. "It's too dangerous. 1.7, you man, I don't want people who killed my parents to say it's dangerous." Kenya's face was in complete contrast with Itachi. One brow became deeper and deeper, and one smile became brighter and brighter. That's right, these two people are like the front and back of a coin. In the next instant, both eyes burst out with terrifying pupil power. But the difference is that Wrong's eyes have changed from a three-shaped jade to a triangular-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Kenya's eyes still maintained the shape of a three-hooked jade. It's not Mangekyo Sharingan, that's it. Do you want to fight me directly? Yes. With a scornful smile on Kenya's face, she pulled out Kyoka Suigetsu from her waist. 84 Itachi. Your vision is too shallow, second more seeking subscription. Jian completed the flip in an instant, put his right hand to his mouth, and the flame that was spit out turned into a huge fireball in the next instant. Fire-style great fireball technique, so fast, you can't see Jian at all. Kakashi was shocked inwardly. Do you still have time to look at others? Kisame sneered and waved his muscles and charged up. Kakashi saw this and could only resist quickly. This guy, the strength is far above that of not cutting. What kind of trick is this? Kenya's wrist turned, and the sword pressure erupting from the Kyoka Suigetsu knife instantly smashed the great fireball into flames again. Call. However, when the flame dissipated, another melt was already above the air, with 3 kunai between his left fingers, and threw it towards Kenya. Did you end up with Shadow Clone at the same time as the great fireball? Not bad. Kenya raised his hand and slashed, cutting open the 3 flying kunai easily, and said, of course, I only mean the strength of being a ninja. However, at the moment when Kenya flew the 3 Kuwu 24, Kuwu turned into 3 crows, making a quack sound around Kenya's head, croaking and flying. Using illusion on me, are you too arrogant, Itachi? Ryatsu inside his body surged like a tsunami, and the 3 crows hovering above his head instantly disappeared. Having disappeared in place, the real body of Itachi, who rushed to a position less than half a meter away from Kenya with a handful of kunai in his hand, also appeared. Kenya leaned out with his left hand, and for a moment when Itachi's karma hit his neck, he leaned down and quickly pointed it at his abdomen. Fiery lightning howl. Rumble. The stunned thunder pillars more than 10 meters high erupted in the western area of Konoha. Although it was only early in the morning, many people in the village were still frightened and fell to the ground. Then, what is that? Are the ninjas fighting? Well, what a terrible power. The villagers were terrified. Konoha open black lens bracket. The shadow of the collapse plan has not dissipated yet. They are now completely in a state of being a soldier. Advertisement. Many ninjas in charge of patrols discovered this scene and rushed to the direction of the incident. Last night, a sound that seemed to be broken bones sounded. The orange skeleton rib-shaped protective shield that appeared on the surface of the body was cracked, and a large piece fell after 2 seconds. Ha-ha. 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 Itachi gasped for several breaths again, and sweat dripped down his side face. At the moment of the critical moment just now, Susanoo was used to defend. But I didn't expect that I could use such a powerful lightning-style technique without Jian. Practicality is not inferior to Mangekyo. What a power. Even Kisame and Kakashi, who were fighting on the other side, couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Is that Susanoo? Great. Kenya twisted her wrist. I thought that the breakthrough I had achieved after the battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen has allowed me to easily solve opponents below the peak of cage level. It's worthy of the power hidden in our Uchiha clan bloodline. Wrong, you are really good. When Kenya's voice fell, the Susao protective cover that appeared on the surface of her body also disappeared. Itachi didn't answer Kenya's words, but forced to resist the physical burden of using Susanoo, and the triangular dart-shaped Mangekyo in his left eye was spinning extremely fast. Left eye Tsukuyomi, right eye Amaterasu. This is the ability of Uchiha Itachi Mangekyo. Do you want to use illusion to decide the victory this time? Suya also smiled with great interest, and pointed Kyoka Suigetsu's blade downward at the ground. In the next instant, the two spoke at the same time. Tsukuyomi. Smash it. Kyoka Suigetsu. In the eyes of Gui Zhao and Kakashi as bystanders, the two people seem to be completely motionless on the surface. But whether it is Kisame who has seen Itachi Tsukuyomi's great trick, or Kakashi who has Sharingan, it is very clear. Although it seems calm, in fact, it is not surprising that one of these two people will have a nervous breakdown in the next second. The impact of mental power is undergoing a fierce collision invisibly. Advertisement. This is an invisible confrontation. To crack Tsukuyomi, it can only be forced to crack by a stronger mental power than Uchiha Itachi. And Kyoka Suigetsu can't crack it. To insist on the method of cracking, it only has its own powerful strength. The only limitation of Kyoka Suigetsu is that the more powerful the object, the more limited the time it can control. At the same time, the easier it is for the other party to find flaws. If the current Aizen is allowed to control an enemy at the level of 6 paths Madara or Kagaya-ji, he is not confident that he can control the opponent for a few seconds. In a dark Tsukuyomi world, when Aizen opened his eyes, he was already tied to a cross. Opposite him, Rong Zheng held a sword and said coldly, "It seems that this illusion showdown ended in my victory. In this world of Tsukuyomi, everything is under my control, regardless of time, space, and everything. Everything of." When the voice fell, the Taito in Rong's hand had been pierced out and plunged into Kenya's heart. Yes. Kenya 700, who was tied to the cross, did not show any pain, but looked ridiculously. In the next moment, the pupil shrank when he touched the eye. Immediately afterwards, the picture in front of him turned around. The one who was tied to the cross became himself. The person who pierced the opponent's heart with a large sword became Uchiha Kenya. Feeling the pain from the heart, the face was twisted, and I couldn't believe it. This is. If I have not awakened and understood, I really don't have the confidence of winning. I say again, you are excellent, Itachi, but your vision is too shallow. Everything you do is nothing but take a Konoha as the standard. Kyoka Suigetsu in Kenya's hand moved forward, until the hilt of the knife rested on the skin of Itachi's heart, completely penetrating his body. I can let you complete the ending you want, but don't stop me from hindering me, and don't do unnecessary things. The moment Kenya finished saying this sentence, Tsukuyomi's world is shattered like glass. Kyoka Suigetsu's mouth was not penetrated by Itachi. But even so, his spiritual world has been severely impacted. At the moment of returning to the real world, the whole person fell to his knees. 85 Kenya's meaning to Sasuke, third more seeking subscription. You. Give my Tsukuyomi. He raised his head sweating profusely and looked at Kenya, his eyes thick in disbelief. For a while, the Ghost Flood Dragon did not have the intention of continuing to fight Kakashi. He appeared before turning over with the body flicker technique. The Ghost Flood Dragon in his hand was in front of Yu Shang, protecting the two. There are a lot of Konoha shinobi who are coming over here, let's go, you two. Kenya retracted Kyoka Suigetsu into the scabbard. You won't kill us, Ghost Zhao said in surprise. Even the fusion at the rear is unbelievable. To be honest, his relationship with Kenya is really hard to describe. Although it can't be called an enemy, it's definitely not a friend. Itachi really felt that such a person would be too harmful to Sasuke and Konoha. Kisame didn't say much anymore. After smashing the shaft, he was ready to leave. Kenya suddenly said, Hoshigaki Kisame, with your talents, it's a pity to stay in your organization. If you want to change jobs, please feel free to come to me. Kisame was stunned. He didn't expect Kenya to suddenly run out of the olive branch to himself, and then said with a weird smile. That's really an honor, but I'm doing a very good job in our organization now, so I don't need to worry about it. He didn't dare to speak harshly to Kenya. The fight with Itachi just now proved the terrible Uchiha Kenya. In case you have a bad mouth and make the other party regret it, then I don't know where to cry. The afterimage flickered, and the two disappeared in place with body flicker technique. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sosuke. Unlock rate, 47.58%. Is the degree of unlocking only so small? After all, he didn't kill him, just defeated, which was a lot. Kenya secretly said inwardly. In fact, it was a pity that Hogyoku failed to evolve. It seems that the plan needs to be advanced a bit. At this time, Kakashi in the river also took off the forehead protector above his head, blocked his left eye, and flashed to Kenya's side. Why let them go? No matter what Uchiha Itachi, even Hoshigaki Kisame. Just like when Kenya used to be the Aizen, until now, Kakashi still can't see what Kenya wants to do. Advertisement. Itachi has the value of continuing to live. Hoshigaki Kisame is also a talent. Although he may not be able to be used by me, killing him now does not do me any good, so I let them go. Kenya turned around and left, not intending to talk to Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi, what happened? At this time, the Konoha shinobi who had noticed the fluctuation of the battle came one after another. Because Uchiha Itachi's identity is too sensitive now, Kakashi can only say perfunctorily, don't worry, it's solved, everyone, go back. I feel that Kakashi is concealing something deliberately. But they also know some things. Ninjas of their level are not qualified and don't need to know. They didn't say much, and quickly returned to their respective posts. The current period of time may be the most leisurely time for Kenya in the past 4 years. There is no need to act on Fengying's accusations, review the pile of documents, and no need to deploy military forces for the Konoha collapse plan. What he needs to do now is to wait for Tsunade's return and the final decision on the Wind Country. For this reason, Kenya also temporarily gave up on cultivation, basically just being with Shiri Hong greasy and crooked. But he didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to find him today. Shiri Hong's home. In order for the two of them to pour a glass of ice water, Shiri Hong noticed the awkwardness of the atmosphere, and after rolling her eyes, she didn't want to stay here any longer and said, I'm out shopping for groceries. After speaking, he picked up the basket and left. After this guy moved in, he became less and less like a female ninja, but like a housewife. When Shiri Hong went out, she muttered inwardly. Sweeping his eyes, sitting across from him with a face that everyone owed him 8 million stinks, Kenya reluctantly showed patience and succinctly said, if you want to be straightforward. What happened that night? I found Kenya early in the morning, and it was Uchiha Sasuke who was sitting across from him. Currently known to the ninja world, one of the 3 Uchiha people who are still alive. It is also the target of Kenya's thorough awakening of blood, the reincarnation of Indra. However, the reason why Kenya is not interested in Sasuke is also at this point. If the soul of Indra in Sasuke awakens, Hogyoku will react. But at this time, Hogyoku, hidden in Kenya's body, did not move. Advertisement. It means that even if Kenya takes Sasuke's soul now, it will not be able to evolve his bloodline. That night, didn't you already know it? Itachi had used illusion to show you what was going on. Kenya responded flatly. The guy Kakashi has been very strange to me lately. I always feel that he seems to be hiding something. Sasuke frowned, so I thought, you might know something. Kenya raised her brows slightly. He guessed right away that Kakashi was hesitating to tell Sasuke the truth about Itachi. This matter was strictly prohibited by the advisory team from leaking. In addition to preserving the high-level face and avoiding turmoil within Konoha, the two main reasons are to prevent Sasuke from transferring his hatred of Itachi to Konoha. Although Konoha's senior management has not put this kid who barely reached Chunin's level in his eyes. But to prevent a time bomb from exploding itself, precautionary measures still need to be taken. For Kenya, Sasuke is not only the key to completely unlocking the blood of awakening, but also not to dirty his Zhao's hands and kill the blade of the high-level advisory team. Do you know the turmoil that occurred in the west of Konoha 2 days ago? Kenya said suddenly. Sasuke was startled when he heard the words, and then nodded. That was the result of my fight with Wrong. Yo! As soon as Kenya said this, Sasuke jumped up from his chair with excitement, his eyes split and shouted. He's back to the village. With that, I wanted to run out to chase people. With light use of Kenya's right hand, a golden light instantly turned into a long rope to tie Sasuke, who was about to run out. Pop! He fell to the ground with an embarrassment. Bakudo number 4 this rope. What are you doing? Sasuke, who was tied to the ground, turned his head and shouted angrily. It's been 2 days, people don't know where to go, let alone what are you going to do with your ability. Kenya sneered and teased. 86 cut leaked, 4th more seeking subscription. Although I have seen Sasuke's Lengxi attribute more than once in the original book. Every time a lousy is number 1 in the world attitude rushed up to challenge, and then half dead and beaten in the face, it always makes people want to laugh. But it was the first time seeing it with my own eyes, and Kenya was quite speechless. This kid, if he dyes yellow hair, maybe he can take a cameo appearance as Kurosaki Ichigo. When Kenya said this, Sasuke calmed down a lot. Aime looked at each other, hesitated for a few seconds, and asked. Did you beat him? It doesn't matter if I win or lose with him, because I don't have the slightest idea of revenge for Uchiha. Kenya hooked her finger and retracted the curve that was tied to Sasuke. After hearing his words, Sasuke, who had just recovered a little calmness, became excited again. What are you talking about? Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? Why? First of all, I didn't have any relatives in the Uchiha clan 4 years ago, and secondly, I don't like you. I see how much the glory of the clan is, so don't put your thoughts on me, Sasuke. Kenya again blocked Sasuke's mouth with the road, and then released it after speaking. Seeing Sasuke's outrageous look, Kenya suddenly smiled, but if you want revenge, I will naturally not stop it. Sasuke clenched his fists, the nails that penetrated into the flesh in the palms bleeds. Frowning 700 looked at each other. Can you help me practice? To be honest, the current level of the instructor Kakashi, Sasuke has been a little bit looked down on. And he also learned about Kenya's strength from Kakashi. Possessing the same level of power as Hokage, the power to suppress the beast. And just like myself, they belong to the Uchiha clan. No matter from which aspect, there is no better way to guide Sasuke's existence than Kenya. It's a pity, Sasuke, I've been a teacher enough. However, Kenya's words poured Sasuke another pot of cold water. But before Sasuke left angrily, Kenya said again, but there is a very suitable guy, haven't you seen him? While speaking, Kenya held up her finger and pointed at the back of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's eyelids twitched fiercely, subconsciously wrapped her left back shoulder, bit her lip, and frowned. You mean Orochimaru? Although I'm a very pervert guy, he is really good at teaching apprentices. Advertisement. Kenya said. It's just that the risk is that he needs to change his body every once in a while, and Uchiha's blood is what that guy wants. How? Are you willing to take this risk? Kenya's words are the same as when he was Aizen, with a sense of mystery and persuasion that cannot be described in words. As long as the subconscious feeling is what he said, it must be correct. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said angrily, as long as you can kill that guy, it doesn't matter if you sell your soul to the devil. If you can give me the soul of Indra, I can kill him for you. Kenya wanted to say that, but the Indra bloodline in Sasuke's body has not yet awakened. Therefore, Kenya's only method is to push Sasuke, so that after he awakens, he can cut the non-cooking by himself. Where is the pill? Sasuke had already made up his mind. Bakudo's 58 toes chased the bird. When Kenya heard the words, turned around and peeked forward with his right hand. The blue light flooded the vision of the two of them, and they quickly wrapped their bodies completely. Within a few seconds, Sasuke saw, in the center of a barren forest, there are temples that look like ordinary temples, but they always reveal the eerie and strange atmosphere. The picture rushes forward quickly and enters the temple. Finally, Sasuke, saw, hidden in the depths of the Atonin 5 people, there are also, Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru. The northwest border of the Land of Fire is in the forest 6 kilometers towards 10 o'clock. Kenya took Bakudo back and turned to Sasuke. After biting his lip with his teeth, Sasuke turned to leave. Wait, Sasuke. Kenya spoke again, making Sasuke pause again, frowning and turning around. What are you doing? As a member of the family, before leaving, I will give you a small gift. I hope you like it. Kenya smiled and said, keep down. Sasuke frowned deeper, but once again, Uchiha Haya's strength was far above him. He shouldn't have to lie to himself, so he leaned down and Feifei did what the other party said. Advertisement. A strange light emerged from the front of Kenya and Hogyoku slowly floated out of it. Even Sasuke, who is not at the level of raw rice, can perceive the power of this energy. It is a feeling that has never been seen before, and cannot even be described in words. Hogyoku. It is the first time that Hogyoku can stimulate people's potential. It is the first time to use this on a ninja. Are you willing to take this risk, Sasuke? Kenya asked knowingly. Sure enough, Sasuke replied without hesitation. At this point, do you still ask this kind of question? As long as you can get power, even if you give your soul to the devil, I don't care. Okay. Kenya nodded in satisfaction, flipped her palm, and Hogyoku's energy poured into Sasuke's body. It didn't take long. When Sasuke stood up, his appearance did not change at all. However, the original 2-go jade in the eye pupils has evolved to a 3-go jade. I don't know if it is an illusion. The hair is a bit longer, and a rich yin attribute chakra overflows from the body uncontrollably. This feeling as Sasuke squeezed his fist. After a hard search in the dry desert, I finally found the refreshing feeling of an oasis. This sense of explosive force is constantly overflowing from the body. What is this? Sure enough, for the ninja, the potential can be stimulated, but now the energy of Hogyoku is too weak. To improve it, the next step is needed. Feeling the changes in Sasuke, Kenya thought secretly in her heart. Thank you, let's go, Sasuke. Kenya put Hogyoku away, raised her head and gestured. Thanks. After a few seconds of silence, Sasuke slowly said 2 words from his mouth. You don't need to rush to thank you. I will let you return this kindness in the future. Kenya said with a mysterious backtest smile on her face. Sasuke paused, but he was not in the mood to think too much. His body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. 87 Danzo is not so stupid, 5th more seeking subscription. Right now is the key period for Konoha to repair after the Konoha collapse plan. The vast majority of Chunin Jonin in the village are busy performing tasks, and even Genin is not idle, but assists in the restoration work in the village. Sasuke chose to leave at this time, more silent than the original. I'm afraid that by the time Naruto and the others noticed it, everyone was about to arrive at Orochimaru. Time came to August without knowing it. The atmosphere of the village today is extra lively. All the villagers had excited smiles on their faces. Topics such as Tsunade Lord, Legendary Sannin, First Hokage Lord Granddaughter are discussed. Konoha high-level ninjas headed by Nara Shikuhisa were waiting at the main gate of the village early this morning. The vast majority of Konoha villagers walked out of their homes and stood on both sides of Konoha's main road, looking forward to the direction of the main entrance. Before long, 2 figures approached in the middle of the boulevard outside the village gate. The woman who appeared in Konoha for 20 years, but still has her legend, finally returned. Senju Tsunade. Let alone the warm welcome from all the villagers of Konoha. After returning to Konoha after a lapse of 20 years, Tsunade was really uncomfortable for a while. Especially the hustle and bustle of tens of thousands of Konoha village residents on both sides of the street. Both make Tsunade feel quite uncomfortable. Under the guidance of Nara Shikuhisa and others, passing through Tsunade on the main road, officially entered the Hokage building as Hokage. I thought Danzo planned to assassinate you. When Naralukuji opened the door, the voice that made him feel dangerous came from it. Looking up, Kenya was sitting on the Hokage seat, with one hand resting on her cheek, with a faint smile on her face, looking towards Tsunade. Tsunade-chan's nose was slightly erect, and he snorted, and walked forward. When I heard about your true identity, I was taken aback. Advertisement. It's impossible, after all, something like that happened to the Uchiha clan. Seeing Tsunade's arrival, Kenya got up from the seat, gave her position, and sat on the sofa next to her. These 2 people, before this Nara Shikajiu waited for several Konoha's high-level ninjas secretly. His complexion is a bit complicated. If even the successor to 5th Hokage's book was calculated in advance by Uchiha Kenya, then this is also terrible. By the way, what did you just say? What happened to that guy Danzo? Tsunade thought of the words Kenya said when he first walked in, and Lu frowned and asked. Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, the advisors, already knew about the relationship between the 2 of us. At the beginning, he firmly opposed you to become a 5th Hokage, and recommended Jiraiya, but Jiraiya rejected it. Kenya laughed and said, under such circumstances, they can only turn to Shimura Danzo. I thought that in order to prevent you from waiting for 5th Hokage's position, Danzo would choose to carry out the assassination. Naraluju was surprised when he waited. Although they are quite unhappy with Danzo, they think that no matter how Danzo does what he wants, he will not kill the new Hokage, right? The 3 guys, speaking of the 3 old bones that hadn't left a good impression on her since she was a child, Tsunade frowned and said. Perhaps because he will not shoot without absolute certainty. Tsunade does not deny Kenya's claim that Danzo wants to assassinate himself. In her opinion, Danzo did everything to protect Konoha. Including starting on yourself, but if he chooses to fight on his own at this time, the risk is too great. If it fails, Uchiha Kenya and the soon-to-be appointed 5th Hokage will never let him go. So he did not rush to act, but waited for the opportunity. Ahem, in this politically dark conversation, Naraluju suddenly coughed, and several ninjas next to him carried stacks of papers to the desk in front of Tsunade and said. Advertisement, Tsunade, Lord Hokage, these are the documents that Hokage needs to review after the death of the 3rd generation. Please be sure to complete the review within 1 month and prepare for the succession ceremony tomorrow. For flowers, looking at the documents that Cheng Zhaoshan had in front of him, Tsunade twitched in the corner of Tsunade. You kid, Haven't you worked in Sand Shinobi for a few years? Come and help me share a little bit? When Tsunade said this, many Konoha high-level ninjas in the office were shocked. Is it appropriate to let a traitor handle the documents that Hokage can only approve? They are really afraid that Kenya will say, no problem, with that chilling smile as always. Don't look at the previous negotiation meeting between Konoha and Sand Shinobi. Kenya stated the reasons for the matter up and down, and the people at Sand Shinobi also regarded him as a god. But as long as you study it carefully, you will find that there are too many coincidences. Among them, the most chilling thing is why Kenya can find Tsunade in advance and let her come back to succeed 5th Hokage. You know, to accomplish this goal, there must be a prerequisite. That is 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen must die. In other words, if Uchiha Kenya wants to achieve this goal, he has to find a way to make Sarutobi Hiruzen die. Although according to the descriptions of the Anbu detachment captains, Uchiha Kenya and 3rd Hokage joined forces to deal with Orochimaru at the time, so they could not find a rebuttal. But this coincidence is so frightening. Uchiha Kenya, how can it be concluded that 3rd Hokage was dead in the Konoha collapse plan? However, faced with Tsunade's lazy proposal, Kenya waved her hand gently and smiled. Forgive me, Senior Tsunade. I have been busy reviewing documents at Sand Shinobi all day, and I have had enough, so I invite you to come back to serve as Hokage. It's your job. Ah, nasty kid. Tsunade slapped unhappy. Naruto waited for a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not cause the worst result. Then, Kenya's next sentence drove them from heaven to the bottom. However, Tsunade-senpai, do you know that in the early days of Konoha's construction, what position did your grandfather Senju Hashirama give to Uchiha Madara, who was also the founder of Konoha? 88 Restore the power of the year, 6th more seeking subscription. Tsunade froze, recalled for a few seconds, and slowly said, you mean Minister Shinbu? That's right, after Senju Hashirama took office as the first Hokage generation, the position given to Uchiha Madara is the position where Kenya has been in Sand Shinobi for 4 years as Aizen, in the past 4 years. Minister Ninbu. It can be said that they control all the forces of a Shinobu village. Whether it is the investigation department, intelligence department, assassination department, all ninjas can be dispatched at will. And only shadows can impose orders on their laws. Such power, without a doubt, was given to him by Senju Hashirama in order to show his trust in Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, after 2nd Hokage Senju Toburama came to power, Shinobu was dismissed and became the later 70 Hokage Direct Unit, Anbu, and the Uchiha family, police department. Everyone knew what happened afterwards. Are you going to rebuild Ninbu? Tsunade suddenly guessed Kenya's idea. After all, Minister Sand Shinobi is not considered right now, and of course Minister Konoha Shinobi is not good either. Kenya said with a faint smile, don't you think that our current relationship is like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then? And it's so coincidental. Hokage is Senju and Minister Shinobu is Uchiha. It feels like fate. Don't say it is so warm. I don't have a good relationship with your kid. Tsunade pretended to be disgusted, but immediately turned his eyebrows into deep thought. Naruto was silent for a while waiting for someone. At first glance, Uchiha Kenya's words seemed to make sense. The relationship between him and Tsunade is really a bit like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then. And the bloodlines are all right, one Uchiha and one Senju. In this comparison, it feels that Tsunade is Hokage and Uchiha Kenya is Shinobu Minister. But as long as you have a little bit of political mind, you can realize the problems. First, the reason Senju Hashirama can safely give Uchiha Madara so much power is because of his ability to control Uchiha Madara. Advertisement once Uchiha Madara has any thoughts, he alone can suppress it. Secondly, Senju Hashirama relied on his popularity and strong strength to become Hokage in a dominant position. Uchiha Madara can only be said to be a support. But at the moment Tsunade is supported by Uchiha Kenya alone. Although they have never seen the strength of Kenya with their own eyes, they all have heard of the name, Aizen. That is the existence that can defeat the tail beast head-on. Nara Shikajiu and they wanted to stop. Tell Tsunade not to agree. Although they couldn't pick out Kenya's thorns on the surface, they all felt it instinctively. This man is too dangerous. It is as if he is sitting alone in front of the chessboard, and the others are just pieces for him to complete the game. But they dare not speak. You know, although Kenya has restored his identity now, he has no right to control Sand Shinobi's army. However, most of Sand Shinobi's top ninjas still support him as 5th Kazekage. He is also associated with Mist Shinobi. As long as he wants to, he might be able to call on Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to attack Konoha together. At this time, whether it is from a personal perspective or from Konoha's overall perspective, Uchiha Kenya cannot be offended. I don't think there is any objection, Luju, what do you think? Tsunade pointed to Nara Shikahisa and looked at them. Master Hokage, we don't have any objections. Naruto and they really can't give a second answer. Kenya calculated the perfect plan step by step, so that they could not get a gap. But it was precisely because of this cold-sweating powerlessness that they didn't want to work for this man. It's terrible, Taichung Mansion. Advertisement. I really don't understand why the people of Sand Shinobi worship him like a demon. Nara Shikajiu and they left. At this time, in Hokage's office, only Tsunade and Kenya were left. This is your purpose, to return to Konoha, to take back Uchiha's power back then? Tsunade picked up the brush and began to review the pile of documents. When she thinks that she will live this kind of life in the future, she has a feeling of being on a thief ship. Don't get me wrong, I don't have any sense of belonging to the family, but it is undeniable that I like Konoha very much. Kenya got up and walked to the window behind Tsunade. The two kept standing back to back. Tsunade, who reviewed the documents, only listened to Kenya's slow voice. You know, I have seen a lot in Sand Shinobi over the past 4 years. The life there and Konoha are in contrast to the sky and the earth. But I don't know if it is because the environment is too bad that they don't have too much thoughts to engage in infighting, but they are consistent with the outside. On the other hand, Konoha, I don't know if it is because there is too much food, and the enemy did not fight, but his own people are making trouble. The motion of Tsunade's brush was paused, and a few seconds later, the brush was reopened, and Ju's lips opened slightly. What do you want to express? Create an era without war, and then, this is my plan. Kenya turned her back to Tsunade, and handed her a document that had been prepared in advance for 1.7 from behind. Stop the action in your hand. Tsunade opened the letter and looked at it. The more he saw below, the more shocked and pale his face became. You kid, are you serious? Tsunade turned his head to look at Kenya in disbelief. I'm just going to do what I should have done during Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Don't you think now is the most suitable time? Tsunade-senpai. Kenya walked to Tsunade and stretched out her right hand to her, kindly. 89 Minister of Konoha Shinobi, 7th more seeking subscription. As with many things, people only remember the first but not the second. Most people in the world in Kenya's previous life remember that the world's highest peak is Everest, but they don't know the second peak. People know that Daxia is the most populous country, but they don't know who is the second. The same goes for Konoha villagers. They only pay attention to who is Konoha's first in power, Hokage, and don't care who is the second in chief minister of Ninbu. The reason why Aizen was able to build the same level as the movie in Sunagakure, even vaguely better than the Rosa position, is because of the entire 4 years. Rosa hardly appeared in the public eye. Aizen completely takes care of the filming duties. In this way, as time unknowingly brings the passage of time, the Sunagakure people equate the terms Aizen and wind shadow. Konoha's situation is the opposite, as the legendary Sannin and the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama from Konoha village returned and took up the post of 5th Hokage. This really made the whole village including ninjas cheer for him. Because Tsunade's age is not too old, even many people in Naruto's generation have heard of Tsunade's name. Regarding her appointment as 5th Hokage, let alone ordinary people, even Danzo, who is best at prosecuting, cannot find the slightest reason to refute. It is precisely because of this that Kenya let Tsunade be Hokage, not herself. He was tired of being a film and managing the village to review documents for one reason. Another important reason is that in his own capacity, even if he uses Kyoka Suigetsu for whitewashing, he cannot be the number one. The reconstruction of Ninbi and Uchiha Kenya as the head of the headquarters. The villagers who occupy more than 90% of the population of Konoha village have no objection. Because they only care about who Hokage is, the other positions do not matter. And they don't understand, but in the ninja circle, it caused an uproar. Advertisement: who is Uchiha Kenya? Although dead for 4 years, in the ears of many Konoha shinobi, it is the famous S-rank rebel. It's just that Tsunade, the new Hokage, has lifted his wanted warrant, and now he can only add the word before. The truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan is currently only known by the high-level advisory group and the root leader Danzo, not more than 10 people in total. The reason that Tsunade asked Kenya to restore the identity of Konoha shinobi was that he did not rebel against the village back then, but was subjected to a secret mission by 3rd Hokage, and deliberately charged you with setting up the village in order to paralyze the enemy and facilitate better execution of the mission. And now that the task has been completed and returned, he can naturally restore his identity. This argument is the same as when Cloud Shinobi tried to kidnap Hyuga Hinata. The reasons given to deceive the civilian ninjas who accounted for 80% of Konoha shinobi are not a problem. But in the eyes of the ninjas such as Hyuga, Ino Shikacho, Inus, and Aburame, things can never be as simple as Tsunade said. Perform confidential tasks. After the execution, instead of returning to Konoha, he changed a vest and went to Sand Shinobi to become the second in command. However, when returning to the village, Sand Shinobi almost eliminated the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was buried in the soil, knew that Uchiha Kenya was performing the task like this, I was afraid that he would not have to climb out of the coffin board. However, their coping attitude was the same as Nara Shikamaru of the day, tacitly agreeing. At this time, Uchiha Kenya must not be offended. Therefore, after Hokage succeeded the ceremony, Tsunade sent a group of people to follow Kenya back to the Uchiha tribe, which was already messy and occupied a considerable area. The entire area was renovated, and the Uchiha Police Building Department, where moss grew on the walls, was transformed into the Konoha Shinobi Department building. And there are many members of Konoha's big ninja clan who came to help. Minister Kenya, congratulations. I have been away from the village for many years, and now I have finally been wronged. Too much hurry today, I didn't have time to prepare a gift. Afterwards, our Hyuga clan will send a big gift to the Kenyan adults. Advertisement seeing these ninjas who came to help send congratulations one by one. The smile on Kenya's face also kept on. Among these people's congratulations, how many are sincere? There may be none at all. but that doesn't matter at all. If Kenya just wants to be truly respected, he can use Aizen as 5th case. But he was reluctant to do that. His goal was to be more vigilant. With the assistance of so many capable people, the work of transforming the police department into a NINBY went smoothly. 2 days later, the office building was rebuilt 700 and completed, and all that was left was to rebuild the dilapidated Uchiha clan. Take this slowly, don't worry. This is what Uchiha really looked like in his heyday, the police department, but the beginning of shame. Looking up at the sign in front of me, this is no longer Uchiha's flame fan, but Konoha forehead protector, with the word forbearance printed on it. This is how Uchiha Madara controls the Uchiha clan, Uchiha's most prosperous appearance. If the only difference is that Uchiha is now huge, with only one Uchiha from Kenya standing. But now everyone has a job, you still go to Mr. Hokage to report. You, the Minister of Ninbu, feel like a polished commander. There are only 2 people in Konoha who dare to speak to Kenya in this tone. One is Tsunade, which has a cooperative relationship with Kenya, and the other, undoubtedly, is Red. Kenya glanced sideways, and as expected, the beautiful lady walked slowly. Kenya chuckled and pulled her into the magnificent, somewhat quiet and spiritually scent of Shinobu building, and said, "Don't worry, someone will be here soon, and there are not too many." Chapter 90, Auto-generated chapter title, Action 90 has just begun, first more seeking subscription. However, Kenya did not expect that the first thing that the Minister of Konoha Shinobi dealt with when he came to the throne was the time when Sasuke defected. Right now, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Kakashi, the 3 7th class members, are standing in front of him. Because the injury from the battle with Gaara has not healed, Naruto's face and some parts of his hands are still bandaged at this time. According to Kakashi's account, it was the young Sakura who was about to visit Sasuke and found that he was missing. Then he searched for places where Sasuke might appear on weekdays, but he was not found. Realizing that it was not good, I told Kakashi about the matter. Originally, Kakashi planned to do as few other ninjas as possible with the dangerous men in Uchiha Kenya, and report directly to Tsunade. But right now Tsunade is busy with another major event, letting all the tasks below the S level go to Ninbi to report. This makes many Konoha shinobi people, even if they don't want to or dare, they can only bite the bullet and come to Kenya. According to your words, the person has been missing for 4 days, but has not yet appeared. The mission reception department does not have any record of his private mission. It can basically be concluded that he has defected, right? Kenya asked calmly. Sasuke won't defect. Naruto shouted excitedly, absolutely impossible. Calm down, Naruto, since you think so, then I will post a mission and let you chase Sasuke. Kenya smiled. Really? You are such a good person? Naruto grinned to the big white fang in his mouth. Well, I can't compare to 3rd generation Master 3rd Hokage and Mr. Kakashi's teacher 4th generation. Kenya laughed. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. For some reason, he always felt that there was something in Kenya's words. But, Sasuke guy, where did he go? Advertisement. Naruto was puzzled. Although he wanted to catch up, there was no clue, and there was no other way. Kakashi's summoning dog should be able to trace the smell of Sasuke. Although 4 days have passed, the smell should still remain. Kenya said. The mission is set as a B-level mission, with Hitaki Kakashi as the captain, and 2 squad members from the 7th squad, tracking Uchiha Sasuke. After speaking, Kenya quickly stamped the mission document, threw it to Kakashi, and chuckled. I wish you every success. Walking out of the Ninbi building with Kakashi, Naruto put his hands behind his head and laughed. Ms. Kakashi was really nervous when he came. This guy from the same race as Sasuke is unexpectedly a good person. Glancing at Naruto's nerve-wrenching smile, Kakashi wanted to say something and stopped for a while, quickly nodding summoning out of the summoning dog, and said in a deep voice. Before setting off, I want to tell you the worst possible outcome. After the previous wars, you should also understand that the world of ninjas is dark and cruel. Sasuke is very likely to really defect. As soon as these words came out, Naruto and little Sakura's faces suddenly changed. What the outsider Kenya said, they still can't take it to heart. But if this was said from Kakashi's mouth, the shock it brought to them would not be the same level at all. Approaching dusk. At this time, inside Konoha Hokage building. Tsunade, who had finally approved today's documents, stretched out and collapsed on his seat. But feeling so paralyzed and uncomfortable, he got up and walked to Kenya who was sitting on the sofa, gave him a sideways look. Get up, I'm going to lie down here. Kenya teased. Isn't it quite wide? Even if I sit here, you can still lie down? Under Tsunade's cold eyes, Kenya stopped joking and got up to make room for Tsunade, while she sat in Hokage's office chair. How did the country of wind and water respond? Kenya turned the chair and asked Tsunade, who was lying slouching on the sofa. In the Kingdom of Wind, it is basically determined that Gaara will serve as 5th Hokage, but now he is too young. The current power of the shadow is controlled by Sand Shinobi high-level ninjas such as Yakura, Kinaruo, etc. Fortunately, Sand Shinobi the upper echelons are still united, there is no problem, and they agree with your proposal. The country of the water is even more straightforward. The 5th Mizukage responded faster than the country of the wind, and immediately agreed. Tsunade said, looking at Kenya, I remember that during the Mist Shinobi civil strife 3 years ago, you were on behalf of Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Give. Advertisement, don't throw dirty water on people casually, I didn't do anything. Kenya entrusts Kaido. At the beginning, Terumi May did hint more than once, but they were all prevaricated by himself with various reasons. But again, if her mind has not changed until now, what should she do? I don't bother to care about your 8 trigrams, but what you have to do is too exaggerated. It's best to grasp the probability of success before you act. Tsunade curled his lips, then his expression was solemn, and he urged in a deep voice. The Sarutobi Shimura has been removed. You and I have reproduced the grand occasion of Senju Hashirama joining forces with Uchiha Madara. The country of wind and the country of water also agreed to join us. Is this not enough proof? Kenya asked rhetorically. Tsunade turned her head aside and said nothing. She also figured it out now. In terms of eloquence, I can never speak of this guy. But what she said was so reasonable that she couldn't refute it at all. Jows. 2 days later, the 7th squad, which lacked 1 person, returned to account for the task. No need to ask, Kenya can guess the result of the mission. In the original book, it was only a night to chase and almost missed it. This time it was 4 full days late. If it can still catch up, it would be really a ghost. At the same time, Sunagakure, the country of wind, and Kirigakure, the country facing the water across the sea. It has been determined to be San Shinobi's 5th case gauge, but Gaara, Tamari, who have not been officially aged yet, and San Shinobi, who succeeded, Aizen, are the new head of the Ninbu department, the Hikura department. 5th Mizukage Terumi May, currently one of the 7 ninja swords, wears the ghost lantern full moon with double swords and fresh butterflies, assistant Ching. The representative figures of the 2 ninja villages all set out to Konoha. 913 Shadows talks, second more seeking subscription. Time flies. More than half a month has passed since Konoha's collapse plan. Compared with Uchiha Kenya, the most profitable of this operation, in Orochimaru, the man whose hands were taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original work can be said to be neither profit nor loss. Right now he has heard the news that Uchiha Kenya has returned to Konoha, and does not intend to target Konoha for the time being. Secondly, he is not willing to be an enemy of Uchiha Kenya. It is not necessarily one of the willingness, but the more terrifying is the other party's scheming. Even if Orochimaru faced Sarutobi Hiruzen at his peak, he didn't want to be in a hostile relationship with such a guy. His mentor Sarutobi Hiruzen and Research Alliance Shimura Danzo can be said to be masters of conspiracy, but in the eyes of Orochimaru, they are less than 1/10 of Uchiha Kenya. However, even though the target was transferred to Konoha, Orochimaru did not intend to let go of Uchiha Sasuke's new container. He planned to let the Itonin 5 people headed by Kimimaro sneak into Konoha and bring Sasuke. The only scrupulous thing is that Uchiha Kenya will protect his only remaining comrades and stop him? Just when Orochimaru was hesitant, he never expected that 700 waves of Uchiha Sasuke would come in person. Not to mention the fact that he came by himself. How did he know his base here? You know, as an S-class trader, he will change the location of his base at least 1 month in order to avoid hunting by various countries. Come here, let me test my new power. Facing the Itonin 5 people who guarded Orochimaru in front of Orochimaru, Sasuke raised his hand and waved, indifferently and provocatively. AB*********** D of dancing. Don't think that Master Orochimaru can look at you so you can ignore it. Originally, Orochimaru's special fancy for Sasuke made them quite unhappy. After being provoked by such a provocation, the other 4 people, except Kimimaro, rushed forward. After a few minutes, Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan exudes a ghostly red light in the dark base, and coldly looks at Kimimaro. Next, do you change? Advertisement at his feet, the curse imprinted into the second form, but all fell to the ground, crying bitterly and unable to rise again. This B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sasuke, twisted into a ball because of crying. Obviously, their intelligence claimed that Uchiha Sasuke was only at the level of everyone, even if he used the incomplete seal of the heavenly curse, it was only the level of the Chunin elite. None of them is in the eye. What happened in just half a month? Kimimaro ignored Sasuke's provocation and looked at Orochimaru's camp lightly. He only obeyed Orochimaru's orders. Suddenly bursting out such a powerful force, it is just like Uchiha Kenya that day. Orochimaru had a vague guess in his heart, the corners of his mouth were slightly turned up, and he stood up and smiled. It's really good, Sasuke-kun, I really have the right vision. Sasuke said coldly and proudly. So, how do you help me become stronger? Just occupy my body. If you can kill Itachi, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, even if you have grown, you can't bear rebirth with your current strength. Orochimaru got up and turned to the rear, then turned his head and said to Sasuke, come with me. Sasuke frowned and said nothing, silently following. And Orochimaru, who walked in front, didn't feel much joy in his heart, but thought quickly in his heart. What is your purpose for sending Sasuke to me? Uchiha Kenya is really a man who is completely invisible. Sasuke's personal arrival was supposed to be a happy event, but when Orochimaru realized that there were Uchiha Kenya's hands and feet behind this happy event, he had to be prepared. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have lived a lifetime, and died as a hero, but who can imagine how he died in regret and despair? Orochimaru doesn't want to end up like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha's climate is very hot in mid-July. However, Kenya compares this with the heat of Sand Shinobi and the stuffy heat of Mist Shinobi, and it feels quite comfortable even without air conditioning. High-level Konoha personnel, led by Nara Shikuhisa, Kakashi and others, waited at the Konoha main gate. Advertisement Kenya and Tsunade waited in the Hokage building. Huh. At this moment, an Anbu member flashed in front of the two of them, kneeling on one knee and said, Master Hokage, Master Kenya, San Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi representatives have arrived at the main entrance, and Luju and others are welcoming them. Are they here at the same time? It's a coincidence. Kenya moved her eyes, thought about it, and smiled between her eyes. Tsunade put the shadow hat on the desk on top of his head, no longer the usual carefree look, and the whole person's temperament suddenly changed. Soon, in front of the main entrance of the Hokage building, the highest political decision-making group of the three ninja villages met. Teacher, Tamari shouted with excitement on his face. If it weren't for Zijian to be in a different village where the two belonged, she would have ran to each other quickly as before. Kenya smiled at her, and then heard the long-lost charming laugh. Ah, I didn't expect that Aizen-sama, who helped us regain Mist Shinobi's true identity, was like this. You really deceived everyone. Turning his head to see Terumi Mei's smile but not a smile, Kenya put on a standard, Aizen. Smile, where, Master Mizukage, it was also forced by the situation at that time. Yes. Terumi Mei rested her cheek with one hand and painted nail polish. It was obvious that her delicately dressed finger swiped from the corner of her lips. Then, can you tell me the reply back then? Suddenly, Tamari glared at Terumi Mei with an expression of wanting to eat people. This woman is still so annoying, everyone, come in first. Tsunade rolled his eyes and interrupted the discussion on this issue in time. At the same time, he gave Kenya another contempt. This kid is not honest with a mask. 92 in this world, you don't need so many ninjas, third more seeking subscription. Hokage building, the highest conference room. 3 angles of the round table after deliberate rectification. Tsunade, Gaara, Terumi Mei sat down one after another. Tsunade and Terumi Mei took off the shadow hat with fire and water on their heads. Gaara has not yet officially taken over the position of Feng-Ying, so he has not worn the shadow hat, but at the moment, he still has the power to drive Feng-Ying and sit at the same table with the other 2 shadows. Although the Minister of Ninbu and Tsunade in Konoha Kenya are nominally subordinates, in reality Tsunade cannot command Kenya at all. But the superficial effort is still the master, just standing on the right side of Tsunade. And Tamari, Yi Kang, Ghost Lantern Manue and Ching are also standing on both sides of the highest leader of their village. The 3 talks, 3 years earlier than the original 5 Shadows talks, officially started. Although he was younger than the original 5 Shadows talks, Gaara's temperament has gradually matured, and at the same time he is the youngest among all the people on the scene. So, Master Hokage summoned our 2 villages, is there something wrong? Tsunade raised his thumb, pointed towards Kenya on his right, and said, it's not me who called you, but this guy. You 2 villages have a lot of connections with him, right? Let him explain it more appropriately. Regarding Tsunade's fear of trouble, Kenya was too lazy to say something, and took a step. I have experienced a lot during the 4 years when I was rebellious ninja. Although I mainly stayed in the country of wind, to be honest, the humid environment of the country of water has also caused the development of your people in the village. It's serious inconvenience, and the kingdom of wind, let alone say more, isn't it? Hakura pressed his lower lip and said, although it is a bit rude, the original Konoha collapse plan with Orochimaru was carried out by Lord 4th Kazekage to promote the expansion of the kingdom of wind. Our country is a country where water and crops are extremely difficult to produce. Therefore, in many cases, some radical methods are needed to survive in the danger of growing crops. Ching Yi said with an illusion. It is true that the situation in the country of water is not as bad as the country of wind, as the Lord Kenya said, but the climate is excessively humid, and many things are extremely limited. So the reason why we chose to wait and see in the previous ninja wars was not only because of geographical problems, but also because of the reasons for not wanting to take risks. For a while, everyone once again focused on Kenya. The heart has gradually become eager. Suddenly bringing up this topic, can it be said that he has a solution? Advertisement Kenya closed her eyes and smiled, then slowly opened her eyes and asked, don't you think that there are too many ninjas in this world? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was puzzled for the first time. Kenya raised his hand and laid a Konoha Jonin on the center of the round table with a map of ninja. Above, there are 2 huge arrows with red pen. One is from Sand Shinobi in the Kingdom of Wind to Rock Shinobi in the Land of Earth. The other is from the Mist Shinobi of the Water Country to the Cloud Shinobi of the Thunder Country. These 2 arrows have explained the meaning of Kenya's previous sentence clearly enough. Teacher, this is... Tamari was startled and looked at Kenya in panic. The audience suddenly entered a deadly silence. For half a minute, no one spoke painfully, including Kenya. He wants to give these people a time to digest, I see. Half a minute later, the first person to speak was standing on the right-hand side of Terumi Mei. In the original work, Mist Shinobi, a genius ninja who died during this time period, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. I saw that after a brief shock, his expression turned from shock to a hint of surprise, grinning with his fangs and looking at Kenya, this tooth smiled. Master Kenya meant to kill Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, and replace them by Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, right? Kenya chuckled. It's a bit rude, it should be said that it is just to let the right people survive. There are too many ninjas in the ninja world and too few resources, it should be owned by qualified people. If you want to rank the strength of the ninja village of the 5 major countries, it can be listed as Konoha, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi. Advertisement Mist Shinobi. Sand Shinobi. If Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, who are the weakest, can be ranked high, Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, which are second only to Konoha in comprehensive national strength, will be replaced, they have no reason to oppose. For Flowers, in the fourth ninja battle, it was only because of the two common enemies, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, that the 5 great ninja villages were temporarily united. In addition, in this era, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are still in town. Therefore, peace can last for at least 2 eras. As long as these two people are dead, don't worry, they will fight again in a few years. And Kenya naturally has his selfish intentions. 3 years later, the Fourth Ninja War, 6 Paths Obito, 6 Paths Madara, Kagaya-ji, these monsters standing on the top of the Hokage Ninja world turned out. Even if you own Hogyoku, there is no guarantee that by that time, you will be able to evolve enough to compete with them. The best way to achieve unlocked growth in Hogyoku evolution is undoubtedly battle and soul. And the most straightforward way to get these two things is undoubtedly war. Does the teacher mean, the Three Nations Alliance, go to war with Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi? Gaara crossed her hands and propped her chin, looking towards Kenya.
Don't talk about Sand Shinobi's current situation, even if it was the last ninja war, Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi's enmity, everyone in Sand Shinobi wouldn't object, right?
Kenya added. Although Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have not had any major conflicts, Cloud Shinobi, as a powerful country second only to Konoha, will certainly not refuse it. Terumi Mei's jade finger was placed on her red lips, and after a moment of silence, she looked sideways and said, however, the 5 great nations are so strong, and in the first 3 wars of Ninja World, none of them was destroyed. He wants to completely defeat the 5 great nations at once. Isn't it easy? Kenya directly took out the rhetoric in the original book, and smiled lightly. The union of the 3 ninja villages is also the first time in the history of the Ninja World, and the power is still unknown. After this war, the era of the 5 great nations no longer exists. 3 countries are needed. And our generation's time to rear Admiral's peace has lasted for decades. Do you have any objections to this? 93 right or wrong is not important at all. 4th more seeking subscription. No one in the meeting room fell silent again for a short time. I have to say that what Kenya said just now made them all moved. In addition to this reason for the key point, what is more important is that Kenya has established an invincible impression in their hearts as an Aizen before. People can't help but want to believe his words, but how easy is it to destroy a big country? In the first 3 Ninja World Wars, wasn't it terrible at that time? But in the end, none of the 5 major countries was wiped out. Because even the weakest country of Wind possesses a deep foundation of strength. Even the strongest Konoha wants to destroy the weakest Sand Shinobi. Even if it succeeds, it will surely hurt its vitality. Taking advantage of this time of July 17, the other 3 countries will surely come together to attack. Konoha will no longer exist at that time. So don't look at the fierce battles of the previous 3 Ninja World Wars, but in fact, every ninja village did not hold the idea of completely annihilating the enemy country. Because even if you destroy the enemy country, other countries will stab you from the back before you recover. Therefore, the first 3 wars of the Ninja World were simply robbing food and land, and did not develop to the level of annihilating the country. However, the 3-nation alliance proposed by Kenya can avoid this problem to a certain extent. But after they destroy one of Rock Shinobi or Cloud Shinobi, because of the alliance, they don't need to worry about other countries stabbing a knife from the back, and they can enjoy the fruits of victory with confidence. Kenya did not press on Gaara and Terumi Mei and clap their hands. It is normal for everyone to hesitate about this matter. You don't need to make a decision in such a hurry. Take a break and let's discuss it slowly. Such a major event cannot be decided so quickly in a single meeting. The reason why the 5 Shadows talks went so smoothly with the formation of coalition forces is because the entire world is facing the danger of destruction so that it can be successfully organized so quickly. The first meeting did not come to fruition. Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi also said that they would go back and think carefully before making a decision. Tsunade, who is Hokage, also proposed a second meeting in 5 days. Everyone left the meeting room one after another. Advertisement when Tamari passed by Kenya, he hesitated for a few seconds, and finally couldn't help but whispered, "Old teacher, can you walk with me later?" Kenya looked startled, then smiled and said, "After that, come to the Uchiha clan." Tamari nodded excitedly, and then left with Gaara and the others. Terumi Mei noticed this scene and was quite unhappy to get off the piglet late. Unfortunately, as the shadow of a village, she must first go public and then private. There is no way to come over and invite Kenya. Can only keep this account in mind temporarily. After more than half a month, the clan land has almost been rebuilt. During the 4 years when the Uchiha clan was destroyed, many areas occupied by Sarutobi Hiruzen were also recovered. After all, the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes are basically dead in name. In this case, your family land does not need to be vacant all the time, it is better to use it for public use. Under the malicious tactics of Kenya, only a few lands of the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes were also taken out for expropriation. Only a small amount of land was left for the remaining few Sarutobi and Shimura tribes. Tsunade did not object to this. As long as she thinks about the ending of the Senju clan, she can't afford any sympathy for these lives. And the villagers can't care if these are the ethnic lands of Lord Hokage. For them, the expansion of land means new jobs and more opportunities to make money. No matter where you were before. People take the tea to cool, the reason is that simple. Are they going to war? When Kenya returned home, a home-decorated Shirihong had walked out of the room. The smell of lunch was still floating in the house. Although San Shinobi and Miss Shinobi are still a bit hesitant, I believe they will agree. Kenya led Shirihong into the room, and the other party poured water on him intimately. Advertisement, it's really different, you and Uchiha Itachi. Shirihong said suddenly. Kenya raised her brows and asked, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Shirihong held the tray and said, in order to stop the war, he chose to slaughter his own family, including his parents. In less than 5 years, you, a member of the Uchiha family, chose to take the initiative to start the war. Kenya put down the water glass and said with a smile, you mean, his approach is more preferable? Shirihong shook her head, I didn't say that. Your approach is also a way of achieving peace, but only through war, while Uchiha Itachi maintains peace by avoiding war. Which way is right? No one can tell which way is wrong. Is there anything in this world that is absolutely correct? Many people survived, but after all, it was Kyoka Suigetsu. Kenya said indifferently. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito may seem crazy, but is it actually not a way to get peace? No matter how rude it is, right and wrong are not important at all. Whoever wins, the world will move forward according to whoever wants it. I don't understand what you guys think. Anyway, 1.7 is just like what you said before. The end of my life is just doing housework at home and raising children. Yuri Hongnu sat beside Kenya, leaning his head lightly on his shoulder. Kenya is speechless. Is it necessary to keep thinking about a sentence that has been said so many years? Why are women's eyes so small? Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Immediately, Temari's voice came from outside the door. Teacher, are you in there? Shirihong's originally gentle eyes instantly became extremely indifferent. Kenya suddenly felt a little stomachache. But maybe that's the case, he feels that he is more alive than Aizen Sosuke. 94 in front of us, absolutely invincible, 5th more seeking subscription. Kenya didn't bother to think about the troubles these days. A few days after Tamari, Terumi Mei also came to visit in person, and Shirihong didn't give herself a good face for several days. I was too lazy to buy the dishes. At 3 meals a day, I put a cup on the table to express her dissatisfaction. The 5 days passed quickly. For today's discussion meeting on war, San Shinobi and Miss Shinobi should be able to give answers. San Shinobi can be said to be absolutely okay, otherwise Kenya will not be able to safely give up the power he has established in San Shinobi. Even if he is not there, it is his own people who control San Shinobi's senior management. Not to mention Fungying Sanzi, Yi Kang, Jinnaruo and others, all acted in accordance with their orders. What's more, the land of the land controls the richest mineral resources in the ninja continent. In terms of economic strength, it is second only to Konoha. How can San Shinobi not be greedy? As for Miss Shinobi, it has only been 3 years since Terumi Mei has just taken office, and coupled with the age issue, I am afraid there is no absolute right to speak in the village. This should take more time. Early morning. As soon as Kenya walked down from the 24th floor, she heard the sound of fried eggs coming from the kitchen. Looking at Shirihong, wearing a light pink apron, she shoveled the eggs and bacon from the pan into the plate. When I turned around, I happened to see myself. Shirihong hummed heavily, and the nozzle turned and left. But before going out, he also took a food basket in his hand. Should I get rid of my anger? Kenya sat in her seat and muttered to herself funny. Advertisement: the sugar content of the coffee has been increased to the right level he likes. From these details, he can guess how much the red fire has been eliminated. The original control of the human heart is from these tiny details. Master Hokage, Teacher Blue Kenya, we San Shinobi agree with your proposal. If Kenya expected it, and the Three Shadows talks would start again, Gaara would give an agreeable answer in the first place. If you're used to using the name Aizen, just continue to use it. After all, this name also carries a lot of things. Kenya smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at Terumi Mei. How about Mizukage-sama? Terumi Mei rests her cheek with one hand, her words and deeds all the time revealing a natural brow-bone demeanor. Kaido. Well, although there are still many conservatives in the village who think that Miss Shinobi is not suitable for participating in the war on the ninja continent, they have been suppressed by the majority of the supporters, and Miss Shinobi is also willing to participate in the war. Kenya smiled even more, and directly said the words Obito said at the Five Shadows meeting 3 years in advance. Then, I declare, the Fourth Ninja War. The topic of the talks was transformed into a combat meeting because of the successive statements of agreement between San Shinobi and Miss Shinobi. Once again, a large map of Shinobi was spread on the table. Tsunade said, according to the geographical location, the general combat strategy can be basically determined as San Shinobi versus Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi versus Cloud Shinobi, and Konoha splits the troops in the center to strengthen the two countries, but the specific strategy, do Fungying and Mizukage have any opinions? Standing next to Terumi Mei, Shing said, please let me say clearly that Cloud Shinobi's comprehensive strength is far stronger than Rock Shinobi, so I hope to get more combat strength reinforcements in terms of division of troops. Although there are suspicions of fighting for the interests of one's own country in this statement, it is also irrefutable. Although he is fierce and irritable, and good at insidious tricks, he has to admit that Fourth Raikage still has a hand. Not only did the two-tailed Jinchuriki train two perfect Jinchuriki from Wooden Golem, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Moreover, when Hyuga Hinata was abducted 10 years ago, Konoha slapped Konoha in the face of Total Ninja World, which made this incident a shameful pillar of Konoha's history. If it weren't for the return of Uchiha Kenya and Senju Tsunade, the name of the first ninja village in the 5 major countries would have changed hands. Regardless of the total force, just 3 cage levels are enough to be a headache. Cloud Shinobi Village is indeed a piece of heavy iron that is difficult to polish, but the tail beasts are both their strengths and their shortcomings. Once they lose control, they will get confused. Advertisement. Kenya chuckled and looked at Terumi Mei. Let me reinforce Miss Shinobi's people. I still have a little bit of the tail beast. After all, I have accumulated a lot of experience when training Gaara to control the power of the guard crane. Ah, it's really reassuring. Working with Aizen is really reminiscent of that time 3 years ago. Obviously it is very serious, but for some reason, there is an inexplicable temptation or feeling from Terumi Mei's mouth. It's tickling to hear. Temari's silver teeth gritted softly, and the willow eyebrows twitched, trying to keep himself calm, and asked, Teacher, where is our side? Onoki's Chentong is a very threatening village on the battlefield. You can ignore the number of people and wipe out the target that touches Chentong in one breath, but if it is Gaara's Shozuru, it should be able to restrain this. Among the 9 big-tailed beasts, Shuhei is the lowest in strength, but it can also be said to be the hardest to kill. The body is composed of sand 717, which is like the elementalization of Logia in One Piece, which is indelible. As long as there is sand, the body can be reconstructed. Unless Oyemu can release a dust that is larger than the tailbeast's body in one go, he will wipe out the show crane at one time. Otherwise, Shuhei can continuously rebuild his body through sand. This is all thanks to Master Aizen for helping Master Fengying control the power of the crane in advance. Yi Kang bowed slightly to Kenya. Yi Kang, who has a cold personality, can be so. It is enough to see the influence of Aizen in Sunagakure. Kenya waved his hand lightly, indicating that Yi Kang didn't need to do this, and smiled lightly. I helped Gaara control Shuhei just because of the relationship between the teacher and the apprentice, and I don't need to thank me, Yi Kang. With that said, Kenya stretched out his arms and said, Everyone, after this war, the era of the 5 great powers will be completely transformed into the era of the 3 great powers. All the 3 countries present have sufficient resources and a superior living environment than in the past. The enemy is not as strong as we thought. There is no need to worry, let alone panic. As long as we advance and retreat together, we will be invincible ahead. 3 kiloseconds 95. The 4th Ninja World War, 6th more seeking subscription. It is different from the 4th Ninja War in the original book. This time Konoha united Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi against Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. The headquarters was established in Konoha. Because regardless of the geographic location of the war, the number of troops in the 3 ninja villages, and the convenience of communication between the 3 villages during the war, Konoha is the best choice. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces decided to be Senju Tsunade. After all, Gaara's reputation for seeing the movie has not been fully realized, and Terumi Mei is too young. Just because of his qualifications as a movie, Tsunade's advantage is far better than the 2. As for the position of deputy commander, Gaara and Terumi Mei recommended Uchiha Kenya without disagreement. This war is a step towards the new era of the 3 nations working together in harmony. To this end, the hearts of the ninjas of the 3 nations must be closely linked. At the last meeting where Gaara and Terumi Mei were about to return to the village, Kenya took out a brand new forehead protector with the word, forehead, printed on it, handed it to them, and smiled lightly. Use this to show our determination. Gaara and Terumi Mei successively took over the new forehead protector. When seeing the words above, Terumi Mei pressed her lips and smiled. This is expressing to Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, saying that the future ninjas will only be our 3 kingdoms? You can say the same, Kenya shrugged and chuckled. After a short goodbye, both shadows returned to their respective shinobi villages and began to mobilize troops. Kenya knew that this action made the 4th Ninja War come ahead of schedule. There is no doubt that the original plot will be completely changed. Apart from other things, the total strength of the ninja allied forces will definitely shrink significantly when the original work goes to the battle with Obito, Madara, and even Kagayaheim. But so what? Don't look at the enthusiasm of the 4th Ninja War, but in fact, only those super cage level monsters really contributed. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, the 4 Hokage who reincarnated from soil. Full of calculations, the person who really influenced the end of the 4th Ninja War in the original book will not exceed the 2-handed index. The 80,000 Ninja Coalition Army and the 100,000 White Zetsu Army are basically acting as cannon fodder. Just throwing a super shadow level ninjutsu is enough to kill more than half of it. Advertisement. Therefore, Kenya has nothing to do with the lack of strength in the decisive battle with 6 paths Madara or Kagaya-ji. What he should care about is whether he is strong enough. At the very least, Hogyoku must be fully awakened. In the Ninbi building, the 4th Ninja World War is about to come. As the Minister of Shinobi, the things that Ken, who has to deal with every day, are no less than what he has to deal with when he is carrying and serving the position of Fengying. Jiraiya, who knew about Naruto's tragedy over the years and planned to begin to teach him formally, was called over by Kenya today. I refuse to let me participate in the war. As soon as he entered the minister's office, Jiraiya blocked the conversation directly. He has spent his entire life traveling to find a way to peace, because he also hates war very much. Even if Kenya claims that after this battle, the ninja world will usher in long-term peace, he does not want to participate in it. Jiraiya didn't want to care about what methods Kenya used to gain current power and what impact Konoha would have. He thinks that as long as Tsunade sits in Hokage's position, no matter how bad the situation is, there will be nowhere to go. The only thing he wants to do now is to fulfill the last wish of his lover Minato, teach Naruto well, and train him to be a good ninja who is not inferior to his father. Don't be so nervous, Senior Jiraiya. I didn't intend to invite you to participate in this war. I just want you to take Naruto out to practice and send me a letter. With that said, Kenya threw an envelope to Jiraiya. Jiraiya raised his hand to take it and said with love, "Believe? That is a letter to the leader of Rain Shinobi village. I hope he can lend it to us. After all, if we are to join Sand Shinobi to attack Rock Shinobi, we will definitely pass by the road of Rain Shinobi." Kenya explained. But why should I send it? Jiraiya was puzzled. Because they are your apprentices, they should sell your face. Kenya secretly said inwardly, but did not tell the fact, just smiled and said, "After all, as the legendary Sannin, you should have a lot more face than the ordinary ninja. Anyway, Senior Jiraiya, you have to go out, just do me a favor by the way." Jiraiya stared at Kenya for a while, and after a moment of contemplation, he put the envelope into Kabuto. "Well, I agree, I'll leave first if it's okay." Advertisement. "Thank you, Jiraiya Senior." Kenya gave a polite voice and witnessed Jiraiya leaving. I glanced at the clocks hanging on the wall next to him, and said inwardly, "It's almost time to come, right?" 2 minutes later, 3 old figures walked into the Shinobu building one after another. Decline Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo. The 3 have worked hard. Kenya, who was sitting in the seat, did not stand up to greet him, saying hard work, but there was no trace of respect in his face and tone. I must have been summoned. This is the first time after 40 years, right? After all, 3 people used to call others in front of them, and they didn't take the initiative to meet. Kenya put her right elbow on the handle of the office chair, and she smiled with her palm resting on her profile. "Uchiha Kenya, what do you want to do?" Compared to Danzo, who was silent, Kaharu was the first to sing angrily and asked. "Nothing, I just want to remind the 3 of you before the war begins. During the time I am away from the village, please stay at home and take a good rest. Although Tsunade will stay in the village, she still has little political experience. I still have to help her take precautions." Kenya smiled. It is a bit strange for a person in his early 20s to say that someone in his early 50s has a shallow experience, but Kenya, who has been a shadow of the wind for 4 years, is indeed qualified to say this. Turning to bed, Kaharu and Mitokado Homura's face turned dark. Of course, they heard that Kenya was referring to Sang Wai. "You called us just to talk about this?" At this time, Danzo, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Although he tried, Jiao Dejiao, to imitate Sarutobi Hiruzen's unmoving calmness, the fierceness deep in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Kenya smiled as usual and said with a smile, "After all, considering the things of the 3 previous people, I really don't prevent you from doing something during the critical period of the war. Therefore, I will send members of the Hyuga clan to look at the 3. Please don't leave your home for a step. Uchiha Kenya, are you too much? We are the Konoha advisory team. Long before you were born, we made contributions for Konoha." Reverting Kaharu could no longer hold back his anger and scolded him angrily. "Don't shout so loudly. That will only expose your weakness. Haven't I said this before?" There was a dangerous smile on Kenya's face. "After all, with my current identity, if I kill 3 people, it is very likely to shake my current position. Therefore, the 3 are like this. I don't want to attack the compatriots in the village." 96 Onoji's countermeasures, 7th more seeking subscription. Kenya's words were actually just the remaining 3 people who fooled Konoha's old F4. It's easy for them to die. Kyoka Suigetsu's ability directly made the people of Konoha village complete hypnosis, mistakenly thinking that they were dying of illness. Anyway, it's not a weird thing that people who are over 70 years old suddenly died at home. But now the 3 of them are still alive and still useful. That's why Kenya temporarily kept their lives for the last period of time. "You." Turning to bed, Kaharu has completely turned from anger to anger. He took a step and tried to refute with anger, but he was stopped by Mitokado Homura behind him in advance. "Homura?" Turning to bed, Kaharu turned his head in astonishment. I saw Mitokado Homura take a step and said solemnly, "I know, during this time, we will have a good rest. Please, Mr. Shinobu, please rest assured to make contributions on the front line. It would be nice if the other 2 could speak as well as you. Okay, I'm still busy dealing with the war. 3 please go back." Kenya never got up from the seat from beginning to end, and waved his hands, as if to drive a mosquito, and signaled the 3 of them to leave. Turning to bed, Kaharu almost crushed the silver teeth. 717 turned angrily and left. Mitokado Homura and Shimura Danzo said nothing. This Shimura Danzo isn't that stupid. Kenya said to herself. Many people in previous lives thought Shimura Danzo was an idiot who easily lost control of his emotions and used tricks frequently. But the reason for those illusions was that he was defeated by Sasuke even after he had owned Izanagi 10 times during the battle with Sasuke. In fact, his political level is not inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He also knows very well that at this time, he has formed an antagonistic relationship with Kenya, and what is waiting for him. With Shimura Danzo's cunning character, when Konoha's collapse plan ended and Kenya returned to Konoha, he vaguely guessed the truth about the cause of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Advertisement. It's just that he didn't have any evidence, so he didn't dare to speak. Now Kenya is sharp and sharp, he must not confront it head-on, he must restrain himself and secretly wait for the opportunity to come. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Jiraiya also used his summoning ninja frog to send a message back 2 days ago, claiming that the head of Rain Shinobi village has agreed to Sand Shinobi and Konoha's coalition forces passing through the country of Rain. The letter also mentioned that what surprised him was that the Rain Shinobi village today is no longer the Hanzo of the Salamander who had fought him in the Second Ninja War. It was a new leader named Pain. Like Hanzo of the Salamander, this man named Pen hid himself extremely, and Jiraiya did not see him. I wanted to do my best to investigate, but because of Naruto, Jiraiya gave up the idea. At the same time during this period, Konoha also divided his forces into 3 units. One team stayed at Konoha as a defensive force to protect the villagers. The other 2 units combined Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to attack Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. 5th Hokage Tsunade sits in the rear. If there are no special circumstances, she won't need to go out until the end of the war. Reinforcement Mist Shinobi attacked Cloud Shinobi's Konoha unit, undoubtedly led by Uchiha Kenya himself, and served as the commander-in-chief. The commanding captain of another Konoha brigade reinforcement Sand Shinobi, originally from Tsunade's point of view, Jiraiya was the most suitable candidate. As a result, this pervert was unwilling to participate in this war. After arguing again and again, Hitaki Kakashi finally took the post. Estimated total combat power of both sides: Konoha, Mist Shinobi, Sand Shinobi allied forces, 40,000. Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi total military strength, 25,000 to 30, CEBH, million. The 3 ninja villages assembled ninja troops on such a large scale. Even if Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi were blind, they should have heard the marching sound of the tens of thousands of troops. With a keen political sense, Onogi, who is now nearly 80 years old, quickly summoned Rock Shinobi's high-level officials to hold a head-to-head meeting. Tsuchikage-sama, according to the investigation of the Ministry of Intelligence, the combined forces of Sand Shinobi and Konoha have approximately 15,000 people. With such a large force, there is no doubt that they are here to bring down our land. Advertisement Jonin, an upper-level member of Rock Shinobi, said in a hurry. Master Tsuchikage, you should immediately seek Cloud Shinobi to form a coalition of the 2 villages, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with our situation as one village. Another consultant also quickly proposed. It's just that this consultant is different from Konoha's delegates Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Iwagakure's consultants are really just consultants, they can only provide opinions and are not qualified for decision-making. Onoki was very upset, and responded, "You think I didn't think about it? But the kid Uchiha Kenya is very cunning. Before the war was announced, he had sent people to block Rock Shinobi's way to Cloud Shinobi. It seems he decided to do this a long time ago. There is no need for these consultants. As an old bone who has lived since the establishment of the village until now, Onoki can be said to have experienced the first 3 ninja wars personally. When he noticed Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi's actions in the 3 villages, he sent people to Cloud Shinobi to try to unite the 2 villages. But I didn't expect Uchiha Kenya to be faster than him, so he arranged Sand Shinobi's assassination unit there in advance and killed the people he sent out." At this time, another consultant asked, "Master Tsuchikage, is the Aka organization still accepting employment?" Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but shine. Akatsuki, this mercenary organization that Onoki had hired during the last Ninja World War, is obviously extraordinary, but it charges very little. It's incredible. But who doesn't like cheap and easy to use things? So in the Third Ninja World War, Onoki and the others hired Akatsuki to solve problems for Rock Shinobi many times. It's just that with the end of the Third Ninja World War, more than 10 years of peace has allowed them to gradually forget this organization. Now that the war broke out again, it reminded them all of a sudden. They are also a good choice. Well, I will try to get in touch. Onoki nodded, and thought it was a good choice. As for the question of why Akatsuki has such a powerful strength but the fee is so low, he didn't think much about it. 97 Akatsuki's action. The 2 powers fight back. 8th more seeking subscription. Rain Shinobi Village. It is the top floor of the Iron Tower where the highest leader of the Rain Shinobi Village and the entire Rain country lives, God's Pen, and angels. Even the Akatsuki organization, only the core members with no more than 5 people are eligible to enter here. Boom. The torrential rain outside was still pouring down, not because it was still mingled with a few thunders. The situation in the country of rain, which rains all the year round, is not much better than that of the country of wind next door. But after the death of Hanzo of the Salamander, under the absolute power of God's Pain, the country did not dare to reappear reactionary forces. Isshin's undivided development was enough to solve the problem of food and clothing. This makes Nagato, who is hiding behind the scenes, more determined that his approach is correct. In the dim room on the top floor of the Iron Tower, under the dim light, sitting on either side of the triangular seat are the Zero, Pen and the White, Konan. Sitting in the middle is Uchiha Obito named Madara. Should Akatsuki quietly ignore this war? While the 5 major powers are fighting and the defense is empty, it is not a good opportunity to carry out the village to capture the tail beast? Heavenly Dao Pain asked openly. The previous agreement to the request of Konoha and Sand Shinobi in the letter sent by Jiraiya was not actually Nagato's decision. It was Obito who asked him to do this. knowing that Jiraiya brought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki kid named Uzumaki Naruto with him, he had already thought of robbing people. But he was stopped by Obito, and this time, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki sent Akatsuki again for an employment request, hoping that they would intervene in the war like the 3rd Ninja Wars and assist rock shinobi in completing part of the difficult missions. But he was pushed back by Obito again, which made Nagato puzzled at the same time. A hint of dissatisfaction had vaguely risen in his heart. Because originally he didn't particularly follow Obito's meaning, in the final analysis, the two sides are just using each other. Calm down, Pain, this is not the time for Akatsuki to fully appear in the eyes of the public. Once discovered, Akatsuki will be the result of a group attack. Then, the peace plan will be ruined. Obito responded flatly in Madara's tone, and then the only eyelid on the mask looked towards Konan. Konan, who is currently not under the management of Shinobu Village, who are dealing with the wandering state of Jinchuriki. Konan glanced sideways at the other party, coldly Kaido. Advertisement. Jinchuriki Lao Z from 4 Tails in Iwagakure, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. Jinchuriki Hidaka from Mist Shinobi who defected to the outside, and the other Jinchuriki are in Ninja Village. While the 5 great powers are at war, we will target these 3 first. Obito decided. Are you afraid? Who are you afraid of? Pain said with false eyes. After awakening part of the power of 6 paths, Nagato, who owns Rinnegan, has gained a powerful force that surpasses most ninjas in the world. Coupled with the fact that since awakening this power, he has never suffered a defeat, so Nagato has unknowingly thought that he is the second sage of 6 paths. I'm not afraid, but to be foolproof, you are too impatient, Pain. Obito said lightly. Akatsuki refused to accept employment, which annoyed Onoki. Originally thought that the salary paid by herself could not satisfy the appetite of this group of people, but after several price increases, Shao was still indifferent. Apart from Onoki's resentment, he can only think that it was because the scale of the war was so large that Akatsuki did not dare to participate.
Tsuchikage-sama, the latest news from the front line. With 5th Kazekage Gaara and Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi, the first group of Konoha-san shinobi's coalition forces of about 3,000 people has camped on the northern border of the Rain Country.
It seems to be they cooperated with the leader of the Rain Country. A rock shinobi ninja walked quickly into the office and reported to Onokiwi. Why didn't you get Rain shinobi's cooperation in advance? Oyemu was furious. As the country of fire, the country of wind, and the country of earth, the country of rain is the confluence of the 3 countries. Once occupied there, it is equivalent to the master of the initiative in the war. After Onoki noticed the atmosphere of the war, he also sent someone to Rain Shinobi Village to negotiate, but he didn't expect that the other party would choose Konoha. No, I don't know. The leader of Rain Shinobi is not willing to talk to us in detail, only to send someone to express unilateral rejection.
The subordinate trembled. It's just a place to get Rain Shinobi. The new leader who succeeds Hanzo is too arrogant. Onoki yelled and stroked his sleeves, using the light and heavy rock technique to float himself, and flew outside the Tsuchikage building. The other rock shinobi ninjas hurriedly followed. Te. Advertisement. Huang 2, how's the kid preparing? Onoki asked. Yes, Lord Lois has also led 2,000 ninja troops to the front line, confronting Konoha and Sand Shinobi. By all means, this battle must not be lost. Onoki Junsho shouted.
For rock shinobi's irritability and anger, 4th Raikage in Cloud Shinobi is full of arrogance.
He also has this capital. Under his rule, Cloud Shinobi developed extremely smoothly, and with himself, there are enough shadow ninjas to have 3 people. Far surpassing Konoha during the reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it weren't for Senju Tsunade and Uchiha Kenya to immediately take over Konoha, he would have been prepared to grab the title of the first ninja village in the 5 powers, directly from Konoha. I wanted to take advantage of Konoha's collapse plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen died. Konoha's weak timing was like the death of Hyuga Hiyashi incident 10 years ago, to hit Konoha hard. But I didn't expect Konoha to fight with Mist Shinobi before he did it. Darui, who is the commander-in-chief of the Konoha Mist Shinobi Coalition Army. 4th Raikage turned his head and asked his deputy. Darui twisted his neck, and the laziness on his face was reduced a lot at this time. Kaido. Tsunadeheim sits in Konoha at the rear, and did not go to the front line. It is Uchiha Kenya who is commanding the coalition to deal with us. Uchiha Kenya. 4th Raikage blinked. After reminiscing, he asked, is it the last 4, that Uchiha Kenya who died in the hands of Luosha? Boss, how long ago is your old information? Mentioning this name, Darui's eyes also showed deep jealousy. Rosa did not kill him back then, but took him for his own use. Under the name, Aizen, he lurked in Sand Shinobi for 4 years. In this 3-nation union, his slogan is to destroy the land of the earth and the land of thunder, let the country of wind and water replace them, and enter the era of the 3 countries. The era of the 3 kingdoms? That masked freak has a big tone. 4th Raikage sneered and said, I must let this kid go and never return. Call Bina Kid to guard the village. Let Wooden Golem go to meet this kid. 98 Hogyoku longs for the soul, first more seeking subscription. The more you move northward from Konoha, the more you can feel the breathtaking plateau of Thunder Country. In the area where the land of fire and the land of thunder meet. Now it is wearing the forehead protector of Shinobi, and the 10,000 allied forces composed of Konoha, Mist Shinobi, and part of Sand Shinobi are already assembled on the plain below.
The Commander-in-Chief Uchiha Kenya, Terumi Mei, Ghost Lantern Manue and others on the upper podium are watching the hotly discussed coalition forces below. Although the grand strategic deployment is Sand Shinobi versus Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi versus Cloud Shinobi. At the same time, Konoha dispatched 2 armies to support both sides. But it does not completely distinguish all the 3 ninja villages in this way. For everyone's characteristics, Mist Shinobi's ninjas may be assigned to the July 7 Rock Shinobi battlefield, and Sand Shinobi's ninjas will also be assigned to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Tamari and some other Sand Shinobi ninjas were among the troops under Kenya. Because Cloud Shinobi is mostly Thunder attribute Chakra ninja, and Wind style happens to be their nemesis. Is that the true face of Aizen-sama? It's really handsome. I have guessed countless times what Aizen-sama's mask looks like, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Unfortunately, how good would it be if we could continue to stay in our Sand Shinobi? It doesn't matter who came from that village. Idiot, it's easy to say, how can the daimyo allow a ninja from another village to hold a high position in the village? Think about it, right? But after all, Master Aizen has done so much for the village, just because he is not from Sand Shinobi, he was expelled, don't you think it's too much? Many of the Sand Shinobi-style chakra ninjas standing around Tamari have seen the face behind the Aizen mask for the first time. Therefore, many people have not changed their title. And the center of their discussion was the real face of the Aizen, who set off an uproar in the world of Sand Shinobi and Konoha, where Kenya's identity was just revealed some time ago. And compared to the shock of other shinobi villages, Sand Shinobi is more intolerable. Because Aizen's reputation in Konoha is too high, countless people have long believed that he is the best candidate to succeed Rosha's next Fengyin advertisement, but the reality broke out, and because of the status of Aizen, the name of the country of the wind prohibits him from continuing to serve in Sand Shinobi, so he has to step back and let Gaara serve as 5th Kazekage. You are the commander-in-chief of this force. How about a few words with everyone? Terumi Mei, standing on the right rear of Kenya, said with a smile with one hand on his hips. Everyone, Kenya took a step, and the sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard in everyone's ears below. The current Konoha power is second only to Minister of Ninbu Hokage. The predecessor had controlled the core power of Sand Shinobi for 4 years and was regarded as the second person of the gods. Assist 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei to retake Mist Shinobi, the absolute powerhouse who can defeat the Tail Beast. With this level of identity, Kenya has undoubtedly become the hub of the 3-nation coalition forces. When he spoke, tens of thousands of people below were silent. In the first long war, before the third, the ninjas hurt and hated each other. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, my past experiences in 3 villages have witnessed all this. However, starting today, all of this will cease to exist, and a new era and new life are beckoning to us. Here, there is no Konoha, no Sand Shinobi, no Mist Shinobi, and there are just comrades who are about to enter a new era, that is ninja. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens, just advance and retreat with me. We are invincible ahead of us. After a short speech, morale began to boil. The panic and anxiety in the eyes of the ninjas of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance disappeared. Because of such a rendering power, after you leave Sand Shinobi, you can still let your own village Jinsui move at your own pace. As long as this continues, even the entire shinobi world will be. Zu-kun, let's start the war. Advertisement. Kenya waved her right hand flat, pushing the eager wolf atmosphere to the second wave of climax. Oh. It is different from the 4th Ninja War in the original book, where the battle was decided within 3 days. It looks like a war, but in fact several 6 pads level powerhouses are singled out. Even Impure World Reincarnation came out with Cage level Pinnacle, and even Super Cage level other powerhouses are playing soy sauce. In addition, the purpose of war is to annex the enemy country, not simply destroy it, because there are many things to be dealt with. Generally speaking, the chief teacher will not go out in person at the first time, but Kyoka Suigetsu of Kenya is a bit different. Although it feels that there is no need to use the complete hypnosis ability outside of combat as in the Sand Shinobi or Konoha collapse plan. But to prepare in advance, there is always no harm, right? What Kenya did not expect was that at the end of the opposite plane, as the distance between Cloud Shinobi's army and her side gradually increased. Suddenly, the lead woman who was slightly smaller and taller than Terumi Mei, her body was suddenly wrapped in a burst of blue flames. The next moment, the huge body swelled at 1.7 speeds, and within 3 seconds before and after, it had turned into a huge hill-like giant cat monster beast with a burning blue flame. That's the 2-tailed Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi village, and the 2 are from Wooden Golem. Among the army, because the ghost lamp was not dead in the full moon, Changjiro, who replaced the double-blade fresh butterfly worn in the original work with the blasting knife spray, exclaimed. Release the trump card from the beginning? It also fits 4th Raikage's irritable character. Kenya pulled out the love knife from her waist, and the clear sound of the knife was not worth mentioning on the hustle and bustle of the battlefield.
Hogyoku is thirsting for the soul. Kenya smiled black and shouted, smash it. Kyoka Suigetsu.
Chapter 99. Auto-generated chapter title. 99 open black lens bracket Shinigami close black lens bracket Uchiha Kenya, second more seeking subscription. A village on the border of the country of soil, wow. The downpour fell along with it. 2 men with hats and red clouds and black bottom windbreakers entered the post shop next to the pass. But there was no one inside, and many of the goods sold hadn't even been taken away. The owner here hurriedly left.
I didn't expect to encounter such heavy rain shortly after departure.
One of the tall men took off the hat from the top of his head to formally Hoshigaki Kisame. Putting the hat on the table for tourists to rest, Kisame said, "Mr. Wrong, let's take a break first, wait for the rain to stop, then go to that guy. After all, it's such a heavy rain. I don't think you will rush around. That's it." The two are Gui Zhao and Wrong. When Obito will be in a wandering state, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails that are not sheltered by Shinobu village are the targets. Itachi and Ghost Zhao were given the task of capturing 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi. According to Ju's intelligence, Laozi was wandering in the border area of the 24 borders of the Kingdom of Earth. Itachi just took off the hat on top of his head and was about to sit down like Kisame. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed slightly, and he turned to look at the outside world. After pondering for a few seconds, he walked out. "Mr. Itachi?" Kisame frowned, but followed. In the heavy rain, the two ran for a distance of about 2 miles. Finally, looking down on a hillside, I found an army of ninjas fighting chaotically below. I almost forgot, it's in a period of war. The ghost is clear. I noticed that the Sand Shinobi ninja wearing a red anti-design ninja suit and the Konoha Shinobi wearing a green leaf-colored vest have the forehead protector on top of their heads are all bearing, and couldn't help grinning. Your clan really has a set. In particular, the forehead protectors of the 3 ninja villages in the alliance have been replaced with nin. I want to say that in the future, only ninjas wearing this forehead protector can be in this world. Will you survive after the war? He didn't answer the words of Ghost Zhao, but quietly watched the fighting war below. How old was the last time I saw this picture? He can't remember, but he just remembers in a daze that it was the end of the 3rd Ninja War, and he had not yet entered the ninja school. He came to the battlefield for the first time with his father. Advertisement. It's just that I am not going to fight, but cleaning the battlefield. But even so, it still left a very deep impression on my young self. In 5 years, I personally sent the Uchiha clan to the end of the peace in exchange for only 5 years. Was it destroyed by Uchiha Kenya? I don't want to be said by someone who killed my parents. Suddenly remembering what Uchiha Kenya had said in Konoha, Itachi's brows sharpened again. Turned and left without saying a word. At the same time, turned the screen to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Along with Kenya's low voice of Jifongyu, and the silvery blue light that Kyoka Suigetsu unsheathed, the army on the opposite side Cloud Shinobi was instantly on guard. Aizen is Uchiha Kenya, the cage-level peak monster ninja who can defeat the tail beast. Having completely turned into a beast with a tail, the two who turned into 2 tails have 1 eye in wooden golem. When she looked forward and stared, the picture has not changed in the slightest. But it was enough to make her look moved, because Uchiha Kenya disappeared. The sky is actually colorless. It doesn't deceive you, but your own eyes deceive you. Indifferent voice with a hint of smile sounded from behind. The 2-tailed wooden golem suddenly turned his head to look. Puff, 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 puff. However, what wooden golem turned his head to see was the brilliant light spinning like a windmill. Under the impact of extreme speed, it brushed past many Cloud Shinobi ninjas behind him. The red pattern bloomed from the wound, dyeing the battlefield red, but it was weird, without the tight-fitting Death Tyrant outfit on Uchiha Kenya. Standing in the center, Kenya turned Kyoka Suigetsu around the thumb of the tiger's mouth, and slowly put away the scabbard. Wow, ka. Because the people around can no longer make a sound, compared with the sound of pulling the knife just now, the sound of the knife closing seems particularly loud this time. When the handle is completely against the scabbard, the moment of completion is received. Ped, the sound of cloth tearing followed by the sound of blood spurting and the sound of tearing flesh. Within a 200-meter radius centered on Kenya, countless mobile phones, pieces of meat, were dismembered and flew up. Advertisement. The Cloud Shinobi ninjas 200 meters away, one by one froze in a daze. Why, what's the matter? The voice of wooden golem who turned into the second tail became a lot thicker, but still revealed a deep consternation. Just now, how did he move over? Why didn't I see it? What are you talking about, Lord Wooden Golem? Hearing what he said, another Cloud Shinobi ninja not far away shouted. He just swaggered past you. We have been calling your attention, but you did not act. We still feel that it's weird. What did you say? Upon hearing the words of his subordinates, wooden golem was completely shocked. 717 Illusion. These 2 words suddenly appeared in wooden golem's mind. Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is the nemesis of the tail beast. Niu Matabi had already told himself about this. But it's impossible, I didn't look at his eyes from beginning to end. Okay, so strong, teacher, then, stronger than before. Tamari at the back was amazed. Follow Master Aizen. Okay, so strong, no wonder Tsunade-sama appointed him as Minister Shinobu. As an enemy, it is extremely terrifying, but as one's own person, it is indeed so reassuring. For a time, the morale of the coalition forces was raised to the extreme, and they waved their weapons in anger and yelled to fight each other. Immediately afterwards, inside the 400-meter diameter centered on Kenya, those limbs that had fallen and were mutilated. The half-gas-shaped, human-shaped soul slowly rose up, began to emit a strange light, and flew towards the moon of Kenya. There were also many ninjas who knew how to involve soul secrets. But it was the first time they saw such a large number of souls pouring into a person's body. What kind of technique is this? The picture of the hundreds of souls pouring into a person's soul at one go, just like Shinigami. Open black lens bracket Shinigami close black lens bracket Uchiha Kenya. 100 pictures of deja vu, third more seeking subscription. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sosuke. Unlock rate, 48.97%. It is indeed the soul of the ninja in Cloud Shinobi Village, where militants are concentrated, and it has such a degree of unlocking. Kenya's pupils were faint, she looked around, smiled and said, "You don't need to hesitate, everyone, just use the knife in your hand and slash at me as much as you want. Even if you die, you will become named, the strongest part of existence, therefore, there is no need to fear." Although these words were spoken in an extremely soft tone, the ninjas of the Cloud Shinobi party broke into cold sweats. What happened? This sense of horrible oppression that seems to have a big mountain pressing behind him, breathless. You all retreat. It's nothing more than rushing to die. The two-tailed form jumped up from wooden golem and rushed to jump in front of Kenya. The physique difference between the two is like insects and giant elephants. But in wooden golem's heart, there is no trace of ease. It stands to reason that illusion is useless for Jinchuriki, who can control tail beast in the body. Even if Jinchuriki is an illusion, the tail beast can disturb the chakra in its body to achieve the purpose of dispelling the illusion. But what is going on with this guy's illusion, tailed beast? If you were used as experimental subjects, it might not be a new attempt. Kenya said falsely. Tailed beasts, as an existence similar to the origin of the Hokage ninja world, the general method is about to kill them is useless. After a period of time, they will be like devil fruit where the capable person in One Piece died, and will be reborn somewhere else in the world. Can such an existence be absorbed by Hogyoku? Kenya knows very well that once one of the 9 big-tailed beasts is missing, 10 tails cannot be resurrected. Whether it is Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, or Black Zetsu's plan, it will all fail. Although this can make people feel a little lonely, the difference between Kenya and Aizen Sosuke is that he will not give each other any chance. He is also eager to fight against powerful opponents, but he will not stock up on enemies to grow up. Once the enemy appears in front of him, he will be beheaded without hesitation. What are you saying? Inexplicably, the two-tailed wooden golem screamed, waving his front paws the size of a hill, and slammed down towards Kenya, who stood motionless at the bottom. Advertisement boom, ticket. The whole piece of earth is crushed into slag like glass. The strength is good, but the position is a bit wrong. Here we go again. Hearing another ghostly sound coming from his ear, wooden golem quickly turned his head, only to see Kenya appear behind him on the right. You guy, what did you do? Furious by wooden golem. What happened? Obviously, the second tail Matabi in the body has disrupted his chakra, illusion should be useless. It doesn't matter if it's you or Noe, you can see it, don't you? Kyoka Suigetsu. Kenya flashed before wooden golem with Shunpo and said indifferently. It's just that you can't get rid of Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis quickly because of your level. Mao Mao Xianyu. The blazing blue flames on the body rose up, forming countless small flame clusters in the air, flying like a meteor shower. The 81 of Bakudo, splitting void. Kenya raised his left hand slightly, and just before the endless flame ball hit him, a huge transparent wall appeared in the air, blocking the second tail's attack. Nani. By wooden golem, he was surprised. When fighting, there must be no gaps. The voice came from the bottom left. Wooden golem looked down. But I can no longer see Kenya, all I can see is the sword light flashing from my feet. After half a second, Matabi's huge body had already leapt back hundreds of meters from the distance. The left foot was almost completely cut off, except that it was still burning with green inflammation, and was hung with a layer of skin to barely make the paw fall off. Advertisement? Hogyoku didn't respond. Should I say that the tail beast has no soul? Suya stroked his left hand from the center of his moon, with a dangerous smile on his face. What a guy, if it weren't for Matabi to remind me in advance, he would have his whole hand chopped off. In Jinchuriki's inner world, wooden golem and Noe Matabi stood together, gritted their teeth and said in secret. The second tail behind him said in a deep voice, I want to repair the chakra that is consumed by one arm. Use that trick to delay a little time, I will help you restore chakra. Wooden golem nodded when he heard the words, sorry, please. On the battlefield, the burning blue flame on Noe's body began to spread across the entire battlefield like a wave of water. Catfire bowl. In the next instant, the endless green flames rose to a height of more than 10 meters, and swallowed towards Kenya in the center in the form of a tornado. When Kenya saw this, Shunpo ordered himself to rush to a height of tens of meters. And these flames seemed to have their own perception ability, and suddenly changed their direction in the middle, turning sharply to catch up. So, is it the same tracking ninjutsu as Yaking? It seems to be used to delay the recovery of chakra. Seeing the green flames rising and rushing forward, Kenya stretched her left palm down and calmly said, fiery lightning howl. Rumble. Shocking lightning flashing tens of meters high erupted in the center of the battlefield, seeming to hit the clouds. Zhao Dezhao made a hole. What a powerful lightning style, but it's ready to be completed. A huge deep purple chakra sphere has been condensed in the normal second tail mouth of the lower paw. At the moment when the thunder light gradually dissipated, as the chakra on the lips exploded, the chakra sphere in the mouth detonated and turned into a ray jet attack, with the power to destroy a mountain and shoot it towards Kenya in the air. Master Aizen. there are still many sand shinobi ninjas who are not accustomed to changing their words. The same is teaming up with Mist Shinobi, and the same is fighting with the Tail Beast. This familiar scene reminds Kenya of the scene when she assisted Terumi Mei to regain Mist Shinobi against Three Tails 4 years ago. Thinking of this, Kenya raised Kyoka Suigetsu in her right hand high. Just as it was back then. 101 This is overwhelmingly powerful, fourth more seeking subscription. In fact, Kenya felt more familiar with this scene. Below, including Terumi Mei, more than half of the Mist Shinobi ninjas in the audience can't help but associate the picture before them with the picture of the Mist Shinobi Civil War 4 years ago. In the same battle with the Tailed Beast, the Tailed Beast side first conducts an induced attack, and then releases the Tailed Beast bomb. The way Kenya, Aizen, greets is exactly the same. Raise the saber in his hand high, and face the Tailed Beast bomb with Super S-class destructive power. The moment when the rays formed by the Tailed Beast bomb are less than half a meter away from Kenya. Everyone saw that his sword that lifted up to the sky was finally swung down heavily. Many Mist Shinobi ninjas, such as Terumi Mei, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, etc., still remember. 4 years ago, Kenya caught the Tailed Beast bomb, but still suffered some injuries. And this time, what will happen? The next moment, at the moment of the collision with the Tailed Beast bomb, the sword pressure detonated by the blade and Ryotsu formed a semicircular white air current, enveloping Kenya's entire body. Between the top and bottom, two forces, one white and one black, collided head-on. However, what a terrifying aftermath that I thought it would create. 717. But no one thought that the seemingly even stalemate, in less than 2 seconds, the Tailed Beast bomb that rushed up from below was fed back by the sword. And, the second tail below is getting closer and closer. Before and after, it was less than 5 seconds. The back pressure of the sword hit back her way hard. Press it back? It's not at the same level as 4 years ago. Ghost Lantern Manu's face was already full of the kind of bellicose laugh for him just now, leaving only a deep shock. It was terrifying enough to block the Tailed Beast bomb screen at the cost of minor injuries 4 years ago. Now it is easier to oppose the opponent. This has gone beyond the scope of the ninja, right? In the next instant, Terumi Mei suddenly reacted and waved and shouted, "Everyone, get out of their fighting range." Even if it is not hit head-on, the pressure generated by the impact is enough to grind ordinary ninjas into pieces. But just after saying these words, Terumi Mei looked aside, quickly sealed, and at the same time said, "CEBH, no, it's too late, I can barely resist." Water-style water array. The powerful defensive water that can block the Uchiha Madara's fierce fire is able to show Terumi Mei's accomplishments in numbers. Advertisement, but right now, it does seem so weak. Even if she wanted to save people in the first place, the effect would be minimal. No, no. The ninjas who were about to be involved in the shockwave of the two monsters attacking Kenya and Tailman screamed in horror. As a ninja who enters the battlefield, he has long been conscious of death. But this way of death is a bit too ugly. Bakudo's 79-9 lights. Sword pressure and Tailed Beast bombs mixed chaotic light suddenly heard a low-pitched, really clear singing sound. Immediately, 9 huge black walls emerged out of thin air, blocking every angle of the two Super S-class attack waves. The earth shook violently. In the violent shaking, there was a shaking sensation like the sky and the earth cracked for a few seconds. From Juyao bound the outside world, there were several huge gaps that were more than a kilometer long, and the ninjas who were almost involved in the attack turned pale in fright. But compared to the aftermath of the attack just now, this kind of thing can still be easily avoided. This is enchantment of Lord Kenya. It's amazing. In such a situation, we can actually be distracted to protect us. Many of their own ninjas who had taken their lives raised their arms and shouted constantly. At this time, Kenya slowly walked out of the gap of the 9 lights. While walking, he took Kyoka Suigetsu back into the scabbard. Wow! When the hilt hits the end of the scabbard, Kyoka Suigetsu is completely retracted into the scabbard. The shady 9 lights behind it burst into countless fragments like a balloon, disappearing between the sky and the earth. The airway inside, the body covered with green inflammation, as long as you look carefully, you can see countless small wounds. As the Bakudo enchantment dissipated, the vitality dissipated with it. By Wooden Golem Lord. In stark contrast to the ecstasy of the Sanin Village Coalition forces, it is naturally Cloud Shinobi. Advertisement, but no matter how they shout, what is lost is lost. Natailo's huge body, like a mountain, began to fall uncontrollably. Boom, when the second tail fell, the earth trembled again. But this is also the last time. Not long after the fallen 2 tails, the huge body gradually shrank, and finally turned into the original appearance of Jinchuriki by Wooden Golem. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sōsuke. Unlock rate, 51.56%. From the fallen Wooden Golem body, the familiar turbid white, semi-gas-like soul slowly flowed out of the body and poured into the moon chamber of Kenya. To be precise, it was the Hogyoku in his heart. Sure enough, the soul of the tail beast cannot be absorbed. In other words, does the soul exist in the ghetto statue, or will it only be possessed after turning back to 10 tails? Kenya turned her head and looked. At the same time, his right hand was raised with a high wave. For a time, the morale of the coalition forces was lifted to the extreme. The strongest enemy in the first battle, 2-tailed Jinchuriki, the 2 of Wooden Golem are dead. And the strongest on his side, Uchiha Kenya, almost unscathed. Is there anything more exciting than this? Suddenly, all the coalition forces were passionate and generous, waving their weapons. Uchiha Yin rushed towards the Cloud Shinobi army. By wooden golem, dead, dead. How can this be? It's so simple to be. Retreat. Report the situation to Lord Raikage. The enemy's Cloud Shinobi, for a time, was in a completely opposite state. Disrupted, turned and fled to the rear. Uchiha Kenya is overwhelmingly powerful, if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did not die in the First Ninja War. I am afraid this is a similar situation. 102 trust is already unnecessary, 5th more seeking subscription. On the battlefield of the border plain between the country of fire and the country of thunder. A large number of souls rushed out of the blood-stained corpse, whose body temperature was still there, and merged into the Hogyoku in Kenya's body. There is no need for Kenya to act in person. As long as the souls that die within a certain range, they will be absorbed by Hogyoku. This proves that war is the best way to evolve Hogyoku, which makes Kenya's smile even worse. No, don't come over, don't come over. I surrender, don't kill me. No, me. My hands, I don't want to die. What is this? Why can't it be broken? Cloud Shinobi's first frontline army has long been smashed to the ground. With expressions of tears flying in their eyes, they constantly used ninjutsu to try to destroy the translucent wall behind them that was shining with the sun and blooming with colorful flashes. After the two were killed by wooden golem and lost the frontline commander, the Cloud Shinobi side had already messed up the army, and most of them turned around and ran away. However, he bumped his head against a wall of colorful shining light behind him, which he hadn't noticed since just now. Enchantment. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi has this guess subconsciously. No, it's a gift especially for you, Kenya explained with a faint smile. Millions of dongs. It is constructed from 1 million layers of concentrated Ryatsu nobility. A newly developed ability based on Hogyoku's power bonus. The defensive power is strong enough to withstand several times tailed beast bomb this super S-rank ninjutsu attack. But because its powerful defense force takes too much time, it cannot be used at will, so it must be set in advance. Everyone, don't forget that the remains of the enemy under your feet today will become the cornerstone of your life in the new era. Therefore, there is no need to hesitate to kill the enemy as much as you like. Kenya's voice seemed to have the temptation of a curse. Advertisement when his incoming words were in the ears of everyone, they faced those Cloud Shinobi ninjas who were kneeling on the ground, crying, and begging for mercy with their noses. The allied ninjas did not show any unbearable sympathy for them, but excitedly raised their butcher knife in their hands and cut their necks without hesitation. Whether it is Mist Shinobi or Sand Shinobi, the Konoha Shinobi nearby saw this scene. Instead, they held the arms of Kumu and trembled, looking at the red-eyed Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi ninjas beside them. Kenya's words let them vaguely see the picture of a new life in a new place after this war. No longer need to continue the tedious chores for food, materials, mission resources, etc., they will enter a new life. When they thought of this, the kuwu in their hands didn't hesitate to pierce the heart of these Cloud Shinobi ninjas who had completely lost their fighting spirit. This is no longer a war, it is just a one-sided massacre. However, Kenya did not personally kill these Cloud Shinobi ninjas who had completely lost their intent to fight. He put Kyoka Suigetsu away, dressed in a tight-fitting death tyrant, folded his hands in front of the month, alive like the Aizen who just showed his true face in Soul Society. Although the strength is weak, but with such a pile-up, there must be a lot of unlocking degrees. But he did not greedily wave Zanpakuto in his hand. On the contrary, they watched Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi's ninjas killing them with great interest. This kind of picture showing the purest desire of human nature, for some reason, has an inexplicable sense of beauty and attraction. Why, what's wrong? These people looking at these allies, in the same way, the tone was heavy and even fearful. Shiranui Genma frowned and looked back at Kenya with a smile. Shinbun in his mouth was almost bitten off, that man. On the other hand, as in the original book, Yamanaka, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan in Ino Shikacho, who possesses secret techniques and heart-to-heart techniques, saw this scene thousands of miles away through a special torture device, and he swallowed in fright. Hokage's office, as the commander-in-chief, saw Tsunade sitting at the rear, and asked sideways, "What's the matter? Hai, there is a problem." No, it's not. The upper half of Yamanaka's face was covered with equipment, but the cold sweat extended all the way to his chin, and his tone trembled slightly. The Cloud Shinobi battlefield is a victory, a perfect victory, just the picture. For Flowers, he can also be regarded as a person who has experienced the Third Ninja War and made the name, Ino Shikacho, resounded from one side, but he has never seen such a slaughter. Advertisement obviously the enemy has completely lost the intent to fight. But their own side waved kunai without hesitation and ended their lives. Uchiha Kenya. He didn't intend to save Cloud Shinobi's life at all, he really went to destroy the country. Yamanaka Kaiichi couldn't understand. Why is such a ruthless, bloodthirsty, and dangerous man able to achieve the status of a god in Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi? As long as it was what he said, it seemed that the next moment he ordered the people of Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to commit suicide, and they did not hesitate. Konoha's ninja still couldn't understand this. This is of course because of the impression of Uchiha Kenya, Aizen, between Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi and Konoha, it has been finalized. In the eyes of Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, he is the savior Aizen who has helped his village through the disasters several times. Now it is creating a whole new era for Ninja Village. The perfect impression, coupled with the same purpose, made Sand Shinobi Mist Shinobi believe in Uchiha Kenya, Aizen. And Uchiha Kenya did not leave that indelible image in the hearts of Konoha Shinobi villagers as Aizen. In the minds of Konoha personnel, he is a strangely returning man with a traitorous identity. At the same time as the city government, he is also extremely dangerous. At the moment, Kenya does not intend to exist in Konoha as Captain Aizen. To him, Konoha is Suya Palace, not Jinglingting. He no longer needs to hide his true colors. The villagers of Konoha Shinobi didn't care if he obeyed and maintained him like Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. The so-called belief and dependence have the same meaning, and they are both the behavior of the weak. For Kenya today, trust is no longer necessary. Cloud Shinobi vs Konoha, Sand Shinobi, hidden coalition forces. The first day of the first battle, 2,000 people, all destroyed. 103 Strengthening yourself is the most important thing. 6th More seeking subscription. Master Kenya, what you asked for investigation. Master Fengying has already investigated clearly, but in the near future, there are traces of cage-level ninja fighting in the southwest border of the country of Soil. According to the traces on the scene, it was speculated that the lava style was used to defect to Rock Shinobi's Four Tails Jinchuriki, and the other was judged to be a powerful water ninja. In the camp coach's tent, Sand Shinobi, a ninja responsible for transmitting information, knelt on one knee in Kenya and made a report. After the victory in the first battle, Kenya did not give an order to let the army go directly into Cloud Shinobi village. Because of 4th Raikage's strategy, he will definitely take advantage of Cloud Shinobi village's geographical advantage and let the Eight Tails Killer B, who has been able to control the power of the tail beasts, stand on the commanding heights and shoot the tailed beast bomb on the army below. It is still a temporary training, waiting for the opportunity. Although this war is not as exaggerated as the 4th Ninja War in the original book, it ended in just 3 days, but Kenya himself has already surpassed cage level. Even when facing an opponent in the incarnation of 6 paths, he dare not say that he wins, but he is not afraid. Really? It's been hard, you can go and rest first. Kenya, who was sitting in the main seat, smiled lightly. Where? This is the subordinate responsibility. Sand Shinobi bowed respectfully, and then quickly stepped back. Sure enough, has Akatsuki started to act? Kenya sat on the main seat, gently stroked her chin with her right hand, thinking secretly. To capture 5 tails, it was the combination of Itachi and Gujao that shot. Judging from the information obtained now, Obito must be hoping to start from the wandering 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. After waiting for the end of the war, the exhaustion period of the 3 major powers, and then attack the other tail beasts remaining in the village of Shinobu. At this time, maybe going directly to Rain Shinobi to solve Nagato is the perfect solution. Kenya muttered to herself and figured out another trick. After all, if you want to achieve the purpose of resurrecting 10 tails or Uchiha Madara, both are the key. One is the 9 big-tailed beasts, and the other is Rinnegan transplanted to Nagato before Uchiha Madara's death. In a battle with the 2 wooden golems, it has been confirmed that the tail beast cannot be completely killed in this world. Advertisement: if you want to stop Madara and Obito's so-called plan halfway, you can only start with Rinnegan. After all, as long as Nagato's eyes are destroyed, there is nothing to do. Pain 6 paths can also be regarded as the strongest standing at the top level below 6 paths. But now Kenya does not need to worry. Do you take a trip to Rain Shinobi village to get rid of Nagato? This idea came to Kenya's mind, but then he shook his head again. Although Nagato is very easy to underestimate the enemy because of being too dependent, Obito is not a fool. Can he get close to Nagato so easily? At this moment, Tamari, who had been dressed in the original Shifeng Chuan period, appeared to be quite mature and quickly stepped into the main account, looking nervous and reporting to Kenya. Teacher, Cloud Shinobi has action. Oh, Kenya pointed in thought. It's a bit strange to actually take the initiative. It is less than a week since the first victory of our side. It is reasonable to say that the first line of Cloud Shinobi is annihilated. It is the time when morale is low and needs to rest. Why are you rushing to do it so soon? But thinking about returning, Kenya stood up and took Tamari out of the camp. Nothing, no need to think so much. What I need to do most now is to strengthen myself. Now I have elevated myself to the limit of the template Aizen Sōsuke. As long as that step is reached, it doesn't matter whether Uchiha Madara or Kagaya is resurrected. With absolute power, send him back to that world again. Set the time back 1 week ago. Advertisement: located at a very high altitude, Cloud Shinobi village is a country of thunder that is surrounded by mist all the year round. At the first stop, he did not go out in person, but like Tsunade in Konoha village, he is the commander-in-chief, sitting in the 4th Raikage at the rear, and is facing the map with his subordinates Darui, Shi, Assistant Tutai and others, following the battle plan. Master Raikage, at this time, a plump-bodied Tsunade, a mature woman with short golden hair and closed eyes, quickly walked into Raikage's office and knelt on one knee in front of a group of high-level Cloud Shinobi ninjas. What's the matter? Samui, panicked, how is the battle on the front line? 4th Raikage asked with a deep voice. He just ordered 2,000 troops led by Wooden Golem to fight. Now that it hasn't passed 3 hours, it is natural not to think that the first battle will end so quickly. Sam has a cold temperament, just like Sand Shinobi's Yeking. She will show such a panic expression, which often means that something big has happened. Calm down. What's the matter? Tudai frowned. Sam Yi took a few breaths before he calmed down a little bit. A drop of cold sweat slipped from the skin of Beija's side, and he panicked. The wooden golem was killed in a big battle. We Cloud Shinobi's first frontline 2000 ninja army, all of them, none of our 2000 frontline ninja army successfully retreated, and no one was captured, the whole line was killed. When Samae used that horrified tone to fully explain the frontline battle situation 1.7, the high-level personnel present on behalf of all the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi were all stupidly in place, unable to speak a word. A few minutes later, Fourth Raikage turned his neck like a machine, looked at the clock hanging on the right wall of the office, and roared. How is it possible? 2,000. A full 2,000 people were sent to fight. How long is this? Only 2 hours. You told me that 2,000 people were wiped out. It was the enemy's illusion failure. 2,000 troops. Even for Cloud Shinobi Village, which has developed rapidly over the past few years, it is a force that cannot be missed. You can't catch 2,000 pigs in less than 3 hours. 104 Tudai's reasoning, 7th more seeking subscription. Fourth Raikage's rage is not without reason. Since the deaths of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, there has not been a cage-level ninja who is popular enough to subvert a war in the ninja world for half a century. In the hearts of Fourth Raikage and others, Third Raikage, Namikaze Minato, the highest level of cage level, is already the highest level of combat power in this world. And after a lapse of half a century, such an existence reappeared, and of course they accepted it for a while. Just like when the Five Shadows battled Uchiha Madara released Susanoo, completely showing the Super Shadow power for the first time. It is hard to believe that this is actually the reality. The film assistant Tudai, who has been attached to the 2 generations of Raikage, calmed down faster from the shock, and shouted to the furious Fourth Raikage. Master Raikage, calm down. Raikage, who is impulsive and irritable, started from the upper position. When he was unable to contain his anger, it was Tudai assisting and restraining him to prevent him from making the wrong decision. After taking a few more breaths to calm down, Fourth Raikage finally loosened his tight fist, and the blue veins at the temple calmed down, but he still gritted his teeth and looked at Sam Yi, and asked in a deep voice. What is the problem? Sam Yi cold sweat almost wet the back of his female ninja suit. Kaido. No, it's very strange. Thinking back to the report of the intelligence department, not to mention the movie, even Samae himself was incredible. However, the situation reported by the intelligence department was retold to Fourth Raikage intact. After listening to it, the expressions of Fourth Raikage, Darui and others are just like what Uchiha Obito said in the original work. One by one showed a ghostly expression. Illusion that invalidates Jinchuriki's ability to automatically end illusion. Swordsmanship that splits the tailed beast bomb, a barrier that prevents the enemy from escaping, no matter what ninjutsu is unable to break through. Are these things that people can do one by one? If it wasn't a gender issue, Fourth Raikage really wanted to pull Samui's collar and ask her if she was fainting. Advertisement, but even though I was unwilling to accept it, the battle report has been brought back. Reality has happened, and you can't afford to ignore it. According to the battle report submitted by the intelligence ninja, it was obvious that Wooden Golem was hit by the opponent's illusion several times during the battle with Uchiha Kenya. But in the eyes of the Cloud Shinobi ninja who is rich in perfect Jinchuriki, it is incredible. Because once the perfect Jinchuriki is in the illusion, the leader in the body will help him to disrupt the chakra on his own to achieve the purpose of dispelling the illusion. Master Raikage, there are many strange ninjutsu in this world. As early as 4 years ago, Uchiha Kenya had a record of defeating 3 tails. It would not be surprising if he developed a new illusion that could restrain the perfect Jinchuriki. The most calm character Tudai analyzed. After all, as everyone knows, Sharingan is the nemesis of the tail beast. It doesn't matter anymore. Fourth Raikage suddenly waved and shouted. Even if Tudai reminded him to calm down, whether it was the 2000 ninja army, or the perfect Jinchuriki's 2U Wooden Golem. Which party was lost, for Cloud Shinobi, is a major damage that cannot be compensated, let alone the 2 lost together. How to not make him angry? The key now is how to clean up these bastards. Fourth Raikage glanced at everyone in the office. You guys, what can I do? Those who were present were all his confidant-level subordinates, and they could have no reservations about them. Darui touched the back of his head with a headache, and said something that was not nutritious. At least, I can't let bi-adults deal with Uchiha Kenya. Although Sharingan is known as the nemesis of the tail beast. But the 2 Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi are perfect Jinchuriki that can control the tail beast, so Cloud Shinobi dared to send a Wooden Golem to face Uchiha Kenya. But I didn't expect to be killed so soon, so naturally, Killer B can't be sent out. Although there is no nutrition, there is still some truth. Advertisement. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tai did not rush to give a response strategy, but said to Sam Yi, summon the intelligence department. Let them tell us the specific situation of the battle, before and after, without missing a word. No matter how subtle, how trivial the details are. After hearing the words, Sam quickly stepped back and summoned the intelligence ninja. Although they are not on the battlefield, they use Cloud Shinobi's high-altitude geographic advantages, coupled with Cloud Shinobi's special detection ninja. It can achieve the effect of Genin's white eyes that can see the scene 1 kilometer away. 2 Cloud Shinobi ninjas from the intelligence department arrived and explained the details of the first battle with both hands. Before that, Tudai had barely asked what color underwear the enemy was wearing. In a battle that lasted less than 3 hours, it took nearly an hour before Tudai's inquiry was over. After making the two intelligence ninjas retreat, Tudai thought for a moment, turned to 4th Raikage and said, Master Raikage, according to the description of the Ministry of Intelligence, Uchiha Kenya's new illusion should be aimed at groups. He can transform something or object into another. For example, during the battle, when the 717 Army ninja was watching a movie, he thought it was Konoha's ninja, so our ninja would mistakenly think that Raikage-sama was the enemy, in order to achieve the goal of letting us kill each other. She, who is also a phantom ninja, frowned and said, there are many illusions that give people the illusion. Once the subject uses ninjutsu, it will be exposed immediately. Tudai solemnly said, this is the terrible thing about Uchiha Kenya's new illusion. Not only is his appearance, but his ninjutsu, chakra breath, and form can make the illusionist think of a person as another. One person. I think his illusion skills are not inferior. I am afraid he has surpassed Uchiha's strongest phantom ninja, Uchiha Shisui. I have to say that Tudai really has a set. Although I didn't guess it completely, it was only the description of other people who guessed Kyoka Suigetsu's Shikai ability by 50%. Then what should I do? Even Wooden Golem can't crack the illusion. I don't think most of us can crack it. 105 4th Raikage, is there something wrong with his brain? 8th more seeking subscription? Listen to me first, Darui. Tudai stopped Darui and continued. If I'm correct in reasoning about his illusion, Uchiha Kenya is almost invincible in a group battle, but what if it is singled out? Tudai threw out an idea and said, is it right? His illusion that also induces enemies to kill each other is useless. He can only change his appearance and form into another person, but the original duel is just there are only 2 people. This kind of illusion is meaningless, is it? Suddenly, everyone nodded inwardly, believing that Tudai's analysis was reasonable. Shi-Ame said, Master Tudai, you mean, let Raikage-sama alone. Will it be too risky? Darui frowned. According to that guy's current record, I think his strength is not inferior to that of the 3rd generation master. What are you afraid of? The 4 major Raikage yelled angrily, twisted their knuckles, made a crisp sound, and said coldly. Then I will kill this kid too, and pay tribute to Wooden Golem and the souls of my 2,000 men. Please don't worry, Master Raikage. Wang Tai once again reminded. The new illusion principle of Uchiha Kenya that I just proposed is just my idea. To prove it, we still need to conduct a little experiment. When it came to the last 2 words, Tudai obviously increased his tone. Darui said with an illusion. The experiment you said, wouldn't it be, let's trade the life of our village ninja, right? Tudai sighed and said, I don't think Sharingan can be concealed by sending a spy or investigating a ninja. I can only use this method. I only hope that the sacrifice can be minimized. While talking, Tudai looked at 4th Raikage again and said, Master Raikage, this is the only way I can think of at the moment. What do you think? 4th Raikage closed his eyes tightly, grinning constantly for several minutes. Suddenly, the closed eyes suddenly fierce. Tudai, just do as you say. This is a war that cannot be won without the consciousness of sacrifice. Yes. Tudai nodded and said, but we need to send a large force. The most important thing for us at the moment is to figure out the secret of Uchiha Kenya's illusion, so we can send a small group of troops. Harass them, and once there is a problem or discover the truth about the secret of Uchiha Kenya's illusion, you can immediately retreat and minimize the loss. Good. Regarding Tudai's strategy, 4th Raikage nodded in satisfaction. I will leave this to you. Very good plan. It can even be said to be the most suitable one for Cloud Shinobi among the existing plans. But Tudai and them misjudged an extremely serious problem. Advertisement that is, they have always assumed the strength of Uchiha Kenya as the same level as 3rd Raikage. Because in their opinion, there can be no stronger existence in this world than 3rd Raikage. The strongest Raikage in history has created too many miracles during his lifetime, whether it has singled out 8 tails, or to assist his subordinates to evacuate, alone to deal with the 10,000 rock shinobi army. In the mind of Cloud Shinobi Ninja, the image of 3rd Raikage is the same as that of Kenya to Sand Shinobi. Like a god. No matter how strong Uchiha Kenya is, in their opinion, it will never be better than 3rd Raikage. So much so that they thought that as long as they cracked that new illusion, they could defeat the opponent. Time goes back to now. According to Temari's report, Kenya drove to a cliff not far from the camp. Look down far away. You can see the Cloud Shinobi ninja army the size of a sesame point is rushing here. But after seeing it, Kenya discovered the problem. Because this time Cloud Shinobi sent too few people. Estimated to be about 300 people. For 4th Raikage's hot temper, it is too little. Who is the leader? Kenya asked with her back. Mist Shinobi's ghost lantern is full of moons and heard the words, quickly Kaido. Yes. It's elite John and Ote of Cloud Shinobi. This bloodthirsty and militant boy had already restrained a lot from Wooden Golem before passing by, and he no longer dared to show a more cynical attitude in front of Kenya than his brother. What are you thinking? These people at Cloud Shinobi. Kenya thought secretly. At this point, he could go into battle on his own and kill them all at once. But I can clearly feel that Cloud Shinobi is not attacking indiscriminately, he must have his own ideas. Teacher, would you like to go to the battlefield personally? Temari owes her head to inquire. Advertisement? No, leave this battle to you young people. Kenya smiled and said, Temari, the full moon, I'll leave it to you. Yes. The ghost lantern full moon showed sharp fangs, took off the double swords needy behind him, turned around and began to mobilize the army to prepare for the battle. You were young, and you were only 5 or 6 years older than me. Tamari was a little dissatisfied and whispered in a low voice. Okay, go now. Kenya smiled, after dispatching an army of corresponding combat power to fight. Before the two armies formally collided, Kenya discovered that the Cloud Shinobi army suddenly reversed direction and turned to retreat. The time before and after the battle was less than 5 minutes, and the casualties on both sides were basically zero, and there was no intention to fight at all. Kenya frowned. What are you doing, Cloud Shinobi, these guys? For more than half a month, almost the next day will be staged this same, Jiao to Jiao, scene. Cloud Shinobi sent a small unit of less than 500 people to take the initiative to challenge. But when Kenya sent troops to meet him, they turned around and ran away. The consequence was that there were no casualties on both sides, and time passed day by day. The coalition is also discussing, was it too ugly to lose in the first game and made fourth Raikage crazy? What is this inexplicable strategic leisure? Teacher, Cloud Shinobi's behavior is very strange, and the other party's purpose of provoking has been unclear. Shouldn't we still take the initiative to attack next time? After half a month, Tamari was also irritated by Cloud Shinobi's inexplicable actions, and took the initiative to make a request to Kenya. This is war, not a game of cat and mouse. Kenya thought for a moment and said, alright, after all, I don't like to waste time on unnecessary things. 106 Any strategy is useless first, more subscription. Master Raikage. Uchiha Kenya took the initiative to attack. The military strength is about 1,000. Sam Yi reports to 4th Raikage, but now the reporting location is no longer in the Raikage office in Shinobu Village, but in the frontline camp. As early as a week ago, 4th Raikage had rushed to the front in secret. It was to kill this guy the first time after figuring out the secret of Uchiha Kenya's illusion. Hearing Samai's report, 4th Raikage's expression changed, and he said solemnly, is that guy leading the soldiers himself? Samai shook his head, no, it's Miss Shinobi's 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. 5th Mizukage? I haven't had the experience of playing against her yet, so let's see if she can bear the title of Shadow. As 4th Raikage said, he was about to stand up to meet him personally. But Tudai hurriedly reached out to stop 4th Raikage's actions and said, Master Raikage, your main responsibility is to deal with Uchiha Kenya. He is also a man who is deep in strategy. I don't know if he will prepare any plans. You still sit behind. When it is not a last resort, it is better to avoid going to the battlefield. 4th Raikage stagnated, and after tangling for a few seconds, he sat back again. Tudai turned his head and said to Darui, Darui, it's up to you to fight. 717. Understood. Darui turned his head and walked out of the camp quickly. Soon, the Cloud Shinobi army led by Darui clashed with the coalition army led by Terumi Mei. For more than half a month, Cloud Shinobi's cat and mouse strategy was not considered a battle at all. Therefore, the official confrontation between the two parties was the second time. It's kind of boring, didn't Uchiha Kenya play in person? Darui touched the back of his head and asked lazily. Terumi Mei with one hand on her hips, touching her lips lightly mocked. Oh, would you expect him to go to the battlefield? It's weird, you should be happy that the terrible enemy hasn't come. Darui took off the hatchet-like weapon behind him, and said with a false eye, I hate troublesome things. I just hope that the most troublesome one can be solved first, and then I can have a good rest. When the voice fell, Darui's body turned into a black shadow, brandishing a machete, and slashing towards Terumi Mei. Wow. Advertisement. The ear-piercing sound of the blade collision followed, passing through the sparks that went in and out. Darui's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked forward to face the hideous smile of the full moon waving the fresh ghost lamp. Don't worry, because you will be able to rest forever soon. I mean, in that world. Wow. There was another resounding sound, and the shockwave generated by the strong wrist contraction of both sides caused the two to temporarily separate. Ninja of the Ghost Lantern Clan. Seeing the sticky body of Lunar Lantern Moon, Darui instantly guessed his identity, temporarily put down the machete, and quickly sealed his hands. Lightning-style Black Panther. The black thunder and lightning splashed from both hands formed a leopard shape in the middle and roared. The eyes and pupils of the ghost lantern shrank sharply in the full moon, and before the brain reacted, his hands had already begun to act on their own. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Roaring black panthers and water dragons intertwined and collided with the midair, bringing thunder and lightning along the water flow and swiftly approaching the ghost lamp full moon. Guru, a sound like a paste boiled, and the sound of bubbles detonating sounded. A cloud of milky yellow stickiness flying in the air will cut off the lightning that rushes towards the full moon of the ghost lamp. Looking aside, Terumi Mei's right hand has lightly stroked her lips. Lightning Style is still too reluctant to retreat for you, Ghost Lamp Clan, full moon. Terumi Mei wiped away a puff of solution from the corner of her mouth, and walked 8 steps in front of her to the full moon in the ghost lamp. Oh, I know. The ghost lantern gave a very uncomfortable sound at the full moon. Although it is immune to all physical attacks, if it encounters the lightning style, it will be paralyzed and unable to move. This is the biggest weakness of the ghost, CEBHJ family of blood inheritance boundary. Aha, Terumi Mei exhaled gently, so that the surrounding area was enveloped by a faint white mist, which turned into a thick mist in just 5 seconds. Lava style is followed by boil style, advertisement. Another half-month passed. The 3 power allied forces and Cloud Shinobi had their own victories and losses. In general, the losses were not huge. there was an overwhelming advantage when no fans of the first battle went to the battlefield. The main reason is that Cloud Shinobi does not have the mentality of a decisive battle. Regardless of whether the situation is superior or inferior, it is always halfway through the battle, and the withdrawal is carried out before the victory is completely determined. With this approach, the war, which originally did not take too long, has become a war of attrition. And for nearly a month, Kenya did not go out in person. The degree of unlocking is basically obtained in the system training ground every day, and it is basically not comparable to the degree of unlocking obtained by killing enemies in the real world. But Kenya is not in a hurry. Although he did not personally go to the battlefield, the endless souls of the war dead are still being absorbed by Hogyoku. And if you want to adapt to the power of Hogyoku, you also need time to ease. Kenya-kun started to attack again, the people on Cloud Shinobi. Terumi Mei walked into Kenya's camp with one hand on his hips, and brushed the waterfall-like hair in front of his eyebrows with the other hand, and said, "I really don't know what they're thinking. I thought that with 4th Raikage's temper, he would tell us the winner in the shortest time. I think it must be some idea." At this time, Kenya was facing Terumi Mei with her back, and when she finished speaking, Kenya slowly retracted the radiant Hogyoku into her body. "Don't worry, Ming, we can't lose this war." Kenya turned around and smiled. Who is the leader of Cloud Shinobi this time? The more well-known ones are the users of Lan Shi, and it is very likely that Darui, who will be the next Raikage, and the Phantom Ninja who is good at illusion and is the 3rd character in the Cloud Shinobi warehouse. Nozomi, the number is 500. Really? Let Cloud Shinobi see that no matter what strategy you use, you can't bear it. Kenya smiled slightly and walked out of the camp. Terumi Mei followed, the infatuation flashing on her face with a hint of curiosity. "After a month, are you finally going to do it yourself?" "Well, the fusion has just been completed, there is no need to spend more time on the battlefield." Terumi Mei can't understand Kenya's answer, he was referring to the soul that Hogyoku merged. 107 Can the Lord 3rd Raikage do it? Second more seeking subscription? A plain battlefield where the land of fire and the land of thunder meet. Led by Darui and Shi, the army took the initiative to attack the coalition forces. Darui, the guy Uchiha Kenya hasn't taken the initiative to play for a month, right? Did something happen to him? The two ran at the front of the team. She couldn't help but ask Darui next to him. "I do not know." Darui closed his eyes and said in a deep voice. "But don't be careless. According to the information, that guy has the same strength as the late 3rd Raikage, which means that if you have a second if you relax, you will be sent to that world. The reason why he, the auxiliary type ninja, is on the battlefield is to allow him, who is also an illusion ninja, to crack Uchiha Kenya's illusion. Of course, the premise is that the other party is willing to take the initiative. But from Tudai's point of view, even if he didn't play in a short period of time due to unknown reasons, he wouldn't wait too long." Gah! The sudden sound of breaking through the air changed the expressions of the two who had not recovered from the chat. When they reacted, they saw a green flame red lotus wrapped in silver light passing above their heads and exploding behind them. Rumble. The violent shock wave of silver light formed a pillar of light tens of meters high behind the two. Nani? Zai's neck is like an instrument, and turned his head to look sluggishly. What you see is only the scorched land that has been blown up by the high temperature, and nothing else. The Cloud Shinobi ninjas who are still alive are the only remaining dozens of people who, like Darui and Shi, ran in the forefront position just now. Don't be in a daze. Look ahead. Darui was the first to recover and shouted angrily. With a roar, Shi waiting turned his head and looked forward. At the forefront of the coalition forces of the 3 ninja villages, Uchiha Kenya is facing them with the palm of his right hand, which is still emitting a plume of molten smoke. Seeing this scene, everyone knows who can release the trick just now. A little bit off. It's a pity. I thought that the trick just now was enough to solve you all. Kenya put down his right hand and chuckled lightly. Then what should you do next? Do you want to continue fighting with me? Or do you turn around and run away like the previous few times? Advertisement a few miles apart, the two sides looked at each other, and each other was as big as a sesame point, but Kenya's voice, for some reason, came into their ears very clearly. At this time, the souls of the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas who were annihilated by the Xuanlian blue fire pendant have begun to be absorbed by Hogyoku. Okay, so amazing, so many people in one go. The ninja soldiers of the 3 ninja villages who had witnessed the entire process from the launch of the Xuanlian Kango fall to the hit also secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Too exaggerated. If this trick is thrown on your own family. Many people started to fall in cold sweat. I comforted myself secretly, but fortunately it was my own person. Captain Darui. Retreat. The few Cloud Shinobi Jonin who survived quickly persuaded Darui. That guy is just a monster, Jew, so many of us were given to us in one move. We are not that guy's opponent at all. Let's retreat quickly and notify the movie adults and the bi adults. The masters who have experienced many battles show fear at this time. But it can't be said that they are timid. When the enemies of Cloud Shinobi faced Killer Bee's tailed Beast Bomb, they were in the same mood. Calm down. Darui had solemn eyes, no longer the usual indolence, and he asked in a deep voice. Retreat? Do you think he will give us a chance to turn around and escape? The dozens of remaining Cloud Shinobi ninjas that Darui asked about were taken aback. Just listen to Darui again. What is the range of the move just now? You can't miss it, right? When we turned around and wanted to escape, he could send us to that world with one move. Speaking of this, Darui gritted his teeth secretly, pulled out the machete behind him, and coldly ordered. What we have to do now is to get close to that guy, and then use the illusion technique to crack that guy, and inform the movie boss of the news before he dies. Ask for flowers. She resolutely nodded. Yes, we can't escape. Since we are on the battlefield, we should already have the consciousness of death. Even if we are going to die, we must figure out the true face of his illusion before we die. The words of the two made other Cloud Shinobi Jonin's fear and confusion replaced by the perseverance that regarded death as home. One by one they drew their weapons and roared at the coalition forces hundreds of times as many as their own. Advertisement, these guys are crazy, aren't they? Tamari was shocked. Not to mention the strength of their own teachers, just because of this number of people, they dared to rush forward? The ghost lantern Manmoon standing slightly behind Kenya took a step forward. No need, full moon. Kenya smiled slightly. The ghost lamp that was just about to pull out the fresh butterfly was stunned by the full moon, and he put his hand on the handle of the knife back. Kenya took a step and smiled and said, I appreciate your courage very much, and I can see your purpose. Kyoka Suigetsu reflected the sunlight and suddenly unsheathed. Come on, I will give you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. Darui, who had rushed to less than 100 meters from Kenya, frowned. Being so underestimated is really the first time since he was born. Noisy. The only black that is inherited from third Reikage is overlaid on the machete. The body that looks cumbersome, but is actually very sensitive, jumped up, nearly 100 meters away, but rushed to Kenya in the blink of an eye, and thunder knife slashed.
Hobby. It's different from everyone's imagination. There was a crisp ringing like a bell. In the ears of everyone on the battlefield, the picture turns. The black thunder that was originally wrapped around the machete has disappeared under Ryutsu's collision. The knuckle of a finger is gently hooked on the blade. Use a finger to block it. The volley Darui was completely stunned. At this time, he had only one thought. If Lord Third Reikage is alive, can he use a finger to block the cut he just made? 108 Let us calm down and make a cup of black tea. Third more seeking subscription. Buzz. In the next instant, Kenya bends the knuckles against the blade and puts the tip of the index finger against the blade surface. Wow. For an instant, in front of Darui's moon Hungarian, the ground on the left rear was benefited from the shoulder of she who was sprinting, as well as the various parts of a dozen other Cloud Shinobi Jonin. In the blink of an eye, they opened a huge opening, as if a bucketful of stagnant water had been broken into a huge mouth, and blood could not stop pouring out of it. There was no room to even cry. The dozens of Cloud Shinobi Jonin had fallen to the ground while the blood was pouring out, and they could no longer get up. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 53.46%. Oh, yeah, even if you deal with such a large number of Jonin-level ninjas at once, is the unlock rate obtained by July 7, only that. Even though I have realized it, I didn't expect the increase in unlock rate in the later stage to lose. Slowly. Kenya secretly said inwardly, puff. The little power left in his body barely grasped the machete in his hand, and Darui's body fell heavily to the ground. Wow. At the moment of landing, the wound in front of Yu Shang once again stained the ground with blood. No, it's impossible, just now. I didn't see it at all. Darui's eyes were dull, and he couldn't believe it. It's really worthy of being the character of Cloud Shinobi number 2 and no. 3. Is it a bit shallow? Hearing Kenya's voice sounded behind him, Darui's eyes almost escaped from his eye sockets. He instinctively wanted to turn his head to look, but he didn't even have the strength to twist his neck. Why, he was still in front of me just now. Just a short breath, it brought too much shock. At the right rear about 10 meters away, almost the entire left shoulder and collarbone had to be chopped off. She was also in a state of wide open eyes and extremely surprised. But his surprise was not Darui's shock, it was all surprise. At that moment, I saw him. Advertisement. Uchiha Kenya's body, when he blocked Darui with an index finger, disappeared into Darui like a wave of water. Darui didn't see it at all, and thought Uchiha Kenya was in front of him. At the moment when the knife was closed, the water wave that had calmed down reappeared in the center of their dozens of people. In a short moment, he cut more than a dozen knives at a speed that his eyes couldn't keep up. This caused the wounds of everyone on his side to be different. If he just drew the sword energy out of thin air, then everyone should have died just now. That guy's illusion is not simply thinking of the target as something else. His ability is the complete control of vision, not the 5 senses. The deity can produce tactile sensations and changes in the senses of time. Yes, it must be so. She trembling right arm, reluctantly wants Jaein. At this time, he has only one thought in his heart. Definitely, must tell them this terrible fact to Master Reikage. However, when she tried her last bit of effort, she wanted to tell Fourth Reikage and the others who were far away in the camp using the perception transmission secret technique. A shadow like a mountain had already covered the sunlight in front of him, putting him in the darkness. Did you catch a glimpse? My Kyoka Suigetsu's ability at the tip of the iceberg is really good. Kenya smiled and praised. But it must be regrettable that you are a ninja from an enemy village, and I cannot save your life. Obviously even Ryutsu is useless, but the muscles on Zai's face can't stop pulling out because of intense fear. But even so, his right hand was still trembling and he wanted to put his fingers up to make a one-handed seal. Forcibly suppressing fear, do you want to send information to your comrades? It's really a great awareness. Just when I hoped that Uchiha Kenya would lift that sword and chop off his head. Unexpectedly, he took the knife back, turned and left. Master Kenya, Ghost Lantern Full Moon and others looked at Kenya with curious eyes. Didn't it say that there is no need for captives in this war? Because there is no such thing as post-war negotiations in this war. This kind of desperate act of trying to convey my information back is very interesting. Let him complete the last mission of his life. I don't hope that in the near future, he will feel guilty when he meets Raikage in another world. It's completely scornful of people, meaning that even if he conveys the information back, is he sure that he will win? Hearing Kenya's words when he was dying, she couldn't help being furious. Advertisement. But he didn't even have the strength to get angry and curse, and the only last bit of strength left could only be used to launch the final communication ninjutsu. There is no need to deliberately use Ryutsu or chakra for perception. 5 seconds later, when she released the right hand of Jain, everyone knew that his technique was completed. The soul rising from Darui's body has begun to flow into Hogyoku. And she will also meet him in Hogyoku in a few seconds. Is this really good, teacher? Tamari asked with some concern. As a ninja, everyone knows the importance of intelligence. Especially as an enemy, understanding of the opponent's abilities is often the key to determining victory or defeat. The deity may achieve victory by weakening the strong. Don't worry, the battle with Cloud Shinobi will end with the next Raikage initiative. Kenya chuckled softly. Now let's go back to the camp, calm down, and make a cup of black tea. Then, send him away, full moon. 1.7. Kenya walked in the direction of the camp and waved his back to the crowd lightly. This kid, I've seen him displeased a long time ago. Compared with Kenya, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon took off the fresh butterfly behind and walked in front of she. Facing this dying enemy who was not far from his own age. Without the slightest sympathy, the fresh butterfly in his hand fell heavily. Separate his head and neck. A smear of blood was sprinkled on the full moon side of the ghost lamp, but the liquefaction technique was activated by itself to separate the blood. Accompanying Exodu's soul to leave the body. The system prompt sounded in Kenya's mind. Current template character. Aizen Sosuke, Lord of Hogyoku, unlock rate, 54.62%. 109 Master Raikage, you are the nemesis of Uchiha Kenya. 4th more seeking subscription. With the passage of time, this year has gradually entered autumn, and the temperature has gradually become colder at the end of the year. Although the plain area where Cloud Shinobi fought with the 3 9th Village Allied forces, although it cannot be said that it is completely bloody, it is much better if compared with the other side of the battlefield of the country of soil. Because every battle ended too soon. It's so fast that it makes people completely unable to connect with the ninja wars that lasted for several years after the first 3 moves. Although ninja historians have designated this battle as the 4th ninja battle. But from the situation of the battle, at least on the side of Thunder Country, it was completely more like Uchiha Kenya leading the 3 village coalition forces in a looting battle. The reason is only because of one person. Uchiha Kenya. Shinigami Uchiha Kenya. Because he was killed by him, to be precise, it was his battlefield, and the souls of the dead would be absorbed by him for unknown reasons. In addition, that strength like a ghost and god made him obtain this title. 24 Although Kenya himself does not particularly like this title. In the camp where the autumn wind is bleak, Kenya quietly sipped a sip of black tea brewed by her female disciple Tamari. Of course there is no such thing in the battlefield camp. It was just a few days ago that Kenya accidentally said this sentence and was heard by some dogs in the army, and then sent someone to the country of tea to transport it back thousands of miles. When Kenya heard about this, it was also full of black lines. He couldn't help but think of previous classical records. Tang Xuanzong wrapped the lychees in cold ice for the sake of Bo Yang's concubine, and then hurriedly sent the lychees to Chang'an before the ice melted. This sounded corrupt and even ridiculous behavior. But isn't this also part of what I am after? On the other side of the plain, in the camp of the Cloud Shinobi army. Through a spiritual technique somewhat similar to that of the Yamanaka clan, she has sent back information on Kenya's illusionism. But along with this information came the news of the death of the 500 ninja army and the current 2nd and 3rd in command of Cloud Shinobi village. After learning of this, 4th Raikage almost demolished the camp. Although he had long been conscious of major sacrifices in this war, he did not expect the sacrifices to be so great. Advertisement. Even the next Raikage that I had originally appointed, is actually Master Raikage, at least that way, you know the true face of Uchiha Kenya's illusion. The Soil Stage, who assisted Raikage for 2 consecutive times, quickly appeased 4th Raikage's emotions. What is your strategy? 4th Raikage asked concisely. Can't help but be able to completely control the 5 senses, and it is likely to incorporate Uchiha Shisui's ability to illusion without the subject's awareness. Wang Tai quickly analyzed. Even once there are more than 2 enemies, they can still use illusions to lure them into killing each other. I have to say, this illusion. It is almost invincible. 4th Raikage suddenly raised his hand and shouted angrily. I didn't ask you to praise him. You are asking how you deal with this illusion. Now he is almost exploding. If it weren't for Tutai's seniority than him, he really wanted to pat his neck to let him not talk nonsense and take out the dry goods earlier. Master Raikage, as I said just now, he is just almost invincible. Tutai emphasized the word near, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. No matter what kind of illusion, it is a mental attack, a physical attack, he can't make a fake, that is to say, let him really launch an attack. At the time, Master Raikage, you were aware of it. What do you mean? Fourth Raikage's pupils faint slightly. Although he is impulsive and irritable, he is not an idiot. He has vaguely guessed the idea of Tutai. Perhaps, Raikage-sama, your ninja type of ninjutsu is the only nemesis of Uchiha Kenya's illusion. Tutai sent a flatter and whispered something in Fourth Raikage's ear. Suddenly, Fourth Raikage's furious eyes brightened. Immediately, let the enchantment class set it up. After listening to it, Fourth Raikage immediately decided to agree to Tutai's plan and ordered to shout. Walking out of the camp, through the height of the terrain, you can barely see the coalition camp as small as a sesame. Fourth Raikage said hatefully, Uchiha Kenya, I will let you fully understand what is the horror of anger. 3 Ninja Village Coalition Camp. Master Kenya, Yun took the initiative to attack. People, there are a lot of people, there are thousands of people, there is no time to count. Very, very likely to play across the board. Advertisement. A missed shinobi Jonin ran out of the main account where Kenya was located, but was so flustered when his side had an overwhelming advantage. It can be seen how many people Cloud Shinobi sent this time. Playing across the board. So, the commander-in-chief of Cloud Shinobi in this battle is. Kenya put the black teacup aside and asked. Yes, it's Fourth Raikage. Even the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee is there. Missed Shinobi Jonin nodded fiercely. Late, even 8 Tails were sent out, so this time they are really going to make a desperate move. Just saying this sentence, Kenya shook her head again. No, Fourth Raikage doesn't seem to be a type of gambler. Did you think of any new strategies? 717. Master Kenya, what shall we do now? Missed Shinobi Jonin asked for instructions. In addition to fighting, is there a second option? Kenya stood up calmly and confronted. Notify Ming and the others, the whole army will fight, let Tamari and the others pay attention to the flanks, maybe Cloud Shinobi is lying in ambush. Yes, seeing. Right, bye, that's the base camp of that B*********** D Uchiha Kenya. Leading Fourth Raikage and his righteous brother, who is now almost full of viable troops in Cloud Shinobi, the perfect Jinchuriki Killer Bee rushed to the coalition side by side, pointing to the looming military camp on the opposite mountain, and said with hatred. Give them a tailed beast bomb directly. Okay, brother. You group of 8 Tails Killer Bee, you group of 8 Tails Killer Bee, taste the power of my master 8 Tails Killer Bee. Yeah. With strange gestures and out-of-tune rap, Killer Bee's body swelled rapidly, transforming into 8 tails. The tailed beast bomb in the mouth was completed by wooden golem faster than the second tail Jinchuriki, and the shot was launched towards the coalition barracks. Although it can't reach the super cage level, but the holding back of 8 tails or 9 tails is enough to pinpoint the victory of a war. The 81 of Bakudo splitting void. 110 The gap between us is not a trap that can be made up. 5th more seeking subscription. Boom hoo hoo. In the next instant when the 8 tails tailed beast bomb turns into a ray to sweep out. In an instant, it seemed as if it had hit something invisible. While the earth was shaking fiercely, the tailed beast bomb in front of it touched something and was scattered into countless tiny rays, hitting countless rolling hills around it. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, huge rocks rolled down like mudslides. After the gunpowder smoke cleared, the coalition camp on the top of the hill opposite was safe and sound. That is, the Cloud Shinobi army below looked at it. It was discovered that Uchiha Kenya was standing in the air, with a light smile, looking down at the people below. Block the tailed beast bomb. Seeing the indifferent look of Uchiha Kenya the Cloud Shinobi army below couldn't help but feel tight. Although I have heard that he can withstand the second tail's tailed beast bomb, I didn't expect that even 8 tails. After all, the second and second to last in the power of the tail beast are completely different concepts. And right below Kenya, the 3 Ninja Village coalition forces already felt that the two sides instantly entered a suffocating state of confrontation. As for the man standing above the sky, there is always a calm and faint smile on his face, as if everything is in his master. Everyone from the Hyuga clan. Terumi Mei, at the forefront of the coalition forces, swept his eyes toward the Hyuga family ninja with pure white pupils next to him. Yes, several Hyuga ninjas quickly responded, and the temples on both sides of the eyes burst into blue veins, and everything in the visual field of the eyes became transparent linear objects. Master Mizukage, with a radius of 5 kilometers, no ambush was found. Hyuga Ninja reports. So, does Raikage really want to decide victory or defeat through this battle? Terumi Mei secretly speculated. She was also taken aback when she heard reports from her staff that Cloud Shinobi attacked the entire army. Because in wars since ancient times, the whole army has never attacked the weak side. This tends to be equated with full military overthrow. No. Advertisement. That look is not like the look of a gambler. Does it really have any plan? There seemed to be an invisible staircase in the sky. Kenya was talking and walking down from the sky. Without taking a step, she would make a sound like boom, boom, that shocked the soul. And watching the steps of Kenya walking down, Sammy and the others swallowed secretly on the soil platform next to Fourth Raikage, feeling very nervous for some reason. However, when the soles of Muya's feet were less than 2 meters from the ground, he stopped, causing the pupils in Tutai's eyes to suddenly shrink. Three Tomo Sharingan in the center of Kenya's eye pupils slowly rotated, staring at the ground of the battlefield, and after a while, chuckled. So that's it, have you secretly set up an enchantment? The type you haven't seen before should be the unique enchantment technique of Cloud Shinobi Village, right? As soon as Kenya's words came out, Tutai and others' faces changed drastically. Actually, I secretly set up an enchantment under the eyes of our army. I am really capable of vigilant investigation yesterday. Who is it? Kenya smiled and asked Mimi with her back to the coalition. Yes, it's us, Hyuga Tokuma of the Hyuga family said with sweat profusely. There is no need to be afraid, no matter who it is, there will be times when mistakes are made, but in the military, I can't have personal affair. Upon hearing Kenya's words, Terumi Mei immediately understood and said coldly, after this battle is over, I would like to ask some of Hyuga to go down and receive the penalty. Yes, Hyuga Tokuyama and others were sweating coldly. As the white-eyed owner of the blood succession boundary, he didn't realize that the enemy had set up a barrier on the battlefield. To be honest, it is considered a good ending without being put in prison. Clatter. There was a sound of footsteps. Suddenly, both the coalition forces and the opposite Cloud Shinobi stared in surprise. Old teacher. Seeing Kenya's feet hit the ground, Tamari opened her mouth in disbelief, her eyes staring like a copper bell. Didn't you say that there are enchantments on the ground? Why did you set foot on your own? Why are you so surprised? Is it because I took the initiative to step into your trap? If this is the case, you should be happy. But now your faces are full of surprises, this is a very strange thing. Or you have already noticed it yourself. Trap is only effective when the power gap between the two parties is not large. Advertisement. And the gap between me and you is not enough to make up for the trap. The corners of Kenya's mouth kept a slight arc, and her face was filled with indifferent calmness. How arrogant. But you won't dare to say that again soon. Tutai shouted. Mabuyi, do it. Behind Wangtai, a silver-haired and black-skinned woman dressed as a secretary, not in ninja costume, heard the words and immediately performed the seal, ninja technique. The next moment, at the feet of 4th Raikage and Kenya, a burst of blue light flashed, enclosing the two of them. Heavensen technique. So that's it, it is a time-space technique that can transfer objects at the speed of light. Kenya said clearly. Teacher. Tamari shouted anxiously. Don't worry, everyone, fight as much as you like. It will be over soon. When Kenya's voice fell, her body disappeared in place with 4th Raikage on the opposite side. Even the Jonin of the Hyuga family can see their eyes with a radius of 5 kilometers, but they can't find their Jiao De Jiao position. In other words, the two must move at least 5 kilometers away. Now is not the time to worry about them. Terumi Mei looked towards Eight Tails, which was as huge as a mountain, and said in a deep voice, our side, here is a very tricky enemy. Huh, oh, two lights and shadows cut through the space. Appeared on a barren lawn. Time has entered autumn, and the green grass on the ground has also turned into a scorched yellow. It seems that we have been transferred to a considerable distance. Kenya scanned the surrounding scenery, and Ryutsu couldn't perceive Terumi Mei's breath. It seems that it has indeed been moved to a certain distance from the battlefield. Tiansong technique, Cloud Shinobi is used to transfer materials in space during the war. I didn't expect to use this trick to deal with myself. 111 The reasoning is good, but the strategy is a little worse. 6th More seeking subscription. Huh, I thought you would be twisted and hang by the time and space of Tiansong technique. 4th Raikage, who appeared almost at the same time not far away, snorted coldly. At this moment, a gleaming thunder and lightning burst out from the surface of his skin. Lightning-style chakra armor. Do you use the thing to block the distortion of space? Originally, the Tiansong technique was only used to transmit materials. If you want to transport a person, the human body will not be able to withstand the force of high pressure to distort time and space and will be minced into flesh. In the past, only 3rd Raikage, who had trained his physical strength to perfection, succeeded. In the original work, Tsunade also consumed a large amount of chakra through the 100 healings mark, before withstanding the squeezing force of the Tiansong technique. Thank you. If the power of space distortion is stronger, I might really have to use this power. Kenya stroked her left hand from the center of her moon. It's really an exaggerated sense of distortion, and I almost had to release Hogyoku to protect myself. HMPH, although I am a little unhappy in this kind of place, now use your death to pay Darui and the others 717. 4th Raikage twisted the foot of his white robe, suddenly pulled it away and threw it aside, revealing a sturdy and burly body. Especially put me in a solo singles environment. That's it, it seems that I have a little understanding of my Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities. Kenya raised her right hand slightly, calmly saying. Indeed, I should compliment the perception ninja who I can't remember the name, and tried his best to tell you the tip of the iceberg of my Kyoka Suigetsu's secret. Avoiding group battles is also one of the ways to prevent Kyoka Suigetsu's ability from launching. Quote. But when did you have the illusion that I only have Kyoka Suigetsu's ability? When talking about this, Kenya's expression was low, the original calmness turned into a dangerous gloom. You talk too much nonsense, brat. Dash. In the blink of an eye, the 4th Raikage of lightning-style chakra mode rushed to Kenya. The lightning-style chakra exploded, elbows with astonishing power like a tank, slammed CEBH towards Kenya's side face. It's really fast, not bad. Advertisement. Kenya's face was facing backwards, and the tip of her nose was almost wiped against Fourth Raikage's attack and avoided. The palm of his left hand was swung out and aimed at Fourth Raikage's abdomen due to the huge gap between the two figures. Fiery lightning howl. Boom. The violent riot completely covered the bodies of the two of them. On the battlefield at the border of Thunder Country, Terumi and the others could vaguely see the other side of the sky, under the slightly dark clouds, shining bright light for several seconds. That effect is definitely not going to beat my eldest brother. Baka Yalu. Keluo Yalu. Humming a weird tone, the huge tail of 8 tails swept across the air. Upon seeing this, Terumi and others had to evade quickly. Even if its own combat power has more advantages. But Cloud Shinobi is still a hard bone. If it hadn't been for the first battle that Kenya had killed the two-tailed Jinchuriki by wooden golem, I don't know how much trouble it would be. Rumble, accompanied by the roar of the tens of meters in height, the pillar of thunder light roared, like a sledgehammer of Thor, covering the two people in the center. A few seconds later, a figure rushed out of the thunder light, dashed in the air for a few seconds before landing. It is Fourth Raikage. This guy. Fourth Raikage gritted his teeth secretly. As he escaped, the thunder pillar gradually dissipated under the sky. It's really amazing. If it's third Hokage, the trick just now is enough to kill him. Kenya stood at the center of the thunder cannon. Fourth Raikage raised his brows and said solemnly, I heard that you and third Hokage teamed up to repel Orochimaru, but listening to what you said just now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Kenya smiled even more. For you who once sent your subordinates to kidnap Hyuga Hinata and plot Konoha, is this kind of thing important? Not to mention that you are going to accompany Sarutobi Hiruzen soon. Guy from the city mansion. It seems that everyone was deceived by you. The right hand is also a hand knife, and it disappears in the same place for the second time, turning into a blue afterglow, coming in abruptly. Cheat. It's too rude to say that. People are more willing to believe what they want, just as they are more willing to see the other side of me. Advertisement. The blade of the sword flashed across the scabbard with light reflecting off the sun. Kyoka Suigetsu is finally out. Dash. With a turn of the wrist, a sword gas that was more than tens of meters high was drawn from the blade with a knife. Mixed with the hurricane formed by the pressure of the sword, it looked like a natural disaster. The two forces collided head-on. The fierce shock wave spread to the surroundings, raising the lawn full of withered grass to the ground, and the rocks between the grass and trees were squeezed into dust. I'm already injured, so don't force yourself. When I choose to take the initiative to play, you have no chance of winning, well, although I don't plan to let you go. The burst of sword light and lightning-style chakra were mixed together, and the flashes that came out made it impossible for ordinary people to see what was going on in the light. However, Kenya's Sharingan was able to judge the physical condition of the other party through the changes in chakra. Don't underestimate Raikage. Amidst the roar, the figure rushed out of the gap of the sword pressure once again. It is Fourth Raikage, but the blood flowing down from the left forehead has covered his left half of his face. Although it is a little bit inferior to Third Raikage as a father, it is also considered to be one of the few existences in the world of Hokage ninja, who has trained their bodies to the limit. Kenya thought that the move just now was enough to solve all enemies below Chaoying. Fourth Raikage tensed his left hand, squeezed into an iron fist, and rushed forward. Lightning straight. Puff. Containing a full punch, it hit Kenya's face straight. Success. Fourth generation Rei's inner shadow ecstasy. The reasoning is very good, but the plan is a little worse. Kenya's hit body dissipated like a wave in Fourth Raikage's eyes. At the same time, the voice came from behind. 112 Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis is perfect. 7th more seeking subscription. The hypnosis of Kyoka Suigetsu is perfect. Even if the target knows that he is in a hypnosis state, he cannot avoid it. Standing behind Fourth Raikage, Kenya, who is facing her back, whispered, Indeed, avoiding group fights is equivalent to avoiding cannibalism with your companions, but even a male lion with a tooth removed is a kitten. Can it be defeated? Even if there is no child's teeth, the lion's claws and power are the kittens that can withstand it. Fourth Raikage did not answer, but suddenly turned around in the next second, raising his elbow, and lightning-style chakra burst to the limit in an instant. Double lariat. He no longer wants to hear anything from Kenya, and even he suspects that what he hears now is an illusion caused by hypnosis. But in any case, apart from offense, he has no second choice. This time it is no longer Kyoka Suigetsu's viewing, but even so, I don't allow you to touch me with that hand. Kenya raised her eyes slightly, and Kyoka Suigetsu in her hand raised one slightly. Fourth Raikage's face changed abruptly, and only one side was smooth and straight, like a piece of smooth tofu, which was divided into two neatly and cleanly with a beautiful kitchen knife. You can't even notice your own death. When Kenya's words were introduced into Fourth Raikage, he suddenly found out. Under that incision was his own back, and he stared at it for the next moment. That is half a body. It's half of my body. Consciousness has gradually blurred for a while, and his vision moved down. Fourth Raikage found that a smooth incision had been made between his upper and lower body and separated from his abdomen. The knife that couldn't even notice the body split the target's body into two, but when the opponent fell to the ground, he could not notice that his body was cut off. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 59.72%. Dash. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound. Kyoka Suigetsu was retracted into the scabbard. In this way, Hogyoku's evolution is one step further. Kenya glanced at fourth Raikage's body in two halves on the ground, turned and walked towards the plain battlefield. Advertisement. And fourth Raikage's soul, as his vitality fades, slowly rises from the smooth incision, and finally turns into a plume of smoke, which is absorbed by Hogyoku. On the battlefield of the land, the military situation on Gaara's side, a few days ago, Kakashi has sent a battle report. It was claimed that although the war went not so smoothly, it was still within the controllable range. Although Onoki's dust is troublesome, after all, he is too old to use chakra continuously, which consumes huge dust. Once Gaara transforms into the full form of Morizuru, Shintong has no choice but to use Morizuru, who can repair his body with sand. Now fourth Raikage is dead. After that, Kenya needs to go to the rock shinobi battlefield to collect the souls of the ninjas. Instead of desperately preventing Akatsuki from collecting the tail beasts or trying his best to destroy Nagato's Rinnegan. So first take advantage of this perfect period of blocking the war to improve his strength. Anyway, even if the war with Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Hime and others is over, he will also move to a higher level. Anyway, you have to do it sooner or later, so it's better to do it early. The battlefield of the Plains of Thunder Country. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee can completely control the power ranking among the 9 big tail beasts. It is indeed a monster that can change the outcome of a battle by one person. Had it not been for the superiority of the coalition forces, Terumi May had already ordered a retreat. Lava-style solving monster technique. Water-style great waterfall technique. Wind-style leader technique. Fire-style fire dragon flame bomb. Thousands of ninjutsu rushed into the air and landed on 8 Tails like a meteor shower. The huge body turned into a living target for a while, and he had to control the tail behind him as a shield to block his face. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You little bits of damn it. 8 quacks. Kaluo. Look at me, Master 8 Tails Killer Bee, crush you all to pieces. Please ask for flowers. 8 Tails opened its mouth and roared, and the wind pressure from its mouth wiped out most of the ninjutsu in the air. This guy is too strong, right? It has completely surpassed Gaara's Morizuru, right? Seeing that his Master Soul Song was beaten away under the roar just now, Tamari couldn't help sinking his reputation. Advertisement. And with the roar of 8 Tails. The next moment, 8 Tails' tail was completely hugged, without revealing a trace of skin on the front of the body. The huge body suddenly turned into a ball shape, and began to rotate gradually. That is, Killer Bee's disciple Karui exclaimed. Retreat quickly. Use that trick than adults. If you don't retreat quickly, you will get involved. The other disciple Omoi, who was holding a sword, also yelled. Between the gaps where the two shouted, the ball-shaped 8 Tails was spinning faster and faster. The entire plain, even the surrounding mountains, began to shake violently. Damn, it's little BCH. Take it, tailed beast 8. Sigh. Killer Bee's words haven't been sprayed yet. A beam of light suddenly pierced the sky, directly cutting off the tail of a huge octopus curled on his face. At the same time, a huge wound was left on the right face. Looking in the direction of the attack, the Killer Bee in 8 Tails form was astonished. You guy. Everyone followed Killer Bee's gaze and looked up. Cloud Shinobi's face was struck by lightning. The coalition forces are like a spring breeze. Uchiha Kenya. All of them knew in their hearts that if the two people who were transferred away by Tiansong technique failed to return, the outcome of that person could be imagined. Where is my big brother? UB****************. D. After being nervous, Killer Bee has forgotten her rap habit. Kenya, who was standing above the sky, rolled his eyes, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he grinned and said, don't worry, you don't even need time to make a cup of tea, you can meet him. Chapter 113 Auto-generated chapter title. 113 People subvert a war 8th more seeking subscription. Hokage. Lord, according to the report on the frontline battlefield of Thunder Country, 4th Raikage is dead. The Minister of Shinobi Uchiha Kenya is currently conducting an annihilation battle against the remaining Cloud Shinobi army headed by 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Quote. Through Yamanaka Keiichi's mind perception ninjutsu, plus a special spreading ninjutsu. After receiving the news from the front line, Yamanaka Keiichi relayed the news to Tsunade as soon as possible. Very well, in this way, the victory is in hand. Let the troops guarding the northeastern border of the country of fire withdraw back as a reinforcement force to reinforce the Rock Shinobi battlefield. Feng Ying's progress was not going well, so we couldn't delay any longer. Quote. Tsunade waved and ordered. Even though she has been sitting in the office for nearly 2 months since the start of the war, what she has to do is not easy at all. In 2 months, the July 17th has been carried out for 3 full years compared to the last time, but it was the 3rd ninja war that took the shortest time in the previous 3 ninja wars. Times more time. Nara Shikuhisa, who had experienced the 3rd ninja war, thought that it would take time for the 5 major nations to participate in the war. It was not much shorter than the 2nd ninja war that had been fought for 6 full years. Who would have thought that only one person could turn the whole situation upside down? In less than 2 months, it was half resolved. But Tsunade was not surprised by this. When she was young, she had witnessed the strength of her grandfather, and she knew how terrifying the ultimate strength of a ninja was. She also guessed more than once during the 1st and 2nd ninja battles. If his grandfather is still there, the war can't last that long, right? Master Hokage, also, there is one more question. At this time, Yamanaka said with a bit of stuttering. Huh, what? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked at him. The Genma on the front line sent back information, saying that it was aimed at the Cloud Shinobi ninja, Mr. Shinobi, he did not intend to keep alive. Don't keep alive, which means that Cloud Shinobi has tens of thousands of ninjas, and Kenya intends to annihilate them all. They did not accept these people and became new members of Sanin village. Tens of thousands of ninjas, even though they were enemies, said they didn't plan to stay alive. Hearing this, many people in Hokage's office secretly swallowed. Advertisement. However, Tsunade's expression did not change much, and after closing his eyes for a moment, he said. Although it is a bit cruel, this is a war of annihilation, and there is nothing wrong with what he did. As Kenya said at the pre-war meeting, the resources of the ninja continent are too few to support so many ninjas. That being the case, it's okay to choose the most straightforward method. Master Hokage, is this too much? Naruto, like his old partner, was a little bit intolerable. After all, that is tens of thousands of lives. Upon hearing this, Tsunade didn't know what he remembered for a while, and his expression was rather complicated. After a few seconds, his tone became more indifferent than before. Kaido. The purpose of this war was originally to completely occupy the land of Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, leaving behind their ninjas, and they will truly become members of another ninja village. For Tsunade, who has lost all of her tribe, no one understands this feeling better than her. Nara was speechless for a long time. Thinking in another way, putting himself in the position of the Cloud Shinobi ninja now, he thinks he can't do it. Tsunade shook his hand lightly and said, I won't refute your ideas. If you insist on your own ideas, go talk to that guy. Naruto waited for someone and stopped talking. Looking for Uchiha Kenya, no one can predict what the outcome will be. The battlefield at the border between the country of fire and the country of thunder. Wow, this, wow, all kinds of ninjutsu are intertwined. After Kenya rushed back, the situation has shown an overwhelming advantage. Really not one. Nonsense. If they betray us in the future, will you be responsible? This conversation similar to the above was repeated after Kenya arrived. I don't know how many times it was repeated. The previous sentence was basically issued by Konoha Shinobi. The latter sentence was answered by Mist Shinobi Ninja. Advertisement. For the annihilation order issued by Uchiha Kenya, the time of Konoha Shinobi seemed a little unbearable. It is normal for people who have no resistance to kneel down and beg for mercy. And Konoha, for some reason, seems to be rich in ninjas who don't like to kill. Of course, the more important reason is that the territories occupied by the Land of Thunder are not used directly by Konoha. In other words, the direct benefits of this war were not tied to Konoha. So when they moved their hands, they didn't get as red as Mist Shinobi. The terrain and environment of the Land of Thunder are not known how many times better than the Land of Water. I thought about starting a new life in Thunder Country. Mist Shinobi ninjas are all incarnations of ghosts and gods, mercilessly losing their fighting spirit and sending them to another world. Billions of anger and counts troubled loose slaves. A large amount of ink was spit out from the mouth of the eight-tails killer bee and washed into the sky, and in the next moment, it suddenly fell like a pear blossom in a rainstorm. The average ninja can't avoid it at all. A powerful seal technique that can seal thousands of people with one move, and can only be used in a state of complete body-tail beastization. Such an indiscriminate attack will surely affect everyone. But at the moment Killer Bee has nothing to do, it can only do so. Because of the situation of the war, it can't get worse. The 91 Senju of Hado. Countless silver light flames rushed up from below 1.7, swallowing all the sealing techniques of Eight Tails, and then back pressure, hitting his huge body without any gaps for a moment. Oh wow. Even with the astonishing defensive power of the tail beast, facing Kido above number 90, he still cannot be beaten up again. After only 10 seconds of continuous attacks, the Eight Tails inside Kira gritted his teeth and said, sorry, bye, I thought I was running out of chakra. With this sentence left, Killer Bee could no longer continue to maintain its completely tailed beast-like form, and its body quickly shrank back to a human form. Better than adults. Are you okay? Omoi and Karui yelled worriedly. Do you have time to care about others now? In an instant, Ghost Lantern Manu and Tamari waved the fresh butterfly and iron fan in their hands, and appeared beside them. 114, not as many as he killed at once. First more seeking subscription. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sosuke. Unlock rate, 65.31%. Can I increase Aizen's template to 100% before fighting against 6 paths level opponents? Upon hearing the prompt from the system, Kenya was secretly suspicious. Whenever the unlocking degree rises to a new height, the unlocking degree in the future will be more difficult. He even suspects that when the unlocking degree reaches 90%, a cage level will not be worth 1%. This place is no longer the plain area where the battle was just now, but the plateau canyon within the border of Thunder Country. At this moment, Kenya is standing on a high cliff. Below, there are countless corpses of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Next to them, there is a ninja coalition organized by 3 ninja villages, Konoha, Mist Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi, wearing forehead protector with the word, Nin. Kenya turned her head again and looked forward to the right. It can already be seen quite clearly. Built on the high slopes of the gorge on the mountain, it is surrounded by clouds and mist all the year round. Ordinary people the 24th of May even have a little altitude sickness. The comprehensive strength ranks second in the top 5 ninth villages. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. Master Kenya, if the guys from Cloud Shinobi Village surrender, it's impossible to let them go, right? Below was the corpse of a Cloud Shinobi ninja, and the fresh butterfly was held on his shoulders. On the top of the knife, there was another ghost lamp with the corpse of the enemy ninja. Such a narrow judgment, I think you are enough to make the right choice. Kenya smiled faintly, and the focus of her pupils turned, Dama. Yes, Lord Kenya, Hyuga Tokuma quickly responded, rolled his eyes and looked at Cloud Shinobi Village not far away. The village is already in chaos. There are not many ninjas in charge of guarding, and there should not be more than 500 people left. Hyuga Tokuma quickly reported, Mitsubishi, will you leave the collection of Cloud Shinobi Village to you? Advertisement. Kenya glanced sideways at Terumi Mei, who was standing next to her, and smiled. Am I not with me? Obviously people still want to be the first to share the joy of victory with you. Facing the straight ball thrown by Terumi Mei almost straight, Tamari uncomfortably wanted to take out the iron fan that had just been put away from behind again, and smash the coquettish woman severely. I'm glad you can think of it this way, but the situation on Gaara's side is worrying, and I have to provide support. As soon as Kenya's voice fell, Tamari took a sudden step, inserted between his faces, winked at Terumi Mei with a provocative smile, and said with a weird smile. Sorry, the figure of Lord Shui, we are very busy, so let's say goodbye first. With that, he stood directly behind Kenya and pushed him away quickly. Ah, childish little girl. Seeing Tamari pushing Kenya away from the back, Terumi Mei sneered in disdain, her jade fingers slid across Chao's face, her horns turned up slightly, and she thought. Well, forget it, anyway, it's a long time to come, so let's get rid of the matter here first. In terms of diameter, the distance between the land of thunder and the land of water and the land of fire is half a kati. But there is no doubt that land is still much faster than water. In addition, after this war, Uchiha Kenya, Shinigami, was suppressing it, and maybe there will not be another war until I die. It's like the era when Senju Hashirama suppressed it. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei's dissatisfaction with Kenya's departure suddenly released a lot, waved and shouted, Go. A few days later, this brat, Raikage, lost too fast. On the border battlefield of the Land of Rain and the Land of Land, in Rock Shinobi Camp, a roar of Onoki erupted. Just now, he learned from his intelligence department that in the eastern battlefield, the 3 ninja villages' allied forces were fighting Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi was wiped out. 4th Raikage I, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, 2nd in command Darui, 3rd in command Shi, assisted 2 Raikage film assistants. These are well-known figures in Cloud Shinobi, and even the entire Shinobi world. All were killed. Advertisement. And the people who killed them were basically the same person. Uchiha Kenya. In this war, the man who got the nickname Shinigami. Onoki can be said to have participated in all the ninja wars from the 1st to the 3rd. I am afraid that the famous ninjas who have been killed are not as many as this kid who has just passed the age of 20 in this war. Master Tsuchikage. According to the information, Mist Shinobi has already occupied Cloud Shinobi Village. Headed by 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, they have begun negotiations with high-level politicians such as Daimyo Lijikuni, intending to completely accept all the resources of Cloud Shinobi Village. Now Cloud Shinobi Village is dead in name. The Ministry of Intelligence has just obtained accurate information. Uchiha Kenya is leading reinforcements to the battlefield on our side. The number is considered to be around 3,000. The bad news one after another is like hitting Onogi's slender nerve with a hammer again and again. The battle between him and Sand Shinobi can be said to be related. His dust cannot kill Gaara, and Gaara, a kid who is still under 14 years old in 717, wants to gnaw off his old bone in a short time. It is also impossible. Therefore, the two sides have entered into a state of staring at each other from the beginning of the war to the present. But if Uchiha Chian came, the situation would be completely different. It is also a member of the Uchiha clan. The emergence of Uchiha Kenya turned out to make him think of the man who can be said to have brought a shadow to him. Uchiha Madara. To this day, Oyi sometimes can't help but has an idea. If it was not Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara that was stronger 60 years ago, or after Senju Hashirama, second Hokage is not Senju Tobarama but Uchiha Madara. Could this kind of unification already arrived 60 years ago? Master Tsuchikage. Master Tsuchikage. Rock Shinobi, who was kneeling on the ground, was in a daze when he saw Onoki unexpectedly, and couldn't help yelling a few words continuously, which made Onoki suddenly come back to his senses. Why, what? Rock Shinobi of the Ministry of Information could only repeat what he said just now and said. Based on the estimation of the speed of reinforcements led by Uchiha Kenya, it only takes less than 4 days before he can rush over. What should we do? 115 There is only one condition, second more seeking subscription. Now the situation of Rock Shinobi is imminent, and Uchiha Kenya is already on the way. Not to mention the 3,000 reinforcements, Uchiha Kenya alone is now just like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara 60 years ago. They alone are enough to decide the outcome of a war. This is why the first ninja war took place shortly after Senju Hashirama's death. Cloud Shinobi Village has turned into history. The bloody facts are in front of us. Onogi can't reach the same people as Cloud Shinobi before, thinking that Kenya's strength is at best the same as the late Third Raikage. According to Onoki's speculation, even if Uchiha Kenya did not reach the strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in their lifetimes, there is not much difference. When he comes over, Iwagakure is undoubtedly the second to be destroyed. Surrender. When Oyemu said these two words, he did not hesitate or unwilling. What else can you do? Under the leadership of 4th Raikage I, Cloud Shinobi can be said to be the peak of comprehensive strength since the establishment of the village. It is extremely inversely contrasted with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who made Konoha the weakest overall strength since the establishment of the village. Had it not been for Tsunade's return, Cloud Shinobi's name would have been taken away by Cloud Shinobi. Such a powerful Cloud Shinobi was also killed by Uchiha Kenya in 2s. Today, Rock Shinobi's cage level is only Onoki. Although his granddaughter Black Soil is a bit talented, it may grow to a shadow level in the future, but what would be the result of a war with Uchiha Kenya at the moment? Don't even think about it. And Onogi's people are not stupid. This proposal was made by Tsuchikage as the supreme leader. Master Tsuchikage is right. The difference in combat power is too great to be fought. However, when the other party has an absolute advantage, is it willing to accept our surrender? What do you think so much? The most important thing now is to live. Onoki immediately opened the book with his own handwriting, and wrote 3 large characters on the first vertical row on a red scroll. Advertisement. Truce book. Evening that day. This scroll was placed in front of Sand Shinobi Gaara, Rock Shinobi Battlefield Konoha Army Commander Hitaki Kakashi, Sand Shinobi Minister Yekora, and many high-level coalition ninjas. The situation in the camp is rudimentary and there are no meeting rooms. Compared to a year ago, Gaara, who was a little longer, read the content of the scroll and passed it to Kakashi, Hakura and others. When the senior executives at the scene read all the content, Gaara said, "From your opinion, do you agree with Tsuchikage's request? Does that still need to be said? Master Feng, how could it be possible to agree? Now that Aizen-sama is here for reinforcements, the land of the earth will be ours soon. This is a war that must be won. There is no need for a truce at all." Gaara's words had just been exported, and all Sand Shinobi ninjas in the camp expressed opposition. It's no wonder that victory is close at hand, and the war ceased because of a truce from the enemy. What about the sacrifices made before? More importantly, after Kenya throws out the fruit of the child of the land of the earth, Sand Shinobi as a whole never wants to return to the country full of yellow sand before. Konkuro also said, "Gaara, there is no need for a truce. Once the reinforcements arrive, the victory will undoubtedly belong to us." Gaara fell silent for a while, and a few seconds later looked at Konoha, headed by Kakashi, and asked, "Everyone, Konoha, what do you think?" Kakashi moved his pupils to the left and stared at Gaara. After thinking about it, Kaido, after all, it is a good strategy to reduce sacrifices. Why not talk to the other party? I don't know if Konoha Shinobi who inherited 3rd Hokages, will have an inexplicable virgin heart. At least Kakashi can't learn what Kenya does. After all, to completely occupy a country, the ninja of that country is the biggest hidden danger. The best and fastest method is to kill them all. Standing across from Kakashi, Aizen's loyal Tim Dog Jin Na Luo heard this and tried to yell at him several times. However, he was worried that the other party was the same as Aizen-sama, and now the ninja who was also Konoha, still endured it, turned his head and said to Gaara, "Master Feng, we agree that there is no need to truce with Rock Shinobi or anything. Our army has an overwhelming advantage. Once we succeed in capturing Ruoin, Master Feng will become the greatest Feng ever." After staying with Aizen for a long time, he has also learned a lot of that. Advertisement. Kinaruo directly used actual benefits to seduce Gaara. But Gaara was not moved by this. After a moment of deep thought, he said, "I have a suggestion, everyone might as well listen to it. Time has entered the wee hours of the night. But few people in Rock Shinobi barracks could sleep. Although Rock Shinobi's top management tried their best to conceal it, the news that Uchiha Kenya led the reinforcements toward this side has spread like wildfire in the army. After all, thousands of people rushed toward this side menacingly, even if the above did not notify them, would they still know? And how many people don't know the name of Shinigami, now? If the time it takes for Uchiha Kenya to get here, in some respects, it can be said to be the countdown to their lives. I don't want to die. Rather than die here, let's find a chance to run. Take my wife and children, find a place to spend my life incognito. I'm so scared, Zhao Diyu, I don't want to die. Thoughts like this. In the dark night, many people in the Rock Shinobi barracks have risen in their hearts. Someone has even secretly observed the ninja who is in charge of the night watch patrol. See if there is an opportunity to escape. And the high-level Rock Shinobi such as Onoki, Wangtu, etc., also couldn't sleep. They are all waiting for a reply from the allied forces of the 3 ninja villages. Master Tsuchikage. The coalition has replied. At this moment, Iwagakure's prospective cage-level master Wanya quickly rushed into the camp, holding a new scroll in his hand. Because I was so flustered, I even forgot to ask for instructions off the account. Open it. Oyemu and others were not in the mood to care about the wedding festival, and jumped up from their seats nervously. They said, there is only one condition. Wenya breathlessly handed the scroll. 116 I'm not a ghost, third more seeking subscription. Land exchange. Opening the scroll, the first thing that caught the eyes of Onoki and others were these 4 words. Specifically, the land of Iwagakure and Sunagakure was swapped. You rock shinobi ninjas go to live in the country of wind in the depths of the desert full of yellow sand. We, sand shinobi, went to live in the land of rich land, the geographical environment is second only to the land of fire. This is the condition Gaara they offered. It is also the purpose of this war. Although the wolf had been conscious of bleeding, after seeing the conditions offered by Sand Shinobi, Onoki and the others couldn't help taking a breath. This only allows them to hand over the most important things except life. Rock Shinobi, who was in a hostile relationship with Sand Shinobi in the last ninja war, knew very well what kind of ghost place the Wind Country was. They had a war with Sand Shinobi, and the direct target was not Sand Shinobi, but wanted to achieve a direct attack on Konoha by defeating Sand Shinobi. Who cares about you Sand Shinobi, that rotten place? I don't want it for nothing. Now I want them to relocate collectively to that ghost place where birds don't shit. Want to, when Ya and the others could hardly imagine what kind of riots the villagers of Iwagakure would have if this news were to be passed back to the village. Onoki had clenched his lower lip unknowingly, bleeding from its 717, and he ignored it. Master Tsuchikage. For a while, everyone couldn't help but once again set their sights on Onoki. After Onoki took a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, and 3 words as heavy as Taishan came out slowly, agree. This sentence said that there was no objection at the scene, and no emotions such as anger. Some are just relieved. Even if they opposed and resisted desperately, the result would only be that the village was taken away by the opponent after being killed. This is true everywhere. Might as well keep the most important life. In any case, being able to survive is the most important thing. Advertisement. However, this matter cannot be decided by Onoki alone. In the early morning of that night, all the ninjas above the Rock Shinobi Jonin level in his general camp gathered together and held a collective meeting with them on the matter. Originally, Onoki had done it well, even if everyone opposed it, even if he held the consciousness of abdicating Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the Third Ninja World War, he had to get everyone to agree to it. But unexpectedly, everyone agreed to the accident and simply. When he announced that he would surrender to the allied forces of the 3 ninja villages, and agreed to the request of the respondent, he moved the village to the dark country of wind. After a short silence, more than 70% of Jonin immediately agreed. Among the remaining 30%, some people soon expressed their approval. There are many who are silent, but few are against it. Such an outcome was unexpected, but it was also expected. If it weren't for Cloud Shinobi Village's lessons learned bloody, I'm afraid there won't be so much pain and immediately agree. No one wants to die. People want to live even if they fall from the Golden Cave to the Mud Cave. With a mixed feeling of mixed flavors, Onoki finally signed and sealed the scroll sent by Gaara, and asked for a formal truce agreement talks. The next day, as soon as the sun reached the horizon, the scroll was sent over. Gaara once again summoned everyone together, signed the Onoki scroll with the word, agree, at the end, and placed it in front of everyone. For a while, the audience once again entered the atmosphere of silence. After half a minute, Jinruo said again, Master Fengying, even if Rock Shinobi agrees, can we be completely relieved? Gaara heard the words, her eyes were faint, what do you mean? We occupied their land and drove them to another place to live in a poor environment. They will have resentment against us in their hearts. It is conceivable that if they are left behind, there will be endless troubles. Jinna Luopo said. Even if they agree to our CEBH request, they should not relax their vigilance. It is better to take this opportunity to remove Rock Shinobi like Cloud Shinobi from the history of ninja. Master Fengying, Master Jinruo is right. Even if Rock Shinobi agrees to our request, but leaving these guys, there will be endless troubles. Master Fengying, take advantage of this great opportunity to kill them all to avoid future troubles. Even if Ruo Yin agrees to give up Shinobu, there are still many Sand Shinobi who advocate war. And what they say makes sense. Advertisement. Even if the village is let out now, after this war, Rock Shinobi's resentment towards Sand Shinobi will definitely reach its peak. Even now because Sand Shinobi and Konoha and Mist Shinobi are not daring to act. But in the future, as long as you seize the opportunity, Rock Shinobi will definitely do everything possible to recapture the country. Now Kenya is rushing over here, it is because if you miss it, there will never be a second chance. Headed by Kinaruo, most Sand Shinobi ninjas think that it is necessary to avoid future troubles. It is safest to kill Rock Shinobi like Cloud Shinobi. Even Yi Kang, Konkuro and others could not find a reason to refute. Gaara was speechless for a moment. To be honest, although not as serious as Tamari, he also admires Aizen very much. But for the other party's behavior of killing all the ninjas in a village in order to end the troubles, Gaara really didn't want to follow suit. But tightly tightening the reasons given by Naluo and others made him irrefutable. After a while, Gaara had no choice but to say, since everyone insists on their own words, wait a long time for the teacher to arrive and make a decision. Jinruo and others frowned. Third, because Kenya's reputation in Sand Shinobi is too high, Gaara moved his name out, and everyone has nothing to say for a while. But neither Gaara nor Konoha's Kakashi and others think that Kenya will let Iwagakure go. After all, he did the stuff at Cloud Shinobi village not long ago. 3 days later, in the barracks of the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages in the west. The whole audience stood motionless on both sides. Standing in the middle, Kenya, who had just arrived, took the scroll of agreement signed by Onogi and watched quietly. After a while, Kenya put down the scroll and turned to Gaara and others. I don't think there's any problem. Nani. Everyone in the audience showed a ghostly expression. Same. Agreed. Did you really agree? Kenya looked at everyone with a faint smile, and said with a faint smile, why are you so surprised? I'm not a devil, and I don't like seeing blood flowing in a river. 117 The 4 Great Ninja Village Era, 4th More Seeking Subscription. Why are you so surprised? I'm not a devil, and I don't like seeing blood flowing in a river. Hearing what Kenya said, especially the Konoha side Kakashi and others were completely speechless. Do not like. So who killed so many people in Cloud Shinobi Village? Master Kenya, leave Rock Shinobi behind, and waiting for them to recover in the future will still cause war. Why don't you take this opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop? Jinruo stood up and said, you can do this for Sand Shinobi. If you want me to be happy, Kinaruo, but I haven't finished my words, and I want to stand back, okay. Kenya responded with a smile. Kinaruo's movements became stiff, but soon he returned to his position obediently. I am very pleased that Gaara can make this judgment to avoid bloodshed, but it is not the only thing that prompted me to make this decision. Kenya said to everyone. Konoha Anbu just told me that the 4 tails, 5 tails and 6 tails of the 9 big tail beasts have been taken away by an organization called Shao. Everyone looked startled, and subconsciously muttered to themselves in a low voice, Dawn. I remember that it was during the Third Ninja World War. The mercenary organization that Rock Shinobi's Onoki hired briefly, because of its strong execution power, was also quite named at the time, but after the war, there was no news. Quote. Yi Kang recalled. 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, the 3 Jinchuriki headed by them are all Jinchuriki who have defected to their ninja village and wandering outside, so even if they are captured, it is difficult to receive news in the first place. In other words, they will target the tail beasts in Shinobu village next, right? Terumi May speculated. That's right, although they don't know the purpose of collecting the tail beasts, there is no doubt that the tail beasts have the power to change the pattern of the ninja world. Perhaps in the future, a battle with Shao will require the power of Rock Shinobi, so it is not necessary to erase Rock Shinobi. Kenya explained. However, the reason why he said so is to confuse right and wrong again. The key problem is that he doesn't care about Iwagakure's affairs at all. Now Hogyoku has evolved to a brand new stage. It can be said that except for cage level, the unlocking degree brought by others is not as high as Kenya's own training in the system training ground. And Rock Shinobi is not like Cloud Shinobi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen led Konoha. Today, Rock Shinobi is only supported by Onoki's cage level. Both of them are half the age of the coffin, at the lowest end of cage level. Kenya has looked down upon it. Advertisement. More importantly, on the way to Kenya, Orochimaru sent him a secret message. Uchiha Sasuke is growing faster than he thought. Originally Orochimaru cultivated Sasuke, intending to occupy Sasuke's body as a container after 2 to 3 years. Even the living corpse reincarnation studied by Orochimaru is flawed. When the user's body is not completely decomposed and useless, it cannot be reincarnated on the body of the next person. Otherwise the soul will be severely damaged. However, according to the current growth rate of Sasuke, it does not take that long before he may give up the idea of transferring his body to Orochimaru and seek revenge. Before leaving, it may be possible to kill Orochimaru. In such anxious mood, Orochimaru sent this confidential letter to Kenya. This Sasuke is much more important than Iwagakure. Without any hesitation, Kenya gave up Iwagakure. Although Hogyoku's ability is to bring the potential of the target to the limit, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Make Sasuke grow faster than the original. It seems that the plan has to be slightly changed. Master Kenya, Akatsuki is nothing more than a mercenary group formed by a group of wanted rebels. Do they really have the courage to attack Shinobu? Kinaruo couldn't believe it. This is also one of the important reasons why the major ninja villages have not paid attention to Akatsuki in the early stages of the original work. That is, they all thought Shao was just a rebel organization, and they didn't have the guts to contend with Daren village. Knowing that most of the 9-tailed beasts were caught by Shao, he suddenly woke up. Indeed, it's hard to believe, it's just my instinct. Kinaruo, can't you believe me? Kenya asked with a smile. Subordinates dare not. Jinruo quickly knelt down on one knee and bowed his head to apologize. In that case, Gaara, prepare to negotiate a truce with Iwagakure. Suya turned his eyes to Gaara. His teacher. Konoha 61 years. The Fourth Ninja World War came to an end. Advertisement. This battle completely changed the pattern of Ninja World. For flowers. The Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi village was completely erased from the ninja land and was taken over by Kurigakure. In the future, there will only be Kurigakure, the Thunder Country, and Cloud Shinobi village, the Thunder Country. Konoha takes over all the precious ninjutsu scrolls and intelligence materials obtained from the original Cloud Shinobi village. Kurigakure only took ownership of the land. Secondly, Sunagakure, the country of wind, and Iwagakure, the country of earth, exchange land. It becomes Iwagakure, the country of wind, and Sunagakure, the country of earth. After signing the agreement, the villagers of Iwagakure couldn't bear this kind of life like falling from heaven to hell. After collectively migrating to the Kingdom of Wind, they started a rebellious revolution. In the end, Rock Shinobi was suppressed by the ninjas, and later Onoki pleaded guilty to calm the anger of the villagers, so he could only dismiss his Tsuchikage as Sarutobi Hiruzen after the Third Ninja War ended. However, choosing the next Tsuchikage has also become a difficult point. Just like the situation of Sarutobi Hiruzen after Konoha Nine Tails, there are no other cage-level ninjas in the village except themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen played a bad hand with a good hand, and wiped out all the cage-level powerhouses in the village. And Rock Shinobi is purely unbelievable and did not produce other cage-level ninjas. In desperation, Onoki could only choose Lois as the fourth Tsuchikage as the son of quasi-cage level. And there is no doubt that Shinigami Uchiha Kenya shines in this fourth ninja war. It can be said that one person determined the trend of the entire war. It completely changed the pattern of Ninja World, turning the 5 great ninja villages into the era of 4 great ninja villages. The ninja of the Ninja World has linked him to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who dominated the Ninja World 60 years ago. In some ways, this is also a good thing. As long as Uchiha Kenya does not die, no one dares to act rashly and start a war. Of course, the prerequisite is that Uchiha Kenya, like Senju Hashirama, is a pacifist. P.S. At this point, this volume is also over. To-Do doesn't like Lori's wordy writing. The reader looks unhappy, and the author is bothered to write. Because the time of travel is not like many Hokage comrades, it is the period of the Second or Third Ninja World War, which is very close to the opening time of the original book. Feel free to write so fast, I am ready to enter the blast. If you like this book, please continue to support it. Thank you very much. Several 118 new forces in Uchiha Kenya, 5th more seeking subscription. The 4th Ninja World War is over. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi. The ninja army of the 3 ninja villages also removed the forehead protector that was worn during the war and replaced it with the forehead protector of their respective ninja villages. As long as Uchiha Kenya does not take the initiative to launch a war, no one will dare to arbitrarily launch a war. From this point of view, this should be the best era. It's like after Senju Hashirama established the ninja village era, everyone thought that after that, they could live a peaceful and stable life forever. Unexpectedly, Senju Hashirama passed away after taking the position of Hokage for more than 10 years. As soon as he passed away, war broke out. But Uchiha Kenya is different. How old is he? It is conservatively estimated that if you live for 50 years, it shouldn't be a problem, right? July 17th means that as long as he doesn't do anything on his own, within 50 years, the ninja world will usher in an era of harmony and health for half a century. As Uchiha Kenya returned to Konoha, he was naturally treated as a hero, just like Namikaze Minato, the hero of the Third Ninja War. Although in the eyes of Konoha's senior management, he is still the object to be guarded against. Because this man is too dangerous. But civilians don't think so much. In their eyes, whoever can bring unrealistic benefits to the village and themselves is a hero. And today's Kenya, without a doubt, is the person who fits this best. With the return of Kenya, representatives of the young generations in various villages also came to Konoha one after another. Teacher, please let me work under you. I am very optimistic, Lord Kenya, your overwhelming power. Let me join you. Why are you trying to force me here? Brother, if you want to come, do it yourself. A look of anticipation and excitement to Mari, the ghost lamp is full of moon. Wearing a decapitated knife, his face looked helpless, and he looked at Kenya with a very nervous ghost. Deng Shui Yu. Advertisement. These are representative figures of the young generations of Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Soon after Kenya returned to Konoha, I didn't know whether it was the meaning of Shinobi's upper echelon or decided by themselves. They came to Kenya and asked to be a member of the Konoha Shinobi department. To be honest, although there are many Konoha Shinobi under the Shinobi, most of them are not sincerely loyal to Kenya. Like Nara Shikuhisa and the others, these middle-aged ninjas of Master Konoha Migaku felt that while Uchiha Kenya was overwhelmingly powerful, he was also a terrifying village. They are trying their best to prevent their children from getting too close to him. Although I don't know if Tamari, Ghost Lantern Moon and their actions have anything to do with Sand Shinobi or Mist Shinobi's high-level officials, it is certain that they themselves are willing to work under Kenya. It doesn't matter if you accept it. But what really interests Kenya is the 2 sisters who are standing at the back of these people and look very similar. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are all present, and only these 2 are the Konoha Cenozoic. After a year of short hair that was not shoulder length, and it grows to the back of the neck, it is believed that in less than a year, it can become the same long hair and waist as it was during the period of Shifang. After noticing Kenya's gaze, Hinata lowered his head nervously for an instant, and did not dare to look at each other. However, the 8-year-old Hyuga Hanabi was outgoing and bold, and said with full air, Sir Kenya, my sister and I have just become Shunin and Genin. My father said you are the hero of Konoha, and I hope we can work under your hands in the future. Quote. Kenya's brows raised. In the original work, Hinata became Shunin at about this time, but Hyuga Hanabi didn't know exactly when she graduated. But her talent is also considered smart. It shouldn't be difficult to graduate to become Genin at the age of 8. Is that the head of Hyuga? Question mark. QG. Plus. %. Kenya asked rhetorically. Yes. Hyuga Hanabi nodded without nervousness, in stark contrast with Hyuga Hinata, who bowed his head beside him nervously. It's not clear who is older sister and who is the younger sister. This guy Hyuga Hiyashi is very political. Kenya secretly said inwardly. Advertisement. When people like Narakajiu, Yamanaka, and others are afraid of themselves, they dare not let their children get close to them. Hyuga Hiyashi did the opposite and took the initiative to make his two daughters Kenya's subordinates. Because in his opinion, although Tsunade is upright in his golden age, he is not too young. For more than 10 years, it is definitely Uchiha Kenya who has controlled Konoha and even the entire ninja world. By that time, it will be too late to stand in line. It is necessary to make clear to Kenya now and show him that he was on his side in order to ensure that the Hyuga clan has a long history. Hanabi, it's amazing to be genin at such a young age. As far as I know, the only adults who graduated earlier than you are Sanin, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Kenya chuckled and got up, walked to Hanabi, and stroked her little head, but, don't you want to team up with your peers? Just become genin, and you need to work in the formal department. The big hand was placed on the top of Hanabi's head, actually using Ryutsu to probe her body. Like Hyuga Hinata, the bloodline of the ninja clan who inherited the Otsutsuki clan is the purest ability to whiten eyes. This child, sure enough. Kenya's eyes were dim, and she had thoughts in her heart. Hanabi is not afraid of life, trying to put on a mature face. I graduated early, and there is no guy who can team up with me, and I just look down on them. 1.7, too weak. Really? Come on, Hanabi. Kenya smiled even more. Yes, Hanabi let out an excitement, then pulled her sister's little hand next to her, and said, Sister, you have to say a few words too, don't let people look down. Hinata's fair face flushed with shame, and could not say a word for a long time. Kenya's eyes did not stay on the well-developed white-eyed princess for too long. After a few words of comfort, Kaido took his place, then, everyone, I will improve your strength first. P.S. This one volume should be regarded as the final volume of Hokage Ninja World. I went and finished the final roll shortly after it was put on the shelves. I think I'm the fastest in Phylum. Guicho support. 119 Your scheming is still so poisonous. 6th more seeking subscription. The country of Vortex. To be precise, it should be the remains of the Uzumaki kingdom. This has been transformed into a wild area mixed with wasteland and forest. Occasionally, travelers come here. If you are lucky, you can still find the remains of Wuchao village, formerly known as Changsho village. It is said that during the Second Ninja World War, the great powers were afraid of the powerful sealing technique passed down from generation to generation by the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village and attacked them in groups. Eventually led to the demise of the Vortex country. Although Kenya is not interested in things so long ago, it always feels that it is not that simple. However, it is meaningless to investigate these now. In the forest of the Uzumaki kingdom ruins, two figures are moving quickly through it. One figure can barely keep up with the other one. Rushing forward, there is a simple gray ninja suit with a rapier on the back of the belt. It looks like Uchiha Sasuke is a 14-year-old boy. And the young girl with long red hair like a flame of fire 24, whose red hair has made people guess her ancestry. Aroma phosphorus. At 10 o'clock, 700 meters away. Shongalin shouted. Sasuke, who was running ahead, heard this, but did not answer. It just accelerated suddenly in the direction she said, and soon disappeared completely from Shongalin's sight. Within 5 minutes, Sasuke returned with a tall man in a prison uniform who had fainted. This person is a test item that escaped from Orochimaru's research institute. So fast. Shongalin sighed inwardly. She is the person in charge of Orochimaru's ruins in Uzumaki. The main job is to take care of these test products. Advertisement. Today these people escaped because of mistakes. After reporting the accident ticket to Orochimaru, Orochimaru sent Sasuke to resolve the matter. The strength that Sasuke showed was also far beyond the expectation of Phosphorus. Not to mention her peers, even among all the ninjas she has seen, there are very few that can match this person. In the Uzunokuni ruins, one of the strongholds of Orochimaru. It's not bad, it's not easy to collect so many blood lines of the owner of the blood succession boundary. The picture in front of him made Kenya a little lamented. Mist Shinobi's ghost lamp, Mizuno month, Kagaya, Sand Shinobi's magnetic flux, and even the corner of Cloud Shinobi's 8 tails. Part of the body of so many blood legacy boundary ninjas was soaked in specially processed formalin. Especially the horn of the 8 tails, according to Orochimaru, he stole it when Killer Bee's previous 8 tails Jinchuriki Booby ran away. And the body torso of these ninjas was obtained from the corpses of war orphans or ninjas similar to Kimimaro when he traveled around the world. Ah, Kenya-kun is also interested in this kind of stuff. Orochimaru, who was standing behind Kenya, smiled strangely. Actually, just a while ago, I had an idea for an experiment. When I came here this time, in addition to Sasuke, there is another thing I would like to ask you for help, Mr. Orochimaru. Kenya smiled with a dark belly. With Kenya-kun's current strength, when I still need to use me, I don't know what kind of busy it is. A hint of curiosity flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Kenya opened her lips lightly and said something. Orochimaru's pupils tightened slightly, and he couldn't believe it. Can you do this kind of thing? Of course, this is just an experiment. Whether it can be done depends on the results of the experiment. Kenya laughed. Orochimaru stretched out the corner of his mouth and said with a hoarse voice, "Interesting, then I'll help." Wow. Advertisement. Kenya lightly patted the nutrition chamber next to the ninja specimens of the Shuiwayu clan, and said, "Then, let's move on to the topic. We will mainly discuss the issue of Sasuke." Speaking of this topic, the smile on Orochimaru's face also disappeared, replaced by endless solemnity, saying, "To be honest, Sasuke's growth rate is really amazing. Compared with him, this person who was once called a genius feels ashamed." Quote. "Stop talking about flattery, Mr. Orochimaru, talk about the main point," Kenya said while watching the specimen immersed in formalin. "There is no need to wait until the next living corpse reincarnation. His strength is enough to threaten me. It is very likely that he will choose to kill me. But if I want to kill him, I don't want to say that I am reluctant to be such a perfect reincarnation container. Next, now if Sasuke wanted to escape, with my current state, I didn't stop him 100%. Orochimaru solemnly said, "Kenya-kun, what did you do to his body, right?" Kenya smiled. "Kaido, it is true that his potential has been triggered, but being able to progress to this level is inseparable from the importance of his own blood and soul." Soul. Orochimaru lowered his brow in love. "We need to change the plan a little bit." Kenya turned his gaze back to Orochimaru. The look in the eyes, Orochimaru reminded Maru of the feeling that Kenya played Sarutobi Hiruzen to death with the identity of 717 Aizen, more than a year ago. "Mr. Orochimaru, then you will do that." Kenya told Orochimaru Shushu of his revised version of the plan. After listening, Orochimaru couldn't help taking a breath, and after a while, he came back and sighed. "Just like when Konoha was captured, your scheming is still so poisonous, Kenya-kun." Kenya shrugged slightly and smiled like a mischievous smile. "Where is it? It's just a matter of using your head to get the goal." Under Ryutsu's perception, Kenya's pupils turned and walked past Orochimaru, saying, "Then, please, I can't be here now, Sasuke will leave it to you."
When Orochimaru turned and looked over, he found that Kenya had disappeared without a trace in the dark base. If this guy is hostile to him, I am afraid how he was killed, I don't know. Orochimaru said to himself. The pill, everyone has brought it back. Before long, Sasuke's voice rang from outside the door. When Orochimaru looked at Sasuke again, the original trace of fear on his face had been replaced with deep sympathy. 120 Hogyoku's fusion of strength, 7th more seeking subscription. Konoha Village, Hokage office. Kenya, those missing persons happened in Konoha recently. You didn't get it, right? Today, Tsunade is extremely rare to summon Kenya to the office. She is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind of personality who likes to be superficial and secretive. When Kenya first entered the office, he asked straightforwardly. In recent months, Konoha has frequently reported missing persons. Sometimes it is a past traveler or businessman, and some are from the Konoha shinobi clan, possessing secret arts, and even possessing blood inheritance limits. Because of the small number of people, Tsunade now has absolute rule in Konoha, so these cases were completely suppressed by her. But if it continues to accumulate, it will explode sooner or later. At this time, it reminded her of the behavior of Orochimaru secretly concealing 3rd Hokage and capturing villagers for experimentation when she was not in Konoha in the past. Huh? Tsunade-senpai's instincts are really sharp. Kenya didn't mean anything, and smiled and asked, "When did you first find it?" "Are you really direct?" Tsunade slapped the table angrily and exclaimed, "Why do you want to do this? Are you trying to imitate Orochimaru?" "Calm down, Tsunade-senpai," Kenya smiled and said, "Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis is perfect. No one can find this. The reason why I tell you so directly is because of my complete trust in you. Don't give me a set close, I won't eat your set." Tsunade was still furious. "If you don't give me an answer today, I am just like the old man Sarutobi to Orochimaru, driving you out of the village. Believe it or not." The smile on Kenya's face is even worse. Whether Tsunade can do it will not be mentioned for the time being. Raising his hand gently, Kenya continued. "I'm not very good at explaining this kind of thing. Any result is seen under the premise of pain. Just as Shimura Danzo continued to experiment with first-generation cell transplantation under the acquiescence of 3rd Hokage in order to reproduce wood style. Seeing that Tsunade became more angry, Kenya did not continue to talk to her, and said, "Since Tsunade-senpai wants to see the results, then come with me." Tsunade willow eyebrows raised. She doesn't doubt that Kenya wants to find a place to attack herself. If he really had that idea, he could do so as early as the Konoha collapse planned the previous year. Advertisement. The two walked all the way from the Hokage building to the Ninbi building, which was once the land of the Uchiha clan. A few months have passed since the 4th Ninja War. It has also been renovated long ago to reproduce the glory of the Uchiha Madara period, but the people who live here are not members of the Uchiha clan. Master Kenya. It was very night now, but the guard still did not relax a bit, and quickly bowed and saluted. They are about the same age as Uzumaki Naruto, but at the age of 14 or so, the logo on the forehead protector is not Konoha, but San Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. That's right, Konoha Shinobi Department. This department is very special. Ninjas from San Shinobi and Mist Shinobi accounted for more than 70% of the total number. On the contrary, Konoha's ninjas are the least. Not to mention the history of Konoha, even the history of ninja is unprecedented. In fact, after a few months, with the full moon of Sand Shinobi's Tamari and Mist Shinobi's Ghostlights, the Ghostlights Shuei brothers have successfully invested in Kenya's hands. Originally existed in Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, a large number of young ninjas from the two villages also came here because of their worship of the name, Aizen. Even if Kenya no longer uses this name, his influence still cannot be ignored. Not to mention how many levels of their living standards have been improved through the Fourth Ninja World War. Entering the area of Ninbu all the way, what is greeted is a whole white building. This is made of Iwagakure, a kind of precious silver amber stone, which is a major mineral producer. It reflects a very dazzling luster in the sun, but it feels cold to the touch. It is an extremely valuable material for making jewelry. The extravagance of using this thing to build a building can be seen. As long as you enter Konoha and look up, the tens of thousands of flowers are a little white, and that is the Ninbi building. In fact, Kenya once wanted to name this building, Shu Yi Gong. But unfortunately, limited by the material limitations of the two worlds, he couldn't make it at all, and he could only give up this idea. Entering the building, all the way into the deepest room, in the huge corridor, the footsteps of Kenya and Tsunade made a crisp ear echo. Master Kenya. When the two walked into the room. Advertisement: the Ghost Lantern Full Moon, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Tamari, Hyuga Hanabi and other core personnel have been waiting here for a long time. Thank you, everyone. Kenya smiled slightly and then said, today, it's Shuei's turn, right? It's really disturbing. Ghost Dang Shuei touched the back of his head and walked out. There is no need to worry. Before any species evolves, it is often accompanied by danger and anxiety. Kenya smirked. I'm even more scared when you say that. Shuei was ashamed. In Tsunade's curious gaze, Shui Yu walked up to Kenya, and his lanky body slowly knelt down on one knee. The next moment, I saw Kenya's right index finger and middle finger sticking to the center of the moon. A round jade shining with silver and blue light slowly appeared from it. Floating directly in Kenya, slowly stick to a place less than 5 centimeters away from the water, moon and sky, Jiao to Jiao. Suddenly, a violent flash erupted from the Hogyoku, engulfing the dim room completely. Tsunade raised his hands subconsciously, protected his face, and shouted. What's wrong? Sent, what happened? Immediately, I just listened to the front Kenyan speaking softly. It was only recently that I succeeded. What kind of power will be guided, even I don't know. Wow. 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 Suddenly, an endless huge ice blade flew out from the body of the ghost lamp Shuei, and in a blink of an eye it was like everyone in the room stabbed. The scope is so large that it is not inferior to Gaara's sand control technique. The ghost lamp sitting on the steps saw the full moon and suddenly took off the fresh butterfly pin behind. With a sudden wave, the roaring black thunder and lightning turned into the shape of a piranha, cutting off all the ice blades that came out of the raid. 121 Maybe it can awaken you wood style, 8th more seeking subscription. The black thunder piranha that burst out of the ghost lantern full moon fresh butterfly only cut off most of the ice blade. Another part continued to rush towards the location of Kenya and Tsunade. Shuei ********* D. How dare you do this to Aizen teacher? Tamari, who had been dressed exactly the same as the Shippuden period, suddenly pulled out the iron fan behind him and slammed it wildly. What appeared was not the previous squally wind, but a thin line of white thunder that was like soft water and fused with amazing impact. When the ice flew less than half a meter away from Kenya, the slender and white thunderbolt hit the ice, instantly smashing it into ice shavings. Yes, I'm sorry, I still can't fully control this power. At the center of the frosty air, a figure slowly rose up. Half of the body is completely wrapped in frost. It looks like half of the body has become an ice sculpture with an innocent face. There is no doubt that it is Shuei. The way he is now, Kenya can't help but think of Aokiji in One Piece. This is the ice escape of the Yin Shui Wuyue clan? Tsunade's eyes widened like emeralds in surprise, suddenly remembered the scene just now, and looked at the ghost lantern full moon and T-717 on the other side. The black lightning just now is the blood succession boundary of third Raikage. Darui should be able to be lost after his death. Also, there is still fitness. Tsunade is incredible, she was totally confused. What is going on? As Hogyoku returned to Kenya with a touch of mysterious beauty, Kenya's explanation also came. Some time ago, the power of the master could not be fully achieved, and there are not a few people who ran away and died because they could not withstand the new power, but in the near future, they can finally be better controlled. Don't you say that thing can give others blood inheritance limits? You arrested those people for the purpose of experimenting? A guess came out of Tsunade's heart, and he yelled and questioned. It is a bit incorrect to say that the blood inheritance limit is given. Please use the word, evolution, to describe it. Kenya turned around and smiled faintly. I also said that, what kind of evolution can be obtained? Even I can't control it. In the first experiment, I don't want my important subordinates to die because of it. CEBH, Tsunade pressed her red lips tightly and frowned, Yugai. Advertisement, don't be angry, Senior Tsunade, the process of evolution is often accompanied by sacrifice. If one day, I can give you the power of wood style, don't you think this sacrifice is worth it? These words from Kenya changed Tsunade's expression severely. Wood style. As the orthodox heir of Senju Hashirama, she was also looked forward to by the family when she was young. But as people grow older, everyone understands that wood style is only the patent of Senju Hashirama. Not only Tsunade, but no one in the Senju clan was able to awaken wood style. Moreover, the experiment is basically successful now, there is no need to let people test it again. Tsunade-senpai, I will send you back. Kenya smiled. Tsunade's teeth bit her lower lip, whispered and turned around. No, I will go by myself. Tsunade walked away quickly. Mocking and mocking, compared to her teacher, she is still too innocent. Kenya shook her head and smiled. Master Kenya, can I evolve? After Tsunade left, Hanabi ran over, blinking her big eyes, and asked with her sister Hinata's 7-point detail, but a more sturdy face than Hinata. Hanabi, you are special, you need to wait for a while. Kenya smiled and rubbed Hanabi's small head and said, moreover, if you don't strengthen the foundation, you can't bear the power of Hogyoku. Hanabi puffed up his cheeks like a frog in dissatisfaction. Just a month ago, Kenya officially began to experiment with the evolution of Hogyoku on its core subordinates. After repeated consideration, Hinata was not counted in the end. Mainly because she was not absolutely heartfelt to herself. Although Kyoka Suigetsu can completely prevent Hinata from making any actions that are detrimental to her, Kenya has considered repeatedly and temporarily excludes her. See if there is a chance in the future. Konoha 62 years. Jiraiya and Naruto who went out to practice spiritual practice have not yet returned. Advertisement and Orochimaru has sent a message to Kenya in advance. Sasuke's recent behavior is very unusual, I'm afraid, he is ready to act. The current Orochimaru does not have the ability to seal both hands with Sarutobi Hiruzen's Cheng-2 reincarnation as in the original, and the owner to seal the seal and perform ninjutsu. Under such circumstances, Sasuke still dared to work with Orochimaru. Compared with the growth rate of the original book, one can see Madara. In response, Kenya only replied, a very concise sentence. Follow the plan. After thinking about it for a while, Kenya decided to write a letter personally, summoning Naruto and Jiraiya who were practicing outside. Claiming to have received news from Sasuke. As long as there is the word, Sasuke, Kenya believes that even in the end of the world, Naruto, this guy, will fly back. As predicted, after hearing the news, within only 10 days, Naruto and Jiraiya flew back together. I don't know how his so-called practice is going. Although Kenya feels that it's okay for him to live an ordinary life in this life. After all, the fate of Sasuke's kid has been determined by himself. Dong dong dong. Early in the morning, wearing a dark red suspender Loyue Hungarian one-piece nightdress, Yuri Hong, who is more and more mature and feminine, is preparing breakfast for Kenya in the kitchen. The knock outside the door sounded like muffled thunder. Mr. Kenya, you said you have Sasuke's whereabouts, is it true? I haven't heard this sound for 2 years, but Yuri Hong still heard it right away. After all, not to mention Konoha, looking at the entire ninja world, there are not many people who dare to knock on the door of Chian's house like this. 122 Shippuden's early opening, first more seeking subscription. Ninbi building. Having left Konoha for 2 years, Naruto, who has just returned to the village under the leadership of Kenya, looks around like a hillbilly. Even Jiraiya, who came back with him, showed a deep sense of amazement when he saw the Ninbi building. To put it simply, this is not the same style of painting as other places in Konoha. All the way into the main hall room, when I saw Kenya strolling to the white jade throne that was more than 10 meters high and sat down. Jiraiya, a veteran cage level, couldn't help but swallow secretly. This terrifying sense of oppression has far surpassed the strongest enemy he has encountered in the first half of his life, Hanzo of the Salamander. However, Naruto, a nervous fool, didn't care about so many, shouting. Mr. Kenya. Sasuke, how is Sasuke's whereabouts? But my practice hasn't ended yet, so I rushed over. Standing on the side of the main hall, Tamari couldn't help showing disdain. He hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and this guy was still so noisy. Naruto, I understand your current mood very well, but there are still people yet to come. Can you please wait quietly? Kenya's tone is extremely kind, but inexplicably with a sense of power that makes people dare to refuse. And Naruto, for some reason, got goosebumps on his skin and closed his mouth obediently. Within a few minutes, Hitaki Kakashi and Haruno Sakura also walked by. Oh, Mr. Kakashi, little Sakura, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Yes, is it Naruto? You have grown taller, little Sakura was surprised. Mrs. Kakashi hasn't changed at all. Naruto smiled triumphantly. Kakashi rolled his eyes, turned his eyes to Kenya on the throne of the high platform, and said sternly. Master Kenya, I heard that you have mastered the trail of Sasuke and Orochimaru, then, you called us because. Mentioning the word, Sasuke, the expressions of Naruto and little Sakura were solemn to ultimate. They also forgot to talk about the past and stared at Kenya closely. In order to avoid hunting by various countries, Orochimaru's stronghold is often changed. The reason why you are so eager to summon you is because if you don't act quickly, he will definitely change the stronghold again. Kenya wrapped a map like a dart, and Kakashi reached out to catch it. Advertisement, Kenya said again. As your current combat power is still slightly insufficient, so I specially sent you a helping hand. When the voice fell, from behind the pillar of the main hall, Shuei, who was carrying a decapitating knife, hung a bottle of water bottle on her waist, walked up yawning, and lazily said. Hello. I am a newcomer to the 7th class, replacing Uchiha Sasuke's replacement member, Guidang Shui Yu. Mist Shinobi Ninja? Seeing the forehead protector on Suyu's forehead, Sakura was surprised. Decapitate the big sword. Mist Shinobi's new ninja 7 people? I didn't expect this kid Kenya to take so many ninjas from other villages as his own. Jiraiya noticed the beheading knife behind Shuei. What are you kidding? Mr. Kenya. Naruto pointed to Shuei and yelled at Kenya with dissatisfaction. Why should such a weird guy be a member of our 7th class? The last person in our 7th class is Sasuke. Hi. Naruto. Kakashi reached out to hold Naruto's arm. But it was not because of Naruto's rudeness, but because he was afraid that he would offend the other party. Weird guy. I don't know if Kenya is angry, but when Shuei heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched, and a cross appeared in her temples. Kenya's eyes were dim, and she said indifferently, Naruto, with your class's current strength, it is too dangerous to go to Orochimaru's stronghold. Shuei is very strong and can help you. Naruto put his hands behind his head and said, anyway, I don't recognize the members of Class 7 except Sasuke. Hey, I said, is there something wrong with your purchase? Do you think I really want to help you? Shuei's temper was not that good either, so retorted immediately. What are you talking about? B******************** D. I must teach you a good lesson. For flowers. Naruto immediately took up his sleeves and threatened with a fist. Stop, stop. 2 voices sounded at the same time, and they were rewarded with a thump on their heads from behind them. They're little Sakura and Temari. Advertisement. It's just that Temari obviously used more force, directly blasting Shuei's head into splashes. Don't make a noise in front of Aizen teacher. Get out and do things right away. Temari scolded. Little Sakura also scolded Naruto with an angry face. The corners of Kakashi's eyes twitched, and he really didn't want to stay here for a second. He said, then Mr. Kenya, we will leave first, ahahaha. In the vast hall, only Temari and Kenya were left. Temari. Kenya said suddenly, yes, Mr. Aizen. Temari immediately turned his head and responded. Because Temari is really easy to call her name wrong, over time, Kenya simply let her keep her name. I'm going out of the village for a while to take care of the Ninbu affairs, and I'll leave it to you. Kenya walked slowly down the steps. Me? But teacher, after all, I am the identity of the Sand Shinobi Ninja, wouldn't it be inappropriate? Temari hesitated. How come? You are my most important subordinate. If it were you, other people would not care about these small issues, so I was unconditionally convinced. Kenya touched Temari's durian head, making the face of the 19-year-old girl blush. Master Kenya, are you going out? Can you take me with you? Hanabi emerged from nowhere, and trod over. Your strength is still not enough, Hanabi. Let's talk about being able to hit 180 hands. Kenya chuckled and left without looking back. Hanabi puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. 180 halls? It's just deliberately making things difficult for yourself, but it's extremely difficult for even the Jonin in the family to hit it all at once. Chapter 123. Auto-generated chapter title. Actions of 123 substitute members, second more seeking subscription. Southeast of the country of fire, the country of tea. It has to be said that Naruto and Shuei also have a little bit of a quarrel, but they get along pretty well. At least there is no original book and the tense atmosphere of Sai just joined the team. Shuei, who was supposed to be locked up in the laboratory, was later rescued by Sasuke and became a member of the Eagle team. Now that the original route has changed drastically, instead of Sai, he became a member of the 7th squad, and in turn went to pursue Sasuke. This is enough to prove the big changes in the plot today. Entering the tea country, Kakashi opened the map and said to the 3 of them, according to the map given by Minister Shinobi, Orochimaru's stronghold is nearby. I will summon a shinobi to search. Hearing that, Shuei said on July 17, after finding the base, I will use my hydration technique to sneak in. After all, I temporarily joined Class 7 because of this ability. Hydration. Technique. Naruto blinked blankly. It's the blood succession limit of the Mist Shinobi Ghost Lamp clan, idiot.
Little Sakura complained. Oh, I think of it, you guy, you were beaten into water with a punch before. Naruto gave a sudden high five. I really don't know how to talk, I really don't want to team up with you.
Shuei displeased. A few hours later, under the leadership of Kakashi's ninja dog park, the 4 came to a ruined temple. Parker, who looked like a pug in a ninja uniform, said, the smell stopped here. The 4 of them walked into the deserted ancient temple. The pillars and Buddha statues had been damaged and collapsed, and it was overgrown with weeds. Kakashi said with an illusion, there must be a mechanism.
Shuei's right hand turned into liquid and poured into the gap of the temple. A few seconds later, he climbed behind the Buddha statue that had lost half of his face, and turned the head of the Buddha statue clockwise. Rumble. Suddenly, in the center of the dusty floor, a template slowly opened, revealing an underpass leading to the underground. Wheat. Advertisement. Naruto exclaimed, and then he was about to jump off.
Kakashi suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Naruto's back collar, and said helplessly, hold on, Naruto.
What are you doing, Mr. Kakashi? Naruto struggled. Kakashi was completely speechless. Although his strength has increased, the kid's mind seems to have not changed a little, and said, how can there be no traps and guards in Orochimaru's stronghold? Before ensuring safety, Let Shui Yu, who has the hydration technique, go in and explore the way. While speaking, Kakashi turned to look at Suzuki, please. I was originally responsible for this. If I don't come back within 30 minutes, please come down and save me.
After waving his hand, Shuei quickly entered the underground secret tunnel. Is that guy really strong? It feels like a fool. Soon after Shuei went down, Naruto, who was bored in all manners, couldn't help but whispered. Are you a fool too? Little Sakura rolled her eyes, she was half-hearted, and she still had time to laugh at others. Able to be assigned to such an important task by Uchiha Kenya, the young man of the Ghost Lamp clan will never be so bad. Kakashi thought secretly. All in all, I hope he is all right. Kakashi turned his gaze to the bottomless secret road again. However, it is completely different from what Kakashi imagined. After entering the secret road, Suigetsu seemed to be in his own backyard, swaggering into the deepest part of the stronghold, and meeting Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Is the Mist Shinobi Ghost Lamp clan? The people under Kenya-kun are really wide, ah. Orochimaru smiled strangely. The corners of Shuei's mouth twitched, and when he saw Orochimaru's face, he felt a chill. I really didn't want to get involved with this kind of person. Cough. Behind a dry cough, Shuei said, well, Master Kenya asked me to come and pick up things. By the way, I will take a look at Uchiha Sasuke's situation. I will bring the 3 people over later. You can also prepare. I hope he will still be as drip-proof as before. Orochimaru smiled again. Suddenly, his mouth widened as if he was going to retching. Advertisement under Shuei's cold eyes, a piece of meat covered with gastric juice was spit out from his mouth. It's disgusting. Shuei felt crazy in his heart, and he felt like he was about to spit it out. Take it. Orochimaru handed the meat to Suigetsu. Ah. Thank you. Shuei took out a scroll from the ninja bag, opened it and put the meat on it, and stored it inside, and thought to himself. Fortunately, I brought the storage scroll. If I put this thing next to my body, I will have a nightmare tonight. 20 minutes later. Waiting outside, Naruto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, he should have been in for a while? Shouldn't he go in and save him? Don't worry, Naruto, there is still some time. Kakashi Kaido. Not long after Kakashi said this, Suigetsu had walked out of the secret road and pointed down with his thumb up. Okay, it's been investigated, let's go. How is the situation? Naruto asked impatiently. Shuei Kaido. Well, it's like an underground maze. I only checked half of it, and the remaining 1.7. Let it be your fate. Naruto is not yet young. Sakura didn't care about the danger, and quickly jumped down the steps. Suizuki sneered at Kakashi. Who is that Sasuke? Such a charm. Kakashi solemnly said, companion, the irreplaceable kind. With that, Kakashi quickly followed. Really? That's really pitiful, it actually became the target of that man. Shuei made an effort. Following Kenya for nearly 2 years, he knows the terrible man very well. The more I grow up, the more clearly I can feel the gap between that man and the sky. Uchiha Sasuke, it was arranged clearly. 124 2 freaks, third more seeking subscription. In the dark underground stronghold that twists and turns like a maze. Naruto directly took out his best shadow clone and acted separately. The deity and the other 3 stayed in place and waited. If Kenya were here, it would be quite surprised. I vaguely remember that Naruto learned the practice method of using the experience bonus of shadow clone, which was learned when he was practicing the spiral shuriken. But at this time it can already be used proficiently. It seems that many things that are not directly related to me have changed unknowingly. In less than 10 minutes, Naruto, the deity who sat cross-legged on the ground and gathered chakra for the perfect action of shadow clone, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted excitedly. Found it! I found it! That's the Chidori who helped. From the memory passed back from the shadow clone that was solved just now, Naruto clearly saw that it was Chidori who crushed his own shadow clone. And it seems to be an evolutionary version, but it was so fast that he didn't see Sasuke's face. But even this is enough. Let's go, little Sakura shouted in a low voice. Although 24 did not act like Mingray is not so exaggerated, but the excitement in his eyes cannot be concealed. Naruto nodded vigorously, and the 2 of them hurriedly moved towards the path of the solved shadow clone. These guts. Well, too lazy, I just need to finish my task well. Shuei muttered to herself. It didn't take long before the 4 broke through the exit of the underground stronghold. After walking out of it, I came to a barren wasteland. Is it Naruto? I haven't waited for the 7th class to take a good look at the surrounding situation. That has changed slightly, but for 2 years, the sound that has been in my mind is always flowing into my ears. Naruto, little Sakura, and Kakashi looked at them in amazement. Not far away, a white figure slowly turned around. It is much more mature than 2 years ago, but the changes are not huge. Advertisement, however, what makes Naruto and the others stranger than their appearance is the unprecedented indifference on that face. Sasuke, Naruto gritted his teeth. However, after uttering the name, the remaining words did not know why, as if they were stuck in the throat and couldn't say anything. The same situation happened to Sakura and Kakashi. Sasuke's eyes were faint, and in the next instant, he suddenly disappeared in place. The 7th class was all surprised. Immediately afterwards, Naruto only felt a hand resting on his shoulder. Looking sideways, he found that Sasuke had actually appeared in front of him, with one hand on his shoulder and his chin against his other shoulder. So fast, I didn't even see it. Little Sakura and Kakashi's face changed drastically. Shuei secretly prepared for action, and said inwardly, "Hey, this is the power that Mr. Kenya used to develop incompletely Hogyoku in the past. It is too exaggerated. It feels that he has not obtained a special blood inheritance limit. Remember, you used to say that? My goal is to become Hokage." Suddenly, Sasuke said indifferently, "In that case, if you have time to come to me, it's better to do some practice, isn't it, Naruto?" The pupils in Naruto's eye sockets suddenly shrank. "Kaido. A person who can't protect me with a companion can't afford to be a Hokage, isn't it, Sasuke?" "Call." Sasuke glanced unhappily at his former old friend, stretched his other hand towards the lower back, and slowly pulled out the Kusunaru sword that was behind him. "Forgot? I only saved your life on a whim, and this time, it is very likely that your life will be lost because of my whim." Wow. Before the voice fell completely, Kusunaru's sword swung violently, and was about to pierce Naruto's back in the blink of an eye. Little Sakura exclaimed. "Wait, Sasuke, oops." Kakashi suddenly took out kunai and tried to stop Sasuke.
There was a clash of sparks and swords. The big decapitation knife that I had seen when I was never beheaded again came into view, making Sasuke's pupils look a little curiosity, looking down the blade, just to meet Shang Shui's toothy smile. Advertisement. Sasuke's eyes were faint. Actually, one step faster. Kakashi couldn't believe it. Also, it's so strong, it's no wonder that you can hold an important position under that Uchiha Kenya. Little Sakura was secretly worried. A shining thunder light erupted from Sasuke's hand and rushed straight towards Suigetsu along the blade of the Kusunaru sword. Thousand birds flow. Even the Chidori has undergone a morphological change. Oops. The Ghost Lamp clan of the Water Moon event has nothing to do with lightning style. Kakashi's face was shocked, and he shouted to remind him, "Shueyu. Go back. That's lightning style." He. Disregarding Kakashi's warning, after a weird laugh, Shueyu's right hand began to freeze quickly, covering the decapitating knife and the grass pheasant sword together, and then suppressing it toward Sasuke. This guy. Sasuke finally showed 717 in astonishment on his face, exploding the power of Chidoryu to the limit, smashing the ice covering the Kusanagi sword, and retreating nearly 10 meters away in one breath.
"That's ice. Mist Shinobi from the Mizumasuke clan. The white like ninjutsu that I played against before." In an instant, the surprise of the Naruto trio at Sasuke's soaring strength shifted to Suigetsu again. How is this possible? How is it possible for the people of the Ghost Lantern clan to have Shui Wuyu's blood succession boundary, and Bing Shi just now seems to be more skilled and powerful than the Shui Wuyue clan's art? Whether it was Sasuke's incredible growth rate or the double blood limit shown by Suigetsu, Kakashi began to wonder if he was in a dream now. Captain Kakashi, judging by what this guy did just now, can he be regarded as an enemy? He is a traitor. Shuei grinned weirdly. His task, in addition to taking something like that from Orochimaru, also needs to judge Sasuke's strength. In order for Kenya to confirm how far Sasuke is from the end of the awakening of the soul of Indra. "Are you also the one who accepted that power?" After a moment, Sasuke asked with a deep eye. 125 The Otsutsuki family on the moon, fourth more seeking subscription. On the northern border of the country of fire, behind a large waterfall that is hundreds of meters high and sloping down from a high cliff. Entered into the dark cave holding a little strange ink light behind. All the way to the end, there is a pile of lakes emitting a dark green light. Kenya squatted down and gently lifted the lake water. Beside him, is a giant crab summoning beast that reminds of Pain's summoning beast lobster extremely. It has a rather powerful water style and is responsible for guarding the summoning beast here. But right now, it has been broken into two by Kyoka Suigetsu. The texture of the palm and the water in contact with it, but it did not get wet for some reason. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes rotates slowly. After a while, Kenya said to herself, "It really is here, this space enchantment. Who would have thought that behind a waterfall, there is a passage to the moon?" The original book clearly stated that Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Six Paths, divided his tribe into two clans. The clan remained in the ninja continent, and after thousands of years of development, it became the Hyuga clan today. The other tribe was personally led by him to the moon, responsible for taking care of the outer shell of 10 tails on the moon, the Gedo statue. In fact, after the end of the Fourth Ninja War, Kenya became the master of Konoha Magaku, and he sent his confidant to investigate this place. Kenya's fancy is the purest bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan owned by the other party. As a family that retains the surname Otsutsuki, the purity of its blood is probably far superior to the families of Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki. Through Hogyoku's abilities, fusion with this body of oneself should be able to generate more powerful forces more easily. Anyway, after a few years, you will also run to the ninja world to make trouble. It's better for me to deal with this matter in advance. Kenya gave a bad smile and stepped into the pool. In fact, this is a space displacement, a passage to the inside of the moon. Once you enter here, you will be affected by the enchantment, and you will be an illusion. Kenya can perceive that the illusion set in this enchantment is extremely powerful, and it is difficult for even herself to be underestimated. But after thousands of years of corrosion, the power of enchantment and illusion is getting weaker and weaker, and now it can only barely cause B-level illusion attacks on the intruder. Even without Kyoka Suigetsu, Kenya can pass easily. Advertisement inside the moon. Everyone in the Jonin realm of the earth is even ashamed of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, or even Black Zetsu. At this moment, living inside the moon, the direct descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the clan and the branch house are fighting fiercely. The reason is that more than 10 years ago, the Gedo statue, which was guarded by their family for generations, was taken away by summoning. According to the speculation of the head of the clan, it is very likely that the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan on Earth gave birth to the awakened Rinnegan and left the Gedo statue summoning. At that time, the family of the branch house proposed to immediately raise the family to the earth and snatch the Gedo statue back. The clan family insisted on the admonitions of the ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura. As long as it is not a last resort, we must never go to the earth. This incident split the Otsutsuki clan and the branch house, which were originally similar to the Hyuga family, but their relationship was not harmonious. Today, more than 10 years later, war finally broke out. Yang Dun Tianlu revolving, Yin Dun Shen Shu Konla. There is no doubt that they are all S-level ninjutsu, bursting out on the lunar continent. Boom. The soaring black and white rays of light burst into a fierce mixed light curtain on the lunar continent, illuminating almost half of the lunar continent. At this time, how can people on Earth know that such a big battle is taking place on the moon that they look at every night? Patriarch, the situation is not good for us now. A member of the Otsutsuki clan has just released the Yongdun S-level ninjutsu. Like Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, a middle-aged man with white hair and fair skin. This person is the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The clan chief gritted his teeth and looked at the chaotic battlefield around him. Indeed, the Zong family is completely suppressed right now. I didn't expect that Branch House planned this rebellion for a long time, and it developed to such a level without knowing it, but I didn't notice it at all. Advertisement. Unlike the Hyuga family, the clan would set a curse like caged bird on the opponent in order to control the branch house. There is actually no special difference between the clan and branch houses of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. It's just that the division of labor is different. Resources, such as ninjutsu, are also shared, but all the time, the strength of the Zong family has indeed prevailed. It's impossible to do it with you, with eyes closed and born blind. It is the future Otsutsuki home. Why should the dispute be so clear? After all, wouldn't it be enough to die on both sides? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This point is very similar to the relationship between Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hizashi. From now on, the Otsutsuki clan will be no different from the branch house of the clan, and you will die out. The clan said with hatred, even if you win, the price paid is to make our clan nearly perished. Do you want the ending to become like this? Not far away, a middle-aged man with a tin stick walked up, beside him, followed by a teenager who was about the same age as Naruto, but about 15 years old. But I didn't expect that the people in the branch house were planning this rebellion, and the Zong family was caught off guard. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice that was understated came into the ears of the Otsutsuki two clans who were fighting underneath. Jiao to Jiao. How do you know if you don't try? Don't say so much about a dying person. The man next to him is his father, the patriarch of the branch house family of the nearby Otsutsuki clan. The relationship with the clan chief is brotherhood. The patriarch of the branch house grinned and said, I have had enough of your weakness. After I kill you all, I will lead the real Otsutsuki clan, just like the ancestors thousands of years ago, to the earth and become the new ninja master. Zhu Xian. Two cage-level powerhouses are on the verge, the clan leader said coldly. So what? 126. It's just fine to die on both sides. Fifth more seeking subscription. In the ancient city below, people on both sides of the branch house of the Otsutsuki clan branch house subconsciously looked up and looked up. Even the two families of the clan family and the branch house subconsciously stopped fighting. Are those eyes from the Uchiha clan of Indra descendants? The head of the clan fixed his eyes on Kenya's pupils. Although they have been living on the moon since the era of Sage of Six Paths. But it is not that they have never left for thousands of years. Every once in a while, they would send people secretly through the space replacement channel left by Otsutsuki Hamura to the Earth to observe the current state of the ninja world. It's like a watcher's attitude from the perspective of God. The descendants of Indra and Ashura gradually changed their names to Uchiha and Senju, as also within their cognitive category. Although I don't know where the descendants of Indra came from here, but your kid is not at the right time now. The father of Otsutsuki Sharon is obviously not very good-tempered, and his hand is far from the power of the Six Paths tin rod, but he waved the tin rod of the same chakra nature. Different from the 5 basic chakra attributes of water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. But a purer chakra shockwave hit, and from a distance, 717 Kenya felt the space pressure coming from below. Handsome. At the moment when it was less than 2 meters away from Kenya, the air made a loud noise. Under Ryatsu's resistance, the chakra air pressure turned into a turbulent flow and violently dispersed. When I first met everyone from the Otsutsuki clan, based on your looks, I know that you have inherited the purer Otsutsuki lineage. Kenya slowly fell from midair and glanced over the group of Otsutsuki people whose faces were different from ordinary people. The clan leader with a more calm personality was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Uchiha, a descendant of Indra, and my Otsutsuki are also in the same line, but now our family is in some private affairs and has no time to treat guests. A few years after the end of the Fourth Ninja War in the original work, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon was almost completely wiped out. Almost only Otsutsuki is the only one showing his face. Advertisement. The reason for that is probably the clan branch house battle. Patriarch Otsutsuki doesn't need to worry about such trivial matters. You will become part of my power right away. After that, don't say that you become a new ninja, even if you surpass Sage of Six Paths, it's just a matter of raising your hands. Kenya smiled sideways. Boy of the last descendants of Indra, talk crazy, just go to another world and talk. The owner of the branch house put his hands together and separated his hands in the next second. Several balls of light rose out of thin air in the center of the two halls and waved away. Yin Dun Tensu Pills. The predecessor that can use ninjutsu, the pure Inyodan ninjutsu. The Otsutsuki clan is really special, but in the end, your fighting style is nothing more than the same as the ninja. Kenya smiled casually, her eyes narrowed, and in the final analysis, it's not to this level, shatter it. Kyoka Suigetsu. In an instant, Kenya was like a broken glass statue, shattered in the sight of all Otsutsuki. What? Everyone was shocked, and they did not find Kenya's location for a while. However, standing next to the patriarch of the branch house, Otsutsuki Sharon, who was born blind, suddenly exclaimed, "Father, behind you." Hearing what his son said, the patriarch of branch house turned around abruptly. A shining silver blade slammed from the rear, and cut a huge hole in the left shoulder of the branch house chief. Blood suddenly poured out from it. Is born blind, so very good in perception? Very good. Kenya glanced at the big house, nodded approvingly, and looked at the patriarch of the branch house, CEBH. It's a pity, it should have been enough to take away your head. This kid, that illusion just now. The patriarch of branch house's eyes were filled with shock. It's different from the Hyuga family's feature of white eyes and blue veins around the corners of the eyes. They are born to be able to keep their eyes open at any time. Even if it is Tsukuyomi's top-notch illusion, even if it cannot be cracked, when they cast it, they can predict in advance that the enemy will use illusion. Advertisement. But this guy from the Uchiha clan. Why is illusion so without warning? The clan chief snorted, and the tin rod wolf in his hand touched the blue stone brick under his feet. A 360-degree shockwave with no dead ends suddenly swayed, like an invisible tsunami rushing towards Kenya. Yin and Yang escape, but let's not talk about the Six Paths level. Even if you are a super shadow, you are a little bit behind. In general, it is just a little bit stronger than the basic 5 elements, and it does not pose a threat to me. Kenya raised her right hand a little, Hado no 85 falling sky. The same invisible air pressure recoiled back. In an instant, the clan chief's yin-yang escape was suppressed. The right hands of the Otsutsuki people who were standing next to the head of the clan that looked like guards suddenly landed on the ground. Yang Dun Yang Yan technique. Yin Dun Yin thunder technique. The two attributes are different. The fire and thunder with the added yin and yang attributes suddenly rise from the ground. It was able to block Kido above 80 for a while. Good job. Because of this, I am qualified to run here all the way. There is a rare fascination on Kenya's face. The last time he showed such an expression, how long has it been? The 88 of Hado flying dragon strikes thieves and shocks thunder cannon. The sensational thunder from the sky and the earth, centered on Kenya's body, the entire moon's internal position trembled. It has surpassed the destructive power of the general-tailed beast bomb, and it can be said to easily break through the dual defenses of Yang Tong and Yin Dun. I don't know how many years of vicissitudes of life the ancient city was destroyed by 1/3 in an instant. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sōsuke, unlock rate, 68.72%. I didn't know how many people were solved, but from the prompt of the system, the digital display will never be less. 127 The first integration stage, 6th more seeking subscription. Yin and Yang escape Hongguang flame array. A colorful flame spreads, not so much that it is burning things, as it is to swallow the things that are blocked in front of it. This is the proof that Yin Yang escapes completely over the 5 basic attributes. 11 Empty of Bakudo. Kenya's left hand pointed a finger, and the huge transparent defensive wall that appeared out of thin air blocked her. On one side is the power of the top attribute in the world of Hokage Ninja, and on the other side is the power that is different from this world. In the final analysis, any contest of moves is nothing but a contest of pure strength. The strength of the two sides is still in a stalemate. Suddenly, a red beam of light came from behind, trying to penetrate Kenya's throat. Kyoka Suigetsu's blade intercepted and blocked the light. Troublesome guy, did you see through with those eyes? The patriarch of the branch house said solemnly. Father, it may be because I was born blind that I was able to avoid his illusion, that is to say, his illusion is activated by vision. Otsutsuki reminded him from the side. Glancing at his son, the patriarch of branch house took a step and said, lock the position of that kid, that illusion, I don't want to hit it a second time. Now he is not using illusion, father, what you see is his real body. Otsutsuki shouted. Very good. Yin-Yang escape Upanishad fate wave of heaven's whisk.
It has a 3-point similarity to truth-seeking ball, but countless chakra spheres with cyan light emerged in the air, and the next moment it fell like a heavy rain. Each one has the power of A-level ninjutsu. No wonder it's called Profound meaning. Although I don't know if I have contracted Aizen Sosuke's bad habit, I sometimes like to say some commentary. But saying the same thing too much is annoying. The Otsutsuki Sharon, who is born blind and blind, can indeed avoid being controlled by Kyoka Suigetsu. But in the final analysis, he is no better than Naruto in the first line, at the peak level of Jonin. Even if he is not under the control of Kyoka Suigetsu, Kenya's Shunpo's speed, slashing, and Kido's might, can he resist it? I don't know the reason for being born blind, but you undoubtedly have the pure blood inherited from Hamura. Rumble. The moment the voice fell, yin and yang fell on the ground. Hundreds of A-level chakra balls suddenly fell, destroying more than half of the ancient city that had been destroyed by the previous move. However, Kenya was no longer there, but stood in front of the Otsutsuki Sharon, who was a head shorter than herself. Advertisement. The patriarch of the branch house next to him changed his face and looked to the side. What's going on? I didn't see him coming. Sharon also didn't give a sound reminder, that is to say, what he sees now is not illusion. It means that he can do this kind of thing only by relying on his own speed. Perhaps you, who are born blind, can see more clearly than others, but have you ever thought that even in the dark, you might be in the illusion of Kyoka Suigetsu? Kenya's words seemed to have their own magical powers, entangled in Sharon's heart, making him indescribable for a while. Sharon, be careful. Seeing that his son was captured, the branch house chief gave a loud shout, and the tin rod in his hand burst out with an astonishing chakra, waving an impulse. Don't worry, you will be able to see through Kyoka Suigetsu's world right away and get real truth. Kenya's index finger points to the moon chamber of the Sharon. Hado no. 4 by lay. Puff. A white thunder the size of a little finger penetrated Sharon's body. To solve a child at the peak of Jonin, for him now, it is simply too simple. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Huyusuke. Unlock rate. 70.06%. It deserves to be inherited from the direct bloodline of Otsutsuki Hamura, and Tenseigen will be awakened in the future. Kenya exclaimed. At this level, even if you kill the enemy of Jonin's peak, the unlock rate obtained is often not more than 0.2% expensive. And Otsutsuki is 10 times as much in one breath. It shows his importance. The soul that rose slowly from the blood hole at the mouth of the moon and Shang began to flood towards Kenya. And without waiting for Kenya's own control, the Hogyoku of the moon Hungarian membrane has exuded a dazzling light, accepting the arrival of the soul of Sharon. This is. Kenya's eyes couldn't help but be surprised. This is the first time that this kind of thing has happened, and Hogyoku is so eager for the arrival of a ray of soul. For flowers. Is it because of the unique blood of Otsutsuki? Sharon. Witnessing the murder of his son, the patriarch of the branch house split his eyes and shouted angrily at the same time, the tin rod shot a terrifying yin and yang chakra. Wow. Advertisement. Kenya stood motionless. The cyan flame suddenly rising from his body wrapped the yin and yang slashing inside. After a few seconds, the slashing cyan flame of the package faded away from Kenya as if he was full. As if nothing happened from beginning to end. Nani. The patriarch of the branch house and the other Otsutsuki people around him turned pale with fright. Gang, the breath just now was yin and yang escape. 0. That's right, it is the breath of yin and yang that has been passed down from ancient times by their clan. How is this possible? It's just a little ghost of the last descendant of Indra, and the blood of Indra in his body is in a state of incompleteness. How can it be possible to awaken yin and yang to escape? As if nothing had happened, Kenya suddenly tore off her tight-fitting death tyrant pretend, revealing her own moon. Kenya said to herself, as Hamura's blood calling Indra's blood. But it's not complete yet. The endless golden flames formed a hurricane spiral, swallowing it like Kenya, completely covering the whole body. In the center of the moon hub of Kenya, the Hogyoku in the center is emitting a faint light. And the center of the beam of light is Hogyoku. Hoo. The heat of Yongdun's flame burned for 10 seconds. The head of the clan suddenly woke up. Several. In the picture just now, the Otsutsuki Shejin who entered the state of Tenseigen is very similar. But at the moment of 11 seconds. This step has confirmed his failure. This guy, what happened to the body? If you have read the original, Hokage Ninja, you will find it. This is the first stage of Hogyoku's fusion. The soaring beam of light swallowed the flames completely. The patriarch of Branch House gritted his teeth and took a step back subconsciously. As that thing protecting him on its own. 128 Lord Kenya will deal with him, 7th more seeking subscription. In this state, I won't have any hesitation, all of you together, it is impossible for me to be my opponent. Kenya's left hand stroked the Hogyoku in front of the moon, causing Hogyoku to sink into his body again, and smiled calmly. To be honest, you have no value anymore. Your lives are also dispensable. Retreat, so that I can give you a way out. What a joke. The patriarch of Branch House shot out in a rage, and the trace of fear that had just risen in his heart was instantly replaced by endless anger. Mocking and laughing, it's really a headache for old people. The country of tea, the exit of the underground base of Orochimaru. The wasteland, where there was no grass, has been covered by a large amount of ice from the 70-30. Those who didn't know thought they had entered the snow country. In the center of the battlefield, Sasuke holding the Kusunaru sword and Suigetsu who beheaded the sword are relatively speaking. A drop of water fell from Shueiyu's side face, but this was not an effect caused by his hydration technique, but a genuine cold sweat. This guy is obviously an evolution made with Hogyoku, which was incompletely developed. Why is it so strong? Shueyu thought secretly in her heart that he really couldn't understand. I have indeed heard that Uchiha Sasuke relied on Kenya to use Hogyoku to stimulate his body's potential 3 years ago, which doubled his growth rate. But in the end, Uchiha Sasuke accepted the power of Hogyoku that had not yet been developed. Compared with his complete body, it should be weaker. However, how could Shueyu think that Sasuke also has the identity of Indra's reincarnation? Okay, so awesome, I can't get in at all. Little Sakura exclaimed outside the battlefield. On the other hand, Naruto clenched his fist tightly, bleeding from the center, feeling deeply weak for his own weakness. It's not just the limits of the ice road, and even the strength has completely exceeded the highest level of this age. Sure enough, what Uchiha Kenya has done to his body. Kakashi frowned and stared at Suigetsu. At this moment, Sasuke finally said, the double blood inheritance limit of hydration technique and Bingtong is that the ability he gives you. Advertisement. Hey, are you scared? Suigetsu laughed and struck the decapitated knife. Unfortunately, you are Konoha's rebellious forbearance. Even if you die, Mr. Kenya thought you wouldn't say much. Sasuke's eyes were dim, his face darkened. Is that possible? Not necessarily. In the next instant, the Kusunoru sword in his hand suddenly plunged into the ground, and his hands quickly formed seals. However, a hand stretched out from the side, preventing Sasuke from continuing the seal. It is Orochimaru. Sasuke, don't use that technique. Orochimaru reminded. Sasuke glanced at the opponent coldly, and said coldly, let go. It's really, yes, I spoke to Orochimaru-sama again in such an aggressive tone. Yakushi Kabuto walked up from the other side and habitually pushed down his glasses. The stronghold here is no longer available, retreat. Orochimaru put Sasuke's hand down. After staring at Naruto and others for a while, Sasuke disappeared with Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto using the body flicker technique. They escaped. How do I explain to Mr. Kenya after I go back? Shueyu scratched her face pretending to be annoyed. Let him go away alone. Naruto knelt weakly on the ice, tears dripping from his eyes, dripping to the ground. No matter how you cry, Sasuke will never come back. We can only get stronger to bring him back. Although the little Sakura Zishang said so, the tears in her eyes also fell unknowingly. And Kakashi also bowed his head and said nothing. As their teacher, I couldn't do anything just now. Seeing the 7th class in a heavy atmosphere, Shueyu scratched her head in distress, and decided not to tell them about it for the time being. 1 hour later, on the way back to Konoha from the country of tea. Advertisement. Seeing that the emotions of the 3 of them finally recovered, Shueyu said, I didn't say anything when I saw you were sad before, but I still tell you that Uchiha Sasuke is already Konoha's rebel. If he doesn't find it, it's okay, but if he when Konoha is upset, Mr. Kenya will deal with him personally. The expressions of Naruto and Sakura suddenly changed, but they were irrefutable. What is the fate of Renin? But it is impossible for any ninja to not know. But Sasuke's goal is only Uchiha Itachi. Kenya, who is also a Uchiha clan, shouldn't be cruel to him, right? When camping at night, Shueyu raised her head to look at the full moon in the night sky, and asked the 3 of them, do you think the moon is particularly round tonight? Not yet out of the shadow of Sasuke, but Naruto still subconsciously raised his head and looked at the night sky above his head. Indeed, the moon tonight is very round and very bright. It even makes people feel a little weird. Inside the moon. Kenya pulled the death tyrant on her body to block the moon hunting chamber that had just been revealed. The remains of the Otsutsuki clan are everywhere around the ancient city. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 71.93%. The unlocking progress is getting slower and slower. Although I know that the more 1.7 to the end, the slower the unlocking progress. But I didn't expect to reach this point. The average cage level ninja is less than 1%. And in the form of the first stage of Hogyoku integration that Kenya is currently in, the pseudo 6 paths like Obito, I believe it is no longer an opponent at all. Probably only the level of 6 paths Madara and Kagayaji can make him serious. Thank you, everyone of the Otsutsuki clan, you have contributed to an extremely important step in my evolution. With a wave of Kenya's hand, the soil on the ground flew up like a call to cover these remains. Next, you will put on the last good show for me, right? Shoo. Kenya said to herself with a faint smile. 129 Xiao's official action, 8th more seeking subscription. Konoha Village, Ninbi Building. After listening to the report of the 7th class returning from the country of tea with a frustrated face, Kenya's eyes moved slightly, and she nodded clearly, Kaido. That's it, so you can be sure that Sasuke already has a strength that is quite close to that of a movie. For a child under 16 years old, it's really not easy. Sasuke's growth rate is too weird. Lord Kenya, what are you doing to him? Kakashi hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help but ask this question. During the battle at the Orochimaru stronghold, it can be inferred from the words of Suigetsu and Sasuke that they both acquired a certain special ability from Kenya. The hydration technique and Bingshishueijiji Shueyu possesses are the best proof. Although Sasuke did not seem to have acquired any special abilities, that growth rate different from that of ordinary people can already explain a lot of problems. It was true that 3 years ago, he came to me and said that he wanted to get strength, no matter what the price was. 24 was kind and difficult, so I let him conduct the first experiment. Kenya replied calmly. At that time, this method was not fully mature, but it should be said that Sasuke was lucky, or that he has great potential in his body, and I did not expect to guide such power. Could it be that this force can be mass-produced? Little Sakura exclaimed, and then couldn't wait to say, if this is the case, can you ask Mr. Kenya to help me? Little Sakura, Sasuke at that time was considered a unique exception. There is no person who has no blood limit and insufficient strength. If he accepts this force forcibly, he is likely to lose his life. Kenya smiled faintly. The excitement on little Sakura's face suddenly stopped. The side meaning of this sentence is, you have no blood and are weak after the limit, so don't want to think about it. In fact, this is all Kenya's nonsense. With his current ability to control Hogyoku, it is completely possible to mass-produce small pawn-level combat power. To use the words in Shinigami, it is completely enough to mass-produce Jillian's level of chopped Rancor. But he is not a good person, and for those who have no loyalty to him, he will give them strength in a leisurely manner. Okay, Naruto, little Sakura, we should also say goodbye. Kakashi turned his head to look at the two students and said, hurry up and practice, since Sasuke has become very strong, then you can only become stronger. When Naruto heard the words, what he was about to blurt out just now was swallowed abruptly. In fact, he really wanted to ask Kenya if he could accept that power. Advertisement. Even if the danger is great, he is willing to try for Sasuke. But Naruto didn't know that Kakashi saw through his thoughts and spoke in time to stop him. In Kakashi's view, this power is indeed tempting. But it is very likely to be similar to the upgraded version of Orochimaru's curse seal. Once possessed of this power, it is likely to become a puppet of Kenya. He didn't want his teacher's son to be like that. Master Shinobu, then we will leave first. Kakashi owes his first words. Thank you, Mr. Kakashi, take a good rest. Kenya smiled. After the 7th class left, Kenya said again, Shueyu, Sasuke played against you, how do you feel? Suigetsu scratched the back of her head and spread her hands. Kyoka Suigetsu of Kenya can read my memory, isn't it? I'm not good at explaining this kind of thing. Kenya glanced at him slightly. You are the first one, Shueyu, if you cannot exclude reading memories. Anyway, you can read whatever you want. Since Shueyu couldn't resist being fed by Gongshin, please enjoy it. In the next second, Jing Washui suddenly unsheathed and inserted into the back of Shueyu's head. Shueyu's eyes widened, temporarily lost consciousness, but did not fall down. But there was no trace of blood in the place where it was inserted, only a faint blue light. What Suigetsu saw and heard about this mission flooded Kenya's mind through Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities. The whole process took less than half a minute. Kenya took Kyoka Suigetsu out, and Suigetsu regained his sanity. Thanks for your hard work, take a good rest, Shueyu. Kenya said. Cough. The land of the earth, Sunagakure. That's right, it's not Iwagakure, the country of soil, but Sunagakure, the country of soil. Advertisement. Two figures slowly approached, and the new Sunagakure. It's also a coincidence. In the original work, he was born in San Shinobi, and he also planted a spy in San Shinobi. Therefore, he and Deidara, an artistic duo, would be more appropriate to capture one-tail show crane. And now, although San Shinobi has moved to the land of the country. But Deidara, another member of the art duo, is born in Rock Shinobi and is very familiar with the terrain of the land. So in response to Shuhei's actions, they were still sent. Leave the search for that sky to me. Brother. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The rest are San Shinobi's 1 tail, Mist Shinobi's 3 tails, and Konoha's 9 tails. When the voice fell, Deidara stood on the white dove and rushed towards the sky above the new Sunagakure. Deidara and Sasori, who were born in Rock Shinobi and San Shinobi, have a kind of inexplicable feeling. Now Akatsuki has a 4-headed beast. At this moment, the art duo is standing on a mountain peak, and Yao looks at the new Sunagakure, which has only been built in the distance for more than a year. 3 tails is handed over to the ghost dragon and wrong group with Kurigakure background. 2 tail 8 tails, killed by Uchiha Kenya in the war 2 years ago, has not been resurrected. 9 tails plans to let Akatsuki's apparent boss Pain take the shot himself. It's embarrassing, don't you think? Brother Sasori. The white eyes were diffused, and the white doves made of clay appeared together. Kakuzu, who was born in Takian village half a year ago, joined 730 and Hidan to go to Takian village and successfully captured 7 tails. Deidara rolled her eyes and pulled her right hand from the backpack around her waist. It's not just the 2 of them. Sasori coldly snorted. You will decide when you do the order. Don't talk nonsense, get to work. Wow, although roughly retaining the style of the Iwagakure period, it also incorporates a lot of the style of Sunagakure. 130 Chiyo's doubt. A few days later, in the Konoha Shinobi Department building. Gaara lost. After hearing Temari's anxious report to him, no one could help but raise their brows. Even though Sunagakure has moved to the country of the soil, the members of Akatsuki sent out to capture Morizuru, but they are probably still an art duo. Kenya had already guessed this. But after all, Gaara is such a big person, it is impossible for him to tie him to his side. Just let him improve his strength as much as possible. I thought that Gaara, who is now the perfect Jinchuriki, could no longer lose to Deidara, but I didn't expect to lose anyway. Temari anxiously said. According to Konkuro's news, it is said that it was a rock shinobi rebel and the genius puppeteer Sasori who defected to Sand Shinobi 20 years ago. Together, they defeated Gaara. Join hands. If this is the case, it is not surprising that Gaara lost. After all, he has not yet accepted Hogyoku's transformation to raise his power to a new height. Temari said anxiously. Teacher, now. Calm down, Temari, the more this happens, the more calm you will be. Kenya's hand lightly pressed on the top of Temari's head, making Temari, who was about to jump in a hurry, suddenly quiet a lot. But, we will set off now, there will be nothing wrong with Gaara. Hearing that Kenya was actually preparing to take the shot himself, Temari's face suddenly showed peace of mind. Kinaruo, Kenya said lightly. Hey, Kanera, who appeared here with the body flicker technique, knelt behind Kenya on one knee. During this time, Ninbu will be taken care of by you for the time being, and then let Shueyu come over. Kenya considered for a second, and finally decided that Shueyu would follow along. Yes, Jinaruo replied, then disappeared with the body flicker technique again. 10 minutes later, the main entrance of Konoha village. Follow Temari of Kenya, Water Moon, and Might Guy class, Kakashi class, meet in 3 parties. Advertisement. Minister Shinobi, did you actually go out in person? Might Guy was surprised. The 2 squads had just learned that Gaara had been abducted by Akatsuki, and they were dispatched by Tsunade to the new Sunagakure for reinforcements. Kenya smiled and said, Gaara is my important student, how could I ignore it? Just like Lee is to you. Oh, as expected of Lord Shinobu. This is youth. Might Guy screamed passionately. Kenya smiled faintly. Although it is annoying, sometimes a single cell like Might Guy can really bring a lot of fun. Why do you want to perform tasks with this group of people again? Seeing the 7th class, Shueyu couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. I feel that as long as I get entangled with this group of people, nothing good will happen. And the reason why he took the shot himself was not only because of Gaara, but also because he needed to meet someone. The people moved extremely fast, rushing all the way to the border of the country of soil. When he was about to enter the territory of the land, Hakura, who is the current minister of Sand Shinobi, and Shio, who should have retired from the top of Sand Shinobi for many years, and several Sand Shinobi Jonin met. Master Aizen. Seeing Kenya's arrival, Yi Kang and others nodded and saluted immediately. Shio frowned. Once the most likely to inherit the position of 5th Kazekage, Sand Shinobi's hero, Aizen, his true identity is Shinigami Uchiha Kenya. Although she has been retired for many years, she is still very familiar with this name. But for some reason, based on her knowledge of Luosha, she didn't think that Luosha would take a Konoha Uchiha ninja by her side as her deputy. Because Luosha is very weak and suspicious. He dare not put a person who is too strong by his side. As a person in the political circle, you should not regard someone who is stronger than yourself as a confidant. Shio believes that Luosha cannot understand this truth. But because the voice of Aizen in Sand Shinobi is too high, and she is an old woman who has retired for many years, it is best not to be nosy. Otherwise, the one who suffers is definitely oneself. Don't be so polite, how about Akatsuki's whereabouts, master? Kenya raised her hand. Yes, according to the report of the ninja guarding the border, the strange bird controlled by the rock shinobi rebels indeed flew into the territory of the country of grass, and lost track of whereabouts after that, so we chased it all the way. Advertisement. Yi Kang raised his head again and replied. Kenya's eyes were dim, and Ryutsu began to spread like dark clouds in the sky. With one finger on the right hand, Bakudo's 58 toes chase the bird. From the palm of the hand, the silver and blue colors gleamed out to form a huge disc mirror shape. The clear picture gradually appeared, as if fast forward, the picture jumped quickly, and then gradually became clear. In a cave, several black shadows stood on the fingers of a huge golem. Gaara was controlled by a strange chakra in midair, and the soul of the crane in his body was forcibly drawn into the golem. The whole body was floating in the air, with his eyes closed, like a victim drowning in the sea. Gaara, Temari exclaimed. This is just an image, Temari. Kenya signaled Temari to calm down and ordered. Yi Kang, take someone back to Sunagakure with Temari, stabilize the high-level staff, and say that Gaara has been rescued, lest the elders always plan to change the wind and shadow. Although he has become a perfect Jinchuriki, many old antiques in the village still think that Jinchuriki's role as a wind shadow is very dangerous. Always thinking of replacing Gaara, Zhao Hao, and sending Temari back, just to calm them. Blue, Aizen-sama, say so, Wan, just in case. The Sand Shinobi Jonin behind Yi Kang hesitated. If you say that, if Gaara fails to be rescued afterwards, how can you explain it? You guys, don't you believe in the power of the teacher? Temari scolded. No, I dare not. After the interview, several people bowed their heads and said no. Wait, one of the people who took Gaara with him is my grandson, and I want to clean the door myself. Thousands of generations interjected. Kenya said casually. Please feel free. After deciding to split up, Temari stood in front of Kenya and said with tears, Teacher, please be sure to rescue Gaara. Kenya comforted. Don't worry, when did I make a mistake? 131 The Chess of Itachi. There are 2 roads leading to the destination from here. Akatsuki is very likely to have an ambush on the road. In order to avoid rescue time, the troops will now be divided into two routes. After Tamari and Yikang return to the new Sunagakure, Kenya again ordered. The Guy class and I act together. Chio-senpai, Suzuki, you will go the other way with the Kakashi class. Why should I be with these troublesome guys again? Shueyu wanted to cry without tears, but she didn't dare to defy Kenya's order and obediently walked into the 7th class. Chio caught the wrinkles on his face without saying anything, and followed Kakashi and the others. Located in a sealed cave in the territory of Grassland. The 9 seals of the magic dragon against Gaara are about to be completed, and the seal is also being completed, and the person in charge of intelligence investigation suddenly said. Someone rushed over here, a total of 2 groups, it seems that we have locked our position with tracking techniques. Who? In the phantom state, apart from the body contour and the Rinnegan in the pupils, there are no other 730 positive heavenly Dao pens questions like gold. Split into 2 teams, led by Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Kenya. Definitely replied. Kisame grinned. Oh, the guy the first met 3 years ago, I didn't expect that Shinigami would go out in person. After that, Gui Zhao looked at the art duo with a weird smile. Who told you to arrest someone's beloved disciple? How about you solve it? All the members of the Shao organization present are in the form of the magic lantern technique, and only the art duo is in the state of the deity. In other words, only the 2 of them can exert their full strength. Sasori hummed secretly, without responding. Didara's face flashed unpleasantly, just about to respond, but was interrupted by heavenly Dao pain. Use that technique to delay for a while, now is not the time to fight Shinigami, among you, only I can fight him. His eyes moved. 3 years ago, the scene where the other party cracked his own face with illusion, until now, it still appears in front of CEBH himself from time to time. He kind of wanted to reply, even if it's you, it's not necessarily his opponent. But after thinking about it, he restrained it. A long-standing thought arose in my heart, and he turned to speak. Kakashi, I will deal with it over there. Advertisement. Wrong. Who has a cold personality, will take the initiative to fight, and many people in the organization can't help but look at him. Tiandao Pain nodded. Your control of Sharingan is far above Hitaki Kakashi, even in the state of Zhuan technique, it should be enough to defeat it. As for the other person. Zhao, you go. Tiandao Pain looked sideways at the ghost flood. I don't have the confidence to beat Shinigami. Gui Zhao told the truth. It is enough to delay for a while. Among the people condensing here, your chakra is the most abundant. Tiandao Pain explained. No idea. Gui Jun shrugged. The ferret and the ghost dragon, sitting side by side on a rock at one end of the grassland, began to change their seals. In the forest, Naruto, who was advancing fast, frowned, and speeded up his feet to the extreme. Isshin just wondered how to rescue Gaara quickly. Although there have been some changes, the 2 people who have very similar childhood experiences have become friends like in the original book. Suddenly, Naruto's face changed, and he stopped and fell from the tree. Unknowingly, Kakashi, Sakura, Chio, and Suzuki, who were walking with him, have disappeared. Difficult, is it because I ran too fast without knowing it? Naruto said to himself. However, even he himself did not believe this reason. There is a vague guess in his heart. Naruto loves his eyebrows. Could it be? That's right, it's illusion. Halfway through the conversation, someone answered Naruto's doubts. Looking at the man walking out of the woods, Naruto put his hand into his ninja bag for the first time. Although it was the first time we met, because the other party was Sasuke's target, he didn't know how many times he had seen the other party's face on the wanted order. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi. The man Sasuke has been pursuing and wants to kill. Don't run away. You should have heard that I am facing an enemy with Sharingan and should avoid one-on-one, right? Wrong, Lengsheng said. Even Flash Marriage dripped cold sweat because of tension, but still forced a smile. Naruto said. Hey, the number of people on my side can change from 1 person to 1,000 at any time, not to mention that as long as you can catch you can find Sasuke. Itachi's expression changed slightly, but Naruto didn't notice it. He just said again. Why do you care about my brother so much? That guy is a betrayer, right? He wants to test this Konoha shinobi who is the same age as his brother. Naruto clenched his fists and whispered, because I will treat him as a brother more than you. As soon as this was said, Itachi's mouth raised a faint smile. If it's him, maybe it can. On the other road leading to the seal cave. Neji opened his eyes and suddenly shouted, be careful. There are enemies. The moment the voice fell, something in the ground ahead rushed violently, sand and dust in the soil, rushing towards this side at an extremely fast speed. A knife with self-consciousness is not so much a knife, but a substantive creature similar to the tailed beast chakra. Kenya took a step forward. Rumble. The roaring Ryutsu made the entire space begin to twist. Tien, who was weak in the Guy squad in the rear, fell directly to his knees, pale under Ryutsu's impact, and almost retched. What's the matter? This sense of oppression. Too exaggerated, right? Although the situation of Might Guy and Hyuga Neji and others is not as exaggerated as every day, it is also difficult to maintain the balance of the body. And Samahata, who was originally lurking in the soil, also rushed out of the soil. It looked like a frightened groundhog cowered and curled up on the spot, not daring to go any further. 132 Not under me. Water style Shujao bullet technique. The water waves rushing out from nowhere formed the outline of a dragon in the air, and while protecting the masseter muscles, they rushed towards the 5 Kenyans. Lala. However, the identity of Kenya, who is not waiting for the water dragon to touch, is half divided. As if being cut by countless invisible blades, it shattered into countless splashes in an instant. It's really, Shinigami, just the aura that exudes makes the muscles so scared. Quote. Looking ahead, the ghost dragon appeared in front of everyone, and picked up the trembling masseter muscle on the ground again. I don't know if it is because of the chakra provided by the owner that relieves the sore muscles a little, and the trembling body gradually calms down. That uniform, the late man. Might Guy exclaimed. Ghost Zhao. It seems that it was Itachi who stopped Naruto's side. Kenya's face showed a leisurely calmness. With a hoarse voice, Gui Zhao said with a smile. As expected of, Shinigami, the world only sees your strength, but ignores your equally terrifying insight. Quote. Call suddenly shook Samahata down, and made a sound of breaking wind, which was enough to prove the power of the ghost flood. Unfortunately, I was sent to block you here. Kenya took a step forward, her eyes reflected strangeness. Oh. I don't know which side is the misfortune in your mouth. Quit, Father Gui, let you die like this, it's a pity, didn't I talk about it 3 years ago? That's okay, it won't work. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Kisami's face, but the next moment, he concealed the panic in his heart with actions, and slashed with a knife. Really, I admire people who have a loyal personality. If I want to kill them, I will also have some intolerance. Slightly. In the next instant, the sharp sound of the collision of the blades followed. The ghost eyes suddenly tightened, and Uchiha Kenya didn't draw the sword at all, but sent Kyoka Suigetsu on his waist and the scabbard forward by 3 points. Directly use the bottom of the handle to resist the masseter muscle and move on. With my strength, I can't move forward. The ghost is trying to increase his strength, but no matter how he increases his strength, the volume below compares, it is like the handle of Kyoka Suigetsu who is blocking the hammer with chopsticks is still not moving. Advertisement. Zhao, the Zhao muscle didn't swallow chakra, does that mean he didn't use chakra? Also, in other words, just rely on wrist strength to suppress me. At this moment, far away, the ghost flood that was manipulating the puppet in Jaein couldn't help but drip with cold sweat on his face. Poor strength, is it really that big? The choice to leave from the Shao organization must be very difficult for you, it doesn't matter, you can continue to stick to your choice, after leaving this life, retreat. Wow, only for a moment, all Kisame saw was the shining sword light, already his own body. That one, there is no more headless body. When he reacted, he realized that his head had been cut off. Current template character. Lord of Hogyoku Aizen Sosuke, unlock rate, 72.06%. Even if it is Shangzhuan technique, but only 30% of the strength, but this is too pitiful, right? Kenya secretly said inwardly. According to this comparison, it can be basically determined that ninjas below Jonin have no effect on unlocking. Calendar. Awesome. It's so easy to give a member of Akatsuki too. What a terrible power. Rock Lee and Tiantian were shocked. Neji was also shocked, but under the eyes of the eyes, his face suddenly changed. He pointed to the body of the ghost dragon whose head and body were clearly separated, and shouted. Hey, look at that. When the other 3 people in Guy's class saw this, they turned to look in the direction of Neji's fingers. I saw that. Kisame's face seemed to melt and began to change, and finally turned into another person completely. Hey, what is this? Might Guy said in surprise. Akatsuki's secret technique, capable of possessing this technique, is undoubtedly the person who possesses those eyes, but it is a pity that he cannot perfectly control that power. Kenya is imaginary, don't point at it. ... For flowers. Master Shinobu. Recalling what Kenya had said about soliciting Kisame just now, Might Guy just wanted to say something, but Kenya had already turned and walked forward. Advertisement. Go. Gaara's situation doesn't allow us to wait too long. Might Guy also felt that it was not the time to chat, so he cast a look at his 3 disciples and quickly followed Kenya. In the sealed cave, the ghost dragon in the state of the slide body technique said. It was killed. It's fast. The contours of the body were also phantom-like, and Konan, the only female member, looked sideways. It is also extremely rare to let her speak actively, and it can be seen that Konan was also extremely shocked by the rapid defeat of the ghost flood dragon. 0. I'm really curious about who was better compared to the boss. Gui Zhao's eyes glared at Tiandao Pen. Kisame, pay attention to your words, Pen is invincible. Konan's tone was a little dissatisfied. Kisame said no more. But my heart actually thinks that Kenya has completely surpassed Pain. To be able to defeat the Kisame of Shangzhuan technique in such a simple way, the strength should not be below me. After the sealing ceremony of Sasori, Deidara, one tale is completed, you also retreat quickly, don't fall in love with each other. Tiandao Pain spoke slowly and reminded the art duo. I would like to meet someone who can crack the base Tsukuyomi. Deidara said, pulling her neck. Since the battle that joined Akatsuki was defeated by Wrong, he has been aiming to kill Itachi. Uchiha and Deidara of Sharingan who can crack Tsukuyomi are very interested. Hey, if you are in a hurry to die, I won't stop you. Kisame laughed again. After thinking about it, he still didn't tell Kenya's intention to solicit him. But I can't help but generate an idea in my heart. Compared with the Eyes of the Moon project, Uchiha Kenya's practice of controlling the world with power. Is it also a way to change this hypocritical world? 133 Recognized Art Duo. For Naruto of Uchiha Itachi, who is in the form of Zhuan technique, they are obviously not as fast as Kenya. Already almost arrived at the destination, but still did not see the 7th class coming to meet. Guy, you led your student guard nearby to prevent Akatsuki from escaping, and I enter directly. When approaching the seal cavern, Kenya ordered. The next possible scenes, it is better not to let Might Guy see them. Might Guy did not refute when he heard the words, and nodded, I understand, Master Shinobu. Separated from the Guy class, Kenya, who was advancing in less than 5 minutes, reached the door and was blocked by a huge salt rock with charms. This is the same as the original. Kenya had no expression on her face, she just put her right hand on the handle of Kyoka Suigetsu's knife, and slightly squeezed the 5 fingers, 730. Taste la. From being unsheathed to receiving it, ninjas below cage level may not even have time to see Kyoka Suigetsu's blade. Boom. The rock in front of me cracked with a crisp sound, and then continued to spread to the upper and lower sides. 3 seconds later, it instantly turned into 2 halves like tofu. Boom. The huge rock that was turned into 2 halves fell down, and when it hit the ground, a large amount of dust was lifted and filled. When the sand and dust gradually disappeared, there was also a sound like a balloon explosion. The white smoke dispersed. Kenya knew that was the reason why Nagato returned Geto statue summoning. Except for Deidara and Sasori, the other Akatsuki members in the magic lantern technique state, after looking at Kenya for the last time, disappeared one after another. Cut. It's really fast. The sealing technique the boss prepared really doesn't work. Deidara whispered. Isn't your technique too arrogant to let people find here? The mother in Fei Liuhu gave him a cold look. Losing the support of the Geto statue, the two fell from midair together. At the same time, there was Gaara whose heart had stopped beating after being picked up just now. Exclamation mark. Clatter. Deidara and Sasori landed one after another. Advertisement. Clatter. 2 seconds later, there was a third landing sound. The moment they heard the art duo, their faces changed drastically. Because Uchiha Kenya, who was standing at the entrance of the cave on the opposite side, disappeared. There was the sound of footsteps behind him. The two suddenly looked back. It was found that Uchiha Kenya had appeared behind them, and before Gaara landed, he held his body in his hands. This guy, Deidara swallowed secretly. I understand why Gui Zhao lost so fast. Sasori, who is hidden in the Huliuhu, also has a solemn expression. You still have time. As if Deidara and Sasori weren't the same at all, Kenya muttered to herself and placed Gaara's body on the ground. As the voice fell, the index finger and middle finger of the right hand lined up in front of the moon. The glowing Hogyoku slowly emerged, and the overflowing light began to gather in front of Gaara's body, wrapping and blending in. Hey, what is that guy doing? Gaara is dead. Deidara frowned. But Sasori instinctively felt something wrong. In the final analysis, if the tail beast is separated from Jinchuriki will die, just because the souls of both sides have been fused together, and the forcible separation will cause the soul to suffer fatal damage at one time, which will lead to death. Kenya didn't know if it was talking to herself, or explaining to the art duo behind. With a joking smile in her tone, she continued. But if it is said that someone else's soul can be used to fill his soul gap, what will happen? Less than 5 seconds after Kenya said this, the halo covering Gaara began to dim, and a soft moan came from his mouth. And Deidara and Sasori also heard Gaara's soft cry. Impossible. Deidara's eyes widened. Although Sasori didn't speak, the consternation in his eyes was no less than Deidara. Advertisement. Old teacher. Seeing Kenya's face in front of his eyes, Gaara barely spoke out. Don't get excited, your soul has just been repaired, you need to get used to him first. Kenya, who was squatting on the ground, slowly got up, turned to look at the art duo behind him, and smiled. Then, Akatsuki, are you going to run away? It's okay, you can try to turn your back to me, although I'm here this time. Another purpose of this is to see you know, but for the target, it is not the two of you. This guy, Deidara, who is less than 20 years old now, is far less mature than Akatsuki's other members in both character and temperament. Hearing this, he was instantly furious, and subconsciously wanted to throw out his own detonating clay, and fiercely give this B********** D who has the same blood as wrong and art. But why? Deidara didn't even know that when he saw this person, it was difficult for him to think of resistance. The hand chewing in a backpack full of detonating clay has stopped unknowingly. This feeling is like when Onoki faced Uchiha Madara 60 years ago. Brother, retreat. Deidara gritted her teeth. I think so. Sasori responded, choosing wisely. He is not an idiot. Even if he is blind, he can perceive the opponent and his own power gap in general. After Deidara's right hand for a while, the white powder flying from the palm of his hand turned into a giant white dove after a sound, holding the two behind and flying out of the cave. 1.7 inches teacher. Why let them go? Gaara held back his still somewhat unwell body, half propped up, and shouted to Kenya. Because there is one more worthy of attention. Kenya drew his knife abruptly and slashed towards the ceiling of the cave on the upper left of Gaara. Boom. The explosion of sword pressure pierced the entire cave and even this mountain. Break through a huge hole and let the sun shine straight in. But it did not let the entire cave collapse, which shows how accurate Kenya's control of the sword pressure is. Gaara turned to look. I saw a mysterious person wearing a black ninja suit and a spiral mask that seemed to be pierced by the hole again, floating out from the ceiling wall of the cave like a ghost. 134 Let's make a deal, shall we? This guy, when did he appear here? Gaara was taken aback, looking at the ghostly masked man. This guy is the key. Kenya took a step and said, Gaara, can the body move? Yes. Although somewhat reluctant, Gaara stood up forcibly. The two guys out there who defeated you, you are responsible for solving it. This guy, I will deal with it. You are here, it will prevent me from killing him. Kenya paused. Gaara's eyes narrowed, her right hand covering the ground. The rocks on the ground quickly turned into sand, floating on Gaara's feet, turning into flying objects like somersault clouds. Teacher, be careful, Gaara yelled back and drove Shayun away quickly. It's really eye-opening. I didn't expect that even Jinchuriki who was drawn out of the tail beast could be saved. Obito sighed with Madara's voice. In some ways, it's really enviable. It's your Sharingan ability, but it doesn't feel like it is. If 24 had this ability back then, he could extract 3 tails from Lin's body, and then use this technique to save her. In this way, Lin doesn't need to take the initiative to rush to Kakashi's Chidori in order to prevent the 3 tails in her body from attacking Konoha. 7 years ago when we last met. Time flies so fast. Kenya didn't plan to answer Obito's question at all, and smiled. It's still the same, like sneaky actions. Obito said coldly. To accomplish important goals, temporary concealment is necessary, just like you have been lurking in Sand Shinobi for many years as Aizen, right? Within a few years, the mouth office has also become a lot stronger, but what I said just now is not really the mouth office. The violent Ryutsu caused the entire mountain to tremble, and the space was distorted. Although it's a pity to kill you now, but there are a lot of things left for me. Advertisement. The surrounding animals began to lie on the ground, unable to breathe, and many of their eyes rolled wildly, and they fainted. At this time, the teacher's power. Gaara, who controls the sand cloud to chase the art duo, feels the amazing Ryutsu in the cave behind her, and her complexion changes again, and she can't believe it. Have you reached this level? Rumble. When Gaara turned her head back and was about to continue on her way, a huge thunder blasted from the sky. The head that had just turned back twisted back again. A lightning flash column that was more than 100 meters high covered the entire mountain, and it slowly dissipated after 10 seconds. Looking at it again, the whole mountain has disappeared. At the top of the mountain that has been completely razed to the ground, Kenya and Obito are fighting each other. This force can already compete with Tailed Beast Bomb, right? The face behind Obito's mask was solemn. Should I say that fortunately my Mangekyo ability is Kamui? Recalling the speed of Kenya's operation just now, there is still destructive power. If it wasn't for Kamui, he would be dead, right? Is that the ability of your Mangekyo? It's really good. Kenya's words were not meant to compliment or lose, but to be honest. With a nearly invincible time of up to 5 minutes, even if you get the world of Shinigami, it is an excellent ability that is not inferior. Especially used to escape, it can be called invincible. This is also the strength of Obito itself is not outstanding. But I think that Madara's name has been the main reason why she has not been killed in the ninja world for nearly 2 decades. To be honest, before Hogyoku evolved to the second stage, it is now easy for Kenya to defeat Obito, but it is really not easy to stop him from escaping. Advertisement. However, it is not completely impossible. Any move has its weaknesses. If there is no weakness, it is only myself. Kenya pointed Kyoka Suigetsu's blade at the ground, and whispered softly, smash it. Mirror flower. Hold on, Uchiha Kenya. Just as Kenya was preparing to liberate Zanpakuto, Obito suddenly raised his hand and said, the only left eye behind the mask stared at the other person, and said, is your purpose just to kill me? Why not come to make a deal? If Obito's remark just now only made Kenya a little interested, then now, it has completely let him pay attention to it. This thought came up in Kenya's heart, but then he rejected it. Kyoka Suigetsu was started visually, and he had learned about it through White Zetsu on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield 2 years ago. It shouldn't be your speculation, but the information intercepted by Akatsuki. According to my guess, your most important goal at the moment should be Uchiha Sasuke. Right. Okay. The most important thing now is Sasuke's business. Although it became very scheming under the teaching of Uchiha Madara Kazu, Obito is not as good as Kakashi in terms of insight. Kenya's brows raised lightly, but Kyoka Suigetsu's liberation was suspended. After a pause, Obito continued. The brothers Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi are handed over to you, and Konoha's 9 tails should be useless to you, right? Use them in exchange, how about? Not paying attention to Kenya's sarcasm, Obito continued. 730 inches I was also concerned about Sasuke's situation. After all, there are not many people who have these eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Kenya suddenly grinned and sneered. It's a pity that this kind of transaction is based on the premise that the strength of the two parties is not big. I have not seen this kind of equal strength from you. Quote. Obito's body has turned into a phantom, and at the same time, the eyes behind the mask have been closed tightly. Use Hogyoku to start the first fusion stage for 5 minutes of continuous attacks to kill Obito. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even if it's you, it's not that easy to kill me. In other words, I can kill you and deal with Sasuke and Sasuke. So don't look at him now standing in front of Kenya. In fact, when he is facing each other, he keeps his eyes closed all the time. 135 I'm not afraid. Obito is not a top strategist. But under the guidance of two old foxes, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, conspiracy is no longer inferior to Danzo. What is the premise of the transaction? Kenya said that the problem of the difference in strength between the two is only secondary, and more important, is that it can bring benefits to both parties. That's the key to making the transaction successful. Kenya pulled Kyoka Suigetsu back into the scabbard, with a strange smile on her face, and strode past Obito. I already have a strategy to deal with this guy. The same goes for Obito. To be honest, in Konoha, 9 tails under the eyelids of Uchiha Kenya is the most difficult to get. Obito also needs to use some tactics to get Naruto in his hands. Both of them are pregnant with ghosts, it depends on who can calculate each other first. On the other hand, Gaara, who was diverted by Kenya, wanted to chase the fleeing Sasori and Deidara, but he just recovered, coupled with the sand that was not made by his own chakra, and his strength dropped by more than 1. In the end, they can only return without success. Sorry, teacher, I really can't catch up. Gaara, who joined Kenya, bowed her head. This was also expected by Kenya. He never thought that Gaara could catch up with those two guys. It's nothing, you have not healed from a serious injury, this is also normal. Kenya pressed her right hand on Gaara's shoulder and said, after dealing with Sand Shinobi's affairs, come to Konoha. If you lose Shozuru, if you want to continue to fight against an organization like Akatsuki, you need new strength. Yes, Gaara also heard her sister Temari say in the letter about the Hogyoku evolution series of things. Gaara. At this moment, a cry of surprise came. Gaara looked sideways, with a look of excitement. The one who rushed toward him was the 7th class headed by Naruto. Distinguished heavenly gods, are you in your hands? Naruto. Qian said inwardly. Although she has the bad habit of Aizen Sosuke who likes to unlock from time to time, Kenya does not like to explain the same thing. Advertisement. While escorting Gaara back to the new Sunagakure, Gaara told everyone about the incident. Gaara said that his consciousness had been gradually detached from this world before he was about to enter total darkness. Unexpectedly, one hand pulled him from the front, pulling himself out of the darkness. And the owner of this hand is Kenya. When Kakashi heard that Kenya was able to rescue all the Jinchuriki from whom the tail beast had been taken, their expressions were even more exciting. However, I don't know if my heart is wise, Kakashi sighed with emotion. The ability of Minister Shinobu, if there was a master 18 years ago, that would be great. Obviously, just like Uchiha Obito, he also thought of the Kurigakure forcibly implanting 3 tails in the past, intending to bring it back to Konoha and destroy the village's Nohara Lin. If Kenya was there at that time, Lin Nohara would not die. It is indeed a good friend who shares a pair of eyes, and the ideas are exactly the same. Kenya laughed inwardly. Kaido, speaking of the guy Akatsuki who ran away from me, the abilities of space ninjutsu and Mr. Kakashi are really similar. Kakashi was startled when he heard the words, but Kenya did not go on. It is no good for Kakashi to announce Obito's identity now, and maybe it will change again. Kakashi thought for a moment, but didn't take it to heart. After all, space ninjutsu is rare, but it is not unique to Kamui. What's more, who would associate him with a person who is believed to have been dead for nearly 2 decades? Send Gaara back to the new Sunagakure all the way. When they reached the border of the country, a large number of Sand Shinobi young ninjas had arrived, led by Temari. Temari rushed over, embraced Gaara excitedly, and cried out. Gaara, worry about me. The first time I saw her strong sister showing this expression, Gaara was sluggish for a moment, reluctantly Kaido. Feel sorry. Just come back, just come back. Temari kept sobbing in tears. More and more Sand Shinobi ninjas also gathered around, and there were heated discussions. Great, Master Gaara is finally back. Advertisement. At that time, I saw Master Fengying being taken away to protect the village. I was really scared. Once I was worried, what should I do if Master Fengying really has some strengths and weaknesses? Idiot, this is the reinforcement of Lord Aizen himself, how could it fail? Master Aizen is invincible, although at first I took this opportunity to see if I could kill Obito. But many times, the facts will not always go as smoothly as planned. Fortunately, all of this did not exceed the scope of Kenya's vision. The rescue of Gaara ended in victory. It further deepens the alliance between Konoha and Sand Shinobi and Kenya's position in Sand Shinobi. When going back, Gaara led Sand Shinobi's high-level officials to come to see off in person, and she gave Kenya a disciple gift for a long time. Temari stated that he will stay in Sand Shinobi temporarily until Gaara recovers. When Gaara comes to Konoha later, he will go with him. At that time, he will continue to stay with Kenya. Temari's thoughts, as long as it is not an idiot like Naruto, can be seen by anyone. Kenya just smiled at this and didn't say much, just to Temari that she didn't need to worry. And this time, it was just the Mavericks trying the knife. The real good show, the next Jiao Hao, is about to officially start. After a few days, everyone returned to Konoha. Welcome back. Kenya has not had time to enter the entrance before entering the house. The door behind him opened again, and Shi Raihong, who was holding a vegetable basket, walked into the house just one step late. Don't ask me if I am in danger. Check if there is anything wrong with my body. Seeing that Shi Raihong's attitude is no different from usual, Kenya couldn't help but joked. Shi Raihong rolled her eyes and placed a basket full of Kenya's favorite ingredients on the shoe cabinet next to her. She glanced at him. From the day I met you, I have been like a monster. What can happen to you? Kenya seemed speechless. Shi Raihong took possession of the landing layer, and finally walked up, grabbed the opponent's arm, stepped on the foot and kissed it. It wasn't until I was almost out of breath that I slowly let go. 136A Final look before death, first more subscription, additional explanation. Konoha Village. At this time, several days have passed since the rescue operation of Gaara. After realizing the endless gap with Sasuke, Naruto started a new round of training under the supervision of Kakashi. At the same time, the hand sent out Yamato, one of the former Anbu members, and ordered him to suppress Nine-Tails' chakra, who might have run away due to physical weakness during Naruto's practice. Although Tsunade thought about looking for Kenya, because he had assisted Gaara in controlling Sho Crane before, becoming a precedent for the perfect Jinchuriki. But Kenya refused, he has other things to do. Root, the base of the organization. The base was built in the underground location of Konoha. In this place, night and day are not visible, which fits the saying of, root buried in the ground. At this moment, Kenya and Danzo are sitting opposite each other in the dark room. Kenya smiled and said, in the past 3 years, Senior Danzo has been unexpectedly quiet, which surprised me a bit. This is really telling the truth. Don't say anything else, just look at Danzo's age, who knows he has a few years to live. Coupled with Danzo's long-cherished desire for Hokage's location. Kenya thought that this guy might soon be unable to hold back and fight to the death. But he didn't expect that his 3 years of 730 time was very stable. Declining Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, 2 old things that have nothing to do, have to jump out and bite, and Kenya has to send someone to warn them to shut up after a period of time. And Danzo stayed motionless in his shell for 3 years. It was really unexpected. Uchiha Kenya, if you are here only to mock the old man, then the old man will not accept him. Danzo squinted his eyes. Although his tone barely remained calm, he had inadvertently revealed a hint of cruelty. Unfortunately, he is not the opponent of the man in front of him. Hateful. Ha ha ha. Senior Danzo is too sensitive. I have no other meaning. I have good news to discuss with you. Kenya smiled slightly. Advertisement. But if this expression is seen by Yu Raihong, he will definitely see it immediately. This guy is definitely making a horrible idea. Huh, good news. Danzo responded coldly, without a trace of joy. He himself is an out-and-out conspirator, and he told Uchiha Shisui that he could help him stop the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. He doesn't think Uchiha Kenya can really bring him any good news. I plan to let Danzo Senpai leave this dark place and become a member of the advisory team like Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Kenya threw a bomb directly, and Danzo's face changed drastically. With Danzo's qualifications in Konoha, he had no contempt for a high-level group such as the advisory group. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, although he was not one of them, he still possessed a comparable identity. But in the Tsunade period, the extremely tyrannical Tsunade directly kicked Danzo out of the high-level department. FK my mother, means. And joining the advisory group is not just about restoring the original power. This also means that he can walk from the underground to the light, into the eyes of the public. Although the possibility is still very low, it still creates hope for him to become Hokage. But immediately, Danzo's excitement subsided, and he said in a deep voice, why do you want to help the old man? Are you from Tsunade? First, I need to get some people from Senior Danzo to continue my experiment. You should have heard that I am now all subordinates, the Ghost Lamp brothers, Tamari and others have new powers. In fact, the method of gaining new power is quite risky, and there are many failures, but it has not been made public. Danzo squinted his eyes and said coldly, so, you have to let the old man surrender his subordinates and become the little guinea pigs on your experimental platform. Kenya smiled even more. Are those subordinates important to Danzo's predecessors? Do you really have any feelings for them? Compared with the restoration of high CEBH status, their lives are not worth mentioning, right? Danzo gritted his teeth and acquiesced in silence. Kenya continued. Second, you are also wrong. I am not from Tsunade. I am just myself. If Tsunade goes against my path, I will deal with her. Speaking of this, the corners of Kenya's lips on both sides are becoming more and more upturned. To be honest, she is very opposed to my experiment. This makes me quite unhappy. If there is a more obedient Hokage to replace her, it would be okay. Danzo's pupils shrank sharply, bloodshot in his pupils, and the whole person almost jumped from the seat, almost shouting. Advertisement. Make a deal. With a smile in her heart, Kenya almost suffocated her internal injuries. If it weren't for third Hokage to cover, Danzo's conspiracy would not have been successful repeatedly. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, as long as you start with the entry point of Hokage, everything becomes easy to handle. 2 days later, the Hokage building. Uchiha Kenya. Why let Danzo return to the top? If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, I will kill you. In the office, Tsunade overturned all the desks angrily. Boom, hit the ground. Shizune, the assistant next to him, was so frightened that he hugged the pink-skinned pig and ran away. Kenya still sits leisurely on the sofa next to him, smiling lightly. Calm down, Tsunade-senpai. I do this, of course there is my reason. Of course you have your reason. Tsunade repeated Kenya's words weirdly and sneered. What do you think only you know? Kenya got up and walked to Tsunade's side, stretched out her hand to press her back on the seat, and retold Tsunade's transaction with Danzo 2 days before the transaction. Of course, Kenya only said that he used Danzo's official reinstatement as a condition in exchange for the root person as a test product. Tsunade's eyelids jumped a few times and gritted his teeth. Even so, the price is too high. Do you know how much trouble he will cause me to join the advisory group? Calm down, Tsunade-senpai. He won't live long, so let him enjoy the last part of his life. Kenya chuckled. P.S. I really didn't expect that not marrying the suffix would trigger discussion among readers. That's because I am too lazy to add, because even if I add, the subscription does not increase. Another problem is that the liver really doesn't move anymore. In fact, there was no 8 changes every day before, but a part of the pre-saved manuscript was taken out every day, and now there is no more manuscript saved. Although the future update is not so irritating, but it cannot be slow.